Zhao Fan, an ordinary high school student, found himself endowed with a lavish system after the Gaokao, through which every breath he took would earn him rewards, allowing him to exchange various mysterious items in the system shop. As his wealth skyrocketed, he was pursued fervently by beautiful campus goddesses, long-legged enchantresses, and alluring mentors. Chapter 1. Earning with Every Breath. In the Dragon Kingdom, in the city of Jiancheng, the scorching sun of June bore down like an immense furnace, seemingly threatening to melt the entire city. The incessant chirping of cicadas along the roadside only heightened the already oppressive heat. At this moment, within a barbecue restaurant by the roadside, Zhao Fan, freshly liberated from the rigors of the Gaokao, sat behind the cash register, puffing out his cheeks and holding his breath. Yet, he could hardly endure for even a minute before he succumbed to the urge to inhale deeply. Although his body felt quite uncomfortable, Zhao Fan's heart swelled with delight. Earning money merely by breathing? This concept seemed almost too abstract. At that moment, a translucent interface materialized before Zhao Fan's eyes. Host Zhao Fan. Level 1. Level 1 privilege reward. Earn 0.1 yuan with every breath. Experience to level up 0.10.000. Special note, experience can only be gained through system consumption. System shop, not yet available. System backpack, level 1 beginners gift pack X1. Skills none. Balance, 17.8 yuan. This sum of 17 yuan and 80 cents reflected the fruits of his recent breath-holding endeavor, which could also be interpreted as the number of breaths he had taken. According to the system's guidance, each breath translated into a modest income of 10 cents. Zhao Fan's mind raced with calculations. Typically, an adult breathes approximately once every 4 seconds, translating to about 15 breaths per minute. Considering that the breathing rate slows during sleep, an adult averages around 21,600 breaths daily, roughly, rounded to 20,000. At 10 cents per breath, this meant that from this moment forth, Zhao Fan needed only to exist, and he would earn 2,000 yuan daily. That equated to 60,000 a month, and an astonishing 720,000 a year. However, this figure seemed rather underwhelming. To be candid, an annual income of 720,000 yuan held little impact for Zhao Fan. The barbecue restaurant was owned by his family, spanning 3 floors and over 1,200 square meters. Thanks to its prime location in the bustling commercial district of the mountain city and his father's expertise in barbecue techniques honed in the icy Northeast, the establishment thrived with a steady stream of patrons. While he couldn't claim to have earned a fortune, a profit of 700,000 to 800,000 yuan a year was comfortably achievable. Moreover, his father had always been generous with pocket money, showering him with red envelopes during festivals and transforming into a benevolent dragon on his birthday to fulfill a few of Zhao Fan's wishes. Thus, as he contemplated the potential income from the system, Zhao Fan felt elated, yet not entirely astonished that, of course, the income calculated was merely a reflection of the system's initial level. With the system's advancement, the rewards for each breath would undoubtedly increase, something Zhao Fan was yet to discover. Perhaps I should elevate the system to level 2? Zhao Fan mused. After all, experience could be gained through personal expenditure. To ascend to level 2 would require 10,000 yuan, a not insignificant amount, yet manageable. Over the years, Zhao Fan had accumulated a tidy sum, with over 100,000 yuan resting in his little treasure chest. As Zhao Fan pondered the means to elevate the system, his mother's voice suddenly interrupted from behind. Son, what are you practicing breath holding for on such a hot day? At that moment, his father, Zhao Yongmin, emerged from the kitchen with a cigarette dangling from his lips. What's up? Planning to major in swimming at university? Nothing much. I just saw a short video about breath holding challenges and wanted to give it a try, Zhao Fan replied, waving his hand and concocting a flimsy excuse. Seeing his father smoking, he couldn't help but say, Dad, can I have one? Truth be told, while Zhao Fan had a strong capacity for endurance, he was still just a freshly graduated student. Receiving the system had left his mind in a whirl, and he sought a cigarette to help calm his racing thoughts. However, before he could finish his request, Su Xian's disapproving voice rang out beside him. Absolutely not. How old are you to be wanting to smoke? Shouldn't you be focusing on your studies? I swear, if I don't discipline you for 3 days, you'll start acting up. Zhao Fan, it seems that the moment you finish the exam, it's time for me to properly discipline you, she added. Listening to his mother's barrage of admonitions, Zhao Fan merely rolled his eyes and cast a glance at Zhao Yongmin. If one were to describe Zhao Yongmin's disposition, it could be summed up in 2 words, Zen-like. Whether in life or work, he approached everything with a laid-back attitude. He was a person devoid of excessive desires, not coveting grand homes or luxurious cars. Despite earning nearly $1 million a year, he drove a 12-year-old Toyota that, in the workplace, he maintained a relaxed demeanor, adhering to the principle that it wasn't about having more money, but rather having enough to live comfortably. He had turned down numerous opportunities to expand the business, which, had he accepted, would have significantly multiplied their income. Thus, Zhao Yongmin's inherently placid nature extended to his parenting style, adopting a laissez-faire approach towards Zhao Fan's upbringing. As long as he didn't break the law or act recklessly, Zhao Fan was free to pursue his interests provided he prioritized his studies. Under this educational philosophy, Zhao Fan's character was naturally influenced by his father's demeanor. Therefore, when faced with the temptations of the system, he remained relatively calm, unlike the protagonists in online novels who would become overly excited upon receiving such a boon. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Yongmin pulled out a cigarette and handed it over. Well, Fan is an adult now, soon to embark on his university journey. A man can indulge in a cigarette or two, but you must exercise moderation at your age. Smoking is harmful to your health. You know smoking is harmful to your health? Su Shuyan shot Zhao Yongmin an exasperated glare. This disparity between male and female thought processes was evident. Women often focused on the most peculiar aspects of issues. Upon hearing his wife's remark, Zhao Yongmin grew irritated. What's wrong with smoking? It's my only remaining hobby. In the eyes of those around him, Zhao Yongmin was undoubtedly the epitome of a model husband. He neither patronized nor gambled, abstained from alcohol, and had little interest in leisure activities. His sole indulgence was smoking, and even then, it was merely ordinary cigarettes costing a mere few yuan a pack. Hearing her husband's response, Su Shuyan could only huff dismissively. Zhao Yongmin, you just indulge him. Zhao Fan took a leisurely puff from his cigarette, his face adorned with a cheerful smile as he watched his parents engage in playful banter, a wave of happiness washing over him. He felt little pressure, for although his academic performance was not particularly exceptional, he was assuredly on track to secure a place in a reputable university. The family's financial situation, while not extravagant, was certainly stable, devoid of any significant worries that a few years prior, the construction of a highway in his hometown led to the demolition of their old house, resulting in a tidy compensation. Upon graduating from university, he would face no concerns regarding housing or transportation. Moreover, he unexpectedly acquired a system that bestowed upon him the status of a wealthy magnate each day. Without any effort, merely by existing, he could amass wealth. Influenced by his father's laid-back philosophy, Zhao Fan found the prospect of being a wealthy magnate rather appealing, and he envisioned purchasing a villa of his dreams, followed by acquiring several sports cars he had long desired. In his leisure time, he could indulge in travel, attend concerts, flirt with charming companions, and engage in activities he truly cherished. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhao Fan felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Chapter 2. Driving a Ferrari grants a charisma score of 30. The barbecue restaurant remained rather tranquil in the afternoon. It was only after 7 in the evening that the hustle and bustle would commence. After tidying up the kitchen, Zhao Yongmin took a leisurely stroll to the neighboring tobacco shop for a chat. Su Shuyan stood behind the bar, meticulously tallying the bills with a calculator. Zhao Fan casually chose a window seat upstairs, feigning interest in his phone. In reality, he was mentally navigating the system interface, preparing to unveil the Level 1 privilege package tucked away in his backpack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unearthing the Level 1 privilege package, yielding a special skill card X1. A special skill? How remarkable can it be? With curiosity piqued, Zhao Fan swiftly unfolded the skill card. A flash of golden light accompanied the announcement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring master-level vehicle driving technique. While driving a Ferrari supercar, the host's charisma score is 30. This skill seems to emphasize not merely one-handed driving, but rather the Ferrari itself, does it not? Zhao Fan couldn't help but feel the urge to jest about the system. I mean, which woman could possibly resist a man who can drive a Ferrari with one hand? Nevertheless, returning to the subject, Ferraris are indeed striking. Although Zhao Fan was not particularly knowledgeable about sports cars, he was well aware that a Ferrari is anything but affordable. Even the most economical model costs several million. Based on the current rewards provided by the system, earning 700,000 per year means it would take at least 5 years to afford one. If one were to ask Zhao Fan if he liked Ferraris, the answer would undoubtedly be affirmative. A man's fascination with sports cars is akin to a woman's affinity for gold. It is utterly irresistible. It appears to be time to elevate the system's level, Zhao Fan mused. By advancing in level, he would reap more rewards and expedite the realization of his automotive dreams. Ascending from level 1 to level 2 is quite manageable, requiring merely an expenditure of 10,000 yuan. Zhao Fan had already formulated a plan for this sum. Having just completed his college entrance exams and on the cusp of university, he needed to purchase new electronic devices. Items such as a phone, tablet, and laptop are essential for any student. A single Apple phone paired with an Apple tablet would already set him back nearly 20,000 yuan. The reason for opting for Apple products? Simply put, he liked them. Having made up his mind, Zhao Fan retrieved his phone and prepared to place an order online. He navigated to the Apple website, selected models and configurations, filled in his delivery address, and proceeded to payment. The sequence of actions flowed effortlessly. Moments later, Zhao Fan received a text notification. Your construction bank card ending in 2878 has been charged 17,688 yuan. Nice. Following the successful transaction, Zhao Fan opened the system interface. Host, Zhao Fan. Level 2. Level 2 privilege. Earn 0.2 yuan with each breath. Experience required for next level upgrade. 1,000,000. System store. Not yet available. Backpack items. Level 2 package. Skills. Driving a Ferrari grants a charisma score of 30. Balance. 184 yuan. Indeed, upon elevating the system to level 2, the rewards received were significantly enhanced. The previous 0.1 transformed into 0.2, effectively doubling. Although this doubling might not seem visually striking, it escalated daily earnings to 4,000 yuan. In essence, the 20,000 yuan just spent represented only 5 days' worth of system income. In addition to the level upgrade, Zhao Fan also acquired a level 2 package. System. Open the level 2 package, he commanded mentally. Ding. Congratulations to the host for opening the level 2 package, obtaining a rebate card X1. Rebate card description. This card can be used for rebate transactions, with a chance to receive a rebate of 11,000 yuan. Random, you say? Zhao Fan's eyes lit up. While unsure of the system's reliability, it surely could not be as unfortunate as the infamous Penguin Gaming Company, could it? During his high school years, Zhao Fan had enjoyed playing games developed by the Penguin Group, particularly Honor of Kings and Peacekeeper Elite, which were his forte. To secure the latest skins, he often surreptitiously spent money. The odds of winning with the Penguin Group were notoriously dismal in the eyes of players, often perceived as either 0 or 100%. Take, for instance, the Honor Crystal in Honor of Kings. It only appeared when one reached the final draw. This was indeed a valuable item. With the rebate card's description in hand, Zhao Fan felt jubilant. Primarily because this rebate card was a gift from the system, offering a chance at a tenfold rebate. Regardless of the outcome, this was undoubtedly a favorable deal. Immediately, Zhao Fan contemplated borrowing money from his father. If he were to spend 200,000 yuan in one go, and luck favored him, a tenfold critical hit could yield a rebate of 2 million yuan. Even with less favorable odds, a one-fold rebate would still net him 200,000 yuan. However, as Zhao Fan was deep in thought, a sudden system notification interrupted him. System notification: amount borrowed for transactions does not yield experience points. Oh no, this is bad. The system prohibits it. It appeared that the system was indeed linked to his identity. If he wished to upgrade the system, he could only utilize the savings from his own small treasury or the daily earnings from the system. Zhao Fan roughly calculated, having just spent around 20,000 yuan. He estimated that his treasury still held approximately 70,000 yuan. If fortune smiled upon him, and he triggered a tenfold critical hit, he could achieve a yield of 700,000 yuan. Even in the event of less favorable luck, he could still earn around 100,000 yuan. After careful deliberation, Zhao Fan abandoned this notion. After all, the rebate card provided by the system had no expiration date, and the description indicated that the more one spent, the greater the earnings. Currently, at level 2, the system generated an income of 4,000 yuan daily, totaling 120,000 yuan monthly. Coupled with the 70,000 yuan from his treasury, he would barely reach 200,000 yuan. Conversely, should the system advance from level 2 to level 3, his daily earnings would undoubtedly increase. Thus, two choices lay before Zhao Fan. If he utilized the rebate card now, he could elevate the system to level 3. However, if he retained the rebate card, the potential for future critical rebates would be even greater. In the long run, it was clear that upgrading the level was of utmost importance. Just like the phone and tablet Zhao Fan had just purchased, without upgrading the system, that 20,000 yuan represented 10 days of system earnings, whereas after the upgrade, it would only require 5 days. Best to hold on to it for now. After all, it doesn't expire. Upon reaching a decision, Su Shiyan's voice drifted up from downstairs. Son, don't forget to practice driving at the driving school this afternoon. Got it, Mom. When we leave, bring an umbrella. It's exceedingly hot today. Don't want you to suffer from heat stroke. Although Zhao Fan always felt that it was rather unmanly for a man to carry an umbrella. However, considering the sweltering heat outside, approaching 40 degrees, he obediently took an umbrella. This item may be unnecessary, yet it is indispensable. Those who have taken the driving test are well aware that a single instructor's car is shared among more than 10 individuals. Essentially, each person drives for a couple of laps before the next takes their turn. Aside from those practicing, the remaining students must wait idly by. In such high temperatures, standing in the sun for an hour can easily lead to heat stroke. Just days before the college entrance examination, Su Shiyan had enrolled Zhao Fan in driving school, hoping to secure his driver's license during the summer vacation to avoid future hassles. Although his mother had signed him up for a VIP class, which has fewer students than the regular ones, there was still a waiting period. As he pushed open the shop door, a wave of heat hit him, scorching against his face. Riding his beloved electric scooter, which would never get stuck in traffic, Zhao Fan held the umbrella in one hand while leisurely making his way to the driving school. Zhao Fan. Not long after he had stepped out, a familiar voice called from behind. Isn't that the most beautiful girl from our school, Lu Rian? Not far behind him stood a girl with a pure appearance and a graceful figure. Lu Rian was Zhao Fan's classmate, renowned among students for her delicate features, earning her a spot among the 3 campus beauties. At that moment, she wore a flowing white dress, her long black hair cascading naturally over her shoulders. Despite lacking makeup, her skin was exceptionally fair, exuding an ethereal quality. Lu Rian shot Zhao Fan a glance, saying, Zhao Fan, can't you speak properly? You tease me every day. Although students referred to her as a campus beauty, she was not particularly fond of the title. Are you also heading to driving school? Lu Rian nodded. What about your admirers? Why is no one accompanying you today? Zhao Fan inquired, referring to Lu Rian's suitors from high school, Lu Hao and Sun Dong, both classmates from the adjacent class. Throughout high school, many had pursued Lu Rian, but these two had been the most fervent, while the others were merely secret admirers. Lu Rian shrugged off Zhao Fan's comment, replying nonchalantly, we're just classmates, don't exaggerate. Then how come I heard that Lu Hao confessed to you a few days before the exam? Zhao Fan asked curiously. Lu Hao, one of the suitors, was notably dark, stout, and shorter than Lu Rian. Nonetheless, his family was wealthy, reportedly due to his father's construction business. He often displayed generosity at school, earning the nickname President Lu among classmates. Just before the holiday to prepare for the college entrance exam, Lu Hao, having harbored feelings for Lu Rian for 3 years, finally confessed at the school gate, hoping to conclude his high school experience with a flourish. This incident had long circulated through the school. I turned him down. My studies are my priority. I don't want to date, Lu Rian stated flatly. Well, that reason for rejection is quite reasonable. As a student, one should indeed prioritize academics. The authenticity of her statement, however, was known only to Lu Rian herself. Zhao Fan had already anticipated Lu Hao's confession's outcome. Lu Rian came from a well-off family, and Lu Hao's appearance was far from appealing. He was rather unattractive. Without his affluent father, he might struggle even in rural areas to find a partner. After exchanging a few words, Lu Rian checked the time on her phone. It was already past 2. Practice time was imminent. Those who have taken the driving test understand that practice sessions operate on a first-come, first-served basis. The sooner one arrives at the driving school, the sooner they can practice, while those arriving later must queue. Thus, Lu Rian turned to Zhao Fan, saying, Zhao Fan, it's dangerous to ride with one hand while holding an umbrella. What is wrong with riding with one hand? I can even drive a Ferrari with one hand. What? Drive a Ferrari with one hand? Lu Rian paused, clearly taken aback by Zhao Fan's statement. Did he not grasp her point? The ideal response should have been to acknowledge the danger of riding with one hand and offer to let her ride with him while she held the umbrella. Was Zhao Fan truly that oblivious? In reality, Zhao Fan understood Lu Rian's implication but deliberately chose not to engage with her line of thought. Despite Lu Rian's privileged background, academic excellence, and beauty, she harbored a somewhat proud demeanor. Though she was eager to reach driving school and ride his electric scooter, she insisted that Zhao Fan be the one to offer her a ride. Thus, he playfully sought to tease her. For a moment, the atmosphere became awkward. Lu Rian stood by the roadside, staring wide-eyed at Zhao Fan, who leaned casually against his scooter, one foot on the ground, one hand holding the umbrella, meeting her gaze with ease. Eventually, succumbing to the heat, Lu Rian broke the silence. Zhao Fan, are you going to driving school? Yes, why? Zhao Fan replied casually. You. Lu Rian nearly leaped in frustration. Zhao Fan was clearly being intentionally obtuse. He was well aware of her meaning but feigned ignorance. If it were any other male classmate, many would have eagerly offered to drive her to the driving school. At that moment, an Audi A6L slowly pulled up in front of Zhao Fan and Lu Ruyan. As the window lowered, a familiar face appeared. Lu Hao, with a look of surprise, gazed at Lu Ruyan, grinning as he asked, "Ruyan, what a coincidence. What brings you here?" Lu Ruyan was equally astonished to encounter Lu Hao, and even more so that he would approach her. Having firmly rejected him a few days prior at the school gate, she had merely chosen not to be overly harsh in her refusal. "I'm heading to driving school." "What a coincidence. I'm just passing by. Let me give you a ride, Ruyan," Lu Hao exclaimed excitedly. What a ridiculous claim. One must understand that the nearest driving school was located on the eastern outskirts of Jiangqing, a place so remote that aside from the students practicing, it was as if not a single bird would dare to leave droppings there. All those seeking a driver's license either drove themselves or rode electric scooters. No other means of transportation was available. Even taxi drivers were reluctant to venture there, as they would return empty, losing out on a fare. Lu Hao claimed it was conveniently on his way. Upon hearing Lu Hao's words, Lu Ruyan frowned. Not only was he fibbing, but the fact remained that he was simply too unattractive. Lu Ruyan recognized that judging someone by their appearance was unjust. Yet Lu Hao's dark complexion coupled with his acne-ridden face made one feel thoroughly uncomfortable. Comparatively speaking, Zhao Fan is undeniably a sight for sore eyes. Although his looks may not be considered exceptionally striking, his skin is impeccably maintained. With his sword-like brows and starry eyes, complemented by a smooth, fair complexion, he radiates an aura of youthful exuberance. Consequently, Lu Ruyan's mind raced, and she declared, "Thank you, but Zhao Fan has already promised to take me to driving school, so I won't trouble you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan was momentarily taken aback. "Wait a minute, when did I ever say I would take you to driving school?" Before he could gather his thoughts, Lu Ruyan had already seated herself on the back of the electric bike, her arm instinctively wrapping around Zhao Fan's waist. A faint fragrance wafted from behind, filling Zhao Fan's senses. Chapter 4. The Allure of the School Belle. Sensing the delightful breeze that accompanied her presence, Zhao Fan naturally had no intention of dislodging Lu Ruyan. Such an action would be far too uncouth. "You hold the umbrella at the back," he said, passing the sunshade to Lu Ruyan while waving goodbye to Lu Hao. "We're off now. Farewell." Observing the pair's retreating figures, Lu Hao's face turned an alarming shade of green. After they had traveled a distance on the electric bike, Zhao Fan said, "Lu, the school bell. You owe me a favor this time. Don't be stingy." Lu Ruyan pouted slightly. Although Zhao Fan had indeed helped her send Lu Hao away, she would never consider getting into Lu Hao's vehicle. "Zhao Fan, do you have a crush on Zhang Ruoxi?" Zhang Ruoxi, the monitor of Class 2 in the 3rd year, is also one of the school's 3 leading beauties. Her looks are undeniably on par with Lu Ruyan's. Confronted by this unexpected query, Zhao Fan was momentarily puzzled. "Why do you ask that? Caught you, didn't I?" Lu Ruyan replied triumphantly. "The other day, during our graduation photo shoot, I noticed you gazing at Zhang Ruoxi several times. On the day of the photo shoot, Zhang Ruoxi wore a rather revealing outfit, a short skirt paired with knee-high white stockings, drawing the attention of many, coupled with her naturally attractive features. It was no wonder she captivated Zhao Fan's attention. While I wouldn't say I like her, everyone has an appreciation for beauty," Zhao Fan remarked, before shifting the conversation. "But what about you? You seem rather interested in me. Could it be that you have feelings for me? Don't be so conceited." Lu Ruyan playfully jabbed Zhao Fan's waist. She then inquired, "What makes Zhang Ruoxi so captivating to all of you?" Zhao Fan chuckled lightly. On the day of the graduation photo shoot, Zhang Ruoxi truly stole the spotlight. While all the other girls wore long dresses, she was the only one in a short skirt and knee-high white stockings. It is well known that men have a certain weakness for stockings. Given Zhang Ruoxi's beauty and figure, paired with her outfit, the visual impact was utterly electrifying. After a brief pause for thought, Zhao Fan softly replied, "It's because Zhang Ruoxi exudes sensuality." Sensuality? For a high school girl, such a term seemed utterly inappropriate. Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed as she playfully pinched Zhao Fan's waist. "You're being improper." "Hey, wasn't it you who asked me?" The atmosphere fell into a momentary silence. After a while, Lu Ruyan leaned in closer and quietly asked, "Zhao Fan, do all boys prefer sensual girls?" At her words, Zhao Fan nearly burst into laughter. Had his previous response ignited Lu Ruyan's competitive spirit? However, to be fair, when it comes to looks, Lu Ruyan and Zhang Ruoxi are indeed equally matched, both being among the 3 school beauties and exceptionally attractive. But when it comes to figures, well, Lu Ruyan might find herself at a slight disadvantage. Honestly, in Zhao Fan's eyes, Lu Ruyan was perfect in height, appearance, and figure, the only shortcoming being that her chest was a tad too modest. Clearing his throat, Zhao Fan chuckled. "Not exactly. Some prefer the surname Wang, while others favor the surname Sun. Zhao Fan, you're doing this on purpose." Lu Ruyan, initially serious about discussing aesthetics, now felt as though he was merely toying with her. Was this not a form of mockery? Being a rather conservative girl. Lu Ruyin felt her cheeks heat up at Zhao Fan's teasing. After a few moments, Lu Ruyin suddenly seized Zhao Fan's shoulders and playfully bit down. The sharp pain made Zhao Fan involuntarily shudder. What the? Are you a dog? As the electric bike wobbled slightly, Lu Ruyin realized how precarious her actions had been and quickly released her grip. At that moment, she became acutely aware of how extraordinary her behavior was. Typically, Lu Ruyin refrained from engaging with boys at all, maintaining a considerable distance even from her classmates. Hand-holding was an absolute impossibility. Yet just now, she had bitten Zhao Fan's shoulder. This thought caused her face to redden further, her heart racing with embarrassment. But recalling how Zhao Fan had just teased her, she retorted, "Well, you asked for it." Zhao Fan inhaled deeply. "But you can't bite so hard. What if we toppled into a ditch? I'm merely teaching you a lesson." "If I didn't bite hard, you wouldn't learn," Lu Ruyin replied, somewhat irritated. As they exchanged playful banter, they arrived at the driving school. Since they had signed up with different instructors, after parking the electric bike, Zhao Fan held the sunshade and waved goodbye. "Farewell," Lu the school bell, before turning to leave. Leaving? Just like that? Lu Ruyin felt a wave of shock. On such a scorching day, how could Zhao Fan abandon her here? Even if he didn't intend to share the sunshade, at the very least, he could have walked her a few steps. What a dense guy. Truly oblivious. Lu Ruyin stomped her feet in frustration. At that moment, a gentle voice called from behind her. Turning around, she saw her close friend, Yang Xiao Duo, wearing a curious smile as if she had stumbled upon a secret. "Xiao Duo, what is the matter? Do I have something on me?" Yang Xiao Duo grinned mischievously. "Lu Ruyin, are you and Zhao Fan?" "Me and Zhao Fan. There's nothing between us." Lu Ruyin denied vehemently. "Are you absolutely certain there's nothing at all?" Yang Xiao Duo teased, her expression full of mischief. "What could there possibly be between us?" Lu Ruyin was perplexed. "I knew you wouldn't admit it. I just recorded it on my phone. He rode the electric bike with you to driving school. And you two were all lovey-dovey along the way. Want to see the evidence?" Yang Xiao Duo winked playfully. "Alas, we truly possess nothing. I merely asked him for a ride because I couldn't hail a taxi." "Really?" "Indeed." After listening to Lu Ruyin's explanation, Yang Xiao Duo couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. She had anticipated a juicy revelation, only to discover that the fruit was unripe. Chapter 5. How to Win the Affection of a Goddess. Observing Zhao Fan's retreating figure, Yang Xiao Duo remarked with amusement, "Actually, Zhao Fan is quite handsome, and he exudes warmth." "Warmth?" Lu Ruyin nearly burst into laughter. While she had to concede that Zhao Fan was indeed good-looking, standing at 185 meters with an admirable physique and skin that rivaled that of any woman, smooth and delicate, she vehemently opposed the notion of him being a warm-hearted man. Given Zhao Fan's actions towards her today, Lu Ruyin felt an overwhelming urge to bite him. "Fan Ge, over here." As they arrived at the driving practice area, Zhang Dongming waved to Zhao Fan from a distance. The heat was unbearable, and Zhang Dongming sought refuge under a tree's shade. Though it offered some cover from the sun, he was still drenched in perspiration. Spotting Zhao Fan holding a sunshade, he quickly made his way over, exclaiming, "Goodness! This weather is truly relentless. I feel as though I might just perish. Fan Ge, why didn't you bring a sunshade?" Zhao Fan chuckled, "Don't even mention it. It's all my wretched vanity's fault. By the way, Fan Ge, why did you arrive so late today?" "I've already had a lap," Zhao Fan explained. "I encountered Lu Ruyin on the road, and she asked me for a lift, which delayed me a bit." "Lu Ruyin? Impressive, Fan Ge. The illustrious Lu actually took the initiative to ride with you? It seems she harbors some interest." Every student from Yizhong knew that Lu Ruyin was not one to engage with boys. Since the beginning of her first year in high school, despite having numerous admirers, no man had ever been seen in her company. Thus, hearing Zhao Fan's words piqued Zhang Dongming's curiosity. Zhao Fan smiled, but chose not to pursue the topic. Instead, he inquired, "How's your conversation with Zhang Ruoxi going? Any progress?" "It's going quite well." Zhang Dongming scratched his head, a hint of frustration evident. "But I feel my luck has been rather poor lately." "Poor luck?" Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "I'm a Leo, and Zhang Ruoxi is a Cancer. Our star signs have been a bit incompatible lately." "Uffed!" Zhao Fan nearly erupted in laughter. Zhang Dongming had ventured into the realm of astrology. "Why the incompatibility?" Zhao Fan asked. "Whenever I take the initiative to chat with Zhang Ruoxi, she always claims she's about to sleep. Tell me, doesn't that indicate a star sign mismatch?" Zhao Fan stared at Zhang Dongming's serious expression, utterly bewildered. Was this guy genuinely oblivious or merely pretending? Moreover, who gave him the audacity to claim that their conversations were going splendidly? It was blatantly obvious that Zhang Ruoxi was not interested in him. When faced with a disinterested male, women typically offer only two responses. One is to claim they are sleeping, and the other is to say they are showering. After a moment of silence, Zhao Fan patted Zhang Dongming on the shoulder and sighed. Ah, Xiaoming, I believe Zhang Rua, she might not be the right match for you. And I'm not just referring to your star signs. As a good friend, Zhao Fan felt it was crucial to offer this advice. Even if he liked Zhang Ruashi, he must avoid the path of a sycophant like Lu Hao. There's a saying that rings true. The sycophant, in the end, has nothing. I think it's not so bad. Although our star sign compatibility is somewhat low, I feel we are quite suitable for each other. The mere thought of Zhang Rua, she brought a blissful smile to Zhang Dongming's face. Seeing this expression, Zhao Fan regretted having helped him acquire Zhang Ruashi's contact information. If Zhang Dongming were to become a sycophant one day, Zhao Fan would bear 80% of the blame. The driving practice was quite taxing. Due to the large number of students, Li Yinfeng managed only 3 rounds in 2 hours, each lasting merely 10 minutes. To make matters worse, the instructor was rather strict. In nearly 40-degree heat, he refused to turn on the air conditioning. Driving a lap felt akin to stepping into a sauna. After practice, as Zhao Fan and Zhang Dongming were about to leave, the instructor called them back. I've scheduled your second driving test for the 19th at 7:30 a.m. Be punctual at the driving school entrance. All right, thank you, instructor. After noting the time, Zhao Fan and Zhang Dongming expressed their gratitude. The instructor was a decent man. Though frugal, he maintained a serious demeanor. Having just started practice, they were already preparing for the exam. If both the second and third tests went smoothly, they could likely obtain their licenses in just over a month. Once they acquired their licenses, all that would remain was to procure a Ferrari. However, the terrifying price of a Ferrari made Zhao Fan sigh once more. The truth is, men never truly grow up. They merely acquire more expensive toys. At that moment, Lu Ruyin and Yang Xiaoduo approached. For reasons unknown, upon seeing Zhao Fan, Lu Ruyin felt an irresistible urge to bite him. Hello, lovely ladies. Zhao Fan greeted them with a smile. Lu Ruyin shot him a glare, while Yang Xiaoduo chimed in. Did you just finish your practice too? Yes. The instructor just informed us about the second test on the 19th. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoduo's expression fell. Me too. With only 4 days until the exam, I still haven't practiced enough. What about you, Lu Schoolflower? How's your practice going? Zhao Fan turned to Lu Ruyin. I haven't practiced well either. I keep crossing the lines when trying to reverse into the garage. I can't find the proper point to reverse. Suddenly, Yang Xiaoduo exclaimed, by the way, I heard Sun Dong is planning to organize a graduation party. It seems like they're going camping. Are you going? Why would I go? I'm not familiar with him. And besides, he mentioned something about preparing a surprise for someone. If we go, wouldn't we just be third wheels? Zhao Fan remarked, glancing at Lu Ruyin with a teasing grin. It was common knowledge throughout the senior class that Sun Dong had feelings for Lu Ruyin. Much like Lu Hao's public confession at the school gate, Sun Dong's camping trip was merely an excuse to get closer to Lu Ruyin. Even a fool could see through it. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Zhang Dongming and Yang Xiaoduo's attention shifted to Lu Ruyin. She tossed her hair and replied, I'm not going either. After I pass my driving test, I plan to visit Kyoto. Well, that's another failed suitor. After chatting for a while, Zhao Fan and Zhang Dongming departed on their electric scooter. On the way back, Zhang Dongming, looking glum, turned to Zhao Fan and asked, Fangu, may I seek your advice on something? What is it? How can one chat with a goddess to garner her affection? Zhao Fan pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, it's quite simple, really. When conversing with the goddess, avoid being too deliberate. Treat it with a casual mindset. Affection is something that develops over time, and the most crucial aspect is to avoid being overly submissive. Not being too submissive? What does that mean? Well, you can interpret it as treating her the same way you would treat your buddies. Got it. I understand now. Thank you, Fangu. Zhang Dongming nodded with a smile. Chapter 6. Preparing to head to Kyoto. Upon returning home, Zhao Fan was engrossed in playing Honor of Kings on his tablet, wielding the hero Yuan Gu. After an impressive display of skill, he achieved a commendable score of 211. It must be noted that Yuan Gu is indeed a challenging hero. Those who master him soar to great heights, while those who falter find themselves woefully inadequate. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. A glance revealed it was Zhang Dongming calling. What's the matter, Xiaoming? Zhao Fan inquired. Fangu, I've suffered a heartbreak, came the pitiful response from the other end of the line. Heartbreak? What in the world do you mean? Zhao Fan retorted. I mean, when did Zhang Ruashi ever agree to date you? Wasn't he just your one-sided affection all along? Nevertheless, as a good friend, Zhao Fan expressed his concern. What exactly happened? After I got home, I tried chatting with Zhang Ruashi using the methods you taught me, and she ended up deleting me from her friends list. Zhang Dongming lamented. You used my methods and got deleted? Zhao Fan was taken aback, quickly probing. What did you say to her? I told her to log in quickly. Daddy will help her rank up in Kings. Zhang Dongming's voice was filled with indignation. Zhao Fan could only shake his head in disbelief. Well done, Dongming. Truly a talent. Zhao Fan then consoled him. Xiao Ming, I've told you time and again that Zhang Ruoshi isn't suitable for you. Now you see it, don't you? Zhang Dongming sighed. Ah, Fan Gu, I'm feeling quite down. Why don't you join me for a game? I'm currently dominating with Luna. I can definitely help you rank up. Zhao Fan responded with a silent grimace. After a night of intense gaming, Zhao Fan found himself demoted by 2 tiers. He had believed that Lu Bu was invincible, only to discover that there were others even more formidable. Zhao Fan often found himself lost in his own gameplay with Yuan Gu, but Zhang Dongming, playing Luna, was even more powerful, initiating his ultimate the moment he encountered an enemy. By midday, Zhao Fan finally opened his eyes, only for the phone to ring again. Hello, your package has arrived. Please come downstairs to sign for it, the delivery person announced. All right, I'll be right down. One must commend the efficiency of this delivery service. He had placed the order just yesterday, and here it was already. After a quick refresh, Zhao Fan descended in his slippers, confirming that the package was undamaged. He clicked to receive it. Back in his room, he eagerly began unboxing. The craftsmanship of the Apple tablet was undeniably exquisite, resembling a piece of art. With its polished surface emanating a luxurious sheen, the hardware was equally impressive, featuring the iOS system developed by the company, paired with the newly launched M4 chip, truly formidable. Once he set up the system, Zhao Fan downloaded several games to test the device's performance. First step, launch Honor of Kings. Second step, enter ranked matches. Third step, select Yuan Gu in an instant. Fourth step, mute all chat messages. Life is but a play, relying on performance. Let me be a quiet, handsome man. 15 minutes later, Zhao Fan managed to secure a GG. He was unaware of his teammates' feelings, but he certainly enjoyed the game. Regarding this iPad, Zhao Fan was thoroughly satisfied. It ran games smoothly, with all settings maxed out without any lag. Truly, the flagship product of Apple lived up to its reputation. Setting the tablet aside, Zhao Fan summoned the system interface with his mind. Host, Zhao Fan. Level 2. Level 2 privilege reward. Earn 0.02 yuan with each breath. Experience to level up, 17, 688, 100, 000. System store, not yet open. Inventory, rebate card, X1. Balance, 30, 176 yuan. Gazing at the balance on the system interface, Zhao Fan realized he ought to reduce his sleep hours, for during slumber, his respiratory rate slowed, affecting the system's accumulation of gold beans. Of course, he was merely jesting with himself. The most pressing matter was to upgrade the system. The higher the system's level, the greater the yield of gold beans. In the following days, Zhao Fan maintained his usual routine. During the day, he helped out at the store, tidying up. After lunch, he practiced driving at the driving school, and in the evenings, he played Honor of Kings and Peace Elite. Occasionally, he played the role of a relationship counselor for Zhang Dongming. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaoduo sent several messages inviting him for milk tea, all of which Zhao Fan declined. To be candid, Yang Xiaoduo was not unattractive. On the scale of looks, she would easily score an 85. However, she simply did not align with Zhao Fan's taste. Time flew by, and before he knew it, August arrived. On this day, Zhao Fan successfully obtained his driver's license. To his surprise, Lu Rian also acquired her license. While both Yang Xiaoduo and Zhang Dongming remained stuck on the third driving test. That evening, after sending off the last table of customers, Zhao Yongmin emerged from the kitchen with a cigarette in his mouth. Son, you've passed your driving test. Should I buy you a car? Before Zhao Fan could respond, Su Shuyan at the cash register interjected. What do you mean, buy a car? The child has just started university. It's south too dangerous to drive. Zhao Yongmin exhaled a puff of smoke and said, the child isn't so young anymore, and he has his license. What danger could there be? You worry too much. Had this been in the past, Zhao Fan would have been thrilled, as every man dreams of owning his own vehicle. However, ever since acquiring the system, his perspective had shifted. Particularly after obtaining an item that enhanced the allure of a Ferrari, he found himself unable to forget about it. After all, which man could resist the temptation of a 30 allure score? Thus, Zhao Fan shook his head and replied, Dad, I don't need a car for now. I plan to start my own business after entering university and earn enough to buy one myself. He said this to provide cover for the system. Starting a business? Zhao Yongmin pondered for a moment before responding seriously. You're still young. Entrepreneurship is a chance to train yourself. Don't fear failure, but always think things through before acting. Never be reckless, and certainly never break the law. This was Zhao Yongmin's educational philosophy, to permit failure, but never to condone illegality. Understood. By the way, I've made plans with some classmates to visit Kyoto for a few days. This trip to Kyoto was merely Zhao Fan's excuse. In truth, he intended to indulge himself there. After all, he had yet to utilize the rebate card in the system. Upon hearing that her son was going to Kyoto, Su Shuyan immediately grew concerned. Is that all right? Can you take care of yourself, son? Zhao Yongmin interjected. Let him go. He is an adult now and needs to grow. He then cautioned Zhao Fan, but be sure to stay safe. When you're staying out, avoid cheap and obscure lodgings. They're unhygienic. Don't worry, Dad, I know. As for how to spend during this trip to Kyoto, Zhao Fan had long since made up his mind. He would purchase a watch. A fine timepiece not only epitomizes a man's taste, but also accentuates his charisma. Moreover, he envisioned himself as a man destined to drive a Ferrari. Just imagine. While maneuvering a Ferrari with one hand, if his wrist were devoid of a watch, wouldn't it feel somewhat lacking? Chapter 7. Do not be so narcissistic. The following day, Zhao Fan arose early, tidied himself, and packed a few changes of clothes into his bag before stepping out. For a man, embarking on a journey is typically uncomplicated. A few garments and a charger suffice. Unlike women, who seem to complicate matters with a myriad of clothes, toiletries, and an assortment of miscellaneous items, lugging around an entire house's worth of belongings. The distance from Jiangxing to Kyoto is not substantial. A high-speed train ride takes merely a couple of hours. After presenting his ticket, Zhao Fan boarded the train. Upon locating his assigned seat, he was momentarily taken aback. Lu Ruyan? What an extraordinary coincidence that they were seated in the same carriage and directly across from one another at that. Lu Ruyan was equally astonished. Zhao Fan, what are you doing here? Zhao Fan chuckled as he settled into his seat. This high-speed train isn't yours. Why shouldn't I be here? Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Lu Ruyan felt an overwhelming urge to bite him. A glance at Zhao Fan's ticket revealed he was indeed also heading to Kyoto. Could it be that he had come for her? Zhao Fan, how did you know I was going to Kyoto today? Did Yang Xiao Duo tell you? Do not be so narcissistic, Zhao Fan retorted, perplexed by her statement. His journey to Kyoto was solely for shopping and to utilize the rebate card from his system backpack. He had no connection to Lu Ruyan whatsoever. Lu Ruyan huffed softly, thinking, stop pretending. You clearly came for me, and won't he admit it? Typical man. A few days prior at driving school, Lu Ruyan had mentioned that once she obtained her driver's license, she would spend a few days in Kyoto. However, only her close friend Yang Xiao Duo was privy to her exact travel plans. Thus, the serendipitous encounter with Zhao Fan on the train could only mean that Yang Xiao Duo had informed him. It must be that Zhao Fan had orchestrated this coincidence to get closer to her. Yes, that had to be it. With this thought, Lu Ruyan felt like a modern-day Sherlock Holmes, secretly reveling in her own cleverness. I am truly the smartest person in the world. Women are often prone to flights of fancy. In this moment, Lu Ruyan was convinced that Zhao Fan must harbor feelings for her and was intent on pursuing her. She casually glanced at Zhao Fan, beginning to compare him against her own standards. Yang Xiao Duo had been correct. Zhao Fan was indeed quite handsome, with remarkably smooth skin, though she had previously overlooked it. But then a question arose. What if Zhao Fan confessed his feelings? Should she reject him? Would a hasty acceptance make her seem too easy? Just as Lu Ruyan was lost in her musings, a young man sat down beside her. He appeared to be in his early 20s, likely a university student. The moment he laid eyes on Lu Ruyan, his attention was instantly captivated. It must be said, Lu Ruyan's beauty was genuinely striking, radiating a refreshing innocence that was hard to ignore. Hello, beautiful, the young man initiated. Lu Ruyan replied, her tone nonchalant. My name is Gao Shuai, and I study at the Kyoto Financial Academy. What about you? He continued. I just graduated from high school. Lu Ruyan's voice was somewhat cool as she leaned against the window, engrossed in her phone. Upon learning Lu Ruyan had just graduated from high school, Gao Shuai grew even more excited. Although Kyoto boasted many beautiful women, few possessed Lu Ruyan's pure and innocent charm. The fact that she had just graduated and had yet to face the harsh realities of life only enhanced her allure. Her innate purity was incredibly attractive to men. Moreover, high school girls are often somewhat naive, making them easier to win over. If he could capture her heart, it would be akin to striking gold. With this thought in mind, Gao Shuai became even more ingratiating, eagerly asking, which university do you plan to attend? Wadaiku Vocational and Technical College, Lu Ruyan replied dismissively. Wadaiku Vocational and Technical College. What a mediocre school, Gao Shuai stumbled, momentarily taken aback. To his surprise, Lu Ruyan, with her stunning looks, was apparently a poor student. He began to gloat. A vocational diploma? Honestly, it's better not to attend at all. It's utterly useless, and graduation only leads to unemployment. At this remark, Zhao Fan nearly burst into laughter. This fellow truly lacked perspective. Setting aside Lu Ruyan's impressive academic record, which consistently placed her among the top in her class, it was simply inappropriate to disparage vocational schools in such a manner. At that moment, the older gentleman seated next to Zhao Fan suddenly chuckled and addressed Lu Ruyan. Oh, what a pleasant surprise to encounter a fellow alumnus here. Lu Ruyan looked up, astonished. Uncle, you also attended QH University? Yes, I graduated in 06. QH? Wait, Didn't TU just mention Wadaiku Vocational and Technical College? Gao Shuai's expression soured instantly. He had intended to impress the beauty, only to find himself in an embarrassing predicament. Gao Shuai's so-called Kyoto Financial Academy, even among undergraduate institutions, was merely a second-rate school. Despite its impressive-sounding name, it was simply an ordinary private university. When compared to a prestigious institution like QH, it was utterly unworthy. After chatting a bit more with the older gentleman, Lu Ruyin returned her focus to her phone. Beautiful lady, what is your name? Where are you from? Are you traveling to Kyoto? Shall we go together? Can I have your contact information? Gao Shuai continued to pester Lu Ruyin, oblivious to her evident disdain. At that moment, Zhao Fan received a message on his phone. Upon opening it, he saw it was from Lu Ruyin. Zhao Fan, could you do me a favor? I want to change seats. Lu Ruyin was thoroughly exasperated with the man beside her. If she had to endure his incessant chatter throughout the journey, she'd likely suffer from insomnia that night. Upon receiving Lu Ruyin's message, Zhao Fan smiled and gestured an OK sign. Lu Ruyin, her eyes filled with desperation, nodded in acknowledgement. She had assumed Zhao Fan was signaling agreement, but to her surprise, he replied that she owed him 3 favors. Lu Ruyin shot Zhao Fan an irritated glare and replied, "Deal. You stingy fellow." Since Lu Ruyin had agreed, Zhao Fan cheerfully turned to the older gentleman beside him. "Sir, would you mind switching seats with my girlfriend? She is feeling a bit unwell." The older gentleman readily nodded. "Sure. Thank you, sir. No need to mention it." The older man then switched seats with Lu Ruyin. Now it was Gao Shuai's turn to be bewildered. He had intended to show off in front of the beauty, only to discover she was already taken. However, Gao Shuai could not help but curse inwardly. Damn it. Such fine cabbage has been ravaged by pigs. Chapter 8. The best life for a spoiled woman seated beside Zhao Fan. Lu Ruyin finally let out a sigh of relief. The man from earlier had been exceedingly bothersome, leaving her in a foul mood. Yet, the moment she recalled Zhao Fan telling the nearby uncle that she was his girlfriend, she couldn't resist playfully pinching him at the waist. Ouch! Zhao Fan gasped in surprise at the sudden assault. He turned to Lu Ruyin and remarked, "Are you repaying kindness with malice? Who told you to take advantage of me?" Lu Ruyin pouted. "Who is taking advantage of whom? It was clearly you who initiated this. When will you repay the favor?" After a moment's thought, she added, "Once we arrive in Kyoto, I shall treat you to a meal." "Such extravagance. Then I shall graciously comply," Zhao Fan replied with a grin. After exchanging a few light-hearted banters, Zhao Fan took out his phone, preparing to check the time. The sole purpose of their trip to Kyoto was indulgence. Although Zhao Fan had limited knowledge of watch brands, he was aware of some renowned names, such as Rolex and Patek Philippe, which were undoubtedly beyond his financial reach. Even if he could afford one, it would only be an entry-level model. Besides, Zhao Fan had never been fond of Rolex, finding it rather ostentatious. Moreover, the prevalence of counterfeit Rolex watches in reality made him wary. Wearing one would inevitably lead others to suspect it was a fake. Thus, he aimed to explore other brands to find one that appealed to him. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyin observed Zhao Fan's serious demeanor, captivated by his focus. Under the sunlight, his earnest expression was strikingly attractive. Lu Ruyin mused silently. How come I never noticed Zhao Fan's charm before? Surely, he must have come to Kyoto specifically for me. What if he suddenly confesses his feelings? Should I accept? If I refuse, will he be hurt? But if I agree, that won't do either. I've promised my parents not to date before graduating from university. What should I do? What should I do? Perhaps I could start dating him secretly? As she gazed at Zhao Fan, her heart was a tumult of emotions. 2 hours swiftly passed. Upon arrival, Zhao Fan picked up his backpack, preparing to disembark. At that moment, Lu Ruyin seized his arm, incredulous as she exclaimed, "Are you really just going to leave like this? Then what do you suggest? Should I set up home on the high-speed train?" Zhao Fan replied, puzzled. "I had planned to treat you to a meal, and you won't even help carry something?" Lu Ruyin retorted, a hint of frustration evident in her tone. Zhao Fan glanced at Lu Ruyin and sighed helplessly. "All right, where are your things?" "Up there." Lu Ruyin pointed to 2 pink suitcases on the luggage rack. Upon seeing the suitcases, Zhao Fan felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. If they were merely ordinary suitcases, he would not have minded at all. However, Lu Ruyin's luggage was decidedly unusual. Their size was significantly larger than standard suitcases. While typical suitcases measure 20 or 24 inches, Lu Ruyin's 2 suitcases must have been at least 30 or 40 inches. They were enormous. Considering the disparity between effort and reward, Zhao Fan inhaled deeply and turned to leave. "Farewell, may we meet again by chance." Though Lu Ruyin treating him to a meal was a positive gesture, the sheer size of those 2 suitcases was daunting. Conservatively estimating, if filled to capacity, they would weigh at least 80 to 90 pounds. Did she truly expect him to bear such a burden? Just as Zhao Fan was about to walk away, Lu Ruyin quickly pulled him back. "Don't go. Are you really going to abandon me?" Turning back, Zhao Fan asked, genuinely confused, Lu, the campus flower. I have but one question. How did you manage to lift those 2 suitcases up there? Given your petite stature, it seems impossible. I had the train attendants help me. Lu Ruyin replied candidly. Then how long do you intend to stay in Kyoto? Zhao Fan continued his inquiry. At most a week. Wow. You're only staying a few days, yet you've brought so much luggage? If this were the start of university, would you be moving your entire household here? Hearing Zhao Fan's teasing, Lu Ruyin felt a flicker of annoyance. You better believe it. If you keep bullying me, I will bite you. One must admit, a spoiled woman has the best life. Zhao Fan, silenced by Lu Ruyin's playful threat, handed over his backpack and laboriously retrieved the 2 suitcases from the rack. To his surprise, maneuvering the 2 suitcases was indeed quite taxing. Each suitcase likely weighed at least 80 to 90 pounds. Together, their combined weight nearly equaled that of 2 Lu Ruyins. By the time they reached the exit, beads of sweat had formed on Zhao Fan's forehead. Where are you planning to go now? Zhao Fan asked, catching his breath. My aunt said she would come to pick me up. I'll check where she is. Lu Ruyin replied as she pulled out her phone and dialed. A few minutes later, a tall and fashionable woman approached them. Auntie, I'm over here. Lu Ruyin waved enthusiastically. Zhao Fan assessed Lu Ruyin's aunt, who appeared to be in her late 20s, exuding youthfulness, standing around 5'7". She was stylishly dressed and, while not as beautiful as Lu Ruyin, could still be rated an impressive 87 out of 100. Clad in a white skirt, she radiated the elegance of a mature woman and held a set of Mercedes car keys, implying a comfortable financial status. Ruyin, her aunt embraced her warmly, then noticed Zhao Fan standing nearby. And who might this be? This is Zhao Fan, my high school classmate, also visiting Kyoto, Lu Ruyin introduced him. Hello, Zhao classmate. I am Wang Man, she greeted, scrutinizing Zhao Fan with curiosity. Knowing her niece well, she was aware of her excellent academic record and that she had never been in a relationship. The sudden appearance of a male classmate, especially one visiting Kyoto, piqued Wang Man's interest, leading her to wonder if her niece had indeed fallen in love. Sensing her aunt's scrutinizing gaze, Zhao Fan turned to Lu Ruyin, saying, Lu, the campus flower, your aunt has arrived to take you. I shall take my leave now. Lu Ruyin promptly grasped Zhao Fan's arm. Don't go. Didn't we agree that I would treat you to a meal? We can always reschedule the meal for another day. No, it must be today, lest you continue to mock me. Observing the affectionate interaction between Lu Ruyin and Zhao Fan, Wang Man quickly deduced their relationship status. They are definitely in a relationship. However, since the two had already made plans, Wang Man supported Lu Ruyin's insistence with a smile. Why not join us for a meal? It would be a good chance to relax. The meal was one thing, but her primary concern was ensuring Lu Ruyin made a wise choice in her romantic endeavors. Young people today often navigate love with reckless abandon. Although Zhao Fan possesses quite an attractive appearance, with impeccably maintained skin, it is prudent to observe closely to prevent his niece from being deceived. Upon hearing Wang Man's remark, Zhao Fan naturally complied with her suggestion. After all, he would have to treat them sooner or later, and why not enjoy a complimentary meal? Thus, he nodded in agreement. Chapter 9. The Centenary of Aviation Timekeeping. What would you two like to eat? After placing their luggage in the car, Wang Man inquired of the duo. Zhao Fan shook his head. He was not at all familiar with Kyoto. Although he had perused some travel guides online before their departure, they appeared to be of little assistance. Therefore, he responded, you may decide. Then let us go for a private kitchen meal, Wang Man proposed. Sounds great. Upon hearing her suggestion, Lu Ruyin couldn't help but enthusiastically introduce Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan, let me tell you, there's a private kitchen in Kyoto that serves exceptionally delicious food. Every time I visit, my aunt takes me there, and their roast duck and braised fish are absolutely delightful. At the mere mention of food, Lu Ruyin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wang Man chuckled and said, I'll call the restaurant to see if they have any available tables. The private kitchen Lu Ruyin referred to is named Dongshan Private Kitchen, renowned as Kyoto's most authentic establishment of its kind. Many tourists from afar flock to the restaurant, making it incredibly popular and often fully booked. After making the call, Wang Man beamed. I've secured a reservation. There's just one table left. They then set off in the car. Dongshan Private Kitchen is not far from the high-speed train station, with a direct distance of merely 3 kilometers according to the navigation map. However, due to the heavy traffic, it took a full half-hour to cover that distance. Once they parked, the trio entered together. The restaurant was modest in scale, consisting of only 2 floors, with an aesthetic that leaned towards a more retro style rather than opulence. The first floor housed the main dining area, while the second was reserved for private rooms. Guided by a server, they settled at an available table. Today, we are quite fortunate. Typically, one must book 2 to 3 days in advance to dine here, Wang Man remarked with a smile, handing the menu to Zhao Fan. Zhao, you go ahead and order whatever you like. Please don't hold back. I'm unfamiliar with the local specialties, so it's best if you two choose, Zhao Fan politely declined. All right then, let us have a roast duck, a braised fish, a serving of chilled shrimp, and a portion of drunken crab claws. After placing the order with the server, Wang Man naturally engaged Zhao Fan in conversation. Zhao, what are your plans while in Kyoto? Do you have any specific places in mind? With a smile, Zhao Fan replied, I haven't decided yet. My primary reason for coming to Kyoto is to shop. Shopping? Wang Man pondered, intrigued. Given that Jiangsheng had developed quite well in recent years, it seemed curious that he would need to travel to Kyoto for anything. She continued to inquire, May I ask what you intend to purchase? I wish to buy a watch, Zhao Fan responded with remarkable nonchalance. A watch? This answer struck Wang Man as somewhat pretentious. Initially, she had a favorable impression of Zhao Fan. He was handsome and exuded a sunny disposition. However, now he claimed to have come to Kyoto solely for a watch. One might wonder, what kind of watch could not be found in Jiangsheng that necessitated a trip to Kyoto? Observing Zhao Fan's attire, he hardly appeared to be from a wealthy background. If he were to buy a watch, it was likely to be of a modest price range. Such lesser-known brands could easily be acquired in Jiangsheng. If he were indeed seeking a watch unattainable in Jiangsheng, it would have to be a luxury brand, perhaps IWC, Jaeger-LeCoultre, or Vacheron Constantin. Yet, as a recent high school graduate, it was implausible that he had sufficient funds for such purchases. Thus, Wang Man surmised that Zhao Fan was merely posturing. Although she was not one to disdain the less affluent, she felt he was excessively vain, pretending to be affluent when he was quite ordinary. For this reason, she deemed it necessary to discreetly advise her niece regarding this young man. A few minutes later, the dishes were served. Zhao Fan, you must try their braised fish, it's truly divine, Lu Rian urged with a smile. Zhao Fan nodded and took a bite. Indeed, it is delicious, he praised. Despite the restaurant's constant crowds, the flavors were genuinely commendable. Zhao Fan had always believed his father's culinary skills to be exceptional, particularly in home-cooked meals. However, the chefs at this restaurant were equally skilled. At that moment, Lu Rian was too engrossed in her meal to pay Zhao Fan much attention. She piled her plate high with braised fish and duck leg, fully immersed in her dining experience. Observing her, Zhao Fan was surprised to discover that the usually aloof campus beauty was, in fact, a seasoned foodie. Sensing Zhao Fan's gaze, Lu Rian shyly smiled and elegantly wiped her mouth, then promptly resumed her enthusiastic feasting. Half an hour later, they finally set down their chopsticks. For Zhao Fan, it was his inaugural experience of Kyoto's private kitchen cuisine, and the dishes suited his palate splendidly. If he were to assign a score, it would be a commendable 90. As for Lu Rian, her satisfaction was evident as she radiated happiness. At that moment, Wang Man interjected, Zhao, where do you plan to buy the watch? I can take you there. Lu Rian felt a twinge of discomfort at her aunt's enthusiasm. Worried that Wang Man might have surmised the nature of her relationship with Zhao Fan, would she divulge it to her parents? The thought of them discovering her romantic involvement sent a wave of panic through her. For Zhao Fan, the prospect of a complimentary driver was most welcome. He pulled out his phone to check the address, stating, number 87, Jingwo Road. Perfect. Rian and I can also do a bit of shopping while we're at it. Wang Man had her own motives for offering to drive Zhao Fan. Since he seemed intent on impressing others, she resolved to expose him right then and there, allowing her niece to see through his facade. It was crucial for her to be discerning in her future romantic endeavors. When it came time to settle the bill, Lu Rian promptly took the initiative to pay. The total for their 4 dishes amounted to just over 300 yuan. In a place like Kyoto, where space is at a premium, that was hardly exorbitant. After paying, Lu Rian shot Zhao Fan a proud glance, which he readily understood, offering a smile in return. Subsequently, Wang Man drove her Mercedes towards Jingwo Road, one of the most bustling thoroughfares in Kyoto, surrounded by a vibrant commercial district. Even though it was the peak of midday heat, the streets remained lively with foot traffic. After parking, Wang Man stepped out of the car and cheerfully asked Zhao Fan, what brand of watch are you looking to buy? She was now keen to see how Zhao Fan would navigate the pretentiousness he had just displayed. Zhao Fan did not ponder much over it. He simply found Wang Man to be quite a remarkable individual for having taken the time to accompany him. He gestured towards a distant storefront and remarked, it's just ahead, the Breitling. Having said that, he proceeded towards the Breitling boutique. Breitling? Wang Man had never heard of this watch brand before. However, upon glancing at the neighboring watch shops, Vacheron Constantin, Omega, IWC, Jaeger-LeCoultre, she realized that, although she was unfamiliar with Breitling, the proximity of these esteemed establishments indicated that this brand was undoubtedly luxurious. Each watch within these stores would typically start at prices around 30 to 40,000. As for Lu Rian, she maintained a carefree attitude akin to that of a casual shopper. Wherever Zhao Fan went, she would follow. It's too hot outside. Let us go into the store to enjoy some air conditioning, Zhao Fan suggested, and with that, he stepped into the Breitling boutique, much to Wang Man's astonishment. The reason Zhao Fan chose Breitling was solely due to its exquisite design. Other watch brands leaned towards more business-oriented or sporty aesthetics, while Breitling's design exuded an elegant charm. Upon entering the boutique, a saleswoman clad in a black professional outfit approached them. "Hello, sir and madam, my name is Mary, and it is my pleasure to assist you." Mary appeared to be quite young, likely in her late 20s. Though not exceptionally beautiful, she possessed an undeniable poise and grace in her demeanor. Zhao Fan smiled and stated, "Hello, I am looking for a watch that suits me. May I ask your surname?" "Sir?" she inquired politely. "Zhao, no need for formalities," he replied. "Very well, Mr. Zhao, please follow me. I will introduce you to the various styles of watches we have in store." Guided by Mary, the trio made their way to the reception area. After being served 3 glasses of juice, Mary began her inquiries. "Mr. Zhao, do you have a particular model in mind?" Zhao Fan shook his head prior to arriving. He had only conducted a cursory online search and could not specify any particular model. "Please recommend one for me," he said. Mary nodded and replied, "Given your youth and accomplishments, I would highly recommend our aviation chronograph series. The design is both elegant and refined, perfectly complementing your identity and aura. We have a B01 model that I strongly urge you to consider." "May I take a look?" Zhao Fan asked. "Certainly, please follow me," Mary said. Chapter 10. Is this a low-key wealthy heir? Under Mary's guidance, they arrived at the display case. "Sir, this is the aviation chronograph series I recommend. Compared to the other 2 models, I believe the B0143 is particularly suited to you." Mary presented a watch that was entirely black with rose gold accents before Zhao Fan. The moment he laid eyes on it, his gaze brightened. Truly, it was a luxurious timepiece. The design and texture had already captured his heart. Seeing Zhao Fan's interest, Mary continued her introduction. "Allow me to explain the specifications of this watch." However, before she could finish, Zhao Fan waved his hand and asked, "What is the price of this watch?" Mary was taken aback by Zhao Fan's direct inquiry about the price. Shouldn't one first familiarize themselves with the watch's specifications? In truth, Zhao Fan believed that the specifications of luxury watches were nearly indistinguishable. The only difference lay in the brand prestige. Could one assert that a Rolex has superior specifications compared to an Omega or an IWC? Absolutely not. As luxury timepieces, their configurations and movements are all top-notch. Therefore, for Zhao Fan, it sufficed that he simply liked the watch. Mary, momentarily stunned, quickly responded, "This watch is currently priced at 118,000. Approximately 12,000? For Wang Man, that was indeed a considerable sum. Despite driving a car worth over 300,000, she recognized that vehicles and watches are fundamentally different. Cars possess a greater practicality, so consumers are generally more accepting of higher prices. Conversely, Wang Man might spend over 300,000 on a car, but would never invest over 10,000 in a watch." Lu Ruyan, overhearing the conversation, was even more astonished. As a recent high school graduate, she had never encountered such an expensive watch. In her understanding, watches typically cost only a few hundred, with the most expensive being smartwatches priced at several thousand. The revelation of a watch costing over 100,000 left her utterly shocked. Then Zhao Fan's next statement sent her astonishment soaring to new heights. "All right, I'll take it. Let us use the card." After saying this, Zhao Fan pulled out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Mary. It must be said that the watch Mary recommended truly suited Zhao Fan. Had it been any pricier, the balance in his account would have been insufficient. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's decision, Mary became even more enthusiastic. Having worked at Breitling for 4 to 5 years, she rarely encountered such straightforward clients. "Very well, sir. Please hold on a moment." With that, Mary took Zhao Fan's bank card to the cash register to finalize the purchase. A few minutes later, Zhao Fan received a notification on his phone. "You have spent 118,000 yuan on your bank card ending in 2878. Immediately, Zhao Fan accessed the system interface in his mind. He opened his backpack, clicked on the rebate card, selected use, and confirmed. Ding. Rebate card used successfully. This transaction amount is 118,000. Critical rebate 710. Rebate amount 837,800. Wow. Incredible. The system truly does not deceive me. As someone who always relied on guaranteed outcomes when drawing crystals in honor of kings, this 710 critical rebate felt exhilarating. Calculating it, he spent 118,000 on the watch, yet received a rebate of over 830,000 from the system. Essentially, he spent nothing and profited 700,000. Zhao Fan felt elated. Most importantly, this purchase elevated his system level from 2 to 3. Host, Zhao Fan. Level 3. Level 3 privilege reward. Earn 0.4 yuan with each breath. Experience for level up, 10,000,000. System mall, mysterious orb, can yield random mysterious rewards. Backpack, empty. Skill, charisma value of 30 when driving a Ferrari. Balance, 879, 890 yuan. After upgrading the system, the rewards refreshed, doubling from 0.2 to 0.4. This meant that from this moment on, Zhao Fan would earn 800 yuan with every blink of an eye. In a month, that would amount to 24,000. In a year, 280,000. The more he calculated, the more exhilarating it became. At this rate, acquiring a Ferrari would be a breeze. However, the mysterious orb appearing in the system mall left Zhao Fan somewhat perplexed. This contraption offers no clarification on its contents, merely stating that one will receive a random mysterious reward. However, given the nature of the system, it would be prudent to ensure that one does not incur any loss. While Zhao Fan's attention was engrossed in the system interface, Wang Man, unable to suppress her surprise, inquired, Ruyan, what does your little boyfriend's family do? They seem quite affluent. Boyfriend? What boyfriend? He is my classmate. We are not what you think. Lu Ruyan hastily clarified. She certainly could not allow her aunt to misunderstand. If her parents were to catch wind of this, it would spell disaster. Am I not familiar with you? Throughout your life, I have never witnessed you being close to that boy. To claim you two share merely a platonic relationship is something I cannot believe, Wang Man remarked. Her expression one of knowing. Realizing her thoughts had been laid bare, Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed slightly. In truth, we are merely classmates now. The reason I invited him to dinner is that I owe him a favor. Is that all? Yes, that's it. Really? Wang Man voiced her skepticism. Indeed. Lu Ruyan affirmed resolutely. Then this Zhao classmate must come from a wealthy family, no doubt, Wang Man posited. Considering the fact that he purchased a watch worth over 100,000 without a moment's hesitation. This was not a tale of a wealthy protagonist in a novel, where a mere trinket could cost millions. In reality, not even a car valued at over 100,000 is something an ordinary family could easily afford. What was even more astonishing was the speed with which he transitioned from admiring the watch to making the purchase. Merely a minute passed. Wang Man, who generally viewed her own family's financial standing as quite good, recognized that they could not possibly compare to Zhao Fan. Despite driving a Mercedes, a reward from her family for her graduate studies, she knew it was financed through a loan for a discount. Yet for Zhao Fan, spending over 100,000 on a watch seemed as effortless as her spending $3 on lemonade at Mishua Bingqing. Tell me, isn't he a second-generation rich kid? Chapter 11. A surge in affection in the face of her aunt's inquiries, Lu Ruyan found herself perplexed. Although she had been Zhao Fan's high school classmate for 3 years, she was not well acquainted with his family background. All she knew was that they owned a barbecue restaurant. Beyond that, she was in the dark. I only know that Zhao Fan's family runs a barbecue shop. I am unaware of anything else. He rides an electric bike to school, just like any other student. Could he possibly be the heir to a chain restaurant empire? Wang Man pondered. Reflecting on her encounters with Zhao Fan thus far, her initial impression was that he was quite handsome, with remarkable skin and a sunny disposition. Though his attire was unremarkable, it suggested a person of substance who eschewed ostentation, someone humble. Just as President Lei, despite presiding over a trillion-dollar company, donned plain t-shirts devoid of any logos. Upon this realization, Wang Man's admiration for Zhao Fan soared like a wild stallion set free. Ruyan, young men like Zhao Fan are a rarity these days. You must seize this opportunity. Otherwise, come university, other girls will surely snatch him away, she advised earnestly. Lu Ruyan, however, dismissed her aunt's words. She was not a materialistic girl. Zhao Fan's wealth held no bearing on her feelings. Should she develop an affection for him, it would stem from the unique sentiments he evoked, feelings that no other boy could provide. Thus, she replied nonchalantly, what does that have to do with me? I am not his girlfriend. Oh, you. Wang Man sighed meaningfully, choosing not to press further. At that moment, Mary approached Zhao Fan, inquiring, Mr. Zhao, would you like to wear the watch now or have it packaged? Let us wear it now. Very well, allow me to assist you. With utmost care, Mary delicately fastened the watch onto Zhao Fan's wrist. Observing the watch, his spirits lifted considerably. It must be said, a man truly requires a fine timepiece to enhance his demeanor. Mr. Zhao, I have prepared the watch box and warranty card for you, along with 2 complimentary straps. Should you encounter any issues, please feel free to contact me. Here is my business card. With that, Mary politely handed him her card. Thank you for choosing Breitling. May you forge ahead in your future endeavors and create a legendary legacy. Thank you. Accepting the bag, Zhao Fan addressed Lu Ruyan and Wang Man, saying, all done. Let us go. As they exited the Breitling boutique, a wave of heat enveloped them. The weather had been rather peculiar lately. It was only July, and the temperature was already nearing 40 degrees Celsius. What would it be like in August or September? Wang Man, shielding herself with a parasol, tossed her hair and asked Zhao Fan, where are you headed next? Back to the hotel to drop off my things. It would be inconvenient to carry them around. Is the hotel far? I can take you there. Not far. It's just nearby, the Ritz-Carlton. Would you like to rest there for a bit? Sure. I suppose I'll impose on you then. Wang Man hesitated but ultimately agreed, as the heat was unbearable. Even under the parasol, she was sweating profusely. In such temperatures, merely walking outside could lead to heat stroke. With the sun blazing down, the trio soon arrived at the Ritz-Carlton. As one of the top 5 luxury hotels in Kyoto, its location was quite central, right next to the SBK high-end mall and a massive shopping center. Upon entering the hotel lobby, they were greeted by a staff member in uniform. The Ritz-Carlton's decor was undeniably opulent, the resplendent lobby leaving a lasting impression. The receptionist, warm and welcoming, inquired about Zhao Fan's room number and then escorted the 3 of them upstairs. Zhao Fan had booked a luxurious super king room, including breakfast and refreshments, at a reasonable price of 2,699 per day. Upon viewing the hotel rate, Lu Ruyin and Wang Man did not appear surprised. Rather, they accepted it with calmness. After all, they had just witnessed Zhao Fan spend over 100,000 on a watch, making this 2,000 plus a night hotel seem quite reasonable in comparison. Once the check-in process was completed, the receptionist led them to the elevator. As it came to a gentle halt on the 28th floor, she said, "Sir, this is your room. Should you require any assistance or services, please use the call button within the room. Wishing you a pleasant stay." With that, she thoughtfully closed the door behind them. Upon entering the room, Zhao Fan immediately turned on the air conditioning. The heat was stifling and unbearable. Lu Ruyin and Wang Man collapsed onto the sofa, utterly drained. In such sweltering weather, it was evident that women suffered far more than men. While men could merely wipe the sweat away, women had to endure much more discomfort. "Would you both like something to drink?" Zhao Fan opened the refrigerator and glanced at the beverages within. "I crave some juice," he remarked. "I'll have mineral water." After handing water to both, Zhao Fan settled onto the sofa. The weather was decidedly unfit for travel. It was unbearably hot. He couldn't help but complain. "People like you with wealth, shouldn't you be traveling abroad? Places like Bali or Australia. Why choose to come to Kyoto?" Upon hearing Wang Man's comment, Zhao Fan slapped his thigh in realization. Sister Man is right. Next holiday, we should venture abroad. By the way, Sister Man, what attractions in Kyoto would you recommend? As a local, Wang Man beamed. "Oh, there are countless delights in Kyoto. With its rich history and culture, it is a city that leaves visitors in awe. I highly recommend the Imperial Palace and the Memorial Hall, as well as the museums. However, be prepared for the throngs of tourists at this time. In the evenings, you might explore Shikahai, which is bustling with young people and boasts several excellent bars filled with beautiful ladies," she added with a cheerful smile. "Bars?" Zhao Fan said, intrigued. "That sounds quite appealing. We should check it out tonight." Suddenly, Lu Ruyan's expression tightened as she blurted out, "You can't go." Zhao Fan and Wang Man exchanged puzzled glances at her unexpected outburst. What was Lu Ruyan thinking? Zhao Fan's decision to visit a bar was hardly her concern. Instantly regretting her words, Lu Ruyan took a sip of water to mask her embarrassment before explaining, "That's not what I meant. I want to go too because I've never been to a bar, and I wish to broaden my horizons." "Yes, that's exactly it." After speaking, she flashed an awkward smile at Zhao Fan. Uncertain of her own feelings, Lu Ruyan felt a twinge of nervousness after hearing her aunt mention the beautiful ladies at the bar. Zhao Fan regarded her curiously, pondering whether something was amiss with her. From the moment she bit her shoulder, he had harbored doubts about her mental state, and now he couldn't be sure. "Sister Man, how about you? Would you like to join us?" Zhao Fan turned to Wang Man. Initially, Wang Man was reluctant to go, as her schedule was packed, especially after being accepted into graduate school. As Xiao Xiao had remarked, graduate students spend their days immersed in research, leaving little time for anything else. However, the thought of Zhao Fan and Lu Ruyan's delicate relationship made her uneasy. What if something were to happen during a night out? Regretting her hesitance, Wang Man relented after a moment's contemplation. "All right, then we shall go together." Later that afternoon, feeling bored confined to their room, Zhao Fan picked up the hotel tablet, eager to explore local dining and entertainment options. To his surprise, he discovered that the hotel featured a swimming pool. In this sweltering heat, a swim would be divine. "Do you both want to go to the hotel pool?" Zhao Fan inquired. "I'm fine with it. What about you, Ruyin?" Wang Man asked. Admittedly, Lu Ruyin was not a proficient swimmer. She had always been a non-swimmer, but since Zhao Fan suggested it, she figured trying it out wouldn't hurt, especially since staying in the hotel was dull. "Let's go have a look, but we don't have swimsuits," she replied hesitantly. "No worries. The hotel surely sells them," Zhao Fan reassured. The hotel's swimming pool was located in the basement level, alongside a gym and library, all complimentary for guests. However, the price of swimsuits was significantly higher than outside. While a women's swimsuit typically costs around 300 to 400, the hotel charged over 800. Zhao Fan, undeterred, promptly paid. Lu Ruyin felt a twinge of embarrassment. She had spent less than 400 treating Zhao Fan to lunch, yet here they were, spending over 1,600 just to swim. She couldn't help but grumble internally about the hotel's exorbitant prices. After changing into their swimsuits, Zhao Fan eagerly jumped into the water. Due to the scorching weather, the pool was bustling with people. After a brief swim, Lu Ruyin and Wang Man finally emerged from the changing room. The moment Zhao Fan laid eyes on Lu Ruyin, he was momentarily taken aback. Frankly, she looked stunning in her swimsuit. Standing nearly 1.7 meters tall with long, fair legs, she resembled a character straight out of a comic book, capturing the attention of many. The only minor flaw was that the swimsuit was a tad snug. It was Lu Ruyin's first visit to a swimming pool, so her expression was a mix of nervousness and shyness, especially when she noticed Zhao Fan's gaze. Quickly, she hopped into the pool, leaving only her head above the surface, her expression adorably bashful. Wang Man, however, was far less reserved, confidently entering the pool, not knowing how to swim either. She chatted with Lu Ruyin by the pool's edge. Zhao Fan's skin is so fair, it looks so delicate, I can't help but envy it, Wang Man remarked. Indeed, none of the girls at our school have skin as flawless as his. I wonder how he maintains it, Lu Ruyin agreed. Could he have some skincare secrets we can learn from? Wang Man suggested. Lu Ruyin shook her head. I don't know. Perhaps he is just naturally blessed? Zhao Fan. Wang Man waved him over. What is it? Zhao Fan replied, turning to them. Come here, I have a question for you. Zhao Fan swam over to Lu Ruyin and Wang Man. What is on your mind, sister man? Why is your skin so good? Do you have any secrets? Seeing Wang Man's curious expression, Zhao Fan pondered for a few seconds before replying. Of course I do. Intrigued, both women leaned in closer, as skincare is of utmost importance to them. Can you teach us? They asked eagerly. Absolutely. It's quite simple. While in the womb, if the mother consumes plenty of fruits, especially apples rich in vitamins, it leads to better skin for the fetus. Wang Man's face fell. Was he joking? Isn't that a stretch? Can one really account for skin quality from prenatal days? Should we undergo a complete overhaul just for good skin? She thought. In truth, Zhao Fan's words held a grain of truth. He recalled Zhao Yongmin mentioning that when Su Shuyan was pregnant with him, she took the neighbor's advice and devoured apples throughout her pregnancy, 4 to 5 a day. By the time of his birth, even the hospital staff were astonished by his fair complexion. Thus, Zhao Fan was not jesting. His claim was backed by scientific reasoning. After swimming a few more laps, Zhao Fan reclined in the resting area for a brief respite. Noticing the lingering gazes of 2 middle-aged men fixated on Lu Ruyin, Zhao Fan thoughtfully purchased a bath towel for her to drape around herself. As the clock approached 4 in the afternoon, the trio decided to dine at the hotel restaurant before heading to the bar. The bustling crowds of Shikai at night were notorious. Arriving too late could mean a lack of available space. In the car, Wang Man deftly maneuvered the steering wheel while engaging Zhao Fan in conversation. Throughout their day together, she could distinctly sense that the bond between the 2 young individuals was extraordinary. As Lu Ruyin's aunt, she felt compelled to keep a watchful eye. Zhao Fan, do you often frequent bars and nightclubs? She inquired. I know many second-generation wealthy individuals who enjoy such places. This statement carried significant implications. Zhao Fan shook his head in response. Do you harbor a prejudice against the wealthy elite? This is my first time. I merely wish to broaden my horizons. Satisfied with Zhao Fan's sincerity, Wang Man nodded in approval. Truth be told, had these words escaped the lips of any other privileged offspring, she would have dismissed them entirely. Yet, she placed unwavering trust in Zhao Fan's words. Chapter 13. Do you like me? The hotel was not far from Shikai, and with the absence of daytime congestion at night, they reached their destination in less than half an hour. After parking the car, the trio proceeded on foot. Observing the throngs of people within, Zhao Fan asked, Sister man, which bar should we visit? How about Liu Bar? The ambience is delightful. The live performances are of commendable quality, and one can enjoy the evening breeze while admiring the night view. It seems you frequent this place often? Zhao Fan inquired curiously. If she were not a regular, how could she know so much? I visited with friends during college, but after pursuing my postgraduate studies, we all went our separate ways. Noticing Wang Man's nostalgic demeanor, Zhao Fan couldn't help but wonder if there had been a romantic involvement. At that moment, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Turning around, they spotted a statuesque beauty in high black stiletto heels waving at them. Standing approximately 1.78 meters tall, she towered over Lu Ruyin. And even without her heels, she would still measure around 1.70 meters. What drew even more attention than her sleek stilettos were her exquisitely crafted features, seemingly sculpted by the goddess Enhua herself. Coupled with her cascading waves of long hair, she was an undeniable temptation for any man. Tang Qianqian? It's been ages. Wang Man exclaimed with a smile as she embraced Tang Qianqian warmly. Xiao man, do you still have time to enjoy yourself? I heard you've been incredibly busy lately? Tang Qianxian asked. I had initially planned to return to school for research. But since my niece and her classmate are visiting Kyoto, I decided to come out. She then proceeded to introduce her companions. This is my niece, Lu Ruyin, and this is her classmate, Zhao Fan. Hello, I'm Tang Qianxian, Wang Man's first husband. She cheerfully introduced herself. You must be joking. Don't say such things in front of the children. Wang Man playfully scolded. The camaraderie between the two women was evident from their banter. After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, Wang Man inquired, I heard your family arranged a blind date for you recently? How did that go? Don't even mention it. Tang Qianxian sighed dramatically. The guy they introduced was utterly bizarre. Though his family background and occupation were admirable, we simply didn't click. I explicitly told him we weren't suited for one another, yet he persistently bombards me with calls and messages. It's utterly infuriating. And even my aunt had to postpone her visit. Poor child. Wang Man consoled, gently patting Tang Qian's head. We're heading to Liu Bar. Would you care to join us for a drink? Of course. It's a rare occasion to meet you, so I must indulge. With a giggle. Lu Ruyin couldn't help but chuckle at the exchange. The playful banter between women clearly surpassed anything the boys could muster. The four of them then made their way to Liu Bar. It seemed that their time apart had been far too long. Wang Man and Tang Qianxian walked ahead, engrossed in laughter and playfully smacking each other as behinds. Lu Ruyin and Zhao Fan trailed behind in silence. Suddenly, Lu Ruyin turned to Zhao Fan and asked, Zhao Fan, Tang Qianxian is quite beautiful and dresses provocatively. Do you boys generally favor that type? Recalling how a classmate had attracted the attention of male peers with her short skirt and white stockings during graduation photos, Lu Ruyin could not suppress her curiosity. Well, she's decent, but if we're solely considering looks, you might just have the upper hand, Zhao Fan replied, causing Lu Ruyin's heart to flutter. To her surprise, she held a relatively high status in Zhao Fan's eyes. Yet her joy was short-lived as Zhao Fan's following remark nearly caused her to faint on the spot. However, her figure is superior to yours. She has a more generous physique. Such a statement struck Lu Ruyin like a thunderbolt. Although she had just graduated from high school, young women were particularly conscious of their figures. Lu Ruyin was aware that her own physique was modest. But to be critiqued so bluntly, was she not entitled to some dignity? With a huff, she shot Zhao Fan an indignant glare and quickened her pace. After a while, noticing that Zhao Fan had yet to apologize, Lu Ruyin fumed silently. Straight man. Dreadfully straight. Do you enjoy bullying me? Would it kill you to offer me a compliment? Observing her flustered demeanor, Zhao Fan found her increasingly endearing. Moments later, Lu Ruyin broke the silence. Humph. What is so great about Berda? I truly don't understand you men. Zhao Fan remained silent, simply following Lu Ruyin and gazing at her, which made her feel rather uncomfortable. Warily crossing her arms, she asked, Why are you looking at me like that? Lu Ruyin, do you have feelings for me? Zhao Fan inquired earnestly. This question was nothing short of explosive. As the belle of the school, she was accustomed to being pursued by boys. Yet it was the first time anyone had asked her if she liked them. The abruptness of the inquiry sent her heart racing. Swallowing hard, she nervously retorted, Like you? Impossible. I would never fancy someone as straight as you. With a sigh of relief, Zhao Fan appeared relaxed as he replied, Then I can rest easy. Wait. What do you mean by that? What is your implication? Lu Ruyin was taken aback, her expression frozen in confusion. To be fair, with her looks, even in a bustling city like Kyoto, she was quite the catch. During high school, there were at least 50 suitors vying for her attention. Why did it seem as though if she were to like Zhao Fan, he would somehow come out on top? Watching Lu Ruyin, with her adorably perplexed expression, Zhao Fan couldn't help but chuckle. The next moment, she finally snapped back to reality. Zhao Fan, you're bullying me. I'm coming for you. Lu Ruyin shrieked, lunging at Zhao Fan and sinking her teeth into his shoulder. Ouch, that hurts. Let go, Zhao Fan exclaimed, squirming as Lu Ruyin clung to him, refusing to relent. What are you, a dog? For a full minute, Lu Ruyin bit down firmly before finally relenting. Zhao Fan rubbed his shoulder, grimacing as he glanced at the mark left by her teeth. That was a close call. He nearly lost a chunk of flesh. With her head bowed and a look of grievance on her face, Lu Ruyin lamented, You only ever bully me. You only ever bully me. It is often said that a woman who pouts is most endearing. In that moment, Zhao Fan's heart softened instantly at her display. He hurriedly approached her, gently ruffling her hair, and asked in a soft voice, Do you enjoy being bullied by me? Lu Ruyin's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze. After a long pause, a faint sound escaped her lips. Chapter 14, The Campus Belle's Pursuit. Hey, where are those two? Upon reaching the entrance of Liu Tavern, Wang Man suddenly noticed that Lu Ruyin and Zhao Fan had not followed. Tang Qianxian nudged her and teased, Look over there. The young man is smitten. And the lady reciprocates, We might as well be light bulbs at this point. Following Tang Qianqian's gesture, they spotted Zhao Fan tenderly stroking Lu Rian's hair, while she nestled her head against his chest. The scene was undeniably heartwarming. How could I not keep an eye on them? What if something were to happen? How would I explain it to her parents? Wang Man sighed in resignation. Technically, Lu Rian was already an adult, and even if she were to date, her choices were not for her to dictate. Yet, as an aunt, she felt a fundamental sense of responsibility. After all, the youth of today often remain quite naive regarding matters of intimacy. Having been through that age herself, Wang Man understood the consequences of impulsiveness. Should anything untoward happen between the two, not only would Lu Rian's parents be upset, but her own would also not let her off easily. That said, Zhao Fan did possess an undeniable charm that attracted women. If she had a boyfriend like him, Wang Man mused, she too would likely struggle to maintain her composure. Wealthy, handsome, and with perfect skin, who could resist such allure? With that thought in mind, Wang Man turned and made her way toward the couple. I say, you two should be mindful of your surroundings. At the sound of her voice, Lu Rian jumped like a startled rabbit, quickly escaping Zhao Fan's embrace. Zhao Fan, however, remained unruffled, replying, Sister Man, are we almost there? Just ahead, Wang Man pointed towards the tavern aglow with colorful lights. Then let us proceed. With that, Zhao Fan took Lu Rian's hand, leading her toward Liu Tavern. Watching their retreating figures, Tang Qianqian couldn't help but chuckle. Wang Man, your niece's boyfriend is quite impressive. Very manly. Indeed. What is this? Are you attracted to that type? I don't dislike him, Wang Man replied. But keep in mind, he is my niece's boyfriend. She playfully pinched Tang Qianqian's waist. Calm down. While I'm not averse, he is a bit young. If Zhao Fan had overheard, he would surely leap 3 meters in disbelief and demand an explanation from Tang Qianqian. What do you mean by young? Wang Man gave Tang Qianqian a wary look and said, regardless, you must not entertain any thoughts about Zhao Fan. Tang Qianqian laughed, playfully patting Wang Man's behind. Don't worry, I have no interest in such a little brat. You know me too well. Wang Man thought to herself, exactly because I know you so well, I feel the need to say this. As college classmates and close friends for 4 years, Wang Man understood Tang Qianqian as well as she understood herself. In her eyes, Zhao Fan perfectly matched all of Tang Qianqian's ideals for a future partner. Soon enough, the four arrived at Liu Tavern. This small establishment was modestly sized, owned by the same proprietor as the adjacent hotel. The hotel occupied floors 1 through 28, while the tavern spanned the 29th and 30th floors, featuring an open-air terrace on the rooftop. Before entering the elevator, Lu Rian quietly asked Zhao Fan, what are we to each other now? Are we lovers? I suppose so. Zhao Fan replied with a smile. But you haven't officially confessed your feelings yet, Lu Rian pouted. Although she had mentally acknowledged Zhao Fan as her boyfriend, a sense of ceremony was still necessary. If they were to be together without a declaration, wouldn't that seem rather shallow? Wasn't it you who pursued me? Zhao Fan countered. As she caught Zhao Fan's playful gaze, Lu Rian knew he was up to his usual teasing antics. She bared her small canines, playfully pretending to lunge at him. No, please. I am genuinely afraid of you now. Zhao Fan was indeed wary of Lu Rian's potential for another bite. He was still recovering from the last one. If she were to do it again, he might need to visit a veterinarian the next day. Seeing Zhao Fan flustered, Lu Rian could not help but beam with pride. Humph. So, will you dare to bully me again? Moments later, the elevator reached the 29th floor. After each person paid a 100 yuan entry fee, they stepped inside. Upon reaching the rooftop terrace, they found a cozy spot and settled in. The cool evening breeze and the picturesque night view of Shikahai made for a delightful experience. Just in time, a resident musician began strumming his guitar and singing. Hello, may I ask what you four would like to drink? A server approached, presenting a drink menu. Zhao Fan, take a look at what you'd like. Wang Man handed the menu to him. Zhao Fan glanced through it and inquired, do you have cocktails? He was rather uninformed about beverages, having never been to a bar before, so he only knew of cocktails. I'm sorry, sir, but we do not serve cocktails. We have champagne, foreign liquor, and beer. Do you have any recommendations for champagne? The server replied with a smile, if you're looking for the most popular options. The best sellers are Ace of Spades and Champagne King. If you prioritize taste, I recommend Ace of Spades. Champagne King has a richer aroma. As a bar server, her income was closely tied to drink sales, thus she instinctively recommended the most expensive options first, aiming for maximum profit. To her surprise, the seemingly ordinary young man nodded and said, all right, let us start with 2 bottles of Ace of Spades. The rest, Sister Man, you can choose. The server glanced at Zhao Fan's attire and cautioned, sir, the price of Ace of Spades champagne is 8,888 yuan per bottle. Zhao Fan remained unfazed. Okay, bring us 2 bottles. Zhao Fan considered the price reasonable. While not inexpensive, it was not exorbitantly costly, especially since he had hundreds of thousands tucked away in his savings. Lu Rian, overhearing the price, couldn't help but gasp, poking Zhao Fan in the side. Isn't that too expensive? Let us give it a try. If it's not to your liking, we can switch. Zhao Fan reassured her with a gentle pat on her shoulder, signaling her not to worry. Lu Rian felt a warm flutter in her heart and nodded obediently. Oh no. Seeing their interaction, Wang Man internally lamented. The two were completely unashamed, openly displaying their affection in front of her, their aunt. Chapter 15. The Enigmatic Woman in Black Stockings. As she watched them display their affection, Wang Man chose to remain silent, not wanting to dampen the mood. As children grow, they develop their own thoughts and ideas. Moreover, through her brief acquaintance with Zhao Fan, Wang Man perceives him to be a truly commendable young man. If the two could transition from the university campus to the realm of matrimony, it would undoubtedly be a splendid affair. Turning around, just as she was about to show Tang Qianqian the drink menu, she noticed Tang Qianqian squinting her eyes, intently scrutinizing Zhao Fan. As her close confidant, Wang Man was all too familiar with that gaze. Whenever Tang Qianqian narrowed her eyes, it signified that she had encountered something that piqued her interest. With a conspiratorial whisper, Wang Man leaned in close to Tang Qianqian's ear and said, "Let me remind you, he is my niece's boyfriend." "I know." Tang Qianqian replied with an unchanging expression and a remarkably placid tone, though a subtle, meaningful smile crept upon her lips. How intriguing, Wang Man mused inwardly, recognizing the expression and reaction of Tang Qianqian. There was no way this girl harbored no feelings for Zhao Fan. She would bet her life on it. "You wouldn't want to make things difficult for me, would you?" Wang Man sighed. When it comes to matters of the heart, she found herself at a loss for words. On one side was her niece, and on the other was her dearest friend. She was torn in her decision. Wang Man was acutely aware that Zhao Fan met all of Tang Qianqian's criteria for a boyfriend, which only added to her concern. In the event that Tang Qianqian attempted to compete with her niece for Zhao Fan's affections, it would be no small matter. Although Lu Ruyan exuded a pure and tall grace that endeared her to many, the mature allure of Tang Qianqian was undoubtedly beyond the reach of a mere high school girl, especially with her impeccable pairing of high heels and black stockings. What man could resist such an enticing sight? Noticing Wang Man's anxious expression, Tang Qianqian couldn't help but chuckle, assuring her, "Rest easy. I am certainly not the type to intrude upon another's relationship." With those words, Wang Man felt a wave of relief wash over her. After ordering 2 more glasses of wine, the waiter cheerfully approached Zhao Fan, saying, "Sir, your total comes to 17,976. Would you like to pay by card?" "Let's use the card," Zhao Fan replied, retrieving his bank card from his bag. Under the dim lights, the dazzling reflection from his Breitling watch was unmistakable. Truly, a luxury timepiece that would captivate attention in any setting. "Thank you. Please hold on a moment," the waiter said before departing with the card. "Zhao, your watch is exquisite. It must have cost quite a fortune?" Tang Qianqian inquired, her curiosity piqued. "I bought this imitation for 300, just for fun," Zhao Fan responded modestly with a smile. Tang Qianqian smirked knowingly, thinking to herself, "Do you think I believe that?" After all, Zhao Fan's audacious order of 2 bottles of Ace of Spades without a flicker of hesitation clearly indicated that he was no ordinary young man. Before meeting Zhao Fan, Tang Qianqian had never even caught a whiff of what Ace of Spades tasted like. Moments later, 2 waiters wheeled over a cart laden with 2 bottles of Ace of Spades, a 6-tiered fruit platter, and an assortment of snacks. "Sir, here are your 2 bottles of Ace of Spades. As a valued guest, we present you with this fruit platter and snacks." After confirming the bottles were unopened, the waiter opened one in front of Zhao Fan and his companions. "Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to call. I shall leave you to enjoy your evening." After pouring a glass for each of the 4, the waiter discreetly retreated. Zhao Fan lifted his glass and took a small sip. "Not bad at all. The expensive truly lives up to its reputation," he remarked, savoring the aromatic and sweet flavor. Lu Ruyan mimicked Zhao Fan's actions, taking a delicate sip and exclaimed, "This is genuinely delightful. It tastes just like fruit juice." Having never tasted alcohol before, Lu Ruyan had anticipated a harsh and pungent flavor. To her surprise, this wine was as sweet as nectar. Wang Man raised her glass and declared, "Thank you, Zhao Fan, for your generosity. This marks my first experience with Ace of Spades. I toast to you." Tang Qianqian and Lu Ruyan followed suit, raising their glasses in unison. "No need for formality. As long as everyone is happy, that's what matters," Zhao Fan replied with a gentle smile. After consuming a couple of glasses, Lu Ruyan's complexion took on a rosy hue. Under the influence of the alcohol, she boldly reached for Zhao Fan's hand, which was resting beneath the table. Feeling the unexpected warmth, Zhao Fan smiled and reciprocated by enveloping her delicate hand in his. This subtle exchange did not escape Wang Man's notice, yet she had already internally accepted their budding relationship. "Zhao Fan, I am having such a wonderful time today. I visited Kyoto numerous times, But today has been the highlight, Lu Ruyan mused, as the gentle evening breeze played around them. Zhao Fan, still holding Lu Ruyan's hand, replied with a smile, I must also thank Sister Man for providing us with this opportunity to share a drink together. Wang Man raised her glass again, clinking it with Zhao Fan and Lu Ruyan. She then inquired, Zhao Fan, which university are you attending? Kyoto University of Finance. He answered. As for why he chose to enroll there, the reason was singular, the abundance of beautiful young women at the finance university. Statistics revealed that over 70% of the student body was female, meaning the campus was brimming with lovely ladies. Zhao Fan's favorite place indeed. Although our schools are in the same city, they are not particularly close. We should gather more often when time permits, he suggested. I'll be counting on you, Sister Man. Zhao Fan added with a smile. Not at all. I've gained so much insight from you. Just don't find me a bother, Wang Man replied playfully. As the evening wore on, the 2 bottles of Ace of Spades were nearly drained. Should we order another 2 bottles? Zhao Fan proposed. No need. Wang Man waved her hand. Tonight has been splendid enough. Any further indulgence would be excessive. While Wang Man's tolerance was commendable, she noticed Lu Ruyan appearing somewhat inebriated. Her cheeks flushed. If they continued drinking, she might lose her bearings entirely, and it would be a precarious situation should she insist on accompanying Zhao Fan to his hotel. Subsequently, the 4 of them took the elevator downstairs together. Sister Man, how will you get home? Shall we call a designated driver? Zhao Fan inquired. Although Ace of Spades isn't particularly potent, the mantra remains, drink responsibly. I've already arranged for a driver, Wang Man replied before turning to Tang Qianqian. And you? Would you like a ride? I can just take a taxi, no need to trouble yourselves. Let's arrange to meet up again soon. Goodbye, Tang Qianqian said, playfully tossing her hair and flashing Zhao Fan a smile. Thank you for the treat, Zhao Fan. Farewell. As they watched Tang Qianqian depart, Lu Ruyan, her cheeks still flushed, turned toward Zhao Fan and asked, what about you? Zhao Fan chuckled, I live nearby. I'll walk back and perhaps pick up some late-night snacks along the way. All right then, remember to message me when you get home, Lu Ruyan said, reluctantly releasing his hand. Sure, I'll be on my way now. Please take care. Zhao Fan waved goodbye as he strolled toward the hotel. Chapter 16, Aground. Upon returning to the hotel, Zhao Fan took a refreshing shower, feeling considerably revitalized. As soon as I stepped out of the bathroom, my phone rang. It was a call from Lu Ruyan. Hello, what's the matter? Zhao Fan inquired. What are you doing? I sent you a message earlier, but you didn't respond. On the other end, Lu Ruyan's tone was evidently tinged with displeasure. She had been waiting for Zhao Fan to return to the hotel and send her a message, but her anticipation had gone unfulfilled. I was just taking a shower. Zhao Fan replied. Really? You weren't out there fooling around, were you? Lu Ruyan continued to probe. Just moments ago, her aunt had imparted a lesson to her. Despite now being in a relationship with Zhao Fan, a young man as handsome and affluent as he was certainly warranted vigilance. There are far too many temptresses out there. She couldn't afford to let him be lured away. Since you're so aware, I'll be honest with you. I'm currently at a bar. Accompanied by 2 lovely ladies, Zhao Fan declared. Zhao Fan, Lu Ruyan exclaimed, her voice a ferocious roar. Feeling the vibration from the phone, Zhao Fan quickly held it away from his ear, saying, Why are you shouting? Are you trying to scare someone to death? Where on earth are you? Lu Ruyan asked, her voice tinged with a hint of vulnerability. Deep down, she understood Zhao Fan was jesting, but a flicker of concern lingered. Just as her aunt had warned, the world was rife with alluring temptresses. What if they ensnared Zhao Fan? Guess where I am right now? At the hotel. Lu Ruyan replied. Well, you already know that, Zhao Fan sighed. It's just that the hotel room feels a bit too spacious. And I'm feeling a tad lonely. It would be nice to have someone keep me company. You letcha. Lu Ruyan instantly grasped Zhao Fan's implication. Although they were now a couple, she wasn't yet prepared to fully surrender herself to him. Thus, she retorted, Don't let your mind wander to inappropriate thoughts. I want to engage in such activities with you until after I graduate from university. Lu Ruyan asserted emphatically. Hee. Hearing this, Zhao Fan chuckled inwardly. A woman's words can often be deceptive. Just a few days prior in Jiangcheng, Lu Ruyan had declared she wouldn't date anyone until after her graduation. Yet, here she was, willingly entrusting her hand to him. Thus, it was wise to take a woman's declarations with a grain of salt. To take them too seriously was to invite defeat. Let us not discuss this anymore. Get some rest. See you tomorrow, Lu Ruyan concluded, hanging up the phone. Leaning against the headboard, Zhao Fan savored a chilled fruit juice with delight. With a mere thought, the system interface materialized before him. The data remained largely unchanged. Save for the mysterious magic sphere, the system offered no specific details regarding the mysterious sphere, only stating that it would randomly provide a reward. However, it failed to disclose what that reward might be, akin to a blind box. Zhao Fan's expression darkened upon discovering that one mysterious sphere cost a staggering 100,000 yuan. Is this system out of its mind? It doesn't he even specify the reward and demands 100 grand? What if it only yields a 10 yuan scratch card? That would be a monumental loss. Still, after a moment's hesitation, Zhao Fan resolved to give it a try. What if luck smiled upon him, and he became the epitome of fortune? Even if he didn't acquire anything worthwhile, he could consider that 100,000 yuan an investment in experience. Let us proceed. Having made up his mind, Zhao Fan focused his thoughts and clicked to purchase. Upon successful payment, the system interface transformed. Host, Zhao Fan. Level 3. Level 3 privilege reward. Earn 0.4 yuan with each breath. Experience to upgrade. 1, 379, 801, 000. System store, Mysterious Magic Sphere, cooldown, 235959. Backpack, Mysterious Magic Sphere, X1. Skill, Ferrari Charisma, level 30. Balance, 7, 293, 284 yuan. Zhao Fan realized that the system's Mysterious Magic Sphere had a cooldown period. He could purchase one every 24 hours. Furthermore, his experience points had reached 1, 379, 801, leaving him over 800,000 short of leveling up. Currently, his balance stood at 72 million yuan. Given his daily earnings of 8,000, after deducting routine expenses, he estimated he would amass enough for an upgrade in about half a month. In truth, if Zhao Fan sought a rapid upgrade, numerous strategies were available. By minimizing expenditures and judiciously utilizing the rewards provided by the system, he could achieve this. However, he was unwilling to do so, as he desired to maintain his life's rhythm without the system's interference. To put it plainly, he did not wish to become a slave to the system. Although his upgrade pace had slowed somewhat, Zhao Fan was thoroughly enjoying his days. This was the luxurious life he had always envisioned. Money could always be earned again, but joy, once lost, vanished irretrievably. Therefore, for Zhao Fan, savoring life held paramount importance. Open the Mysterious Magic Sphere, Zhao Fan commanded with his thoughts. Ding! Mysterious Magic Sphere successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a Mysterious Song Card X1. A Mysterious Song Card? What could that possibly be? After clicking to claim it, a melody resonated in his mind. The long overcast sky still bears your smile. Tears have flowed, yet the guilt remains unburied. The kite is stranded in the cloudy day, longing for rescue. As Zhao Fan had just been bemoaning the system's rewards, in the next moment, he found himself enveloped by the song's enchanting melody. The prelude may not have been particularly dazzling, yet it was profoundly evocative, effortlessly stirring one's emotions. Exposed to the loneliness beside me. You mock me for my inability to promise. How could it be? How could it be? You have forgiven me. By this point in the music, Zhao Fan was completely absorbed. The forthcoming chorus prompted him to exclaim in awe. I can only forever read the lines, reflecting on the pain I caused you. I cannot forgive myself. So please consider me as if I no longer exist. I open my eyes and gaze into the void, forgetting your expectations of me. Having read through my dependencies, I swiftly depart. Upon the completion of the song, Zhao Fan felt this piece was nothing short of perfection. The contrast between the prelude and the chorus was stark. Although he had no formal musical training, Zhao Fan could easily discern a good song from a mediocre one. Significantly, the items produced by the system's magic sphere were entirely original to this world. In other words, this song was Zhao Fan's own creation and performance. A song with such immense potential for popularity, and it cost a mere 100,000. What an incredible windfall. Chapter 17, A Tour of the School. At this moment, Zhao Fan brimmed with anticipation for the system store. He had never envisioned becoming a singer, nor had he considered making money through music. Yet, he was pleasantly surprised by the system's remarkable support. He could easily thrive on mere breaths, yet it insisted he rely on his own talents. After a hearty yawn, Zhao Fan soon drifted into slumber, accompanied by the music's soothing embrace. A night devoid of incident. The following day, the first ray of morning sunlight bathed him in warmth. Zhao Fan opened his eyes and took a shower. The August heat was unbearable. The daytime temperatures in Kyoto had soared to a terrifying 30 degrees Celsius. Without a shower, he felt utterly uncomfortable. Glancing at his phone, Zhao Fan noted that it was only 7 o'clock. After refreshing himself, he descended to the hotel restaurant for breakfast, subsequently preparing to visit the gym. The fitness center at the Ritz-Carlton was complimentary for guests, accessible around the clock for those wishing to work out. After running for nearly 30 minutes, Zhao Fan finally paused, seeking a seat to rest. Are you here alone? At that moment, a young lady clad in yoga pants and a sports tank approached Zhao Fan, offering him a bottle of mineral water. She appeared to be in her early 20s, possessing striking beauty that could easily earn a score of 94. Thank you, Zhao Fan replied politely, accepting the water. You're welcome. Are you visiting Kyoto? The young lady inquired. Yes, what a coincidence. I'm here from the Magic City, and you? Jiangcheng, she responded. It's a pleasure to meet you. Would you like to join me for breakfast? Checking the time, Zhao Fan shook his head. No, I just had breakfast and have other matters to attend to. All right, perhaps we shall meet again someday, she said with a smile before turning away, leaving behind a graceful silhouette. After a quick swim, Zhao Fan returned to his room, feeling invigorated from his workout. It seemed essential to maintain such a healthy habit daily. At that moment, a message from Lu Rian appeared. Are you awake? Having confirmed their relationship the previous day, Lu Rian had struggled to sleep, her emotions oscillating like a roller coaster, filled with joy and excitement. Yes, where do you want to go today? Zhao Fan replied with a voice message. Seconds later, Lu Rian responded, I would like to explore QH University. Please accompany me, and don't refuse. Now that she was Zhao Fan's girlfriend, and with less than a month until the school year commenced, it was wise for them to familiarize themselves with the campus. Facilitating future visits from Zhao Fan. All right, Zhao Fan replied. Since I have nothing else to do, a stroll sounds delightful. Then wait for me at the hotel. I'll come to find you before 9, Lu Rian instructed. Looking at the time, he noted it was 7:45, leaving over an hour until their meeting. An hour? Perfect for a ranked match. Zhao Fan reclined on the sofa, picking up the hotel tablet to play a game. He logged in, selected Yuan Go, and aimed to be a serene gentleman. Luck seemed to favor him today. The opposing jungler was Liu Bei. Typically, Liu Bei is strong in the early game. Yet this one preferred a peaceful approach, focusing solely on his jungle without providing support or counter-jungling. This afforded Zhao Fan the opportunity to develop steadily. After an intense 30-minute battle, Zhao Fan executed a flawless combo of 1-4-3, 3-2-2-3 with Yuan Go, successfully concluding the ranked match. As he watched his crystal explode, the screen displayed the dreaded word defeat. Zhao Fan could not help but sigh. Alas, my teammates are rather incompetent. I cannot carry them. Checking the time, he exited the game and took the elevator to the hotel lobby. Shortly after, Lu Rian approached with a lively step. Today, she donned a fresh outfit, a white off-the-shoulder dress paired with white Lolita shoes, her hair styled in a ponytail, radiating youthful exuberance. Noticing she was alone, Zhao Fan inquired. Are you by yourself? Where is Sister Man? My aunt has school matters today. She mentioned something about researching a topic, Lu Rian explained. Perfect timing. Let us be on our way, Zhao Fan declared, taking her small hand as they exited the hotel. Lu Rian playfully pulled away momentarily before yielding to his grasp. After hailing a ride, they set off towards QH University. Due to traffic, the 12-kilometer journey took over an hour. Fortunately, as they were newly in love, neither felt irritated. Rather, they cherished the time spent together. All right, we have arrived. Please ensure you take all your belongings, the cheerful driver said. Thank you, sir, they replied. Stepping out of the vehicle, standing at the entrance of QH University, the first sight was QH Garden, the secondary gate of the university and one of its most iconic structures. At that moment, numerous students and tourists were taking photos. It was summer, and QH University had opened its campus for visits, requiring only an online reservation for entry. After verifying their identities, Zhao Fan and Lu Rian entered. Lu Rian's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, This is wonderful. I will be studying here for the next 4 years. What shall we visit first? Zhao Fan asked. I've already prepared an itinerary. We will start at the library, then proceed to the engineering hall, followed by QH Academy and Guyu Hall, Lu Rian chirped excitedly, sharing her plans. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Zhao Fan couldn't resist planting a quick peck on her cheek. Ah, Lu Rian squeaked, startled by the sudden affection. Her fair complexion flushing a vibrant red. Zhao Fan, you? She quickly glanced around, noticing a few students observing them, which made her blush deepen. You're being excessive. They must have seen that. Lu Rian chastised shyly. Zhao Fan casually wrapped his arm around her shoulders, chuckling. Let them see. It's broad daylight. Are we not allowed to express our affection? You just enjoy teasing me. Lu Rian huffed, playfully pinching his waist. After their playful exchange, the couple began to explore the campus. Though QH University may not be a top-tier institution, its academic atmosphere was indeed commendable. Despite the summer break, many students could be seen engrossed in their studies. With the morning's weather pleasantly mild, Zhao Fan held Lu Rian's hand as they strolled leisurely through the campus. Chapter 18. The atmosphere intensified. Their first stop was the library. Given the number of students studying inside, they opted for a quiet tour before moving on to the next location. The engineering hall, originally known as the Engineering Palace, stood as the main edifice of QH Garden. Its entrance adorned with a plaque emblazoned with the words QH Garden, pinned by the imperial brush of Xianfeng himself. This place is steeped in history, Lu Rian exclaimed in awe. Although she had previously explored numerous photos and descriptions of QH University online, experiencing it firsthand imparted an entirely different, profound sensation. It truly is remarkable. Zhao Fan echoed her sentiment. As time passed, the temperature began to rise. While the morning in Kyoto remained refreshingly cool, midday would see the mercury soar above 30 degrees. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Shall we find something to eat? Lu Ruyan suggested, nodding in agreement. Having grown weary after a morning of exploration, upon discovering that the cafeteria at QH University is exclusively accessible to enrolled students with meal cards, Zhao Fan and Lu Ruyan had no choice but to seek dining options elsewhere. A quick search on his mobile phone revealed a charming hot pot restaurant conveniently located within a kilometer's distance. Following the navigation directions, the duo strolled over. Upon entering the establishment, a refreshing breeze enveloped them, offering an exquisite sense of comfort. The stark contrast between the sweltering heat outside and the cool, air-conditioned ambience within was palpable. You may order first, Zhao Fan suggested as he handed the menu to Lu Ruyan. After selecting 2 portions of beef along with some accompaniments, they settled into their seats, awaiting their meal. At that moment, a group of young men carrying musical instruments unexpectedly entered, standing at the restaurant's front desk. These were music students from Kyoto University, hired by the restaurant to perform during their leisure time. Each member had a specific role: the bassist, the drummer, the guitarist, and the lead vocalist. After setting up their equipment and casually singing a song, the restaurant erupted with enthusiastic applause. It was evident that these music students were exceptionally talented, despite not yet having graduated. Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled with admiration as she turned to Zhao Fan and inquired, "Can you sing?" "Well, I can, but I rarely do," Zhao Fan admitted, revealing that he only sang while showering. Even then, he mused, the shower was the only time when he felt he could truly shine without interruption. "I want to hear you sing," Lu Ruyan said playfully, her tone laced with charm. "All right, after we finish eating, I shall sing for you," Zhao Fan promised. "Wait for me." Lu Ruyan suddenly sprang to her feet and approached the quartet of musicians. After a brief exchange, she returned with a radiant smile. "Zhao Fan, I've arranged for you to perform on stage," she exclaimed joyfully. With the 4 young men smiling in his direction, Zhao Fan stood and walked over. "What song would you like to hear?" he asked Lu Ruyan. "As long as it's you singing, I will love it," she replied, her gaze fixed on him, brimming with anticipation. To ensure a stellar performance, Zhao Fan shared the song sheet he had received as a reward from the system with the quartet. Once they confirmed everything was in order, the accompaniment began to play. The prelude was profoundly lyrical, capturing the attention of all diners. Soon, Zhao Fan's voice resonated through the microphone. "In the sky that has long ceased to be clear, your smile lingers still. Tears have fallen but cannot bury the guilt. The kite is stranded in the overcast, longing still awaits rescue. I tug the string, rehearsing the tenderness you bestowed. Exposed to the loneliness that basks in the sun. Mock me for the promises I cannot keep. How could it be that you have forgiven me?" At this point, every patron in the restaurant was rendered speechless, their expressions a mix of astonishment and admiration. Though Zhao Fan had never undergone formal vocal training, his heartfelt delivery captivated the audience, allowing them to overlook minor imperfections in his technique. Just as he approached the chorus, the music abruptly paused for a few seconds, plunging the venue into a brief silence. "All I can do is forever read the lines, reading the hurt I inflicted upon you. I cannot forgive myself, so please, pretend I no longer exist. I open my eyes, gazing into the void, forgetting your expectations of me. Having read through the dependency, I soon shall depart." As the chorus erupted, the atmosphere ignited. Everyone stood, applauding Zhao Fan fervently. "Beautiful. This song you sang is simply exquisite," they exclaimed. Despite never having heard it before, the rhythm and emotion were impeccable. Even after the final note, the applause showed no signs of waning, with a few university girls huddling together, sending heart gestures his way. The guitarist couldn't help but give Zhao Fan a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive, my friend. Are you also a music student?" Zhao Fan shook his head, replying, "No. I'm just here accompanying my girlfriend." "Did you write that song yourself?" one of the musicians asked, intrigued, as they often analyzed both popular and classical songs in their studies. "Sort of," Zhao Fan replied. "Its title is Stranded." "Thanks, man. You're truly remarkable." They cheered. After finishing his performance, Zhao Fan stepped down from the stage, smiling at Lu Ruyan. "Let us go eat now." "Zhao Fan," she suddenly grasped his hand. "What is it?" he asked. With a pout, Lu Ruyan said softly, "Promise me that from now on, you will only tease me." Witnessing those girls sending heart gestures to Zhao Fan stirred a sense of insecurity within her. With Zhao Fan's remarkable qualities, she knew he would attract many admirers once university commenced. This thought deepened her unease. Chapter 19, Selecting a Gift. The mere contemplation of Zhao Fan being pursued by countless beautiful girls as university began cast a shadow over Lu Ruyan's mood. Zhao Fan, with his handsome looks, wealth, and talents, was irresistible to any woman. In response to Lu Ruyan's playful tone, Zhao Fan teased, "Well, that depends on your performance." On my performance? What do you mean? Lu Ruyin asked. Zhao Fan chuckled, saying nothing, merely glancing at her. You lecture. Lu Ruyin quickly grasped his implication, rolling her eyes at him. Naturally, she was filled with anticipation for her relationship with Zhao Fan, though she wasn't quite ready to take further steps. Nonetheless, she glanced around before leaning in to leave a kiss on his cheek. At that moment, Zhao Fan unexpectedly turned his head. Lu Ruyin sensed the impending danger. But it was too late. You rascal, teasing me again. She pouted. Zhao Fan gently patted her head, laughing. Didn't you just say you liked being teased by me? Lu Ruyin felt a warm flutter in her heart as she softly replied, I'll eventually be teased to death by you. Once all the dishes were served, the two began to eat. The flavors of this hot pot restaurant were delightful, truly embodying the essence of authentic Kyoto-style hot pot. After their meal, Lu Ruyin sighed softly. Noticing her demeanor, Zhao Fan asked, What's wrong? Was the food not to your liking? Shaking her head, Lu Ruyin whispered, Zhao Fan, I wish you were attending the same university as me. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Ruyin had developed a sense of dependence on Zhao Fan, yearning to be by his side every moment. The thought of their impending separation once the school term commenced filled her heart with immense reluctance. It's all right, after all. The distance isn't far. I will come and visit you often, Zhao Fan reassured her. Although they would not attend the same school and were not in close proximity, they were not in a long-distance relationship either. Thus, Zhao Fan still had ample opportunity to see Lu Ruyin. Well, we have a pact then. You must promise to visit me frequently, or else I shall come to your school and bite you. Lu Ruyin threatened playfully, flashing her small white teeth. The afternoon heat soared to nearly 38 degrees Celsius. This sweltering weather was hardly suitable for outdoor excursions, making heatstroke a real concern. Consequently, after finishing their meal, the pair decided to take a taxi back to the vicinity of their hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, Zhao Fan inquired, Do you have any other plans for the afternoon? I'm not sure, Lu Ruyin pondered before shaking her head. They had initially planned to visit a museum, but the oppressive heat forced them to cancel those plans at the last minute. Zhao Fan suggested with a smile, How about we explore the mall? I need to buy a gift for my parents before I leave tomorrow. Tomorrow? Why the sudden rush? Lu Ruyin asked in surprise, feeling a pang of sadness. The past 2 days spent with Zhao Fan had been sheer bliss, and the thought of his departure was disheartening. My family's business is quite busy, and I need to help out, Zhao Fan explained. If it weren't for wanting to spend time with you, I would have returned right after buying the watch. During this summer vacation, the barbecue restaurant was thriving, and Zhao Fan had previously been able to assist with preparations at home. Now, with him gone, the shop was overwhelmed with customers. Lu Ruyin felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, but it was quickly overshadowed by a sense of disappointment. What will I do when you leave? I have 2 massive suitcases to manage. Zhao Fan chuckled, bemused by her practicality. It was amusing how she seemed to have packed nearly her entire house in just a few days. Silly girl, don't forget about express delivery. Just send your luggage ahead before we leave. It will make things much easier. Oh, right. Why didn't I think of that? You're so clever. Lu Ruyin exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Zhao Fan continued, You can leave your everyday items and clothes at your aunt's house, so when school starts, you can just pick them up without any hassle. Exactly. That makes perfect sense. Lu Ruyin nodded with delight. The Ritz-Carlton Hotel was conveniently located next to the Kyoto SKP Mall, merely a 5-minute walk away. The weather forecast indicated that the temperature outside was indeed 38 degrees Celsius. Zhao Fan requested a sunshade from the hotel front desk, and then led Lu Ruyin towards the mall. It is said that women are inherently drawn to shopping. Once inside the mall, Lu Ruyin took on the role of a personal shopper, guiding Zhao Fan through the various stores. What kind of gift do you want to buy for your uncle and aunt? She asked. After a moment's thought, Zhao Fan replied, My mother has a penchant for jewelry, so I plan to purchase her a bracelet. As for my father, he only has one hobby, smoking, so I'll get him a nice lighter. They soon found a jewelry store and stepped inside, accompanied by a sales associate. Zhao Fan ultimately set his sights on a beautiful jade bracelet. This bracelet, crafted from Hetian jade, featured a crystal-clear ice texture that radiated a deep green hue under the store lights. This looks exquisite. How much is it? Zhao Fan inquired. Sir, you have an excellent eye. This bracelet is our best seller, priced at 46,000. 46,000 was not exorbitant for Zhao Fan, who had noticed that many bracelets in the store were priced in the hundreds of thousands. It was not that he was unwilling to spend on his mother, rather, he was entirely ignorant about jade. As the saying goes, gold has a price, but jade is priceless. Even if he had the means, he didn't wish to be taken advantage of. When my mother finds something she likes in the future, I can always buy her a new one then. After completing the payment process, the two exited the jewelry store. At SKP, Zhao Fan felt no apprehension about being swindled. As one of the most prestigious malls in Kyoto and the whole country, any brand present there guaranteed quality. Zhao Fan, I have a question for you. Lu Ruyin could no longer contain her curiosity while strolling through the mall. What question? How much allowance does your family give you each month? Although she knew Zhao Fan was quite wealthy, she felt a tinge of anxiety when spending alongside him over the past few days. Watches worth over 100,000 and bracelets costing several tens of thousands. Such extravagance was unfathomable for an average family. About 1,000 or two, Zhao Fan replied. Humph. You must be joking. Lu Ruyin clearly did not believe him. 1,000 or two for pocket money and still buying watches worth over 100,000. Who would believe that? Unless you mean 1,000 or 2,000 euros. No, that wouldn't be enough either. Zhao Fan insisted earnestly, I'm not lying. That's the truth. Then how did you amass so much money? Don't tell me it's savings. Lu Ruyin scrutinized him with a serious expression. I made it through investments. The futures market has been quite favorable lately, yielding over 100,000 in income each month, Zhao Fan elucidated. Chapter 20, Vacheron Constantine. Zhao Fan had already devised a plausible explanation for the wealth generated by the system. Investment. This rationale was not only reasonable, but also highly credible. The average person knows little about the futures market, and given the general perception that futures yield high returns, it was a sufficiently convincing excuse. Investments can earn that much money? Lu Ruyin was taken aback. Although she did not grasp the concepts of investment or futures, the staggering figure left her astounded. To put things in perspective, her father worked tirelessly for an entire month for a modest salary of 7,000 to 8,000, and over 100,000 would cover a family's expenses for several years. Zhao Fan chuckled and said, What is that? You haven't seen the financial moguls who play with leverage. They can gain or lose tens of thousands in mere seconds. But even though trading futures has high returns, the risks are significant. If I end up losing money, you'll have to support me. Humph, who would support you? Lu Ruyin feigned disdain, yet her heart brimmed with happiness. Even though she didn't understand what Zhao Fan meant by futures, she had already resolved that if he ever faced financial difficulties, she would earn money to take care of him. As a top student from QH University, securing a job with a salary in the hundreds of thousands post-graduation would not be a problem. However, jokes aside, after exchanging a few playful remarks, Lu Ruyin turned serious and said, Zhao Fan, you're so impressive and exceptional. I feel an immense amount of pressure. Lu Ruyin genuinely felt overwhelmed. Given Zhao Fan's lifestyle and spending habits, she was certain that numerous girls would pursue him once he entered university. What if he encountered someone prettier or more appealing? What would she do if he changed his heart? Zhao Fan responded with utmost seriousness, Then you must work hard. Otherwise, you'll only be able to be my little wife in the future. Zhao Fan. Lu Ruyin let out a mock ferocious roar as she lunged into his arms and playfully sank her teeth into his neck, leaving a distinctly visible red bite mark. Hey, Lu Ruyin, unaware of her own boldness, remarked, I didn't realize you could be so domineering. Zhao Fan touched the mark upon his neck and replied, Umph. Lu Ruyin smirked. Who told you to bully me? Is this your way of leaving a mark on me to assert your claim? A soft giggle escaped her lips as she gazed affectionately at Zhao Fan. This was the very reason Lu Ruyin harbored feelings for Zhao Fan, despite his constant teasing. He evoked emotions that no other boy could provide. When she was with him, Lu Ruyin felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. As they passed a beverage shop, they purchased 2 cups of fruit tea and continued their leisurely stroll. Suddenly, before the Vacheron Constantine boutique, Lu Ruyin paused. Through the anti-theft glass, she beheld a pair of diamond-encrusted couples' watches elegantly spinning in the display case. Dozens of sparkling diamonds shimmered under the lights, resembling a sky full of stars, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Zhao Fan smiled gently and leaned closer to Lu Ruyin, whispering, Do you like them? Lu Ruyin nodded, then shook her head. But they are far too expensive. She had just noticed the price tag, counting it in her mind no less than 10 times. 328,000, 328,000. To be candid, this price was not exorbitant for Vacheron Constantine. Ordinarily, a men's watch would fetch a similar amount. Come on, if you like them. Let us go take a look. With that, Zhao Fan took Lu Ruyin's hand and led her inside. Welcome to Vacheron Constantine. We are delighted to serve you, greeted a smiling sales associate in uniform as they entered. Could you tell us about this couple's watch? Zhao Fan inquired, pointing to the timepieces in the display case. Of course, the sales associate, noticing the brightling on Zhao Fan's wrist, felt a rush of excitement. Today, she had encountered a potential patron. As a representative of Vacheron Constantine, she possessed extensive knowledge about watches. Although Breitling is a luxury brand, it is not as mainstream, yet its prices are anything but modest. Some limited editions can even surpass Vacheron Constantine in cost. With the prospect of making a sale, the sales associate was elated. Standing before the display, she enthusiastically began her presentation. This couple's watch is part of our newly released commemorative series. It consists of 2 pieces. The men's watch is crafted from 18K rose gold, adorned with 12 FL diamonds, featuring a sapphire crystal and a 4400 AS270 movement. The women's watch is made of 18K pink gold, with the same crystal and movement, but boasts 12 additional diamonds. Overall, the design of this pair of watches is notably unique, and the value proposition is exceptional, priced at only $328,000 for both. Upon hearing the sales associate's description, Lu Ruyan's expression stiffened. She had to admit that the design of the couple's watches was indeed exquisite, especially under the illumination. They sparkled brilliantly. However, the final remark regarding their value proposition, only $328,000, left her incredulous. Was the sales associate truly misunderstanding the notion of affordability? If a bottle of iced red tea cost $35, that was reasonable. But to claim that two watches priced at over $300,000 represented good value? Why not just rob a bank? Zhao Fan, let's leave, Lu Ruyan insisted, tugging at his arm. If her parents found out she was wearing a watch worth over $30,000, they would likely faint. Although Lu Ruyan adored the couple's watch, the price was a deterrent. Even if Zhao Fan genuinely intended to buy it, she could not accept such an extravagant gift. Despite being in a romantic relationship, it felt inappropriate to accept something so costly. Zhao Fan regarded Lu Ruyan and asked, "Do you like them? If you do, let us buy them. It's not that expensive." Upon hearing this, the sales associate's eyes sparkled with envy as she glanced at Lu Ruyan, silently urging her to affirm her interest. Quickly say you like it. However, Lu Ruyan shook her head and replied, "I don't like it. Let us go look in another store." What? This was the first time she had ever heard of someone disliking Vacheron Constantin watches. The sales associate was taken aback. After encountering numerous customers, she had seen men balk at prices, but never a woman. Shouldn't the value only increase with price? After all, it wouldn't even cost her anything. Why refuse such an offer? The sales associate was left in utter confusion. As a woman herself, if a man were to gift her such a watch, she would undoubtedly accept without hesitation. Chapter 21, The Ideal Boyfriend. Faced with Lu Ruyan's refusal, the sales associate felt a pang of disbelief. She mused, could this girl truly be naive? Zhao Fan smiled lightly and said, "If you don't like it, then let us forget it and go check out the lighter shop next door." With that, he took Lu Ruyan's hand and headed towards the nearby Hermes boutique. As a premier luxury brand, Hermes lighters were equally pricey. The display featured fewer than 10 models, each priced above $6,000. The least expensive was $6,800, while the most extravagant exceeded $30,000. "Lu Yan, help me pick one. I'll just dash to the restroom," Zhao Fan instructed her. "Okay, I'll wait for you." Lu Ruyan replied obediently. Once outside the Hermes store, Zhao Fan discreetly signaled to the Vacheron Constantin sales associate and made his way toward the restroom. The sales associate promptly understood and followed suit. "Sir, how may I assist you?" she inquired. Zhao Fan produced his bank card and said, "Please wrap up that couple's watch we just viewed, and don't let my girlfriend find out." At that moment, the sales associate felt an overwhelming sense of envy. This boyfriend was incredibly suave, truly the embodiment of every woman's dream partner. If she could find such a boyfriend, it would be as if her ancestors had blessed her. She would gladly trade 10 years of her best friend's life for such fortune. "Certainly, sir, rest assured," she responded, turning to leave. Zhao Fan lingered for a few moments before returning to Lu Ruyan, gently wrapping his arm around her shoulders and asking, "So, did you find anything suitable?" After a moment's consideration, Lu Ruyan pointed to one lighter and said, "I think this one is quite nice, mature, and elegant. It suits your uncle well." It must be said, Lu Ruyan had exquisite taste, and her choice resonated perfectly with Zhao Fan's preferences. "Great, we'll take this one. Please wrap it up." After the packaging was complete, they proceeded to the cash register to settle the payment. Upon successful payment, the Hermes sales associate graciously presented them with an exquisite gift box, smiling as she said, "Thank you for your appreciation of Hermes. May your lives be filled with happiness and sweetness." Happiness and sweetness. At these words, Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed crimson. Why did that sound slightly off? They were merely in a romantic relationship. Why did it feel as if they were an old married couple? No. Who said they were like an old married couple? Lu Ruyan had no intention of completely surrendering herself to Zhao Fan just yet. Before her graduation from university, she would never engage in any indescribable activities with him. "By the way, sir, our store has prepared a gift for the two of you, and we hope you will like it." Seizing a moment when Lu Ruyan was distracted, the Hermes sales assistant exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Fan. He immediately understood her intention and nodded in acknowledgement. "All right. Thank you." After exiting the Hermes boutique, Zhao Fan led Lu Ruyan to the Louis Vuitton store. Indeed, the SKP in Kyoto truly deserves its reputation as a top-tier luxury shopping mall, showcasing all the internationally renowned luxury brands. "Wow, these clothes are stunning." Lu Ruyin exclaimed in awe. The sales assistant swiftly approached, eagerly assisting Lu Ruyin in selecting her preferred styles. Despite their seemingly ordinary attire, devoid of any prominent brands, Zhao Fan's Hermes shopping bag and the Breitling watch adorning his wrist had already betrayed their affluence. For an average family, a visit to SKP would merely entail browsing and expanding their horizons, with no intention of making purchases. Yet Zhao Fan and Lu Ruyin appeared youthful, likely just out of high school. Perhaps they were heirs to substantial fortunes. Soon, the sales assistant helped Lu Ruyin pick out 2 exquisite dresses, and she retreated to the fitting room. The moment she emerged, Zhao Fan's eyes sparkled with delight. It is often said that 3 parts depend on appearance while 7 parts rely on dressing, and this adage held true. Lu Ruyin was already extraordinarily beautiful, with an enviable figure and an air of youthful innocence. Clad in a Louis Vuitton dress, her elegance and physique were accentuated to perfection, radiating an ethereal charm. How does it look? Lu Ruyin twirled, inquiring. Captivated, Zhao Fan waved his hand at the sales assistant. Wrap this dress up. Lu Ruyin discreetly glanced at the price tag and was taken aback. Are you kidding me? 23,000 for a dress? Is it made of gold? That's exorbitant. Just as she was about to protest, Zhao Fan directly interrupted her. No refusals. This is a gift for you. All right. Lu Ruyin nodded, somewhat conflicted. The price of the dress was indeed staggering, exceeding her budget. Although she recognized Louis Vuitton as a luxury brand, she hadn't anticipated the prices to be so outrageous. Coupled with Zhao Fan's grave tone moments ago, she felt compelled to acquiesce. After completing the payment, Zhao Fan discreetly tucked away the couple's wristwatch he had just purchased for her inside the Louis Vuitton bag before exiting the store. Once outside, Lu Ruyin felt increasingly pained. Although the dress was indeed beautiful and she adored it, the price was far too steep, transcending its intrinsic value. Thus, she earnestly stated, Zhao Fan, you mustn't buy me such expensive gifts in the future. Zhao Fan smiled slightly and replied, all right, I won't buy for you, but for others. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Ruyin already anticipated his intention. Zhao Fan had always been like this, teasing her playfully. She promptly interrupted, and definitely not for other women. Upon finishing her statement, she feigned a threatening look, revealing her 2 small, pearly white canines. Ah, Lu Ruyin, have you suddenly become the clever one? Zhao Fan teased. Humph, I have always been very clever. Lu Ruyin retorted with a proud expression, then continued, Zhao Fan, I know you care for me, but please refrain from buying me such extravagant gifts in the future, or I will genuinely be upset. Zhao Fan contemplated for a moment and nodded. All right, I understand. Good, she said, leaning closer to Zhao Fan and pecking his cheek. The ensuing time felt considerably more relaxed. With all their shopping completed, having procured the dress and gifts for Lu Ruyin, Zhao Fan took her hand, and they strolled leisurely through the mall. At every boutique they passed, Lu Ruyin couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. What astonished her the most was a Patek Philippe watch priced at over 2 million. Chapter 22. Ensuring nothing happens as they exited the SKP mall, the sky had darkened, and the evening temperature was far more bearable than during the day. A gentle breeze occasionally wafted by, providing a refreshing respite. Zhao Fan glanced at his watch and inquired, what would you like for dinner? Anything is fine. I'll follow your lead. Lu Ruyin replied obediently. Considering that they would be heading home the next day, this was their final evening in Kyoto. Hence, Zhao Fan intended to select the finest restaurant to conclude their Kyoto adventure on a perfect note. After a brief search on his phone, he quickly pinpointed a target, Tian Shui Yiju. This restaurant boasted an exceptional reputation online, with commendable service and ambience. Most importantly, it was situated on Jiangwo Road, less than 1,000 meters from the SPK Mall. A short walk would suffice to reach it. As for why he didn't opt for a romantic Western restaurant, Zhao Fan had his own reasons. Being a true native of Jiangxing, he found Western cuisine rather unpalatable. Moreover, almost every protagonist in those extravagant novels dines in Western restaurants to flaunt their wealth, which left Zhao Fan somewhat resistant. Even if he were to indulge in luxury, he aspired to do so with taste and sophistication. Let us go. Having settled on the location, Zhao Fan took Lu Ruyin's hand and headed towards Tian Shui Yiju. Nestled atop the Tian Shui Grand Hotel, this establishment spanned 48 floors, with the rooftop being an open-air restaurant. While not the tallest building in Kyoto, it offered breathtaking views of the city's nightscape. Upon reaching the 48th floor, they stepped out of the elevator, greeted by a uniformed server. Good evening, esteemed guests. Is there a table available? Zhao Fan inquired. Yes, please follow me. The server guided them to a cozy corner table. Take a look at the menu and see what you'd like, Zhao Fan said, handing it to Lu Ruyin. For a foodie, the plethora of delectable options left Lu Ruyin grappling with indecision. After much contemplation, she finally declared, I'll have a portion of shrimp with asparagus. a vibrant fruit salad, and a tiramisu. Afterward, she handed the menu back to Zhao Fan. You can decide the rest. Then let us add a portion of smoked salmon, Provençal grilled prawns, and 2 servings of French baked beef. The server noted their selections and then asked, would you like any drinks? Do you have champagne? After enjoying blackjack at Liu Tavern the previous night, Zhao Fan developed a fondness for champagne. Unlike the harshness of spirits, it was sweet and fragrant, akin to fruit juice. Yes, we have Champagne King and Blackjack. Which would you prefer? The server inquired. Let us try Champagne King. I'm curious about its flavor. After confirming the menu, the server departed. The open-air dining area at Tian Shui Yiju exuded a romantic ambience. Enclosed by transparent tempered glass, it provided a secure environment for diners while preserving the breathtaking views. With a slight turn of her head, one can admire the breathtaking nightscape of Kyoto. Before long, the waiter arrived with their drinks. Raising their glasses, the two clinked them gently before taking a sip. Oh, the flavor is exquisite and the texture delightful, Zhao Fan remarked. In comparison to the Ace of Spades, Zhao Fan did not perceive any notable difference between the two wines. If one were to insist on a distinction, it would solely lie in their prices. A bottle of Ace of Spades costs over 8,000, whereas the Champagne King is merely a little over 3,000. After indulging in a couple of drinks, the dishes began to arrive in succession. The first to grace their table was the shrimp with tender green bamboo shoots, the translucent shrimp meat paired with vibrant green shoots, creating an appetizing visual. Upon tasting it, Zhao Fan nodded in satisfaction. Quite refreshing, don't you think? He inquired. However, in response to Zhao Fan's question, Lu Ruyan offered no answer. Her actions spoke volumes. At that moment, she had completely immersed herself in her meal, oblivious to Zhao Fan's words. Observing Lu Ruyan's adorable demeanor, Zhao Fan chuckled and began to eat as well. The two savored their meal, thoroughly content. As a restaurant renowned for its exceptional reputation in Kyoto, both the dishes and desserts were splendidly crafted. In particular, the smoked salmon deserved nothing less than full marks. Let's settle the bill, Zhao Fan called to the waiter after they had feasted. Taking the check, he noted that the total expenditure was quite reasonable, amounting to just over 5,000, with the Champagne King accounting for a significant portion of that, inclusive of a 12% service charge. In establishments of such caliber, service fees are customary, typically around 20%. Thus, the 12% at Tianshui Yaju is among the lowest in the industry. Stepping out of the restaurant, Lu Ruyan's complexion flushed, having indulged a bit too much in their libations, giving her an enchanting, slightly inebriated allure. She nestled against Zhao Fan, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Ruyan, why don't we stay at a hotel tonight? I assure you, nothing untoward will happen, Zhao Fan whispered softly in her ear. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's previously dazed expression vanished in an instant, and she was instantly alert. Something's off. Zhao Fan's words are inappropriate. She could clearly sense his intentions to take advantage of her. No. Lu Ruyan shook her head vehemently, akin to a rattle drum, pleading, Zhao Fan, it's truly not permissible. If I don't return home tonight, my aunt will surely inform my parents. Zhao Fan sighed in disappointment, having wished to deepen their bond, yet thwarted by the presence of her aunt. Noticing Zhao Fan's crestfallen demeanor, Lu Ruyan bit her lip and, after a mental struggle, hesitated. Zhao Fan, tonight really isn't feasible. Perhaps we should wait until university starts. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan nearly burst into laughter. Who was it that had vowed so earnestly not to date before graduation? And who had declared just that afternoon that they would absolutely refrain from engaging in any indiscreet activities before completing their studies? Now it seemed, the narrative had shifted to waiting for university to commence. Thus, as the saying goes, a woman's words can be deceiving. Take them seriously, and you stand to lose. Suppressing his amusement, Zhao Fan gently ruffled Lu Ruyan's hair, saying, silly girl, I will certainly respect your wishes. Let me escort you home. He hailed a taxi, and together they journeyed to the foot of Wang Man's residence. Just before parting, Lu Ruyan leaned in and pecked Zhao Fan on the cheek, reluctantly saying, remember to message me when you get home. Yes, I will, Zhao Fan replied with a smile, watching as Lu Ruyan entered the building before he turned to leave. Chapter 23. Women. Once upstairs, Wang Man was lazily sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in a television show. Upon seeing Lu Ruyan return, she inquired with concern. Did you have dinner? Yes, I did, Lu Ruyan responded while changing her shoes. Wang Man could easily deduce that the young girl had been out with Zhao Fan. Otherwise, she wouldn't have returned so late. Noticing the slight flush on her cheeks, Wang Man asked, did you drink? Just a little. Lu Ruyan replied with a smile, before hurriedly retreating to her bedroom. Wang Man's apartment was modest, measuring just over 70 square meters, a small 2-bedroom unit. Nevertheless, securing a property of that size in the expensive real estate market of Kyoto was quite an achievement, especially since Wang Man was a distinguished graduate. having received a recommendation from a university professor. Otherwise, she might not have qualified to purchase a home in Kyoto at all. Once the door was closed, Lu Rian began to reminisce about everything that transpired with Zhao Fan that day. She couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of joy and happiness when she was with him. Although Zhao Fan often teased her, she still longed to be with him. Just as she was lost in pleasant thoughts, the door swung open unexpectedly. "I almost forgot to ask you, where did you two go today?" Wang Man inquired. As Lu Rian's aunt, although she had already accepted Zhao Fan in her heart, she still felt the need to be concerned. After all, they were both quite young, and should anything inappropriate occur, it would be problematic. "We strolled around QH University in the morning and visited SKP Mall in the afternoon." SKP Mall. At the mention of this, Wang Man's expression changed to one of surprise. Having lived in Kyoto for nearly 5 years, she was well aware of the exclusivity of SKP. It was a place where only the affluent could afford to shop. Glancing at the Louis Vuitton tote lying on the bed, Wang Man curiously asked, "Did Zhao Fan buy this for you?" "Yes," Lu Rian nodded. "I thought it was too expensive, but he insisted on buying it for me." Despite her words, a sense of delight filled her heart. Seeing the happiness radiating from Lu Rian, Wang Man couldn't help but roll her eyes playfully. Ah, women. However, she couldn't deny that Zhao Fan was quite generous with Lu Rian. Although Wang Man had never purchased Louis Vuitton herself, she knew it was anything but cheap. Such high-end luxury brands often had garments priced in the thousands. This demonstrated that Lu Rian held a significant place in Zhao Fan's heart. As a well-known relationship expert once stated, "A man who spends money on you may not necessarily love you, but a man who does not spend money on you certainly does not love you." Indeed, this principle rang true. "Would you mind if I took a look?" Wang Man asked, picking up the packaging. "Of course not," Lu Rian replied. Inside lay a stunning dress adorned with the exclusive LV logo, exuding sheer opulence. "Wow, this dress is exquisite. Quickly, put it on so your aunt can see." Just as she was about to encourage Lu Rian to change into the dress, Wang Man suddenly spotted a small box nestled within the tote. However, this box bore the emblem of Hermes. "Oh my, Hermes? Did Zhao Fan buy this for you as well?" Wang Man exclaimed. As a contemporary woman, she certainly recognized the prestige of Hermes and had long admired its luxury. Though she could never afford it. What could be inside? A ring? Or something else? Wang Man inquired. Upon seeing the gift box, Lu Rian appeared a bit perplexed. Pondering aloud, could it be a lighter that Zhao Fan bought for his father and forgot to take back? A lighter? Upon hearing this, Wang Man's initially excited expression quickly turned to disappointment. Originally, she had anticipated receiving jewelry or something similar, only to discover it was a lighter. Nevertheless, her curiosity was piqued. After all, ISNT Hermes a luxury brand? Why would they sell a lighter? Thus, she opened the box, eager to see what a Hermes lighter looked like. The moment she lifted the lid, a piercing scream echoed through the room. Lu Rian, who had been tidying up, was startled by the noise. "A watch? Vacheron Constantin?" Wang Man exclaimed, utterly astonished. "Is that the latest couple's watch from this year?" In her hand, Wang Man held the watch, and under the illumination of the room's lights, 24 diamonds sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance. Wang Man was genuinely fond of this timepiece. Although she typically wore a Longines, she had a deep admiration for Vacheron Constantin watches. In her spare time, she would often browse for affordable options that suited her taste. Lu Rian's watch was the very embodiment of Wang Man's dreams. She had visited the boutique several times while shopping, but each time, it was merely to admire it. After all, with a price tag exceeding 300,000. It was beyond her means. Lu Rian gazed at the watch, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Earlier that day at the mall, she had earnestly told Zhao Fan that she disliked the watch, yet he had secretly purchased it. Sighing, Lu Rian pondered her predicament. Observing her, Wang Man inquired, "What's wrong, Rian? Don't you like it?" Lu Rian then recounted the events of the afternoon in detail. Upon hearing her story, Wang Man couldn't help but exclaim, "When will I meet such a wonderful boyfriend?" Despite her words, Wang Man was not a materialistic woman. During her university days, she had been pursued by several wealthy heirs who gifted her cardi, jewelry, and watches, all of which she had declined. If she were to encounter such a man, she likely wouldn't accept him, not due to lack of desire, but rather because she felt she couldn't keep up. One could easily imagine that a handsome and affluent man would attract a plethora of beautiful women. Naturally, even if he did nothing, countless ladies would eagerly vie for his attention. In contrast, she yearned for a thoughtful, gentle man who cherished family and loved her. "Quick, try it on. And wear the watch too," Wang Man urged playfully. Under her insistence, Lu Rian was compelled to don a Louis Vuitton dress and the Vacheron Constantin watch. Once dressed, Wang Man exclaimed, "You look absolutely stunning, Rian. That outfit is tailored just for you, exuding such elegance." High-end fashion indeed possesses a unique attribute. Wearing it inexplicably imbues one with confidence. It's akin to driving a Maybach. No matter the occasion, even if one wore inexpensive flip-flops, they would never feel out of place. Chapter 24, Celestial Melody. The Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Lying in bed, Zhao Fan received a message from Lu Ruyin. I truly love the gift. But please refrain from such surprises in the future. Glancing at the chat, Zhao Fan smiled softly, then redirected his focus to the system interface. In merely 30 seconds, the mysterious magic orb in the system shop would refresh. Previously, he had spent 100,000 on a magic orb that yielded an original song, leaving him eagerly anticipating what the system shop might offer next. As the 30 seconds swiftly elapsed, a new product materialized before Zhao Fan. Celestial Melody elevates one's singing ability to master level. Upon use, the host's voice will exude irresistible charm, and singing with Celestial Melody will grant an additional 10 charm points. Excellent. This item is remarkable, Zhao Fan mused. With his already commendable singing skills, acquiring Celestial Melody would almost guarantee his debut as a star. Most importantly, it would enhance his charm by 10 points. Imagining himself driving a Ferrari with a charm rating of 30, combined with the 10 from Celestial Melody, he realized that if he sang while driving, his charm would soar to 40. Surely, all the young ladies and even the mature women would be utterly enchanted by his allure. However, upon viewing the price, Zhao Fan couldn't help but mutter, what a ripoff. The previous system orb had cost him 100,000, and now it had skyrocketed to 300,000. Yet, considering the alluring attributes of Celestial Melody, he hesitated not a moment longer. He would buy it. Such an extraordinary item for just 300,000 was an undeniable steal. Without delay, Zhao Fan focused his thoughts and clicked to purchase. Transaction complete. The system data refreshed. Host, Zhao Fan. Level 3. Level 3 privilege reward. Earn 0. 4 yuan with each breath. Upgrade experience points. 85218910000000. System shop. 235959 until the next refresh. Backpack, Celestial Melody X1. Skill, driving Ferrari charm value 30. Balance, 50,287 yuan. After acquiring the Celestial Melody skill card, Zhao Fan found himself with just over 50,000 left. However, his system experience points surged significantly, leaving him only a mere 150,000 short of his next upgrade. As for his system balance, he had no cause for concern, as he earned 8,000 daily. Unless he indulged in extravagant spending, he'd never exhaust his funds. Thus, all his thoughts were now focused on the Celestial Melody skill card. Using his mind, he opened the system backpack, selected the skill card, and clicked to use it. A golden light burst forth within Zhao Fan's consciousness, leaving him momentarily dazed, but he soon regained his composure. At that moment, he sensed a transformation within himself, particularly in his throat, which felt pleasantly warm. This was the effect of the system skill card. Upon activation, it had enhanced his vocal prowess. Now, his singing ability had reached a master level, rivaling that of professors and experts from the Berklee College of Music. This system is simply incredible. Zhao Fan couldn't suppress his admiration. Thanks to the system's existence, he could attain master-level expertise without the need for formal training in any field. Who wouldn't be thrilled by such a prospect? According to the system's regulations, the shop refreshed every 24 hours. This meant Zhao Fan had the chance to draw different skill cards daily. The thought of potentially acquiring skills that could enhance his physical abilities in the future filled him with uncontainable joy. Exiting the system interface, Zhao Fan picked up his phone and replied to Lu Ruyin. Understood, I'll heed your advice next time. After exchanging a few more messages and bidding each other goodnight, Zhao Fan prepared for sleep, as he would be returning to Jiang City the following day and needed a good rest. The next day, at 6:30 in the morning, Zhao Fan awoke early as usual, and after freshening up, he donned the watch he had purchased the previous day and headed to the gym. What a coincidence. We meet again. Upon arriving at the gym, he encountered the yoga pants-clad lady from the previous morning. Today, the young lady continued to don the same attire as yesterday, a pair of yoga pants paired with a sports tank top, showcasing her graceful figure in its entirety. Good morning. Zhao Fan greeted her with a cheerful smile before he commenced his run on the treadmill. After half an hour, he paused, and the young lady handed him a bottle of water, remarking, "It seems we are quite fated, don't you think?" Zhao Fan took a sip of water and replied, "I'm leaving today. I plan to explore Kyoto for a couple more days, so perhaps our paths will cross again." The young lady smiled in response. "Until we meet again by fate." After bidding her farewell, Zhao Fan enjoyed breakfast at the hotel restaurant before returning to his room. Once he had packed his belongings, he prepared to check out at the front desk. Just then, a message from Lu Ruyin arrived. According to their prior arrangement, she was supposed to rise early to escort Zhao Fan to the high-speed rail station. However, Due to an unexpected obligation involving her aunt requiring her assistance with delivering documents to the school, she could not accompany him. I'm truly sorry for not being able to fulfill our agreement. It's all right. We shall see each other in Jiangxing. After their brief farewell, Zhao Fan embarked on his journey home. The 2-hour high-speed train ride brought him back to the city he cherished and knew so well. Upon arrival in Jiangxing, it was precisely noon, the peak hour for the barbecue restaurant. Thus, Zhao Fan did not head straight home, but instead made a beeline for his family's barbecue establishment. Seeing her son return, Su Shuyan exclaimed in surprise, "Son, when did you come back? Why didn't you give us a heads up?" "Just arrived." Concerned, Su Shuyan inquired, "Have you eaten lunch yet?" "Not yet." Initially, Zhao Fan had intended to make do with a meal on the train, but the fast food there was utterly unpalatable, leaving him with only 2 packets of instant noodles. Noticing her son hadn't had lunch, Su Shuyan called into the kitchen, "Zhao Yongmin, your son has returned. Hurry and prepare something for him." "Son's back?" Hearing his wife, Zhao Yongmin emerged from the kitchen, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. "You rascal. Why didn't you inform your mother and me beforehand?" Zhao Fan chuckled as he set down his backpack, retrieving a carefully chosen gift. "Mom, Dad, this is a present I brought back from Kyoto. I hope you like it." Upon hearing that their son had brought gifts, Zhao Yongmin and Su Shuyan were overjoyed and eagerly accepted them. The specific nature of the gift mattered little. What truly counted was the sentiment behind it. "Mom, this bracelet is for you, made of Hitian jade." Su Shuyan inspected the bracelet, its deep green luster catching her eye, and frowned slightly. "Son, this bracelet must be quite costly, I presume?" As a devoted admirer of jade jewelry, Su Shuyan, while not an expert, could easily discern the quality of the material. "It's not too bad, just over 20,000. Zhao Fan intentionally understated the price, fully aware of his mother's nature. Had he claimed it cost over 40,000, she might have insisted on returning it immediately. "Over 20,000? That does sound reasonable," Su Shuyan conceded. Nevertheless, despite her appreciation, she reproached Zhao Fan gently, "Next time, you shouldn't buy something so expensive. What if it accidentally breaks? That would be disheartening. Besides, it's not easy for you to save money." "All right, I understand, Mom. It's simply an expression of my love for you," Zhao Fan replied playfully with a smile. Seeing this, Su Shuyan cast a fond glance at Zhao Fan and refrained from saying more. As for Zhao Yongmin, he was thoroughly pleased as he fiddled with the lighter. "This lighter is truly remarkable. No wonder you're my son. I absolutely adore this gift. But what does this string of letters mean? Hermes? That is Hermes, Dad. It's worth 10,000. Zhao Fan chuckled. "What?" The price took Zhao Yongmin by surprise. Although the family could afford it, he had always regarded the most expensive lighter to be Zippo, which a neighbor often boasted about, claiming it cost several hundred. He was astounded that his son had purchased a 10,000 yuan lighter. Zhao Yongmin examined the lighter from every angle, unable to discern what made it worth such a price. Upon hearing the price, Su Shuyan became displeased. What kind of ridiculous lighter costs 10,000? Why buy something so extravagant? Isn't a 1 or 2 yuan lighter sufficient for your father? Hearing his wife's remark, Zhao Yongmin grew irate. "Su Shuyan, what do you mean by that? Can a 1 or 2 yuan lighter be compared to this? Besides, is it wrong for our son to buy me a lighter after gifting you a bracelet?" The couple fell into their usual bickering. "Son, listen to your mother. Return this lighter. It's far too expensive. Gold doesn't even cost this much. I want to return it. If you're returning something, take your bracelet back. This is a gift from our son, and I want to part with it." Listening to his parents' quarrel, Zhao Fan watched with a smile, feeling immensely happy. After their playful spat, Zhao Yongmin retreated to the kitchen to prepare a couple of dishes for Zhao Fan. As a barbecue restaurant, Zhao Fan had grown weary of barbecue and preferred rice and home-cooked meals when at the restaurant. After cooking, Zhao Yongmin strolled next door to show off the lighter. After savoring his father's dishes, Zhao Fan felt a wave of nostalgia. During his recent days in Kyoto, he had either eaten local cuisine or hot pot, but nothing compared to the flavors of home-cooked meals. As for his father's culinary skills, they were undoubtedly commendable, particularly since he possessed a professional chef's certificate. The mapo tofu and stir-fried chili pork were exceptionally fragrant, and Zhao Fan could easily devour 3 large bowls of rice with them. After satisfying his hunger, Zhao Fan conscientiously helped to clear the table. "Son, you should take a break. Let me handle the cleaning," Su Shuyan said. "No need, Mom. I'm not tired." Once the table was cleared and the restaurant tidied up as the customers began to leave, Zhao Fan grabbed his backpack and prepared to head home. "Mom, I'll be off now. Call me anytime if you need anything." "All right, go home and rest." After departing from the barbecue restaurant, Zhao Fan did not return home immediately. Instead, he headed to a music store to purchase a guitar. This was the instrument he intended to learn next. Given that the system had rewarded him with a heavenly voice, there was no need for him to labor over his singing skills. However, with a masterful vocal talent, it was essential to possess some professional skills. In today's music industry, one could hardly succeed without being proficient in both singing and playing an instrument. With a good singing voice, it was imperative to also learn to play the guitar. If time permitted, he could even delve into learning rap and dance, transforming into a true polymath. Once home, Zhao Fan eagerly began to explore his new instrument. In fact, during his high school years, his family had gifted him a guitar, but he had treated it as a mere pastime, playing with little seriousness. Nevertheless, he was familiar with some simple sheet music. With the System S award of the sheet music for jumping off the building, Zhao Fan began to play. Before he knew it, an hour had slipped by unnoticed. After an hour of practice, Zhao Fan had already grasped the fundamental techniques for playing the song Drop Tower. Playing the guitar is akin to learning to drive. It is a skill honed through repetition. To excel, one must dedicate time to practice. Zhao Fan set himself the task of playing the song twice daily. Picking up his phone, he noticed a call from Lu Ruyan. "What were you doing just now? Why didn't you reply to my messages?" she inquired. "I just went out to buy a guitar, preparing to practice," Zhao Fan replied. Upon hearing that Zhao Fan had purchased a guitar, Lu Ruyan's interest was piqued. "What made you suddenly want to learn guitar?" "Well, I thought it would be useful for when I sing for you in the future," Zhao Fan said with a smile. "Humph, you certainly know how to flatter," she teased. After chatting for a while longer, Lu Ruyan reluctantly ended the call. Zhao Fan picked up his guitar once again and played through the song before opening his tablet to start a ranked match in honor of kings. In the days that followed, Zhao Fan maintained his usual routine. He rose promptly at 6:30 each morning, jogged in the park for half an hour, returned home for breakfast, practiced guitar, and then helped out at the barbecue restaurant. When not busy, he indulged in honor of kings and peace elite. 2 days later, Lu Ruyan finally returned to the city. However, Zhao Fan did not go to meet her, as she mentioned that her parents would be picking her up. Lu Ruyan was still keen to keep their relationship a secret from her parents, having promised them she would not date before graduating from university. In the evening, after finishing dinner at the barbecue restaurant, Zhao Fan set out on his beloved electric scooter. Upon arriving at Lavender Park, he spotted Lu Ruyan sitting elegantly on a bench, waiting for him. As soon as she saw Zhao Fan, she joyfully leapt into his arms. Chapter 26. The birthday party. Gently stroking Lu Ruyan's head, Zhao Fan asked, "Did you enjoy your time in the city?" "Not at all. After you left, I felt incredibly bored," Lu Ruyan complained. When Zhao Fan was around, he accompanied her on shopping trips, but after his departure, she felt akin to a rural housewife, confined to her small room. Curiously, Zhao Fan inquired, "What about your aunt? Didn't she keep you company?" "Don't even mention it. My aunt is swamped with work, constantly buried in research. She often asks me to help deliver materials, and sometimes she is so busy she forgets to eat," Lu Ruyan lamented. Such is the life of a graduate student. Despite the glamorous surface, the arduous efforts behind the scenes remain unknown to many. Once admitted to graduate school, the coursework is minimal, relying heavily on self-discipline. The intense study load, coupled with professors engaging in research projects, can indeed be overwhelming. Holding Lu Ruyan's hand, they strolled and chatted until past 8 o'clock, when she said, "By the way, Zhao Fan, tomorrow is Tian's birthday. Would you accompany me?" Tian, whose full name is Mu Tian, was one of the 3 most popular girls in high school. The dynamics between women can be quite intricate. Although both Lu Ruyan and Zhang Ruoxi were school beauties, they had never interacted and even harbored some minor conflicts. However, Lu Ruyan had become good friends with Mu Tian. "Sure," Zhao Fan replied, nodding in agreement. "Then come find me tomorrow afternoon so we can pick out a gift for Tian," Lu Ruyan said, her face lighting up with delight. After wandering for a while longer, Zhao Fan glanced at the time and remarked, "It's getting late. Let me take you home." "Okay," Lu Ruyan nodded. Arriving at the entrance of her neighborhood, Lu Ruyan dismounted from the electric scooter and reminded Zhao Fan, "Don't forget. You promised to help me pick out a gift for Tian tomorrow afternoon." "Yes, I'll remember," Zhao Fan assured her. "I'm going upstairs now. Please be careful on your way back," Lu Ruyan said, turning to leave. Just as she was about to walk away, Zhao Fan playfully pulled her back, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. "Miss Lu, aren't you forgetting something?" What is it?" Lu Ruyan's eyes widened as she quickly realized his intent. A blush creeping onto her cheeks. She felt a flutter of nervousness. Had it been in the city, she would have eagerly bestowed a kiss upon Zhao Fan without hesitation. But here, at the entrance of her neighborhood, surrounded by relatives and acquaintances, she hesitated. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Ruyan scanned her surroundings. Confirming there were no familiar faces, she swiftly pecked Zhao Fan on the cheek. "I'm heading back now," she exclaimed, dashing inside. Watching her retreating figure disappear, Zhao Fan rode off on his electric scooter. Upon returning to the barbecue restaurant, he spotted Zhao Yongmin outside the neighboring hardware store, boasting to old Wang about a lighter. "Can you believe it? My son went to the city for 2 days and came back with a lighter that cost over 10,000. Zhao Yongmin exclaimed. Old Wang, listening, wore an awkward smile. If memory served him right, he had heard the same boast repeated at least 800 times yesterday. When would this show-offing come to an end? Time swiftly passed to the next day. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhao Fan's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Lu Ruyan. Zhao Fan, are you busy now? Should we head out? I'm not busy. Should I come pick you up? No need. Just wait for me at the entrance of Zhonglian Square. All right. After ending the call, Zhao Fan tidied up before setting off. He had barely arrived at Zhonglian Square when Lu Ruyan appeared shortly thereafter. Today, she wore the Louis Vuitton dress Zhao Fan had gifted her, complemented by a Vacheron Constantin couple's watch, exuding an air of elegance that drew the attention of countless passers-by. Though Jiang City had seen considerable development in recent years, it paled in comparison to larger cities like Kyoto and Shanghai. Moreover, there was no Louis Vuitton boutique in Jiang City, making it nearly impossible for her to go unnoticed. When she reached Zhao Fan, Lu Ruyan shyly asked, "Do I look pretty in this?" "Absolutely. You look so beautiful. It's easy to think you might not have any friends," Zhao Fan replied. At his compliment, Lu Ruyan's face brightened with a sweet smile. Every woman delights in flattery, and Lu Ruyan was no exception, though she had little patience for crass remarks. As for why Lu Ruyan had dressed so elegantly, Zhao Fan could easily surmise. After all, today was Mu Tiantian's birthday, and as one of the 3 main school beauties, Mu Tiantian would undoubtedly invite many classmates, possibly including Zhang Ruoxi. The tension between Lu Ruyan and Zhang Ruoxi was well known among their peers. On a typical day, Lu Ruyan would never dress so ostentatiously. However, today, adorned in a Louis Vuitton dress and a Vacheron Constantin watch, it was evident she aimed to outshine Zhang Ruoxi. "Ah, women, let us go inside and choose a gift for Tian, Zhao Fan suggested. Having spoken, Lu Ruyan took the initiative to grasp Zhao Fan's hand and led him into the shopping mall. The area of Zhonglian Square is not particularly vast, spanning 3 levels with a total area of over 5,000 square meters. Positioned as a mid-range shopping center, it attracts a considerable number of shoppers. After wandering for more than half an hour, Lu Ruyan finally set her sights on a particular watch, priced modestly at just over 230 yuan. It pales in comparison to the Vacheron Constantin adorning her wrist. However, as a high school student, the essence of gift-giving among classmates and friends lies in the sentiment rather than the price tag. Zhao Fan opted for a Yves Saint Laurent lipstick as a gift. After all, he was accompanying Lu Ruyan, and given his limited familiarity with Mu Tiantian, it would be inappropriate to arrive empty-handed. As for the cost, it was quite reasonable, merely over 400 yuan. Once the gifts were procured, the evening was fast approaching. The venue chosen by Mu Tiantian for the celebration was a well-known hotel in Jiangxing. Upon pushing open the door to the private room, Zhao Fan was momentarily taken aback. Good heavens, knowing he was attending a birthday party, one might mistakenly believe he had stumbled into a realm exclusively for women. The spacious room was filled entirely with females, with not a single male in sight. What's more, the beauty of these women was striking, aside from Lu Ruyan, Zhang Ruoxi, and Mu Tiantian. The 3 campus goddesses, the least attractive among them, boasted a score of at least 80. Chapter 27. The women's astonishment upon Lu Ruyan's entrance. Every pair of eyes in the room brightened. As a fellow woman, Lu Ruyan's ensemble exuded an undeniable elegance. Subsequently, their gazes shifted towards Zhao Fan. After all, today Mu Tiantian had invited only female classmates. Zhao Fan's unexpected appearance made it nearly impossible for him to go unnoticed. Mu Tiantian approached with a smile, taking Lu Ruyan's hand, and exclaimed, "Ruyan, you look absolutely stunning today." "Not too shabby," Lu Ruyan replied with a cheerful modesty, then continued, "Tian, I brought Zhao Fan along. You don't mind, do you?" "Oh, you two seem to have something going on." Mu Tiantian's eyes glinted with curiosity, and she pressed, "Quickly, confess your relationship." The other girls in the room chimed in, unable to contain their excitement. Could he be her boyfriend? Wow, the aloof goddess Lu has fallen for someone. No need to ask. He must be her boyfriend. Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed crimson, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Observing this scene, Zhao Fan took the initiative to introduce himself. "Hello everyone, I am Zhao Fan, Ruyan's boyfriend." Wow. Upon Zhao Fan's admission, the atmosphere in the room erupted with excitement. They had never anticipated that the high and mighty Lu Ruyan had entered into a romantic relationship. Throughout their school years, Lu Ruyan had been entirely focused on her studies, oblivious to the outside world, and though many boys had pursued her, they were all met with cold rejections. Rumors even circulated that she would not engage in a relationship until after graduating from university. Thus, the revelation of her romance astounded everyone present. Instantly, the girls all turned their interest towards Zhao Fan. What charm does this man possess to have melted the heart of such an icy goddess? Mu Tiantian, equally surprised, cast an amused glance at Zhao Fan and teased, "Impressive, Zhao Fan. You've managed to win over the illustrious Lu." Zhao Fan smiled and presented his gift, saying, "Happy birthday. Thank you for your gift." Mu Tiantian accepted it with gratitude, then beckoned, "You two, stop standing around and take a seat." Once seated, the attention of the girls remained fixed on Zhao Fan. At that moment, Mu Tiantian draped her arm around Lu Rian's shoulders and asked Zhao Fan, "Zhao Fan, Rian is applying to QH University. Which university did you choose?" "Kyoto University of Finance." "There's really no need to claim a prestigious city, is there?" At this point, Zhang Ruoxi, who had remained silent, interjected with a tone laced with sarcasm, as if implying Zhao Fan was merely pretending to be in Kyoto to pursue Lu Rian. Zhang Ruoxi was dressed strikingly in a white off-shoulder dress, paired with sheer skin-tone stockings, embodying a blend of innocence and allure. However, the most eye-catching aspect was undoubtedly her ample bosom. Hearing this, Lu Rian turned to Zhang Ruoxi and retorted, "That's far better than some who couldn't even get accepted." Zhang Ruoxi smiled tightly, choosing not to engage further, and instead asked Zhao Fan, "By the way, Zhao Fan, you asked for my contact information last time. Why haven't you called? I've been waiting for your invitation." With that, she shot a triumphant glance at Lu Rian, clearly insinuating that her boyfriend had shown interest in her. Zhao Fan nearly choked on his drink, thinking, "What does this have to do with me?" After all, he had only requested Zhang Ruoxi as contact information to assist his good friend, Zhang Dongming, and had no personal connection whatsoever. However, he could not refute this, as he had indeed asked for the contact information. Lu Rian dismissed the matter of the contact information with a scoff. "Why would he invite you? You know the answer in your heart." "You." Zhang Ruoxi fumed, gritting her teeth as she retorted, "You arrogant princess." Noticing the escalating tension between the two, Mu Tiantian chuckled and stood up, calling out to the waiter, "Serve the dishes." As dishes began to arrive at the table, the atmosphere in the room grew lively. "Today is Tiantian's birthday. Let us raise a glass to her." The group poured juice into their glasses and lifted them high, wishing Tiantian a happy birthday. "May you soon bear children." A chorus of laughter erupted, and they began to feast. Given that Zhao Fan was the only male present, he remained notably quiet, only speaking to serve Lu Rian her food. At that moment, a girl with an oval face noticed the watch on Lu Rian's wrist and inquired, "Rian, where did you buy that watch? It's beautiful." As soon as the words left her lips, all eyes turned to the Vacheron Constantine adorning Lu Rian's wrist. "Hey, you're right. It's stunning. Are those diamonds real? They're so dazzling." Zhang Ruoxi finally realized that Lu Rian was wearing a lady's watch, which was adorned with over 20 sparkling diamonds, radiating a brilliant glow under the lights of the private room. While Zhang Ruoxi privately held disdain for Lu Rian, she had to admit that the watch was indeed exquisite. Mu Tiantian, equally enamored, remarked, "It's truly beautiful. The craftsmanship is exquisite. It must be quite expensive, right, Rian?" "Actually, it's not that pricey. Zhao Fan gifted it to me a few days ago while we were in Kyoto," Lu Rian replied with a hint of pride. "Rian, could I try wearing your watch for a moment? I'd like to take a picture." The girl with the oval face asked Lu Rian. It was clear that she was genuinely fond of the watch and intended to find a similar one online. Of course, Lu Rian graciously removed the watch and handed it to the girl. "Thank you, Rian." After expressing her gratitude, the girl with an oval face adorned her wrist with the exquisite watch, took a few photos, and then returned it to Lu Rian. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruoxi's expression darkened, filled with a profound sense of resentment. Seeing Lu Ruyan wear such a stunning timepiece was far more distressing than losing her own watch. Following the photo session, the oval-faced girl uploaded the pictures onto a platform, eager to search for the same model. She estimated the watch's price to be modest, perhaps only a few hundred to a couple of thousand yuan, as they were all recent graduates. However, when she glimpsed the search results, sheer shock enveloped her. "Oh my goodness!" Mu Tian exclaimed, quickly inquiring, "What happened? Is it too hot to handle?" Shin Man did not respond, her gaze transfixed on her phone screen. The other girls nearby leaned in, curiosity etched on their faces. The screen displayed the very watch that adorned Lu Ruyan's wrist, an entirely new couple's watch from Vacheron Constantine, with an official price tag of a staggering 328,000 yuan. In the next instant, the private room erupted with gasps of astonishment. Chapter 28. A chance encounter at KTV. What they initially presumed to be a regular watch costing a few hundred yuan turned out to be over 300,000. The girls were utterly bewildered. "Wow, that's incredibly expensive." The collective gaze of all the girls shifted towards Lu Ruyan, their eyes brimming with envy. At that moment, their perception of Zhao Fan underwent a complete transformation. All of them, fresh graduates from the same high school, regarded a few thousand yuan as a significant sum. The notion of a watch worth over 300,000 was simply unfathomable. In Jiangcheng, such an amount could cover a down payment on a house. Zhang Ruoxi's gaze towards Zhao Fan grew increasingly complex. Ever since their first year of high school, she and Lu Ruyin had been fierce rivals, each vying for superiority in looks, academics, and even athletic prowess. Yet, in this moment, words were unnecessary. Zhang Ruo, she had been thoroughly bested. Who would have thought, Zhao Fan, that you are actually a concealed wealthy heir? Mu Tian was the first to regain her composure, astonished as she addressed Zhao Fan. Throughout their 3 years of high school, Zhao Fan had maintained such a low profile. He rode an exceedingly ordinary electric bike to school, creating a stark contrast with the watch worth over 300,000. Take Lu Hao for example. His family was quite affluent, with his father in construction, and he often flaunted his father's Audi A6. Yet, compared to Zhao Fan, that paled in comparison. The price of a single watch could purchase the Audi outright. What was particularly striking was Zhao Fan's humility. He gave away a watch worth over 300,000 without an ounce of ostentation. How could this not astonish the multitude of girls present? Zhao Fan chuckled, saying, "Don't joke with me, my family runs a restaurant. I'm nowhere near a wealthy heir." Mu Tian clearly doubted Zhao Fan's words, responding, "A restaurant? It's not a 5-star chain, is it?" Observing Zhang Ruoxi's expression of envy, Lu Ruyin felt a surge of delight, offering a smug smile before stating to Mu Tian, Zhao Fan earned his money trading futures. Earned it himself? What do you mean by that? The other girls, all students who had undergone the same 9 years of compulsory education, couldn't fathom why Zhao Fan was so exceptional. In that moment, every girl's gaze towards Zhao Fan brimmed with even greater envy. While wealthy heirs were undoubtedly alluring, a self-made wealthy individual was infinitely more impressive. Impressive, Zhao Fan. You're truly remarkable. Will you teach us, Zhao Fan? Mu Tian inquired eagerly. Of course, but futures trading carries risks. I can't guarantee you'll all profit. I've already lost nearly 100,000 in the past few days, Zhao Fan replied nonchalantly, sampling a piece of lamb coated in sauce. Upon hearing about the loss of 100,000 in just 2 days, Mu Tian's initial enthusiasm deflated instantly. As fresh high school graduates, losing even 1,000 yuan would be painful. She murmured, "Then I think I'll pass. I'll just focus on my studies." The group continued their meal and conversation, the gathering lasting nearly 3 hours before concluding. In the end, Mu Tian picked up the bill, waving her hand exuberantly. "Ladies, next stop, KTV. Let us go." Vienna KTV was known to be one of the better establishments in Jiangcheng, favored by many students for its reasonable prices and group deals. Upon entering, countless gazes turned towards Zhao Fan. A group of over 10 slender, innocent-looking girls, with only Zhao Fan as the sole male. How could this not attract attention? Lu Ruyin? At that moment, a delighted voice called out. Turning around, they saw Lu Hao approaching with a broad smile. Lu Hao was also there for a night out, having just stepped out of the restroom when he unexpectedly encountered Lu Ruyin and her friends. "Lu Yin, is that really you? What brings you here?" Lu Hao inquired. Upon noticing Zhao Fan's presence, he saw the two were rather close, appearing quite intimate. "Is this KTV owned by your family? Why can't I be here?" Lu Ruyin frowned, her irritation evident. To be honest, Lu Ruyin genuinely disliked Lu Hao. Despite his wealth, his manner of speaking was rather off-putting. Noticing her less than pleasant demeanor, Lu Hao quickly clarified, "That's not what I meant. I'm just surprised to run into you here. Tian is celebrating her birthday. We're here to sing," Lu Ruyin replied coolly. Although she despised Lu Hao, they had shared 3 years of high school together, so she refrained from being excessively rude. "Tian's birthday?" Lu Hao exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. He then turned to Mu Tian, grinning, "Tian de schoolflower. You're being a bit inconsiderate. Why didn't you tell me about such an important occasion?" Mu Tian internally scoffed, thinking, "Why should I inform you about my birthday? What is it to you?" Seeing that Mu Tian remained silent, Lu Hao generously declared, "How about this? Since it's your birthday, I haven't prepared a gift, so I'll cover all the expenses for tonight." Upon hearing Lu Hao's proclamation, Zhao Fan nearly burst into laughter. "Dude, can't you see what is going on? This is a gathering of close friends. What is it to you? Besides, it's just a KTV. Why are you trying to show off? Even if you splurge, it wouldn't cost more than a few thousand yuan." Indeed, after hearing Lu Hao's words, the girls all displayed expressions of disdain. His ostentatious behavior was incredibly off-putting, especially for Mu Tian, whose face turned sour. Setting aside their relationship, who cared about a few hundred yuan for karaoke? Wasn't that just embarrassing? In truth, Lu Hao hadn't thought much of it. He simply felt that since Zhao Fan was with them, he could join in as well. Unbeknownst to many, Zhao Fan's presence was due to the fact that he was Lu Ruyin's boyfriend. An awkward silence lingered for a moment, before Mu Tian politely declined Lu Hao's offer. There's no need, Lu Hao. We've already reserved a private room. Don't be so formal. We're all classmates. There's no need for pleasantries. Let's do as I say. Tonight's expenses are on me. As Lu Hao continued to flaunt his ostentatious demeanor, Mu Tian felt an overwhelming urge to confront him. How could he be so oblivious to the subtleties of social cues? Did he require her to utter a few hurtful words before he would comprehend? Chapter 29. The silent strike. Lu Hao eagerly rushed to the cashier to settle the bill, then began to host the gathering as if he were the star of the evening. Come on, everyone, don't be shy. Order whatever you desire, he declared, waving his arm grandly. Mu Tian, Lu Ruyin, and others exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting mild frustration. Once inside the private room, Lu Hao busied himself arranging items and adjusting the microphone, exhibiting an exaggerated eagerness. Observing this, Zhao Fan couldn't help but chuckle, turning to Lu Ruyin. Darling, your charm is simply irresistible. Lu Ruyin shot him a glare. I'm about to be driven mad by him. Soon, a waiter wheeled in a small cart laden with beverages, including 2 bottles of unknown foreign liquor. Come on, tonight, we drink until we're inebriated. Lu Hao laughed heartily. Sensing the atmosphere, Mu Tian quickly intervened, explaining, we came here to enjoy ourselves, not to get drunk. We just want some juice and to sing. Our goal is simply to have fun. Besides, with a group of over 10 people, only Zhao Fan was male, and none of the girls were inclined to drink. Thus, she addressed Lu Hao. Lu Hao, we want to be drinking. Let us return the alcohol. Oh, it's fine. If you can drink, then drink. If not, it's no big deal. A case of liquor isn't worth much. Lu Hao waved dismissively, attempting to appear impressive. Mu Tian was left speechless. Did Lu Hao truly fail to grasp the essence of the matter? It was not about the money. It was simply that they weren't interested in drinking. However, considering they were all classmates, Mu Tian sighed and chose not to press further. Let him do as he pleased. Zhao Fan, on the other hand, remained at ease. After entering the room, he found a corner to sit with Lu Ruyin, where they chatted and enjoyed fruit, wrapped up in their own world, utterly content. After some time, Lu Hao finally paused, only to seek out Lu Ruyin, only to discover her nestled comfortably in Zhao Fan's embrace, the scene exuding intimacy. At that moment, even a fool like Lu Hao could grasp the situation. He had intended to seize this opportunity to win Lu Ruyin's affection, only to find that Zhao Fan had beaten him to it. A wave of frustration surged within Lu Hao as he watched his idealized goddess nestled in another man's arms. The anguish was more unbearable than death. Seated on the sofa with a darkened expression, Lu Hao felt as though his head might explode from anger. Earlier, when he had accidentally encountered Lu Ruyin at the driving school, he had already been furious. After all, she had chosen to ride Zhao Fan's shabby electric scooter instead of her own Audi A6. Although he had felt intense jealousy at the time, he had dismissed it, firmly believing that Lu Ruyin could never harbor feelings for a man like Zhao Fan. He lacked wealth, came from an ordinary background, and was not particularly handsome. His only redeeming quality was his well-maintained complexion. Throughout high school, Zhao Fan had hardly made a mark. Yet now, witnessing their affectionate demeanor, Lu Hao felt a burning shame wash over him. After sitting for a while, Lu Hao suddenly stood up, opened a bottle of liquor, poured it into 2 glasses, and approached Zhao Fan. Brother, let us drink together for the first time. Zhao Fan was momentarily taken aback by the large glass in Lu Hao's hand. Surely, that was excessive? Conservatively estimating, 1 glass must contain at least 4 to 5 ounces. Moreover, the liquor was potent. It would surely be overwhelming. However, considering Lu Hao was treating and had taken the initiative to offer him a drink, Zhao Fan decided to accept it with a smile. Cheers, brother. Lu Hao downed his drink in one go. Zhao Fan, too, did not hesitate and followed suit, feeling the fiery sensation travel down his throat, warming him from within. Impressive drinking skills. Here's to us, let us have another, Lu Hao declared, opening another bottle of liquor and pouring it evenly into 2 glasses. This new bottle contained a pound of liquor, meaning each glass held a hefty amount. While it may not have been as potent as white liquor, it was still formidable. This time, however, Zhao Fan remained unresponsive, leaning back on the sofa with a calm expression, watching Lu Hao. Come on, keep drinking, Lu Hao urged Zhao Fan, his tone laced with provocation. Hey, are we close enough for this? Zhao Fan replied, his voice steady. The first drink had been a gesture of goodwill towards Lu Hao, but the second drink clearly indicated something else. Lu Hao was not merely offering a toast. He was attempting to force a drink upon him. Zhao Fan understood that Lu Hao was likely feeling distressed upon seeing his closeness with Lu Ruyin, the object of his affections throughout high school. Witnessing her nestled in another man's embrace was painful for anyone. However, Zhao Fan wondered, what did that have to do with him? Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Lu Hao's expression shifted dramatically. What's this? You can't take a hint? Are you still a man if you can't handle 2 drinks? Faced with such blatant provocation, Zhao Fan nearly burst into laughter. Hey, how old are you? Since when did drinking become the measure of a man's worth? With a smirk, Zhao Fan added dismissively, I need to ride later. It's not convenient for me to drink. With a swift motion, Lu Hao slammed the keys to his Audi A6 down on the table, brimming with bravado. No problem. Drink freely. If you overindulge, I'll call a driver to take you home. Are you done yet? Lu Ruyin interjected, her voice filled with indignation as she sat beside Zhao Fan. Lu Hao's behavior had already been unbearable, and now he was instigating trouble, especially considering Zhao Fan was her boyfriend. Lu Ruyin could no longer tolerate it. Her words cut through Lu Hao like a knife, piercing his heart. He downed his drink in one go, slightly intoxicated, and asked, Lu Ruyin, I just want to ask you one thing. Didn't you say you wouldn't date anyone before graduating from university? Why did you deceive me? The moment those words escaped his lips, the room fell into stunned silence. Seriously, dude, is your emotional intelligence negative? She was clearly trying to spare your feelings. And you took it to heart? The women present, who had already held a poor impression of Lu Hao, now felt a wave of aversion towards him. Lu Ruyin had initially intended to show Lu Hao some courtesy, but witnessing his repugnant demeanor, she snapped, Lu Hao, whether I date or not is none of your concern. What do you mean to me? I like Zhao Fan, so don't bother me again. Upon hearing her declaration, Lu Hao's face turned ashen. That statement was akin to a devastating blow, a silent yet lethal strike. Chapter 30, I am wealthy. The words spoken by Lu Ruyin shattered Lu Hao's heart. Initially, he naively believed that once Lu Ruyin graduated from university, he would have a chance. However, he soon realized that this was merely a self-deceptive ruse. After a brief silence, Lu Hao mustered the courage to ask, Why? Why did you choose Zhao Fan? What does he possess that I do not? At this moment, Lu Hao had come to terms with the situation, since it had escalated to this point. He decided to abandon all pretenses. He now sought to belittle Zhao Fan, hoping to salvage a modicum of his dignity. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Fan could not help but chuckle. Though he initially had no intention of engaging with Lu Hao, it appeared that it was now his turn to showcase his superiority. Yet, before Zhao Fan could utter a word, Lu Ruyin coldly interjected, You cannot compare to him in any aspect. I am wealthier than he is. Lu Hao retorted loudly. Huh. Lu Ruyin could not suppress her laughter at Lu Hao's statement. She then revealed her watch, declaring, Is it a contest of wealth, then? This watch was a gift from Zhao Fan, an exquisite Vacheron Constantine worth 328,000. He wears a Breitling himself, valued at over 100,000. Do you truly believe he is less affluent than you? The revelation left the women present in stunned silence. They were aware that the watch Zhao Fan had gifted Lu Ruyin was worth over 300,000. Yet they had not anticipated that his own watch also exceeded 100,000. What kind of background must he possess to afford such lavish items? Lu Hao was equally taken aback. He had assumed Zhao Fan hailed from an ordinary family, but it seemed he had hidden depths. Nonetheless, he remained obstinate, insisting, It's just a watch. Who knows if it's a counterfeit? This was purchased together at the SKP Mall in Kyoto. What do you think? Lu Ruyin replied. Lu Hao fell into silence, standing there at a loss for words. The women around him remained quiet, merely observing Lu Hao's humiliation. In school, their impression of Lu Hao had not been particularly negative. They merely regarded him as someone from a well-off family who enjoyed being ostentatious. However, in stark contrast to Zhao Fan, the disparity became glaringly apparent. Since graduating high school, Lu Hao had reveled in flaunting his father's Audi A6, even slamming the car keys on the table to ensure everyone knew of his family's wealth. Conversely, Zhao Fan, who donned a watch worth over 100,000 and gifted his girlfriend a present worth over 300,000, had never been boastful. His understated demeanor alone eclipsed Lu Hao's pretentiousness. From Lu Ruyin's perspective, comparing himself to Zhao Fan was an exercise in self-degradation. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Hao finally spoke. Lu Ruyin, I have but one question for you. Is there any possibility for us? At this, everyone present was taken aback. Are you serious? Have you been drinking too much fake liquor? What kind of mindset leads one to ask such a question? The signs have been abundantly clear. Why do you insist on making a fool of yourself? They all knew that if given the choice, every girl present would undoubtedly select Zhao Fan. I will make it abundantly clear. There can never be a chance for us. Lu Ruyin replied coldly. After finishing her words, she grasped Zhao Fan's hand and approached Mu Tian, saying, Tian, we have some matters to attend to, so we will take our leave. We can connect via phone if needed. With that, Lu Ruyin led Zhao Fan out of the private room. Seeing this, the others quickly chimed in, Tian. It's getting late. I must head home, lest my parents start worrying. I will leave too, Tian. Let's arrange to meet another day. Wait for me. Let us go together. Following the departure of Zhao Fan and Lu Ruyin, the remaining women also began to exit. What had initially been a joyous gathering was thoroughly disrupted by Lu Hao's presence. Given how things had unraveled, there was little point in remaining. Who could still find joy in singing? In the blink of an eye, the once lively private room was left with only Lu Hao. After exiting the KTV, Lu Ruyin expressed her regret to Mu Tian, saying, Tian, I truly apologize for ruining your birthday celebration due to my actions. Do not mention it. Ruyin, everyone was quite happy today. Let us not allow Lu Hao to affect our spirits, Mu Tian reassured. All right, we shall take our leave now. You should head back early as well, Lu Ruyin replied with a smile. Okay, travel safely. Let us arrange a shopping trip soon. Sure. Bye Tian. Goodbye. As each woman waved farewell, they returned home, each to their respective families. Once everyone had departed, Zhao Fan pulled Lu Ruyin close, grinning, darling. Your performance just now was nothing short of spectacular. Zhao Fan's eyes sparkled with pride. However, Lu Ruyin shot him an exasperated glance, demanding, let us set aside what just happened. First, explain to me why you sought Zhang Ruoxi's contact information? Whoa, during dinner at the hot pot restaurant. I thought you had forgotten about that. I didn't realize you could hold a grudge. Zhao Fan chuckled. I was merely preparing for future endeavors, you know? As soon as he finished, Lu Ruyin pinched him sharply at the waist. Do not irritate me. Haha, I confess, this was all before the college entrance examination. A good friend of mine, Zhang Dongming, harbors feelings for Zhang Ruoxi, but he is rather shy. He struggles to speak to girls he likes. So, he asked me to help him obtain her contact information, Zhao Fan explained candidly. Having heard the full story, Lu Ruyin smiled contentedly. I suppose I can temporarily forgive you. Are you worried I might develop feelings for Zhang Ruoxi? Zhao Fan inquired. Lu Ruyin nodded earnestly. Zhao Fan affectionately ruffled her hair, assuring her, rest assured, even if something were to transpire between us, you would never find out. Zhao Fan. This time, Lu Ruyin was genuinely upset, biting into Zhao Fan's neck. Ouch, are you part dog or something? Zhao Fan exclaimed, wincing at the pain from the bite mark on his neck, nearly on the verge of tears. Well, you asked for it. Lu Ruyin pouted. Although she knew Zhao Fan would never betray her, the very thought stung. After some playful banter, Zhao Fan suggested, all right, it's getting late. Allow me to escort you home. Starting up the electric scooter, the two made their way towards Chunqing Garden Community. Chapter 31. The start of university in the days that followed. Zhao Fan maintained his routine of rising at 6:30 each morning to jog for half an hour in the park, then assisting at the barbecue shop throughout the day. During his free time, he indulged in games like Honor of Kings and Peacekeeper Elite, occasionally going on dates with Lu Ruyin at Lavender Park. Gradually, their relationship grew increasingly intimate. Yet, despite this closeness, they had not ventured into anything beyond gentle hand-holding and affectionate embraces. The most risky they engaged in was merely practicing their lung capacity. It was not that Zhao Fan was unwilling to explore further with Lu Ruyin. Rather, her parents' watchful eyes were a considerable deterrent. Whenever I step out for more than half an hour, I receive a call almost every 10 minutes, and a video call every half an hour. With such a stringent surveillance frequency, there is scarcely any opportunity for indiscretion. Time flies like a fleeting horse. And before I know it, it's August 30th. On that morning, Zhao Fan rose early, freshened up, and set off for the high-speed train station. It was the day QH University commenced its new academic year, and Lu Ruyin was about to board a train to Kyoto. As her boyfriend, Zhao Fan naturally intended to see her off. However, this occasion was different from the past. It was Lu Ruyin who had insisted on his presence. She also informed Zhao Fan that she had disclosed their relationship to her parents, who were eager to meet him during this visit. Upon alighting from the taxi, Lu Ruyin appeared before him, accompanied by her father and mother. Zhao Fan. Lu Ruyin greeted him with a smile and a wave. Hello, uncle and aunt. Zhao Fan replied cheerfully. This marked the first meeting with Zhao Fan, and Lu Jianyu maintained a rather stoic demeanor, merely nodding seriously. In contrast, her mother, Sun Gu, scrutinized Zhao Fan as if she were a mother-in-law assessing a prospective son-in-law. Ruyin, what time is your train? Zhao Fan inquired. It's at 8:15. With her parents present, Lu Ruyin refrained from displaying excessive affection, simply reminding Zhao Fan, remember to visit me often once you start university. This is your promise to me. Rest assured, I shall fulfill that promise. Zhao Fan playfully assured her. And, you mustn't get too close to other girls. If I catch you, you're in big trouble. Lu Ruyin threatened, flashing her small canine teeth. Lu Ruyin had recently learned that Kyoto University of Finance and Economics was teeming with beautiful women, with the female student population reaching an astonishing 70%. Zhao Fan, being both handsome and affluent, would undoubtedly attract many admirers once school commenced. All right, I'll remember. Zhao Fan affectionately glanced at Lu Ruyin. I have a little secret to share with you, Lu Ruyin said mysteriously. A secret? To keep an eye on you. I've placed an undercover agent at your university. An undercover agent? Zhao Fan was somewhat taken aback. If you misbehave at school, I will be the first to know. And I will come find you immediately to give you a piece of my mind. Just as they were conversing, Lu Jianyi interrupted. Ruyin. It's time to board. Hearing this, Lu Ruyin reluctantly embraced Zhao Fan and said, Zhao Fan, I'm off now. Let us not make this feel like a heart-wrenching farewell. We will see each other again in just a few days. The start date for Kyoto University of Finance and Economics was slightly later than QH University. QH commenced on August 30th, while Kyoto began on September 3rd. Merely a gap of 3 or 4 days. After watching Lu Ruyin pass through the ticket gate, Zhao Fan turned to leave. Time swiftly moved on to September 2nd. After having breakfast that morning, Zhao Fan retrieved the suitcase he had prepared the previous night. Son, do you think you can manage on your own? Zhao Yongmin asked with concern. Tomorrow marked the day Zhao Fan would begin his university journey, and according to his plan, he intended to arrive a day early to acclimatize to his new surroundings. Initially, Zhao Yongmin and Su Shuyin intended to accompany Zhao Fan to the university. But due to the short distance and their busy restaurant schedule, he politely declined. Waving his hand at his parents, he assured them, there's no need. I'm just going to university, not heading off to war. Seeing his son's determination, Zhao Yongmin refrained from saying more, merely nodding and reminding, all right, but be sure to stay safe. Once you arrive in Kyoto, give your mother and me a call. Zhao Yongmin had a great deal of confidence in his son. So after a few brief reminders, he and Su Shuyin drove off to their barbecue restaurant. While waiting to board, Zhao Fan opened the system store with his mind. After several days of accumulation, his system balance had risen to over 230,000. He needed to spend just an additional 150,000 to elevate the system to level 4. Thus, this visit to the university would certainly involve a shopping spree. Glancing at the system store, he noted that the mysterious law ball had refreshed. This time, the product was a Go Master Talent Card. Go Master Talent Card. Upon using this item, the host will acquire the skills of a Go Master. Price, 1,888,800. Upon seeing that final figure, Zhao Fan was rendered speechless. This system is becoming increasingly exorbitant. The first mysterious law ball cost 100,000. The second mysterious song card, 300,000. And now this Go Master Talent Card is a staggering 188 million. Will the next refresh demand 10 million? The rate at which prices were escalating was utterly ludicrous, akin to the absurdity of bread costing 50,000 marks. Yet, upon reflection, spending 188 million to elevate his Go skills to a master level didn't seem unreasonable. In China, Go is a highly esteemed game that challenges the intellect of its players. Professional ranks are divided into amateur and professional levels, with amateurs having 19 ranks and professionals 18, totaling 17 ranks. The master level represents the pinnacle of Go proficiency, a goal that countless individuals strive for throughout their lives. Therefore, investing 188 million for a chance to achieve what many may never attain was indeed a lucrative proposition. Although Zhao Fan was eager to purchase this talent card, his system backpack lacked sufficient funds. Thus, he could only admire it for the time being. Once he upgraded the system to level 4, he would be able to amass funds rapidly and then acquire the talent card. Following the previous growth pattern, once the system reached level 4, each breath would yield 0.8 yuan, resulting in daily earnings of 16,000, amounting to approximately 500,000 over a month. Moreover, upon reaching level 4, a generous level 4 gift package would also provide substantial rewards. After exiting the system store, Zhao Fan began to amuse himself with his phone. For his trip to Kyoto, he hadn't packed excessively. He brought only a few changes of clothes, along with his laptop and tablet. As for the rest, he planned to purchase them upon arrival. Once ticketing was successfully completed, Zhao Fan found his seat. Just as he settled in, a familiar voice called out from behind him. Zhang Ruoxi. Upon seeing Zhang Ruoxi's figure, Zhao Fan was momentarily surprised. You're starting school tomorrow too? Yes, Zhang Ruoxi replied with a smile. Didn't Lu Gongzhu mention it? I'm also enrolled at Kyoto University of Finance and Economics, the same school as you. Lu Gongzhu. Zhao Fan pondered the nickname Zhang Ruo she had given Lu Ruyin, feeling a bit perplexed as to its origin. Noticing his bewilderment, Zhang Ruoxi chuckled and explained. Initially, I referred to Ruyin as Princess Taiping, but later thought that might be a bit presumptuous, so I changed it to Lu Gongzhu. The meaning remains largely the same, you understand. With that, Zhang Ruoxi cast Zhao Fan a mischievous glance. Zhao Fan quickly grasped her implication. Zhang Ruoxi believed Lu Ruyin was quite cute. This was a point on which Zhao Fan could undoubtedly provide insight. When it comes to Zhang Ruoxi and her impressive figure, it is a universally acknowledged truth among those around her. It is an observation that is immediately apparent. However, such comparisons depend greatly on the context. Although Lu Rian may not possess the same grandeur as Zhang Ruoxi, she certainly has her own merits. Boasting a C cup that is not insignificant, bestowing such nicknames upon someone could indeed be seen as rather presumptuous. Why did she feel the need to inform me of her university? Just as a flicker of doubt crossed his mind, Zhao Fan suddenly recalled something. No, something feels off. Enlightenment struck him as he turned to Zhang Ruoxi and inquired, "Which university did you say you attend?" "Kyoto University of Finance," Zhang Ruoxi replied calmly. Zhao Fan exclaimed, "Could it be that the intelligence agent Lu Rian mentioned is you?" Just days prior, when Lu Rian had relayed this information, Zhao Fan had been skeptical, thinking she was merely jesting. Little did he expect to encounter the agent herself today. This led him to ponder a perplexing question. Everyone at Kuani Middle School was aware of the tension between Lu Rian and Zhang Ruoxi. So how had they united now? Wait a minute, weren't you two on poor terms before? How did this happen? Women's affairs are best left unexamined. Zhang Ruoxi retorted with a hint of pride. After that, she crossed her legs, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin beneath her strapless dress. Once she settled into a more comfortable position, she turned her gaze to Zhao Fan with a playful smile, asking, "Have you ever considered bribing me? If you do, no one will discover your escapades at the Finance University." A smug expression adorned her face. She was well aware that Kyoto University of Finance was renowned for its abundance of beautiful women, boasting one of the highest ratios of attractiveness in the nation. Given Zhao Fan's looks and wealth, he was bound to attract countless lovely admirers once the semester commenced. "Are you truly testing my resolve? What man could withstand such a trial?" Zhao Fan mused as he glanced at Zhang Ruoxi before taking his seat. "Are you really not considering it? I assure you, I am quite serious." A gentle breeze tousled Zhang Ruoxi's soft hair, brushing it against Zhao Fan's arm, sending a ticklish sensation through him. Raising his gaze to her, he couldn't help but acknowledge that Zhang Ruoxi's beauty was truly extraordinary. From any angle, she was breathtaking. "It sounds to me like you are more inclined to entice me than to seek a bribe," Zhang Ruoxi remarked with a chuckle, playfully tossing her hair. "If you truly wish to pursue me, that would certainly vex Lu Rian." After a moment, Zhang Ruoxi seemed to recall something and added, "Zhao Fan, when you first asked for my contact information, I assumed you were interested in me. I never expected you would end up with Lu Rian." Reflecting on this, Zhang Ruoxi found it somewhat astonishing. A boy seeking her contact details, and on graduation day, she had noticed Zhao Fan staring at her for quite a while. One would naturally assume he harbored feelings for her, yet he ultimately pursued Lu Rian instead. Zhao Fan chuckled at the thought. His request for her contact information had merely been to assist a good friend, and his gaze on graduation day was simply due to Zhang Ruoxi's captivating appearance. The lace mini dress, knee-high white stockings, and her elegantly long legs exuded a blend of innocence and allure. Any boy would be unable to resist stealing glances. However, Zhao Fan had merely looked openly, nothing more. After all, men are drawn to beauty. Noticing Zhao Fan's smile, Zhang Ruoxi shifted her tone, resting her chin on her hands as she eagerly asked, "Zhao Fan, do you think I'm attractive?" Zhao Fan nodded earnestly, replying, "Yes, quite lovely." "Then why not consider breaking up with Lu Rian? I am certainly more mature than she is." With that, Zhang Ruoxi proudly accentuated her figure. Zhao Fan nearly choked on his breakfast at her words. This girl was indeed something else. Her flirtations were a stark contrast to Lu Rian's more reserved demeanor, embodying a carefree spirit. "You can only be my little mistress for now," Zhao Fan teased. "A little mistress? If Lu Rian found out, she'd be thrilled," Zhang Ruoxi replied. Her enthusiasm dampened. After chatting for a while longer, Zhao Fan realized that Zhang Ruoxi was genuinely an amusing person. Their conversations, even when laced with innuendos, never fell flat. Spending time with her proved to be quite enjoyable. After some time, Zhang Ruoxi leaned in, playfully poking Zhao Fan's arm and asking with a curious expression, "By the way, may I ask you a rather personal question? How far have you and Lu Rian progressed?" "We're in the throes of romance," Zhao Fan answered. "And have you too consummated your relationship?" At this, Zhao Fan raised his head to meet Zhang Ruoxi's inquisitive gaze and chuckled. "What? Are you interested in trying it out?" "Indeed. I've heard that it's beneficial for a woman's skin, promoting beauty and vitality, but alas, I lack a suitable partner," Zhang Ruoxi replied. Casting a knowing look toward Zhao Fan laughed and shook his head, reaching out toward the hem of her dress. This sudden move startled Zhang Ruoxi, who quickly leaned away, eyeing him warily. "What do you think you're doing?" she exclaimed. "TSK," Zhao Fan chuckled, retracting his hand. One must admit, Zhang Ruoxi's flirtation technique could easily ensnare a more reserved man like Zhang Dongming. A simple scare from him had revealed her true colors. Smirking, he remarked, "Your composure needs work. Perhaps practice at home would do you good." Despite her bold demeanor, Zhang Ruoxi was still a student. When faced with genuine advances, she could easily falter. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she huffed, "Just wait. I'll tell Lu Ruyan that you want to touch my leg." 2 hours swiftly passed. Throughout the journey, Zhang Ruoxi and Zhao Fan enjoyed a delightful conversation. Initially, she had found it puzzling why someone as aloof as Lu Ruyan would be drawn to Zhao Fan. However, after spending time together, she began to understand that Zhao Fan possessed an irresistible charm that captivated all women. As the high-speed train announced its arrival at Kyoto South Station, Zhao Fan stretched lazily, gathered his belongings, and prepared to disembark. Observing this, Zhang Ruoxi hurriedly interjected, "Hey, you're leaving just like that? What else should I do?" Zhao Fan shrugged. "Considering how Lu Ruyan praised you in my presence, you certainly lack gentlemanly decorum." At Zhang Ruoxi's words, Zhao Fan immediately grasped her intent. She was subtly implying that he should assist her with her luggage. "You wish for my help with your belongings?" Zhao Fan inquired. Zhang Ruoxi nodded obediently. She had brought a considerable amount of clothing and necessities for the new semester, making her suitcase quite heavy. Just moments ago, without the assistance of a kind steward, she would have struggled to place it in the overhead compartment. "What isn't it for me?" Zhao Fan feigned mischief, glancing at Zhang Ruoxi's legs. She quickly covered her skirt, responding, "I'll treat you to a meal later." After their playful exchanges, Zhang Ruoxi was genuinely wary of Zhao Fan. She knew he harbored no ill intentions, yet she still felt a twinge of apprehension. "How about this? I'll treat you to lunch, and you handle your own luggage," Zhao Fan proposed. "You man." Zhang Ruoxi inhaled deeply, her expression a blend of indignation and uncertainty about what to say next. Observing her, Zhao Fan chuckled softly and said, "All right, I won't tease you any longer. Which one is your luggage?" "That one." Zhang Ruoxi gestured toward a pale pink suitcase perched on the luggage rack. Contrary to expectations, her belongings were not as numerous as anticipated. She possessed merely a 25-inch suitcase. In comparison to the two hefty 40 to 50-inch suitcases of Lu Ruyan, Zhao Fan felt a sense of relief. However, his curiosity was piqued regarding the contents of Zhang Ruoxi's suitcase. Despite its modest size, it was surprisingly weighty, conservatively estimated to weigh around 30 to 40 pounds. "What on earth did you pack? Did you bring your entire kitchenware?" Zhao Fan quipped. "Don't you speak to Princess Lu like this?" Zhang Ruoxi inquired. "Do you think so?" Zhang Ruoxi shot Zhao Fan a sidelong glance, exclaiming, "It's a miracle that Princess Lu hasn't been driven to despair by you." After hailing a taxi, Zhao Fan handed Zhang Ruoxi her suitcase, asking, "Which campus are you at? There should be a designated shuttle service to pick you up, right?" The implication was clear. The two were about to part ways. Yet, Zhang Ruoxi seemed unfazed by Zhao Fan's words. Instead, she instructed the taxi driver to open the trunk and placed her suitcase inside. Closing the trunk, she remarked, "You're quite amusing. Who would take the bus when there's a taxi available?" Taken aback by her response, Zhao Fan found himself momentarily speechless. Inside the taxi, the driver, while serenading to Coco to a high shepherd, cast curious glances at Zhao Fan and Zhang Ruoxi. "Are you both freshmen at the Finance University?" he inquired cheerfully. "Yes." Zhang Ruoxi nodded. "How wonderful. I envy you young couples. You must be so happy," the driver remarked. Instantly, a blush crept onto Zhang Ruoxi's cheeks as she hurried to clarify, "No, we're not a couple. We're high school classmates." With a knowing look, the driver replied, "Ah, I see. As someone who has been there, I understand. If you two didn't have any feelings for each other, you wouldn't be attending the same university, would you?" The driver's words left Zhang Ruoxi at a loss for how to respond. However, she couldn't help but feel a small thrill at the suggestion. Kyoto Finance University, a prestigious 985 institution in the country, spans an area of 1.05 million square meters and consists of two campuses, north and south. It houses 26 colleges and offers 54 undergraduate programs, annually producing a significant number of talented graduates. During the bustling enrollment season, numerous students and their parents filled the area outside the university, creating a lively atmosphere. After retrieving Zhang Ruoxi's suitcase from the taxi, Zhao Fan said, "You should go complete your enrollment procedures. I'll take my leave." "Wait, don't go just yet." Zhang Ruoxi quickly stopped him, smiling as she added, "Could you help me carry my suitcase to the dorm? I'll treat you to a meal afterward." Casting a glance at her hefty suitcase, Zhao Fan sighed inwardly, thinking, "This girl truly doesn't want to exert any effort." Raising an eyebrow, he replied, "If my workload increases, then my compensation must also rise." "Deal. You can choose what to eat later," she responded eagerly. "I want seafood," he declared. "Seafood it is. But if you end up bankrupting me, I'll come to you for free meals," Zhang Ruoxi laughed. Upon arriving at the freshman reception area and confirming her college and major, they both signed the registration form. After all the procedures were completed, a senior student led them to the female dormitory. Along the way, Lu Ruyan was engaged in cheerful conversation with the senior, while Zhao Fan leisurely followed behind, hauling the suitcase. "You know, This finance university is quite impressive. Not only is the campus scenery enchanting, but even the senior students are stunning. Just look at all those long legs. He mused to himself. It was no wonder the internet dubbed Kyoto Finance University a paradise for male students. The online comments were indeed accurate. Excuse me, is that your boyfriend behind you? The senior suddenly asked Zhang Ruoxi. Noticing the peculiar glint in the senior's eyes directed at Zhao Fan, Zhang Ruoxi chuckled. No, I'm his little wife. His main wife is studying at QH University. The senior was momentarily taken aback, her expression one of astonishment. Wow, this is quite something. Is it true that freshmen nowadays are so bold? It's enough to make one's scalp tingle. Throughout the journey, the senior's mind was a whirl of disbelief, pondering how such a charming and sunny young man could engage in such playful antics. Here is your dormitory, room 302 on the 3rd floor. The senior announced upon reaching the dormitory building. Thank you, Zhang Ruoxi replied with a smile. The senior appeared still caught up in her earlier shock. Somewhat dazed as she said, Oh, no worries. You're welcome. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Zhao Fan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Though the floor was not particularly high, the numerous stairs were exhausting. Carrying the heavy suitcase had indeed been tiring. Thank you, Zhang Ruoxi said cheerfully to Zhao Fan. I've changed my mind, Zhao Fan stated. Oh, have you finally realized that you want to break up with Princess Lu and give me a try? Zhang Ruoxi teased playfully, daring to make such a jest only because Zhao Fan seemed so fatigued. What? I merely changed my lunch plans, he clarified. What do you want to eat then? Zhang Ruoxi leaned closer, her expression adorably curious. I'd like to try Michelin cuisine. I've heard it's delicious. But I've never had it, he replied. Huh, Michelin? How much could a tire cost? Zhang Ruoxi scoffed playfully as they entered the dormitory. Chapter 34. SKP shopping. Since they arrived early, the dormitory was temporarily devoid of other students, leaving only Zhao Fan and Zhang Ruoxi. To be frank, the accommodations at the Finance University were quite impressive, standard 4-person rooms featuring bunk beds and storage cabinets. The rooms were equipped with private balconies and bathrooms, as well as air conditioning and water heaters. All the essential amenities were present. After surveying the room, Zhao Fan remarked, This is rather nice. I just wonder how the dorms for the economics college compare. Although Zhao Fan and Zhang Ruoxi were both at the same university, they were situated on different campuses, each requiring different entrance exam scores. Despite being at the same institution, Zhang Ruoxi's exam score was 100 points lower than Zhao Fan's. Weren't you curious about it beforehand? Zhang Ruoxi shot him a sideways glance. Not really, Zhao Fan admitted. During the entire summer, aside from obtaining his driver's license, he had been preoccupied with dating Lu Ruyan, refreshing his gaming systems, and indulging in video games, forgetting to do any prior research. However, he was prepared to either stay in the dormitory or rent an apartment, depending on the conditions. He was determined not to compromise on his comfort. Don't worry, the dorms for your economics college are much better than ours. There are also 4-person rooms, but yours are apartment-style singles with an extra living room, Zhang Ruoxi reassured him. Hearing this, Zhao Fan felt considerably relieved. After assisting Zhang Ruoxi in organizing her belongings, a sense of relief washed over her as she smiled at Zhao Fan and said, Let us go. I'll treat you to a meal. Are you sure you don't want to buy some daily necessities first? Zhao Fan inquired. While helping Zhang Ruoxi pack, he noticed that her suitcase was filled solely with clothes and shoes, devoid of any essential items. No rush. There is a supermarket on campus where we can purchase whatever we need, he reassured her. All right then, let us go. Upon exiting the university, Zhang Ruoxi asked, What do you feel like eating? How about we dine at a nearby mall? We can grab a bite and then buy a couple of outfits. As the new semester commenced, Zhao Fan was determined to travel light, bringing along only 2 changes of clothes and his laptop, leaving behind all daily essentials like socks and shoes. He figured he could just buy what he lacked later, especially since the system had funds available to level up. Which mall should we go to? He suggested. SBK perhaps? Zhao Fan replied. Wow, Zhang Ruoxi exclaimed, taken aback. Are you trying to kill me? Although she had never been to SBK Mall, she had heard of its reputation as one of the most prestigious malls in Kyoto and the entire nation. Its prices were notoriously steep. Even a simple meal there wouldn't come cheap. After hailing a taxi, the two set off. About 20 minutes later, they arrived at SBK. Entering a seafood restaurant, Zhao Fan didn't order extravagantly. He simply chose a seafood rice dish priced at over 200 yuan. Zhang Ruoxi gasped, clearly shocked. When she glanced at the menu earlier, she had seen that a serving of crayfish was 688 yuan and abalone 888 yuan. If Zhao Fan had ordered freely, it would have exceeded her entire monthly budget. You scared me. I thought you were going to order king crab, she exclaimed. All right then, let us add a king crab. Zhao Fan teased. Zhao Fan, my monthly living expenses are only 2,000 yuan. Are you planning to make me work off my debt here? Zhang Ruoxi shot him a withering glance. Zhao Fan chuckled. How could I? You've got me here after all. Hearing this, Zhang Ruoxi felt much better, secretly thinking, humph. At least you have a conscience. Noticing Zhao Fan fiddling with his phone, her curiosity got the better of her. What are you looking at? She asked. I'm checking out gloves, he replied. Gloves? Why are you looking at gloves? Zhang Ruoxi was puzzled. To buy you some. So you want to hurt your hands while washing dishes. Zhao Fan, she exclaimed, her anger igniting as she glared at him, feeling an overwhelming urge to bite him in retaliation. Within moments, the waiter brought the seafood rice dish to their table. After tasting it, Zhao Fan nodded approvingly. While the restaurants at SBK may not have been extraordinary, the food was quite palatable, albeit at a premium price. The same seafood rice would cost only a few dozen yuan elsewhere, yet here it was 288 yuan. After their meal, Zhao Fan asked, Are you heading back to school, or do you want to wander around a bit? Since we're here, let us explore. It'll be nice to broaden my horizons with you. Shopping is undoubtedly a woman's innate trait. The thought of visiting such an extravagant mall for the first time filled Zhang Ruoxi with excitement. Even if she didn't buy anything, the experience of simply browsing would lift her spirits. However, she soon realized she was mistaken. Zhao Fan's speed in shopping was astonishing. Before she could even take a good look, he had already checked out. He didn't bother considering prices for clothes he liked. He simply swiped his card. While she was still astonished that a short-sleeved shirt on display cost over 8,000 yuan, Zhao Fan had already purchased 3 items. Wait, what? She sighed. What's wrong? Zhao Fan inquired. I swear, I will never go shopping with you again, she declared earnestly. Shopping with Zhao Fan was devoid of any joy. While most would deliberate over their purchases, seeking opinions from those around them, Zhao Fan was silent and focused solely on buying, leaving her with no sense of engagement. Observing her discontent, Zhao Fan bought 2 cups of fruit tea, handing one to her with a smile. I still need 2 pairs of pants and shoes. You can help me choose next. Humph, that's more like it, Zhang Ruoxi replied with a light snort, her spirits lifting as she bounced ahead. Upon entering a Gucci boutique, she began selecting items for Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan, this pair of pants looks great. It would match perfectly with that short-sleeve shirt you just bought. And these sneakers would look amazing on you. After an extended search, Zhao Fan settled on a pair of jeans and black sneakers. The total wasn't exorbitant, just over 10,000 yuan. After paying, Zhang Ruoxi eagerly pulled Zhao Fan toward the Hermes store. Zhao Fan, come look at this belt, she exclaimed. Zhao Fan waved his hand dismissively. Let us skip the belt. He simply couldn't appreciate the appeal of an Hermes belt. The ostentatious H logo seemed rather gaudy to him. They continued shopping until 5 in the afternoon, when Zhao Fan finally completed his clothing haul, which included 3 short-sleeved shirts, 2 pairs of pants, and a pair of shoes. Should we look for a backpack? Zhang Ruoxi asked excitedly. This afternoon had been a delightful shopping spree for her, especially since price was no concern when shopping with Zhao Fan. If she liked something, it was simply purchased. There's a Chanel store ahead. Let us check it out. With that, she dragged Zhao Fan along. After entering, she bought a backpack for 5,000 yuan. As they exited the store, Zhao Fan felt his legs aching. If they continued shopping, he feared he might collapse. Glancing at the time, he said, It's getting late. Let me treat you to dinner. He was fatigued from shopping. And besides, Zhao Fan wasn't one to take advantage of others. Zhang Ruoxi had already spent over 500 yuan treating him to lunch, so it felt fair to reciprocate with a nice dinner. No, I have things to do back at the dorm, Zhang Ruoxi declined, shaking her head. After all, they weren't in a romantic relationship. Her invitation to lunch stemmed from gratitude for Zhao Fan helping her with her luggage, while their afternoon shopping was merely a friendly outing. Going out for dinner together again would feel somewhat inappropriate. Zhao Fan understood her sentiment and nodded. All right, then you head back. Be careful on your way. After bidding farewell, Zhang Ruoxi departed. Zhao Fan found a hotel near SBK, planning to stay the night. Once in his hotel room, he took out his phone to order takeout. As he browsed, a particular restaurant caught his eye. Spicy stir-fried pork, 1,888 yuan a serving? What kind of chili cost that much? Zhao Fan couldn't help but scoff. After checking the details, he was momentarily stunned. Ah, what a delightful twist. The delivery is certainly not what one might expect. After placing his order, Zhao Fan reclined comfortably on his bed and summoned the system interface with a mere thought. Host, Zhao Fan. Level 4. Level 4 privilege reward. Earn 0.8 yuan with each breath. Experience to level up. 10, 232, 000,000. System store, master level go skill card. Items, level 4 gift pack. Skills, charisma of a Ferrari. 30, singing with celestial voice. 10, balance, 987, 238. As anticipated, upon reaching level 4, the returns from each breath had escalated to 0.8 yuan. This translates to approximately 16,000 yuan per day. culminating in a staggering 500,000 yuan monthly. Zhao Fan was now a step closer to realizing his dream of owning a Ferrari. Most importantly, the system had bestowed upon him a level 4 gift pack. He was eager to discover what surprises lay within. With a heart full of anticipation, Zhao Fan activated the pack with a thought. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have opened the level 4 gift pack. You have acquired the skill, Heavenly Insight. Heavenly Insight grants the host an insight level of 100, duration, 60 minutes, cooldown, 48 hours. Gasp! Upon reading the skill description, Zhao Fan could not help but inhale sharply. Truly, the system was remarkable. For 1 hour, his insight would soar to 100. This meant that during the skill's activation, Zhao Fan's mind could be developed to an unprecedented extent. With an inherent IQ of at least 130, he had gained admission to the prestigious Kyoto University of Finance solely through merit. Now, with the Heavenly Insight skill, could he not engage in mathematical discourse with the genius Wei Xin? The only aspect Zhao Fan found slightly disappointing was the lengthy cooldown period of 48 hours. Nevertheless, he was undeterred. If this skill was indeed as powerful as it seemed, then 1 hour could allow him to grasp what other high achievers might take a week or even a month to learn. Why not give it a try? Considering that school was merely a day away and that the first task for freshmen was military training, using the Heavenly Insight skill now would have no adverse impact on his studies. Thus, Zhao Fan quickly searched for Wei Xin's lecture videos on his phone and activated the system store. He clicked on the Heavenly Insight skill and selected use. In an instant, a refreshing current surged through Zhao Fan's mind, evoking a sensation akin to being in a utopia, sharpening his mental clarity remarkably. Normally, a freshman like Zhao Fan would struggle to comprehend Wei Xin's lectures. Even upperclassmen would often be left bewildered. Yet now, propelled by Heavenly Insight, Zhao Fan found himself rapidly processing the content of the lectures. Before long, he was immersed in an intense state of focus. Time slipped away unnoticed until the ringing of his phone jolted him back to reality. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number. Hello. Your delivery has been left at your door. I knocked, but no one answered. Oh no. Zhao Fan suddenly remembered he had forgotten about his delivery. Got it, thank you. He replied to the delivery person. After retrieving his meal, he resumed his studies. The Heavenly Insight skill had no pause mechanism. Once activated, it could not be halted. Hence, to maximize the benefits of the system's reward, Zhao Fan devoted the remaining time to learning. As the skill's duration began to wane, the profound clarity in his mind gradually faded. Glancing at his phone, he realized that an hour had elapsed. Reflecting on the lecture video, all the knowledge points resurfaced vividly in his mind. Incredible. This is astonishing. Zhao Fan exclaimed in awe. At that moment, he felt a sense of regret for not awakening the system sooner. Had he done so, perhaps he could have attended the same university as Lu Ruyan. It wasn't he that Kyoto University of Finance was lacking. It simply paled slightly in comparison to QH University. After calming his excitement, Zhao Fan shifted his attention to the system's inventory. Alongside the Heavenly Insight skill card from the recently opened level 4 gift pack, there was also a Goddess Rebate card. Goddess Rebate card. Spend lavishly for the goddess to receive a rebate based on the total amount spent. Requires the goddess's attractiveness to be no less than 90 points. Rebate cap. 15 million. Exceeding amounts will not be calculated. Upon reading the description of the Goddess Rebate card, Zhao Fan couldn't help but think, this system is quite audacious. However, despite the rather unconventional conditions for the rebate, the rewards were indeed extraordinary. A potential rebate of up to 15 million was staggering. According to the system's stipulations, if he were to take Lu Ruyan, Zhang Ruoxi, and Mu Tiantian out for a lavish outing, he estimated their combined attractiveness would easily exceed 100 points. Especially with Zhang Ruoxi's undeniable charm. If each were to spend 10,000 yuan, that would amount to 130,000, yielding a rebate of 3 million. And what if he were to treat 100 beautiful women to 1 million? That would total an astonishing 100 million. Ahem, perhaps he was getting ahead of himself. The system had undoubtedly anticipated this loophole, thus establishing the rebate cap at 15 million. Zhao Fan contemplated that the next time he visited QH University to see Lu Ruyan, he could invite Zhang Ruoxi and Mu Tiantian along. With all three meeting the system's attractiveness requirement and having a good rapport, Lu Ruyan would surely not feel jealous about spending on her friends. Yes, that was a splendid plan. Once he received the 15 million rebate from the system, he could use it to purchase the Master Level Go skill card from the store, with the remaining funds sufficient for a Ferrari. Perfection. After finalizing his plans, Zhao Fan took a casual bite of his delivery when Lu Ruyan's call came through. Zhao Fan, did you think of me today? Lu Ruyan asked sweetly. Not really. As I had other beautiful ladies accompanying me, Zhao Fan jested. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan immediately grasped his meaning. Had it been before, she would have been furious. But now she merely chuckled and said, "Hee hee, Ruashi just told me that she deliberately kept you out shopping all afternoon. So you wouldn't have the energy to seek other women tonight." Ah, those two little vixens were quite crafty. No wonder Zhang Ruashi had insisted on dragging him around shopping. There was indeed an ulterior motive. However, a clever idea struck Zhao Fan, and he smiled, saying, "Darling, have you overlooked a crucial point?" "Huh, what point?" Lu re-inquired. Puzzled, Zhao Fan smirked and said, "Although I am quite fatigued, I can still lie here and remain motionless." What could this mean? On the other end of the line, Lu Ruyin appeared utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend Zhao Fan's intentions. However, she could discern from his mischievous tone that he was undoubtedly not speaking of anything virtuous. "Humph. You better behave yourself. If I find out you're seeking companionship with another woman, you're finished." Lu Ruyin feigned a fierce demeanor as she threatened him. Zhao Fan chuckled and replied, "By the way, Ruyin, what is the story between you and Zhang Ruashi? Why would she agree to supervise me?" Zhao Fan felt a peculiar sense of intrigue regarding the relationship between Lu Ruyin and Zhang Ruashi. Previously, they were like fire and water. Yet now they seemed to be the best of friends. Moreover, if Lu Ruyin was concerned about him seeking other women, shouldn't she also fear that Zhang Ruashi might take advantage of the situation? Lu Ruyin giggled and said, "You wouldn't understand the matters between us girls." "Humph," Zhao Fan scoffed. "By the way, Zhao Fan, let me tell you, during military training today, a female classmate from our class fainted from heat stroke." Lu Ruyin eagerly began to recount the trivialities of university military training, eager to share everything that had transpired. She even disclosed that her roommate had unexpectedly gotten her period during training. Upon hearing all this, Zhao Fan wore a look of exasperation. Is this really something a grown man should be listening to? After chatting for nearly 2 hours, Zhao Fan said, "Once the new students' military training at our school concludes, I'll come find you. Let us invite Zhang Ruashi and Mu Tian to join us for a meal and perhaps do some shopping." "That sounds wonderful. I'll be waiting for you," Lu Ruyin replied sweetly. After hanging up, Zhao Fan called his parents to inform them that he was safe. Although he was already an adult, in his parents' eyes, he would always be their child. "Son, why are you still awake at this late hour?" Zhao Yongmin's voice came through as soon as the call connected. "Dad, I've arrived at school. Please tell Mom not to worry." "All right, I'll let her know. By the way, there is something particularly important." Zhao Yongmin's tone shifted to one of urgency as he addressed Zhao Fan. "Did you keep the receipt for that lighter you bought me?" "Receipt?" Zhao Fan was momentarily bewildered, unable to grasp his father's meaning. "What do you need the receipt for?" Zhao Yongmin chuckled and scratched his head, saying, "I was chatting with old Zhang at the neighboring tobacco shop today. When I mentioned that my lighter cost over 10,000, he didn't believe me. Quickly send me the receipt so I can prove I'm not lying." "Oh, Dad, you really know how to show off." Zhao Fan thought to himself. After all, it was just a lighter. And he seemed overly concerned that the neighbors might not know it cost over 10,000. "All right, I'll send you a screenshot shortly. You and Mom should get to bed early. I need to rest as well." After ending the call, Zhao Fan sent his father the payment record and electronic receipt, then lay down on his bed. A wave of exhaustion washed over him instantly. To be honest, Zhang Ruashi's shopping strategies were indeed quite effective, as Zhao Fan felt both sleepy and weary at that moment. Before long, he drifted into slumber. The following day, at 6:30 in the morning, Zhao Fan rose early as usual and spent half an hour running in the hotel gym. After finishing his workout, he took a shower and headed to the hotel restaurant for breakfast. Due to the hotel's modest rating, breakfast was not as lavish as that of the Ritz-Carlton. Fortunately, Zhao Fan was not a picky eater. He could enjoy milk, bread, or rice. After satisfying his hunger, he returned to his room, changed into the new clothes he had bought the day before, packed the remaining garments into his backpack, and proceeded to check out at the hotel front desk. Today marked the official registration day for new students at the School of Finance and Economics. Although he had arrived a day early, attendance was mandatory for roll call. Upon arriving at the school gate by taxi, Zhao Fan's eyes widened with delight. Everywhere he looked, he saw an abundance of long, slender legs. He had previously thought that the gender ratio at the South Campus, where Zhang Ruashi studied, was already staggering. Little did he know, the North Campus's School of Economics had an even more astonishing ratio, with female students constituting over 80. Moreover, not only were there many beautiful women in the School of Economics, but their quality was exceptionally high. Every young lady within his line of sight seemed to possess a beauty rating exceeding 80. No wonder netizens claimed that the North Campus of the School of Finance and Economics was a paradise for male students. It truly did not deceive him. While Zhao Fan was admiring the young ladies, many of them were also sizing him up. With his handsome appearance and fair complexion, coupled with his luxurious attire, he undoubtedly stood out as the most stylish newcomer among the fresh faces. Not far from the freshman reception area, several third-year female students were gazing intently at Zhao Fan. seemingly engaged in lively discussion. A girl with milk tea-colored hair remarked, Gucci t-shirt, Hermes shoes, Vacheron Constantine watch. Oh my goodness, what a divine junior. Could it be a counterfeit? There are so many fakes online nowadays. Chimed in a girl with dark tea-colored hair. The girl with the milk tea-colored hair retorted, impossible. My judgment could never be wrong. You may question my taste, but you certainly cannot doubt my eye for quality. Just as the third-year girls were fervently debating. The girl with the milk tea-colored hair grinned and said, ladies, the time has come to test our friendship. No need for subtlety. I've set my sights on this junior. Don't you dare compete with me. Get lost. I noticed him first and told you. You're also immature. Which law states that whoever sees him first gets him. Enough. We shouldn't let a junior ruin our sisterhood. As they were speaking, the girl with the milk tea-colored hair had already made her move. She swiftly approached Zhao Fan and greeted him. Hello, junior. Are you here to register? Upon reaching Zhao Fan, Wang Yin smiled brightly and inquired. Yes, Zhao Fan nodded. Though he didn't exhibit excessive enthusiasm, he also didn't come off as aloof. His demeanor was rather neutral. Wang Yin was quite pretty, donning a light-colored dress with subtle makeup. Although she could not compare to goddesses like Lu Ru Yin, Zhang Rua Shi, or Mu Tian Tian, she would certainly be considered a campus beauty. If Zhao Fan were to grade her, he would assign her an 87, with 7 points attributed to her adeptness at dressing. It's a pleasure to meet you, junior. My name is Wang Yin, a third-year student majoring in finance at the School of Economics. As she spoke, Wang Yin extended her slender hand towards Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan, a freshman. After a handshake, Wang Yin continued, which major are you in? Finance. What a coincidence. Would you like me to take you to the registration area? Wang Yan's eyes sparkled with interest as she gazed at Zhao Fan. From a distance, she could only vaguely discern Zhao Fan's striking handsomeness, but upon closer inspection, she realized that his skin was even more delicate than she had imagined. Under the sunlight, it exuded a baby-like softness. Thank you, senior, Zhao Fan replied politely. With a beautiful senior guiding him, other boys cast envious glances at Zhao Fan. Throughout their journey, Wang Yin engaged Zhao Fan in conversation. Covering topics from daily life to academics, and from astronomy to geography, her chatter never ceasing. Zhao Fan responded with a nonchalant demeanor. Where are you from, junior? Jiangxing. Jiangxing. That's not too far from Kyoto, is it? A mere 2-hour ride on the high-speed train, I presume? Indeed, Zhao Fan nodded in affirmation. It's no wonder you came here alone to report, Wang Yin remarked, then skillfully shifted the topic. Junior, your watch is quite exquisite. Where did you procure it? It must have cost a pretty penny, no? I purchased it online. It's a high imitation, really not worth much, Zhao Fan replied. Wang Yin was taken aback. Zhao Fan's indifferent attitude not only failed to irk her, but ignited her competitive spirit. As the belle of the finance department at the university's northern campus, she had always treated boys with indifference and had never been subjected to such treatment herself. In her heart, she vowed, you cheeky junior, I refuse to believe I cannot win you over. As for Zhao Fan's claim that his watch was an imitation, Wang Yin dismissed it entirely. A person adorned in luxury would never don a counterfeit timepiece. How absurd. While they engaged in casual conversation, the pair arrived at the freshman welcome area. Wang Yin tossed her hair and addressed Zhao Fan. Junior, we've arrived. If you require no further assistance, I shall take my leave. Thank you, senior. Goodbye. Goodbye. With a graceful turn, Wang Yin departed. However, the moment she turned away, her previously beaming expression faded into disappointment. She had initially intended to employ a tactic of allure, only to discover that this junior was impervious to her charms. Meanwhile, several senior girls in charge of assisting new students were immediately captivated upon seeing Zhao Fan. They eagerly inquired, Junior, have you brought your admission notice and identification documents? Yes, Zhao Fan replied, opening his backpack to present the prepared documents. Once they were verified, the senior commenced the enrollment procedures for Zhao Fan. After everything was settled, she informed him, Junior, here are your enrollment documents. And this is the fee you need to pay. Please review it, and if all is in order, kindly sign. After completing the payment and signing, the senior continued. Your dormitory is in Building 3, though it's somewhat remote. Would you like me to guide you there? The senior assisting Zhao Fan wasn't particularly striking, but had a charming quality. If Zhao Fan were to rate her, he would grant her an 80. In other institutions, she would undoubtedly be considered a campus beauty, but in the company of the stunning women at the finance university, she appeared somewhat overshadowed. Wouldn't that be too troublesome for you, senior? Zhao Fan asked politely. Not at all, not at all. It's no trouble whatsoever, she quickly assured with a smile. How could she possibly find it burdensome to assist such a dashing junior? The other girls around them cast glances of envy, lamenting the fortune of not having this splendid junior fall into their hands. Under the guidance of the amiable senior, they proceeded towards the dormitories of Building 3. Along the way, she warmly elaborated on the essential matters for new students to note. Junior, The accommodation conditions in our economics college are quite commendable compared to other schools. Each dormitory is equipped with air conditioning, water heaters, and televisions. If you need internet access for your computer, head to the service center downstairs to obtain a campus card. The monthly fee is around 50 to 60 yuan, but remember, one line only accommodates one computer. As for laundry, the school provides a laundry room. If you're concerned about hygiene, you might consider purchasing your own. Listening to her introduction, Zhao Fan posed a query. Senior, will there be power outages in our dormitory at night? This was a pressing concern for him, as he had often seen online discussions about university dorms experiencing power cuts in the dead of night. With September being the hottest month, a blackout would render the air conditioning useless. There will be no power outages. Our economics college dormitory has electricity 24 hours a day. You needn't worry about that. Though do refrain from using high-wattage appliances, she assured him. Hearing this, Zhao Fan felt a surge of relief. Previously, he had only heard Zhang Ruoxi speak highly of the dormitory conditions in the economics college, but he had not anticipated them to be this exceptional. It was akin to living in a hotel. After a walk of approximately 20 minutes, they finally reached Building 3. Here we are. The accommodation conditions in our economics college are splendid, albeit it's a bit distant from the teaching buildings. Each time we return from class, it takes a good 20 minutes to walk back, she explained, stepping into the dormitory administration office. Aunt Lu, this is a freshman. Could you please assist with the check-in procedures? Zhao Fan handed his documents to Aunt Lu, and once everything was in order, she kindly handed him the key with a warm smile. This young man certainly has a vibrant spirit. Receiving the dormitory key, Zhao Fan expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much, senior. I owe you a meal sometime. All right, I shall take my leave now. Upon returning to the freshman welcome area, several other senior girls immediately surrounded her, bursting with curiosity. Which class is that junior from? Is he single? Does he have a girlfriend? Did you add him on WeChat? Did he leave you any contact information? Faced with such a barrage of questions, the young lady suddenly gasped. How could she have been so hasty? She had forgotten to add Zhao Fan as a friend. Chapter 38. Words not spoken in vain. Upon locating his dormitory, Zhao Fan pushed the door open. The first sight that greeted him was a remarkably spacious living room, furnished with a coffee table and a fabric sofa, accompanied by a water dispenser. Prior to his arrival, Zhao Fan had envisioned university dormitories to be rather cramped. However, he was astonished to discover that the living room spanned a generous 40 square meters, far exceeding the space of most budget hotel rooms. Adjoining the living room was a balcony, estimated to be over 10 square meters, equipped with a movable drying rack for students' convenience. The bathroom and lavatory were both independent and immaculately clean. Following the number on the key, Zhao Fan found his designated bed, situated at the first position on the right upon entering. All beds in the economics college were arranged in a lofted style with desks underneath, accompanied by a small wardrobe. To his amazement, Zhao Fan discovered that the air conditioning in the dormitory was central air conditioning. Indeed, the online claims about Kyoto University of Finance's dormitory conditions being the finest in the nation were not exaggerated. Moreover, each bed was adorned with a large bag containing bedding, military training uniforms, and daily necessities. Zhao Fan planned to purchase new bedding, as the quality of the school's provided items was subpar and prone to deformation over time. As for items like wash basins, he saw no need for replacements. They were functional as they were. After arranging his bed, Zhao Fan reclined contentedly. Before long, he heard footsteps approaching the door. Looking up, he saw two individuals entering the dormitory. The first was a student wearing black glasses, with a dark complexion and a robust build, exuding an endearing innocence. Following him was his father, who carried a suitcase. Judging by their attire, it seemed this fellow's family circumstances were not particularly affluent. Hello, my name is Zhao Fan. How should I address you? Zhao Fan initiated the greeting. Hello, I'm Yang Kai, the student replied with a smile, and then began unpacking his belongings. At the outset, the two individuals appeared somewhat reserved. However, after a few minutes of conversation, they gradually began to warm up to each other. Fan, did your parents not accompany you? Yang Kai inquired with curiosity. My home is relatively close to Kyoto, and my family is quite busy, so I didn't have them come along, Zhao Fan responded. Impressive, Fan, Yang Kai remarked, giving Zhao Fan a thumbs up, with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. It is indeed rare to encounter a young man as independent as Zhao Fan among their peers. Once they had organized their luggage, Yang Kai's father turned to Zhao Fan and said, Zhao Fan, please take good care of my son during your time together. Thank you. Rest assured, uncle. We are all good friends in the same dormitory, and I will certainly look after him, Zhao Fan replied with a smile. I must take my leave now. I don't want to miss the train. Son, remember to study diligently and stay out of trouble. If you need money, just call me, Yang Kai's father added, hurrying away after giving his son a few parting words. Observing his father's lonely figure retreating, Yang Kai felt a whirlwind of emotions welling up inside him. Before long, another student entered the room. This newcomer was also arriving alone, carrying a small 15-inch suitcase. His relaxed demeanor suggested he was not here for school, but rather for leisure. One could discern from his attire that he likely hailed from a well-off family, clad in Chanel shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, and sporting Givenchy footwear. Hello, everyone. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wang Jingze. How do you all prefer to be addressed? Wang Jingze said, as he pulled out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to both Zhao Fan and Yang Kai. I'm Yang Kai. Thank you, but I don't smoke. Yang Kai replied, returning the cigarette to Wang Jingze. Hey, can't you learn if you don't know how to smoke? Wang Jingze insisted, placing a cigarette back into Yang Kai's hand before offering another to Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan accepted the cigarette, holding it delicately between his fingers as he scrutinized Wang Jingze closely. Despite their brief encounter of only a few minutes, Zhao Fan could almost gauge Wang Jingze's circumstances. This young man came from a privileged background and exhibited some traits typical of affluent children, self-centeredness and a penchant for ostentation. As for other aspects, those would only become apparent through further acquaintance. Noticing the watch on Zhao Fan's wrist, Wang Jingze's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Whoa, a Breitling Navitimer? What, you like it too?" Zhao Fan asked. Like it? I absolutely adore it. Wang Jingze replied enthusiastically. Although the Breitling Navitimer is not the most expensive luxury watch, its design is exquisitely elegant and has captured the hearts of countless young enthusiasts. However, despite his admiration, Wang Jingze had never owned one himself. Thus, the sight of Zhao Fan's watch left him nearly drooling with envy. Fan, could I try it on? It was evident that Wang Jingze was genuinely fond of the timepiece. Of course, Zhao Fan said as he removed the watch and handed it over. Upon wearing it, Wang Jingze's spirits soared, snapping photos and posting on social media in sheer delight. Observing this, Yang Kai was perplexed, wondering, is a watch really that exciting? Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, is that watch very expensive? Absolutely. The cheapest model started over 100,000. Wang Jingze replied. What? Upon hearing the price, Yang Kai was left speechless. A watch costing over 100,000? Surely, this must be a joke. Coming from a rural family where his parents toiled in the fields year-round, earning a meager 3,000 to 5,000, the prospect of such a watch was unfathomable. He had even applied for student loans to afford college. Hearing that Zhao Fan's watch was worth over 100,000 left him in disbelief. After showcasing the watch for a while, Wang Jingze carefully returned it to Zhao Fan and asked, Fan, I forgot to ask earlier, where are you from? Jiangqing. Wow, that's not too far from my place. I'm from Haiqing. Wang Jingze exclaimed excitedly, lighting a cigarette for Zhao Fan. He then turned to Yang Kai and inquired, what about you? I'm from Chunqing. Chunqing. Why did you choose such a distant school? Wang Jingze asked, puzzled. Being the southernmost city in Longhua, Chunqing is indeed over 3,000 kilometers away from Kyoto. Traveling by train would require at least 3 to 4 days. The three of them settled onto the sofa, engaging in lively conversation, and their rapport blossomed further. After approximately half an hour, 3 more individuals entered the room. One was named Zhang Xian, originally from Chengdu. Note this, as it will be important later. Currently residing in Haiqing, the same city as Wang Jingze. However, unlike Wang Jingze, Zhang Xian was tall and robust, sporting a short beard that gave him a somewhat mature appearance, making him appear much older than his actual age. Despite being under 20, he looked as if he were in his 40s. His demeanor, however, starkly contrasted with his appearance. He spoke softly, exuding a somewhat effeminate air. Upon their first encounter, Zhao Fan and the others couldn't help but furrow their brows. After greeting them, Zhang Xian began to organize his belongings. At this moment, Wang Jingze leaned in closer to Zhao Fan and whispered, Fan, there's something about this guy that feels off. He raised his eyebrows, conveying an understanding look. Zhao Fan chuckled and replied, what are you worried about? You won't be sharing a bed with him. That's true, Wang Jingze sighed with relief. However, the notion of sharing a bed with Zhang Xian sent shivers down his spine. The other 2 newcomers were named Zhu Shua, hailing from Shanqing, and Li Jiaming from Xingqing. With only 4 beds available in each dormitory, Zhu Shua and Li Jiaming were assigned to a smaller room. Is everyone in our dormitory present now? Zhao Fan inquired. Yes, we're all here. Wang Jingze confirmed. Shall we explore other dormitories and meet some new classmates? Zhao Fan suggested. Other dormitories? Wang Jingze asked, intrigued. Are you referring to the girls' dormitory? I'd love to go. Ugh. The others shot Wang Jingze disapproving glances. This guy is truly outrageous. Does he not have enough space in the boys' dormitory that he wishes to venture into the girls' quarters? What are you talking about? Of course, I mean the boys' dormitory. Zhao Fan retorted with an eye roll. Wang Jingze looked incredulously at Zhao Fan and said, Fan, you must be joking. There are only 6 boys in our class. Only 6 boys. Zhao Fan was taken aback. How many students are there in total? 42, came the reply. Goodness, what kind of miraculous school is this? A class of over 40 students with only 6 boys? Even Tang Sung didn't have such treatment when he stumbled into the spider spirit cave. It was clear that the gender ratio at the University of Finance was astonishingly skewed. What are you boys chatting about? At this moment, a tall woman wearing golden-rimmed glasses entered through the door. She appeared quite youthful, likely in her mid-20s. Her beauty was striking, easily scoring above 80, and she exuded an aura of maturity and intellect. Her legs were elegantly adorned with sheer black stockings, accentuating her sophisticated and sensual allure. With just a glance, Wang Jingze found himself utterly captivated, unable to move. Are all of you from the dormitory here? She began, introducing herself. I am Gu Jia, the counselor for Class 3 of Finance. Over the next 4 years of university life, we will be together. Should you encounter any issues in life or studies, please feel free to reach out to me. Hello, Teacher Gu. Zhao Fan and the others chimed in cheerfully after her introduction. It must be said that at the Finance University, not only do the senior sisters possess stunning beauty, but even the counselors are enchantingly alluring. That golden frame, that fitted pencil skirt, those delicate stockings, she is truly a heartthrob. With such a counselor around, how could the male students possibly consider skipping classes? Gu Jia nodded and continued. I will add you all to the class group shortly. If there are any activities at the school, I will inform you there. You may also contact me if you face any difficulties in life. Having conveyed all necessary information, Gu Jia took her leave. Isn't Teacher Gu going to stay for a while? Wang Jingze asked, his voice laced with intrigue. No, I have many matters to attend to in the girls' dormitory. You all carry on with your activities, she replied. Just as she reached the door, she suddenly remembered something and turned back, saying, Oh, by the way, tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning, the school will hold a welcome ceremony for new students. Everyone is required to wear military training uniforms. After the ceremony, military training will officially commence. With that, Gu Jia gracefully exited, her heels clicking rhythmically against the floor. As they watched her retreating figure, Wang Jingze felt as if his gaze were magnetically drawn to her, wishing he could remain in her presence for 24 hours. Guys, it's getting late. Let's go out for a meal, Zhao Fan suggested, pulling Wang Jingze back to reality. Indeed, it was undeniable that their counselor was utterly captivating, leaving him momentarily dazed. If only I could spend more time with her, he thought, quickly shaking his head to dispel such thoughts. I mustn't dwell on that. It would be inappropriate. Locking the dormitory door behind them, the 6 of them descended the stairs. It is often said that the bonds of male friendship are easily forged. A simple drink and a few heartfelt conversations can transform acquaintances into close comrades. Fan Gu, after dinner, are there any other activities planned for tonight? Wang Jingze inquired. Raising an eyebrow with curiosity, Zhao Fan shot him a sidelong glance, fully aware of his intentions. Judging by your behavior earlier, it's clear what you were thinking when you were practically glued to Teacher Gu. What more do you want? Should I find a few girls to accompany you to KTV for some singing? Really? Are you serious? Or just joking with me? Wang Jingze's excitement was palpable. Of course. Just teasing you, Zhao Fan replied with a smirk. As they neared the teaching building, Yang Kai suddenly asked, Fan Gu, where are we headed? Isn't the cafeteria that way? He pointed behind him. Zhao Fan smiled and said, Today, we're not dining at the cafeteria, we're going out for a meal, and it's on me. Upon hearing this, Wang Jingze quickly ran up to them, declaring grandly, No need for Fan Gu to foot the bill. I'll treat everyone for lunch today. My home is closest to Kyoto, so let me extend my hospitality. All right. Zhao Fan nodded with a grin. Turning to Yang Kai and the others, he added, Since young Master Wang is treating us, don't hold back. Eat as much as you like. Get the pricier dishes. Let's make the most of it. With laughter, the 6 friends made their way toward the school gate. Freshmen, just as they reached the entrance, a soft female voice called out from behind. They turned to see Wang Yan, the senior who had escorted them to the orientation earlier that day. Hello, senior. Zhao Fan greeted with a smile. Wang Yan glanced at Wang Jingze and the others before asking Zhao Fan, Are you all planning to go out for a meal? Yes, senior. Would you like to join us? Zhao Fan offered politely. Wang Yan understood that this invitation was more of a courtesy than a genuine offer, so she shook her head, saying, I still have new students to attend to. You all go ahead. We can have a meal together another time. With that, she shot Zhao Fan a flirtatious glance. Her intentions subtly conveyed, leaving much to the imagination. Chapter 40. The senior's flirtation. In response to Wang Yan's blatant flirtation, Zhao Fan found himself slightly flustered. It must be said, Wang Yan certainly had a knack for captivating attention. While conversing, she deliberately tossed her hair and posed gracefully, effortlessly showcasing her enviable figure. Had it been Zhang Dongming or Wang Jingze, they would likely have been completely spellbound. After bidding farewell to Wang Yan, the 6 friends departed. At this moment, Wang Jingze couldn't help but admire Zhao Fan. It was merely the first day of school, and he had already met such a stunning senior. Moreover, she had mentioned wanting to have a meal together in the future. Wang Gu, you're incredible. Can you teach me some tricks? He exclaimed eagerly. Yang Kai and Zhu Shua gazed at Zhao Fan with envy, their eyes sparkling. In their youthful exuberance, it was impossible to deny their burgeoning interests. Zhao Fan, however, merely smiled in response. While the female students at the finance university were indeed exceptionally attractive, it was often the case that the most alluring individuals were the most perilous. Zhu Shua, gazing at the long, elegant legs, excitedly said, "Guys, with so many beautiful girls at our school and so few boys, do you think we could each find a girlfriend?" Zhao Fan shook his head at this notion. Zhu Shua was indeed overly optimistic. Despite the skewed male-to-female ratio at the finance university, it boasted one of the highest rates of singlehood. The female students, aware of their own appeal and pursuing degrees in finance, tended to set exceptionally high standards when selecting partners. If one of them found a suitable boyfriend, the others would strive for someone even better, perpetuating the cycle of singlehood. Before Zhao Fan could respond, Zhang Xian interjected in a rather flamboyant manner. "Humph. You men are so superficial. Can't you think about anything beyond women?" Well, the moment those words left his mouth, Zhao Fan and the others felt a chill run down their spines, their expressions reflecting shock. Wang Jingze swallowed hard and quietly sidled up to Zhao Fan, whispering, "Fan Go, can I request to change my bed? I'm a bit uneasy being next to him." Wang Jingze genuinely felt apprehensive. Although he had often encountered such discussions online, it was his first time experiencing it in reality. It was rumored that spending too much time around such individuals could alter one's orientation. Just the thought of the many alluring seniors waiting for him made Wang Jingze's heart race. Zhao Fan, with a cheerful smile, remarked, "It seems that it's not possible. I overheard a senior say this morning that every freshman's information has been entered into the system. Even if you change classes, you cannot change your bed." Wang Jingze felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The mere thought of sharing a bed with Zhang Xian for the next 4 years made him despair. As a nationally renowned 985 institution, the financial university boasts a prime geographical location, surrounded by several bustling food streets. The group randomly selected a restaurant and entered. After ordering 2 crates of beer and several cold dishes, they began to indulge. In the midst of summer, sipping on chilled beer and savoring refreshing appetizers brought immense satisfaction. For the main course, Zhao Fan ordered 10 pounds of mantis shrimp. "Come, let us raise our glasses. Here's to a joyful and happy university life." With a toast of icy beer, the 6 soon shed their inhibitions, engaging in lively banter and boasting. After nearly 3 hours of revelry, they returned to campus. Upon entering the school gate, they were immediately approached by numerous upperclassmen eager to promote washing machines. The university's laundry facilities were communal, prompting many seniors to invest in their own machines for cleanliness, which they could later sell to underclassmen upon graduation, resulting in minimal loss. "Hey there. Want to buy a second-hand washing machine? Just $400, one senior offered. "This washing machine is $350. Are you considering it?" Faced with the sweet talking of attractive seniors, Wang Jingze and Yang Kai felt tempted. Had it not been for Zhao Fan's intervention, they might have followed the seniors to make a purchase. "Guys, let me handle the washing machine situation. We should buy a new one. After all, it's something we'll use for 4 years, and with a second-hand machine, we can't guarantee its condition. If it malfunctions, it would be better to invest in a new one." Upon hearing this, Yang Kai waved his hand, saying, "Brother Fan, if we buy a new one, let us pool our money together and split the cost." Although Yang Kai came from a modest background, he was not one to take advantage of others. As soon as he heard Zhao Fan's suggestion, he was quick to express his opinion. Zhu Shua and Li Jiaming nodded in agreement. "No need for that. It's just a washing machine and doesn't cost much. I'm simply a bit lazy. How about this? I'll cover the cost. And you all can help with the heavy lifting. That seems fair." With that, Zhao Fan pulled out over 5,000 yuan from his wallet and handed it to Yang Kai. "In a bit, Zhu Shua, you all go by the washing machine nearby. If the money isn't enough, I'll transfer you more later." Yang Kai, taken aback, hesitated to accept the cash. 5,000 yuan was nearly half a year's worth of his living expenses. "Brother Fan, what about you? Do you have other plans later?" Zhu Shua asked. "I need to head to West Street shortly to buy some items." "I'll accompany you, Brother Fan. I know West Street well." Wang Jingze chimed in cheerfully. "All right, then I'll leave the washing machine matter to you 4. With that, the 6 of them set off on their separate errands. Yang Kai and Zhu Shua went to purchase the washing machine, while Wang Jingze followed Zhao Fan to West Street. The distance to West Street wasn't too far from the school, taking about 20 minutes by taxi. In the cab, Wang Jingze curiously inquired, "Brother Fan, what are you going to West Street for?" "To buy a guitar." "A guitar? No way. Brother Fan, you have that talent too?" Wang Jingze exclaimed in surprise. "I have many talents," Zhao Fan replied with a proud smile. Upon arriving, Zhao Fan headed straight for a street lined with music stores. In one guitar shop, the owner was leisurely playing on his phone behind the counter. "Hello, I'd like to check out some guitars." Seeing a customer, the owner promptly set aside his phone and greeted him. "What price range are you looking for?" Zhao Fan pointed to a guitar on the wall and asked, "How much for this one?" "This guitar is a Taylor 414 CE with a website price of 30,000. I'll let it go for 28,000. Making a 200 yuan profit. The owner was straightforward, quoting Zhao Fan the bottom line. "All right, I'll pay by card." Seeing the owner's willingness to deal, Zhao Fan quickly handed over his bank card. He had some knowledge about guitar brands. As the leading brand in the U.S., Taylor guitars were inherently expensive, and the owner's price was indeed reasonable. A guitar listed for 30,000 would have a lower wholesale price, but not by much. Considering shop rent, a 200 yuan profit was hardly excessive. Chapter 41, Serendipitous Encounter with a Hotel Receptionist. Upon returning to campus, the clock read 5 in the afternoon. Noticing that Zhang Xin and the others had yet to return, Zhao Fan turned to Wang Jingze and asked, "Old Wang, do you play Honor of Kings?" "Brother Fan, how could I not?" Wang Jingze seemed intrigued as to why Zhao Fan would ask him such a question. As the top-ranking mobile game, not only he but even his 4-year-old cousin could play. "What's your rank?" Zhao Fan inquired. "Android 100-star King," Wang Jingze replied proudly. Despite being a mobile game, achieving the 100-star King rank was a testament to considerable skill. Zhao Fan was taken aback, realizing that this guy was more impressive than he had initially thought. "Not bad, old Wang. You could be a carry." Wang Jingze nodded earnestly, saying, "I've indeed considered being a carry, but my current rank is Star Glory. Once I reach 100-star King, I will pursue that." What is that? Star Glory? Isn't that just a matter of showing up? But you claim to be a 100-star King, right? Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow. "Brother Fan, I do possess the skill to reach 100-star King, but the teammates I encounter are just too unskilled to carry." Watching Wang Jingze boast with such conviction made Zhao Fan want to give him a couple of nudges. Enough of this. Log in. If Wang Jingze claims to be a 100-star King, the two of them certainly cannot queue together. However, Star Glory would work since Zhao Fan was merely a top king, and their ranks were compatible for matchmaking. To showcase his prowess, Zhao Fan immediately selected Yuan Go, while Wang Jingze chose Ma Chao as his top laner. Both heroes required considerable skill in Honor of Kings. After a flurry of intense maneuvers, they ultimately secured a victory. "Ugh, my teammates are just too incompetent. I can't carry them," Wang Jingze lamented. Glancing at Wang Jingze's 17-kill record, Zhao Fan held his tongue, as his own performance wasn't too much better at 28. Just as they finished the game, Zhang Xin and the others returned. Along with them was a washing machine installation worker. "Where should we place this washing machine?" the worker asked, carrying the appliance. "Let us put it on the balcony." Afterward, Zhang Xin pulled out 2,000 yuan and a receipt from his pocket, placing them on Zhao Fan's desk. "Brother Fan, here's the remaining money and the receipt. Please take a look." Without glancing at it, Zhao Fan simply pocketed the cash. After the washing machine was installed, a few of them descended the stairs together to dine at the school cafeteria. Since their arrival at the university, they had yet to experience the culinary offerings of the cafeteria, and they were uncertain about the quality of the meals provided by the School of Economics. Upon entering the cafeteria, they were greeted by a considerable number of students, many clad in military training uniforms, unmistakably first-year students. Additionally, several upper-class women flaunted their long, bare legs. "Wow, wow, wow, wow. Fan, look over there," exclaimed Wang Jingze, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure, his face brimming with delight. Turning to a nearby table, they spotted several upper-class women enjoying their meal, one of whom was dressed in a strikingly alluring black camisole, perched atop high heels. The hem of her skirt swayed, occasionally revealing a glimpse of her fair skin, leaving Wang Jingze utterly entranced. "Seriously, is there anything else in that head of yours besides black stockings and long legs?" someone teased. "Of course. What else?" "A big bear," came the reply, eliciting laughter from the group. After their meal, they returned to their dormitory. Zhao Fan reclined on his soft bed, indulging in a sweet exchange with Lu Ruyin over WeChat before succumbing to slumber. The following day, Zhao Fan rose early once more. After completing his morning routine, he ventured downstairs for a jog. The atmosphere on the campus of the School of Finance and Economics was undeniably invigorating. Upon reaching the track, he found many individuals already engaged in their morning run. After warming up, Zhao Fan joined in. Not far into his run, he noticed a familiar silhouette that seemed increasingly recognizable, as if he had encountered it before. Driven by curiosity, Zhao Fan quickened his pace. As he drew nearer, he was astonished to discover that it was indeed an acquaintance, none other than the young woman he had coincidentally met at the gym in the Ritz-Carlton. At that moment, the young woman also noticed Zhao Fan, and their eyes met, followed by mutual smiles. "What a coincidence! Here we are again," she said warmly. Are you a freshman this year as well? Zhao Fan inquired. Yes, allow me to introduce myself. I am Guan Yinxi, a freshman in Class 1 of Finance, she replied, extending her hand with a smile. I'm Zhao Fan from Class 3 of Finance. After exchanging pleasantries, they jogged together around the track for 2 laps before coming to a halt. I plan to head to the cafeteria soon. Care to join me? Zhao Fan asked. No. I'd prefer to go home for a shower, Guan Yinxi replied, shaking her head. Showering post-exercise was a long-held habit of hers. Until next time then, Zhao Fan said. To which Guan Yinxi smiled and waved goodbye. Upon reaching the cafeteria, Zhao Fan ordered 2 potato shreds wrapped in pancakes, along with some soy milk and 2 tea eggs. Before finding a seat, after taking a bite, he was pleasantly surprised. The breakfast offered by the cafeteria was surprisingly delightful, far superior to the dinner options. While Zhao Fan enjoyed his meal, a nearby table of 4 or 5 girls covertly scrutinized him, whispering among themselves. Is he the freshman that Wang Yuding mentioned? He must be. The photo matches. Wow. He is indeed quite handsome, and so youthful. I wish I could pinch his cheeks. He is both charming and affluent. He is my ideal type. I heard we have a military training session this afternoon. How about we tease him a bit? Sounds good. Yuding says he has a wonderful personality and is extremely polite. Hee. If only he could be my boyfriend. Uft. You're just a cow dreaming of munching on tender grass. Naturally, Zhao Fan noticed the hushed chatter of the upper-class women. After all, while others were engrossed in their meals, these few were persistently sneaking glances at him. Remaining composed, Zhao Fan finished his breakfast and packed several portions to bring back to his dormitory. The sight of the breakfast he brought filled his friends with excitement, not because of the meal's cost, but due to the heartfelt sentiment behind it. Fan, I truly adore you. If I were a girl, I would definitely want to have a child or 2 with you, Wang Jingza proclaimed, moved by the gesture. No. If you keep saying that, I won't bring you breakfast next time, Zhao Fan replied, raising a hand in mock protest. Laughter ensued as everyone expressed their gratitude before diving into their meal. Chapter 42. The beautiful upper-class woman delivers water during military training after breakfast. The clock struck 8. According to university regulations, the freshman welcoming ceremony was set to commence at 8:30. Consequently, everyone changed into their military training uniforms and proceeded to the school's athletic field. The so-called welcoming ceremony primarily consisted of leaders delivering speeches under a sunshade while students sweltered in the sun below. Despite their reluctance, they had no choice but to endure, as they were not in leadership positions. As the sun rose higher, temperatures began to soar. The September heat was relentless. Merely standing under the sun for a few minutes left their shirts drenched in sweat. Once the principal concluded his speech, the students erupted in cheers, eager to return to their dormitories and bask in the cool air conditioning. However, just as they thought it was over, another school leader took to the stage, launching into an impassioned hour-long address. The entire welcoming ceremony dragged on until well past 11. I can hardly believe this. It's the same few lines over and over. Can't they save some time? Wang Jingza and Zhang Xian could not help but complain. Coming from a well-off family, Wang Jingza found it unbearable. In contrast, Yang Kai remained remarkably calm. After all, back in his rural hometown, he was accustomed to working in the fields at this hour, which was far more strenuous than standing in the sun all morning. Zhao Fan chuckled. Is this really what you can't handle? What will you do during military training this afternoon? Hee. At this, Wang Jingza grinned mischievously and leaned in closer to Zhao Fan. Fan, I've got a plan. I'm going to the hospital to get a fake medical certificate so I can skip military training. A fake medical certificate? Wang Jingza, your cleverness is impressive. But it's misapplied, Zhao Fan admonished. Our instructor announced in the class group chat last night that no freshmen are allowed to skip military training. Those with special circumstances will have to postpone it and join the next cohort. What? Are you kidding me? Wang Jingza exclaimed, incredulous. Fan is right. I consulted senior students. And if you can't participate in your second year, you'll have to make it up in your third year. In short, military training is mandatory. Another student chimed in. Good grief. Is this a school for demons? Wang Jingza lamented in despair. Afternoon. Considering the impending rigorous military training, Zhao Fan prudently prepared sunscreen in advance. Otherwise, by the end of the training, he would undoubtedly resemble a South African native. Observing Zhao Fan applying the sunscreen, Wang Jingza approached him, grinning as he said, Brother Fan, could you spare me a bit? Sure, go ahead. Zhao Fan generously handed over the sunscreen and then turned to Yang Kai, inquiring, what about you? Will you use any? I'll pass, Yang Kai chuckled, waving his hand. Given his complexion, applying sunscreen would make little difference, as he was already quite dark. Once adequately protected, the group of 6 made their way to the training ground. The military training for the School of Economics was organized by class, with each class assigned a drill instructor. As for the training itself, it was rather monotonous and tedious, primarily consisting of standing at attention under the scorching sun, occasionally marching in place. The sole source of amusement was observing the attractive young ladies from other classes. Brother Fan, look towards the 3 o'clock direction. There's a stunning beauty, Wang Jingzhou whispered to Zhao Fan. Following Wang's gaze, Zhao Fan's expression soured. No way. Wang Jingzhou's taste is questionable. The so-called beauty, in Zhao Fan's eyes, barely warranted a score of 80, and that was only with makeup. Without it, she would likely score even lower. Both of you step forward. Suddenly, the instructor shouted, pointing at Zhao Fan and Wang Jingzhou. Zhao Fan shot an exasperated glance at Wang Jingzhou before stepping out of line, secretly thinking, this guy is truly a calamity. The instructor, with a stern expression, addressed them. Do you know why you've been singled out? Yes, sir. They replied. Good. You two will remain here for training this afternoon, the instructor concluded without further elaboration. Faced with the gaze of hundreds of new female students, Wang Jingzhou felt his face flush with warmth. In contrast, Zhao Fan remained notably composed, unperturbed by the numerous young ladies' scrutiny, even taking the time to admire their beauty. Truly, it was a testament to the caliber of the University of Finance and Economics, where beautiful women abounded. In just a short while, Zhao Fan had spotted 7 or 8 girls whose attractiveness surpassed 80, with 2 even reaching 90. However, while Zhao Fan was surveying the lovely ladies, the girls were also sizing him up. Wow, this guy is so handsome. Which class is he from? He must be from Finance Class 3, they whispered among themselves. His skin is so nice, so soft and fair. Girls, I think I'm in love. Let us go ask him for his contact information later. Just then, the instructor bellowed. Those talking, step forward. Let us see who else wants to stand out for military training. After more than half an hour, the instructor showed no signs of granting a break. At that moment, several upperclassmen, wielding umbrellas and dressed in light clothing, approached, laughing and chatting, holding chilled lemonades and watermelons from a popular beverage shop. Standing under the sun for military training was already excruciating, and the sight of the ice-cold watermelon had the new students salivating. The upperclassmen cheerfully offered the lemonade and watermelon to the male students. Despite their eagerness, the boys, feeling shy, remained rooted in place. The instructor, observing this, did not intervene. Instead, he circled around, intrigued. This was one of the joys of freshman military training, a tradition not exclusive to the School of Finance, as all universities experienced this phenomenon. Each year, during freshman military training, upperclassmen would tantalize the juniors with chilled beverages. After teasing the freshmen, the upperclassmen turned their attention to Zhao Fan. 5 of them encircled him, their gazes flitting over him. Playfully, they asked, Are you hot, junior? Would you like us to fan you? You're sweating. Should we help you wipe it off? Here, have a sip of this freshly bought lemonade. Faced with the refreshing, chilled lemonade, Zhao Fan wasted no time and took a hearty gulp. In an instant, everyone fell silent, taken aback by his boldness. Wow, Brother Fan is amazing, Wang Jingzhou exclaimed in astonishment. The upperclassmen were equally stunned. They had merely meant to tease Zhao Fan, never expecting him to actually drink it. After finishing, Zhao Fan smacked his lips. Hey, you know what? On a scorching day like this, a couple of sips of cold lemonade are truly refreshing. At that moment, the instructor briskly approached, a smirk playing on his lips as he asked Zhao Fan, Is the lemonade sweet? Yes, Zhao Fan replied. Sweet is good. The instructor's tone shifted abruptly as he commanded, Drop down. 50 push-ups. Get up only when you're done. Yes, sir. Zhao Fan complied, positioning himself on the ground to commence the push-ups. For many, 50 push-ups might have seemed a formidable challenge, but for Zhao Fan, who maintained a regular fitness regimen, it was as effortless as a mere trifle. Wang Jingzhou looked on, worry etched on his face, but soon realized he was gravely mistaken. 10, 20, 40, within mere minutes. Zhao Fan completed all 50 push-ups, his expression unruffled, as he stood up and addressed the instructor. Report, sir. 50 push-ups completed. The instructor nodded in satisfaction and declared, Good. Return to your ranks. Yes, Zhao Fan responded, seamlessly rejoining the formation. At that moment, Wang Jingzhou was left dumbfounded. What am I supposed to do now that you've left? With you around, I felt somewhat at ease, but now, I feel the pressure mounting with hundreds of eyes on me. The upperclassmen, realizing the fun had diminished, departed with a hint of disappointment. The incident involving the lemonade had certainly etched Zhao Fan's name into the memories of all the new finance students. After standing for another 10 minutes, the instructor finally announced a break. The freshmen collectively exhaled in relief, seeking out shady spots to rest, while others dashed towards the school supermarket. Wang Jingzhou plopped down on the ground, resembling a fish out of water under the scorching sun. Noticing, Zhao Fan approached with a teasing grin. I did the push-ups. Yet you look like you're on the verge of collapse. Brother Fan, I truly feel like I'm about to pass out, Wang Jingzhou replied weakly. Given their differing physiques, he could hardly compare to Zhao Fan, and the hour of military training felt like a year's worth of exercise for him. At that moment, Zhu Shua strolled over with a bag of drinks and said, "Help yourselves to whatever you want." Zhao Fan grabbed a bottle of 100 orange juice, uncapped it, and began to drink. A refreshing sip of icy orange juice invigorated Zhao Fan, rejuvenating his spirit. At that moment, a girl unexpectedly approached him. She was petite, standing at barely 5 feet tall, her figure appearing delicate even in the smallest size of military training attire, which hung loosely on her frame. Her features were exquisitely refined. Her large, sparkling eyes resembled clear, bright gemstones. With an innocent and pure countenance, her cherubic cheeks exuded an endearing youthful charm. Zhao Fan was momentarily taken aback, his gaze drawn to the girl before him. It is no exaggeration to say that she was the most beautiful girl he had encountered thus far. In her hand, she held a cup of chilled fresh fruit juice. Her small face flushed as she extended it towards him. Witnessing this scene, the attention of all the classmates was irresistibly drawn in their direction. "Is this juice for me?" Zhao Fan inquired, puzzled. Hum," she affirmed, promptly thrusting the juice into his hands before turning and darting away. "Hey, wait, I'm not a ghost. Why are you running off?" Zhao Fan chuckled as he watched her retreating figure. At this, Wang Jingze expressed his envy, exclaiming, "Fan Ge, you're incredible. On the very first day of military training, a stunning beauty brings you water. How fortunate. Fan Ge, can you teach us your ways? We also want sweet drinks delivered by lovely ladies," Zhu Shua chimed in. Propping his chin on his hand, Zhao Fan replied earnestly, Shua, it's not that Fan Ge want to teach you. It's about the charm, do you understand?" After running quite a distance, and Jiu finally came to a halt, her expression adorably dazed as she muttered to herself, "Oh no, I forgot to ask for his contact information." She was uncertain why she had fled, but her heart raced uncontrollably when their eyes met. Nearby, several girls observed her and began to whisper, "Humph," acting all aloof. Yet look how warm she is when faced with a handsome guy. Zhao Fan is not only good-looking but wealthy. She must be after his money. How do you know his name is Zhao Fan? Have you been snooping? Is there a need to snoop? There are so few boys in our finance department. For such a high-quality male god, I certainly have to act fast. Huh. Whether Zhao Fan would even notice you is another matter. Unfazed by the girls' murmurs, and Jiu remained seated quietly beneath the tree's shade. Having been beautiful from a young age, she had long grown accustomed to the rejection from her peers. "Are you all alone here?" Zhao Fan's sudden appearance startled her. Upon seeing his handsome face, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she stood up nervously. Observing her reaction, Zhao Fan smiled gently and offered her a bottle of mineral water, saying, "Thank you for the orange juice. I wasn't too sure what you liked, so I just grabbed a bottle of water." "Thank you," and Jiu replied, her face radiant with happiness. In truth, she had been aware of Zhao Fan for quite some time, but lacked the courage to approach him. She had only mustered the courage to buy him the juice after preparing herself mentally for an extended period. After a brief exchange, Zhao Fan said, "Thank you for the juice. I should head back now. Goodbye." And Jiu waved at him as he departed. Watching his figure fade into the distance, she suddenly froze, realizing she had forgotten to ask for his contact information. Upon returning, Wang Jingze was the first to sidle up to Zhao Fan, raising his eyebrows and teasing, "I didn't expect that. Fan Ge, you like this type of girl? She just brought me a drink. I need to thank her," Zhao Fan replied. "Is it really that simple?" "Yes, it is that simple. You don't have any thoughts of pursuing it further?" Wang Jingze asked incredulously. Zhao Fan shot him a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, "I already have a girlfriend." "What? You have a girlfriend?" Wang Jingze exclaimed in astonishment. "Why are you so excited about me having a girlfriend?" Zhao Fan questioned, bemused. Wang Jingze grinned mischievously, saying, Hee, that girl was so cute. I thought I might have a chance." At this, Yang Kai approached, curiously asking, "Fan Ge, can we see a picture of your girlfriend?" "Yeah, Fan Ge. Let us get familiar with her face," Zhu Shua and Li Jiaming chimed in. Unable to resist their enthusiasm, Zhao Fan finally pulled out his phone and showed them a picture of Lu Ruyan. Upon seeing her, Wang Jingze remarked, "So, Fan Ge likes pure girls. Your girlfriend is indeed beautiful, like a celestial being. With looks like that, she could definitely debut." As their comments filled the air, the instructor suddenly called out, "All units, assemble." At this, everyone reluctantly stood up and made their way to the training ground. Chapter 44, A Song of Wind, Igniting the Campus. Due to a new leadership team in the School of Economics this year, the military training for freshmen was given particular attention, resulting in a longer duration than in previous years. The assembly was at 8:30 in the morning, concluding at 8:30 in the evening, making for a full 12 hours. Excluding meal and rest times, the actual training lasted approximately 8 hours. After standing in military posture for an additional hour, the instructor finally announced dismissal. Wang Jingze felt as if his bones might crumble. With his poor physical condition and the heat, he felt utterly drained, lying beneath the shade of a tree, gasping for breath. Observing this, Zhao Fan couldn't help but jest. Old Wang, with your physique, you still want a girlfriend? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Fan Ge, aren't you tired at all? Wang Jingze looked at Zhao Fan in disbelief. It was worth noting that, aside from standing for the afternoon, Zhao Fan had also done 50 more push-ups than the other students. I'm all right, not nearly as exaggerated as you, Zhao Fan cheerfully replied. While it would be a lie to say he wasn't tired at all, his consistent exercise regimen made this level of exertion quite manageable for him. As the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, the extended break allowed students ample time to dine at the cafeteria. After dinner, everyone returned to their dorms for a brief rest. Lying on his soft bed, Wang Jingze felt immense bliss. By 6 o'clock, everyone gathered again on the training ground. The evening temperature was pleasantly mild, with occasional gentle breezes providing a refreshing relief. Once everyone was assembled, the instructors began to take attendance. Students, our upcoming military training comprises 2 activities. You may choose one. The first is standing in military posture, and the second is singing. Singing? Upon hearing, all the students were momentarily taken aback before joyously leaping into the air. Was there even a question? Of course, they would choose the latter. After an exhausting afternoon, they had already endured more than enough standing. Following the instructor's instructions, all the students gathered on the playground and formed a large circle to sit down. The instructors stood in the center, smiling as they asked, "Does anyone know how to sing military songs? Please step forward." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, each hesitant to rise. It was not that they were incapable of singing. Rather, the prospect of performing before so many classmates was daunting. Observing their reluctance, the instructor continued, "In light of this, I shall teach you a military song. We will sing it together. I will sing a line, and you will follow suit. Does that sound agreeable?" An enthusiastic chorus of yes erupted from the students. After establishing a rhythm, the instructors began their rendition. It was a bright morning, with the cooing of doves accompanying the wake-up call. Yet, the world was anything but tranquil. Even in times of peace, tumultuous winds stirred. Are you ready, brothers in arms? When that day truly arrives, rest assured, dear homeland. Fear not, beloved ones. For the sake of victory, I shall march forth bravely. With each line sung by the instructors, the students echoed back, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Once the song concluded, the instructors settled cross-legged on the ground, smiling at the assembly. It cannot be just us singing. You must showcase your talents as well. Do not be shy. Anyone is welcome to perform. While many students yearned to display their skills, the sight of their peers sitting quietly deterred them from taking action. Noticing the silence, the instructor declared, "If that is the case, I shall choose someone at random to perform." Surveying the crowd, the instructor called out, "Zhao Fan, step forward." It was the first day of military training, and aside from Zhao Fan, the instructors were unfamiliar with the names of the other students. Upon hearing his name, Zhao Fan emerged from the throng. The instructor smiled and said, "Zhao Fan, why don't you demonstrate something for your classmates?" "I'm not sure what everyone would like to see," Zhao Fan replied. Feeling a bit helpless. "What are you good at? Just choose something you excel in." "I can play the guitar, but it's in my dorm," Zhao Fan admitted. At that moment, Wang Jingze suddenly stood up, playfully shouting, "No worries, Fan Ge. I'll fetch it for you." The instructor chuckled and replied to Wang Jingze, "Very well. You have 5 minutes to bring back the guitar. 1 minute late, and you'll owe us 10 push-ups." Upon hearing this, Wang Jingze's expression soured. He hadn't anticipated that his jest would land him in a predicament. Yet, with the instructor's directive, he had no choice but to comply. Zhao Fan couldn't help but stifle a laugh at Wang Jingze's forlorn expression. "You asked for it. Now you're quiet, aren't you?" 5 minutes later, Wang Jingze returned, breathless, with the guitar slung over his back. The instructor teased, "You, my boy, are in terrible shape. Anyone would think you were sent to retrieve a missile instead of a guitar." He gestured for Wang Jingze to take a seat and catch his breath. Zhao Fan received the guitar, made slight adjustments, and then called out, "What song would you like to hear? Blue Lotus? Sunny Day? Old Boys?" The students clamored, each offering suggestions. At that moment, Zhao Fan noticed An Jiyu sitting nearby, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation. He turned to her and asked, "Is there a song you'd like to hear?" "I would love to hear The Wind Rises," An Jiyu replied with a smile after some thought. "Then I shall sing The Wind Rises for everyone," Zhao Fan declared. With that, he gently strummed the guitar, producing a beautiful melody. The Wind Rises is a song that resonates with both boys and girls alike. Regardless of gender, whenever this song plays, one cannot help but feel it encapsulates their own story. As the melody filled the air, the playground fell silent. As I walk this winding road, tracing the youth that drifts away, I hesitate at the station's edge. I cannot help but chuckle at the bittersweet feelings of returning home. The skies over Nagano remain warm, as the winds stir memories of yesteryears. I was once ensnared by the vastness of the world, lost in dreams that felt so real. Without discernment, I refrained from struggle, unafraid of ridicule. I once molded my youth into her essence, and let my fingertips dance on the strings of reminiscence. Wherever my heart leads, I shall follow fate's course. Walking against the light, I let the wind and rain wash over me. As he reached the chorus, the entire playground erupted into a harmonious chorus, captivated by Zhao Fan's mellifluous voice, enhanced by the system's rewards, coupled with his solid guitar skills. The gazes of the girls were imbued with admiration and affection. As the last notes faded, the playground resonated with fervent applause, acknowledging Zhao Fan's captivating performance. The girls looked at him with eyes full of admiration, for he was not only handsome but also exceptionally talented. Fan Gu is amazing. Another one, please. Wang Jingze and Yang Kai began to cheer, prompting others to join in. Another. Seeing the enthusiasm, Zhao Fan waved his hand and smiled. Today is not a solo performance. The spotlight shall be on all of you, my handsome and beautiful friends. The instructor chimed in. Indeed, Zhao Fan is right. It wouldn't be fair for him to perform alone. Who will be next? Noticing the shyness among the crowd, the instructor added, if no one volunteers, we shall resume military training. At that moment, a girl stood up from the crowd and walked to the center. Hello everyone, my name is Wang Mingwei, and I would like to sing a song titled Riding on the Back of a Silver Dragon. A collective gasp arose at the mention of the song, as no one expected her to choose a Japanese piece. However, I have a small request. I would like Zhao Fan to accompany me, she said, casting a look of affection toward him. It was clear to everyone what Wang Mingwei intended, her feelings transparent. Nevertheless, she was indeed quite striking, with a heart-shaped face, captivating eyes, and delightful dimples when she smiled. Even in military training attire, her figure was impressive, particularly her curves, easily scoring above an 85 in looks. The boys cast envious glances at Zhao Fan, especially Wang Jingze, who was green with envy. On the first day of military training, two goddess-like beauties had already expressed their interest in him. If this continued, would there be a queue of admirers before long? Faced with Wang Mingwei's invitation, Zhao Fan hesitated briefly before nodding. This song is a bit challenging, but I will do my best. With that, Wang Mingwei began to sing. Beyond the vast sea. Who is wounded today? In the face of this familiar melody, although most students were unable to sing along, they couldn't help but hum along. As the song concluded, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted in the venue. With the atmosphere growing increasingly vibrant, the students' spirits were also lifted, prompting many to showcase their talents. Some danced. Others performed Peking opera, while a few engaged in rap. At that moment, Wang Jingze suddenly leaned towards Zhao Fan, brimming with excitement, and asked, Brother Fan, what do you think of Wang Mingwei? She's all right, why do you ask? Do you have feelings for her? Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Brother Fan, I think Wang Mingwei is simply marvelous. Her figure and looks are impeccable. Wang Jingze paused for a moment before lowering his voice. But do you know what captivates me the most about her? What is it? Zhao Fan asked, intrigued. She speaks Japanese. Wang Jingze's face instantly lit up with a mischievous grin. Zhao Fan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation. Wang Jingze was indeed quite bold. While others were focused on Wang Mingwei's singing abilities, he was preoccupied with her figure and even her linguistic skills. As adults, Zhao Fan couldn't help but wonder what thoughts lingered in Wang Jingze's mind. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Fan remarked, Old Wang, that is precisely why you stand out. Your focus is entirely different from the rest. Wang Jingze beamed with pride, of course. You have no idea, Brother Fan. I've always had a great admiration for the Japanese language. A teacher once tried to teach me, but I never quite mastered it. You even took Japanese lessons? Zhao Fan expressed surprise. Absolutely. I've been learning for nearly a decade. What was your teacher's name? Xiao Benyu. Before Wang Jingze could finish, Zhao Fan swiftly covered his mouth. This fellow was truly incorrigible. Finally, at 8:30 in the evening, the military training concluded. After bidding farewell to the instructor, everyone made their way back to the dormitory. On the way, Njiu unexpectedly struck up a conversation with Zhao Fan, having realized the urgency of the situation. If she didn't act soon, other girls would snatch Zhao Fan away. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhao Fan took a shower and changed into fresh clothes. He then turned to Wang Jingze and the others. Brothers, how about we go out for a late-night snack? Brother Fan, do you even need to ask? Absolutely. Wang Jingze was the first to raise his hand in agreement. Yang Kai and the others were also tempted, but considering the dorm check at 10:30, they voiced their concerns. Brother Fan, what about the dorm check? Don't worry, just let the dormitory supervisor know. It's the beginning of the semester for freshmen. They probably won't be too strict. All right, then let us go. Yang Kai and the others quickly tidied up and prepared to leave. Through their interactions over the past 2 days, they had already forged a brotherly bond. They regarded Zhao Fan as the leader of their dormitory, so whatever Zhao Fan proposed, they readily accepted. Just as they were about to step outside, A series of knocks echoed at the door. Upon opening it, they were surprised to find their instructor, Gu Jia. "Hey, what are you boys planning to do?" Zhao Fan smiled and replied, reporting to the instructor, "We were hoping to go out for a late-night snack. Would you like to join us?" The moment Zhao Fan invited the instructor to join, the others shot him incredulous looks. No one expected Zhao Fan to be so bold as to invite the instructor to dine with them. "I'll pass, you all go ahead," Gu Jia declined. "Come on. Teacher Gu, we actually have a few things we'd like to discuss with you." Seeing Zhao Fan persist in his invitation, Gu Jia hesitated before finally nodding. "All right. But let's make it clear beforehand. Dinner is on me, and you must return to the dormitory by 11:30. The reason Gu Jia agreed to Zhao Fan's invitation was that she sought an opportunity to engage more with the students. After observing the class over the past 2 days, she recognized Zhao Fan's potential as a class leader. Thus, she seized this opportunity for further assessment. With Gu Jia accompanying them, the group no longer had to worry about the dorm check. They stepped out of the school gate, chatting and laughing. "Brother Fan, there's a newly opened barbecue restaurant ahead. Should we check it out?" Wang Jing's pointed ahead. Zhao Fan glanced at Gu Jia and asked, "What would you like to eat, Teacher Gu?" Zhao Fan was not picky when it came to food. He was open to anything. "Let's go with this one." Gu Jia nodded in agreement. Upon entering the restaurant, they found an empty table and sat down. Gu Jia handed the menu to Zhao Fan and generously said, "Order whatever you like, don't hold back." Perhaps it was their first time dining with a teacher, but Yang Kai and the others appeared somewhat uneasy. Zhao Fan, however, was completely at ease and immediately began perusing the menu. "Let us start with 50 skewers of lamb, 3 servings of crayfish, 1 foil-wrapped fish, and a plate of cold cucumbers." Seeing Zhao Fan's ordering style, Gu Jia couldn't help but chuckle and tease. "Wow, you really have no intention of sparing my wallet." After placing the order, Gu Jia inquired, "Would you all like some cold beer?" Given the sweltering summer heat, it felt incomplete to enjoy barbecue without some chilled beer. Zhao Fan replied with a smile, "Teacher Gu, we have military training tomorrow, so how about we just have 2 bottles each as a token?" Yang Kai and the others readily agreed. As long as Zhao Fan made the decision, they rarely contradicted him. Noticing that Yang Kai and the others nodded in agreement, Gu Jia looked at Zhao Fan with a hint of surprise. She hadn't anticipated that this young man would be quite impressive. It was evident that his standing among Yang Kai and the others was remarkably high. From the moment they left the dormitory, virtually every decision had been made by Zhao Fan, and none of the 5 had voiced any dissent, consistently adopting an approving attitude. Through her observations over the past 2 days, Gu Jia also learned that Wang Jingzi came from a well-off family and often exuded the aura of a wealthy heir. Yet, despite this, he held Zhao Fan in high regard. As the skewers were served, they began to eat. "Teacher, you must have graduated not long ago, right?" Zhao Fan asked while enjoying his skewers. "Yes, I also graduated this year and stayed on to work at the school," Gu Jia answered candidly, then curiously asked, "How did you know?" Zhao Fan chuckled and explained, "Because Teacher Gu, you're so young and beautiful, it's evident you're a recent graduate." "You, always with the flattery." Gu Jia laughed. "Come, let us raise a toast to Teacher Gu, wishing you success in your career and ever-increasing beauty." Zhao Fan lifted his glass. Everyone raised their glasses, clinked them together, and then drank heartily. After downing a bottle of beer, the previously reserved Yang Kai and the others loosened up, engaging in lively conversation with Gu Jia. Being a recent graduate herself, Gu Jia found common ground with them, making the conversation enjoyable. However, what surprised Zhao Fan was that, to this day, Gu Jia had never had a boyfriend. To speak of Gu Jia, one must acknowledge her considerable beauty, although her appearance might only warrant a score of 80. She possesses an exceptional flair for fashion. Her clothing style leans towards a mature, sophisticated aesthetic, which undeniably exerts a powerful allure on the opposite sex. Without delving into further details, one need only consider the captivating combination of black stockings and high heels, a pairing that has likely ensnared the hearts of countless younger admirers. Their meal extended over the course of approximately 2 hours. At one point, Zhao Fan intended to seize a moment to discreetly settle the bill. Yet Gu Jia saw through his intentions. With utmost seriousness, she insisted that he must not attempt to pay for their dinner. Faced with her resolute demeanor, Zhao Fan acquiesced. In truth, the cost of the meal was not exorbitant. Estimating around 50 per person, a group of 7 would total roughly 300 to 400 yuan. As a counselor at the prestigious Capital University of Economics and Business, Gu Jia's salary, while not as high as that of professors, comfortably ranged between 8,000 to 9,000 a month. After all, the institution is renowned for its competitive remuneration. Upon arriving at the cash register, Gu Jia retrieved her wallet and addressed the proprietor. "The bill, please." "Certainly," responded the owner, who proceeded to calculate the total. "Your total expenditure amounts to 1380. Let us round it off to 1300. "What?" Gu Jia was momentarily taken aback by the quoted price. "Excuse me, what is this?" You're demanding 1,300 just like that? It wasn't that they couldn't afford it. Rather, she simply could not fathom how a barbecue could cost so much. Zhao Fan also appeared bewildered and requested to see the bill. The owner handed it over, somewhat impatiently remarking, "Take a look." The prices for the skewers at the beginning were relatively reasonable. Lamb skewers at 5 yuan each, 21 portions of cucumber salad, and meat skewers at 3 yuan each. However, as one delved further down the bill, the prices became increasingly outrageous. A serving of crayfish cost 288 yuan, while a single foil-wrapped fish commanded an astonishing 688 yuan. Upon seeing this, Zhao Fan could not help but inquire, "Why on earth is this foil-wrapped fish so expensive?" The owner scoffed, retorting, "What? Can't afford it? If you can't, then don't order it." Gu Jia, incensed, snapped back, "How dare you speak to us like that? It's clear you are the one overcharging." At this moment, Zhao Fan had a realization. It was evident that this establishment had the intention of fleecing customers. "Is this foil-wrapped fish made of gold? How can you charge 688 for it?" Yang Kai and the others chimed in with similar sentiments. Zhao Fan picked up a menu, pointing to the listed price of the foil-wrapped fish, which stated 68 yuan. "Isn't this menu clearly displaying that? Why are you charging us 688? The owner chuckled, responding with a casual air, "That's 68 per liang, a unit of weight." 68 per liang? Gu Jia's face flushed with indignation. "Isn't this a black market operation? Who prices their menu by liang? Of course, we do it by liang. Now pay up." Gu Jia was at a loss for words, facing such an unscrupulous vendor, where reason seemed futile. "We should call the police," she suggested. The owner laughed mockingly. "Go ahead. Call them. Even if you do, you'll still have to settle the bill." His arrogance was palpable, as he understood that even with police involvement, this would merely be a simple civil dispute, and he had nothing to fear. Seeing Gu Jia reach for her phone, Zhao Fan quickly intervened, advising, "Teacher Gu, calling the police won't help. Even if the police arrive, they will primarily mediate, which won't resolve anything. If it escalates to the police station, and the school finds out, you could face disciplinary action for being out late with male students. If that gets out, you could face severe consequences." Upon hearing this, Gu Jia's emotions began to settle. Zhao Fan was correct. If the school learned of this incident, she would undoubtedly face repercussions. Having only recently started her position, being dismissed for such a matter would be an unwelcome outcome. What about filing a complaint with 315? That must work, right? Yang Kai suggested, visibly frustrated. The owner merely scoffed and slammed his phone onto the counter, taunting, "Go ahead, call. I'll make it clear, even if you report me, you'll still have to pay your bill." Zhao Fan shook his head, recognizing that the owner was a seasoned con artist. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so brazen. Having grown up in a family that owned a restaurant, Zhao Fan was well aware of the limitations of a complaint. In situations like today's, a complaint would be futile, as the ingredients belonged to the owner, and he could set whatever price he deemed fit. Zhao Fan stepped forward, adopting a serious tone as he confronted the owner. "Are you blatantly trying to scam us?" The owner, seeing they were merely students, dismissed them, continuing his brazen attitude. "Paying for your meal is a matter of course. You students are truly laughable. If you lack money, then don't bother dining out." At this, Wang Jingze could no longer contain himself. He had never been spoken to in such a manner. "What the hell? Say that again," he shouted. "What? You looking for trouble?" The owner, noticing Wang Jingze's aggressive demeanor, slammed his hand on the table, cursing, "You little punks are asking for death." As tensions escalated, Zhao Fan quickly pulled Wang Jingze back. The first day of school was not the time for a brawl. He positioned Wang Jingze behind him and coldly addressed the owner. "How much?" The owner assumed Zhao Fan was capitulating and smiled. "I was originally going to let you off with 1380, but now I won't budge a single cent." "No problem," Zhao Fan replied, without further ado, pulling out 1,400 yuan and tossing it onto the counter. He then turned to his companions, stating, "Let us go." Without looking back, they exited the barbecue restaurant. Once outside, the group's anger intensified. They felt utterly disgusted by the meal, knowing full well they had been deliberately overcharged, yet feeling powerless to retaliate. Wang Jingze, still bewildered, asked, "Fan Gu, why did we pay him? If it were up to me, I would taught him a lesson." In their youthful exuberance, they were all worked up. Zhao Fan cast a glance at them, calmly replying, "Is that how we resolve issues? What if he calls the police? We'd then be labeled as troublemakers, and if the school found out, we'd all face expulsion, and Teacher Gu would also be implicated." Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Wang Jingze deflated. Faced with such a rogue, he wished he could just land a couple of punches. "So, are we just letting this go? Letting it go?" Zhao Fan chuckled. "Do you think my money grows on trees?" Sensing the tone in Zhao Fan's voice, Gu Jia, concerned, cautioned, "Zhao Fan, please don't do anything rash." She was aware of Zhao Fan's affluent background, but was uncertain of his true intentions. She feared he might seek revenge on the barbecue restaurant, and if he acted impulsively, she would feel a sense of guilt as his mentor. In response, Zhao Fan smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Teacher Gu, I would never engage in illegal activities. Afterward, Gu Jia ensured the group returned safely to their dormitory, only departing once the door was securely closed. Back in the dormitory, the 6 of them sat on the sofa, their indignation still simmering. Lao Wang, do you know anyone in Kyoto? Fan Gu, what are you planning? Wang Jingza glanced at Zhao Fan with concern. You're not contemplating causing a ruckus at someone else's establishment, are you? This is Kyoto, after all. It's quite serious. Zhao Fan waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. Don't worry, I'm not going to smash any shops or engage in any brawls. Hearing this, Wang Jingza finally felt a bit reassured. He replied, if it's not anything illegal, I could call over 40 or 50 people. Although Wang Jingza resides in Haicheng, he is very close to Kyoto. It's merely a half-hour journey by high-speed train. Moreover, this fellow has been somewhat unruly during his high school years, and his family has a bit of money, allowing him to frequently visit Kyoto, where he has made the acquaintance of many young people involved in the local scene. No need for that many. A dozen or so will suffice. Let them come to school tomorrow. Fan Gu, what exactly do you intend to do? Wang Jingza asked, puzzled. You'll find out tomorrow. All right, it's getting late. Let us get some rest since we have military training tomorrow. With that, Zhao Fan went to bed, and the night passed uneventfully. The following day, Zhao Fan rose promptly at 6:30, freshened up, and headed to the school's playground for a morning run. By the time he arrived, Guan Yinshi had already completed a lap. Upon seeing Zhao Fan, Guan Yinshi greeted him cheerfully. Good morning. Morning. The two then began running together. After half an hour, Guan Yinshi announced, I'm off to have breakfast. Bye. See you tomorrow. Guan Yinshi waved at Zhao Fan with a smile. The morning military training proceeded as usual. Stand at attention. At 11:30, the instructor called for dismissal. Once dismissed, Wang Jingza approached Zhao Fan. Fan Gu, the people you asked me to find yesterday have arrived. There are a total of 15. Let us go. Take me to them. With that, the two headed towards the school gate. Upon reaching the school entrance, they spotted a group of individuals gathered under a tree, smoking. As the two approached, everyone stood up. The leader, a stout man, estimated to weigh around 200 pounds, grinned while holding a cigarette. Jingza, what brings you to us today? Brother Fat, this is my friend. Zhao Fan, he has something for you. Wang Jingza introduced with a smile. Zhao Fan first took out the 20,000 yuan he had prepared in advance and handed it to Brother Fat, stating, I have a small favor to ask. Upon seeing the 20,000 yuan in Zhao Fan's hand, Brother Fat hesitated. Brother, we're all law-abiding citizens here. We don't engage in illegal activities. Although Brother Fat was quite tempted by the money, he understood the gravity of the situation in Kyoto. Who said I intended to engage in anything unlawful? Zhao Fan retorted, pointing towards a newly opened barbecue restaurant. Just that barbecue place up ahead. You guys should frequent it. Consider this money a gesture of friendship. Upon hearing this, Brother Fat immediately grasped Zhao Fan's intention. He accepted the money with a grin. All right, I understand. Rest assured, I'll take good care of it. Naturally, Brother Fat wouldn't let such an opportunity slip by. As for what to do next, he was already well aware. After all, it was neither illegal nor unruly. An easy way to make 2,000, why not take advantage of it? All right, then we'll head back. Zhao Fan waved his hand, turning to leave with Wang Jingza. On the way back to the dormitory, Wang Jingza appeared bewildered. He had no idea what Zhao Fan was truly up to. With a puzzled expression, he asked, Fan Gu, what exactly are you planning? Zhao Fan smiled. You'll find out in a few days. Seeing Zhao Fan keep him in suspense, Wang Jingza's curiosity became unbearable. Come on, Fan Gu, just tell me. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Can't sleep? I have a good method. Zhao Fan replied with a mischievous grin. What method? Wang Jingza inquired, confused. I'll tell you in a few days. With that, Zhao Fan couldn't help but laugh. Fan Gu, you're really driving me crazy. Meanwhile, after receiving the money, Brother Fat distributed 500 yuan to each person, commanding, get to work. Following that, the 15 individuals swaggered into the barbecue restaurant. The owner, seeing such a large group arrive, was initially pleased, thinking, business is excellent today. However, he soon realized something was amiss. Though the 15 entered together, they dispersed to sit at separate tables, as if they were strangers to one another. Boss, we'd like to order. Brother Fat shouted, cigarette in mouth. The owner approached, bewildered, asking, how many of you are there? How many? Can't you see for yourself? Brother Fat replied curtly. Faced with such provocative customers, the owner suppressed his anger and inquired, what would you like to eat? Let us start with a plate of complimentary pickles. I want to see how they taste. Complimentary pickles? The owner was bewildered by such an unusual ordering method. This is a barbecue restaurant, not a roadside stall. It was his first time encountering someone asking for free pickles. The owner stood perplexed, scrutinizing Brother Fat. In response, Brother Fat took a deep drag on his cigarette, then pulled out a wad of cash, slamming it onto the table. What? Are you afraid I want to pay you? All right, just a moment. The owner quickly turned and headed to the kitchen. Though he didn't know what these people were up to, he could tell they weren't here for a friendly visit. The others, like Brother Fat, also began to seriously examine the menu and place orders. However, they only ordered very inexpensive dishes. Whether it was pickled vegetables, century egg tofu, or cucumber salad, none of the items exceeded 20 yuan. Observing this, a kitchen staff member couldn't help but ask the owner, "Boss, are these people intentionally causing trouble? Who orders so little? It's fine, I'll handle it." The owner took a deep breath, then walked to the cash register. From the drawer, he retrieved a pack of Furong Wong cigarettes and returned to Brother Fat. "My young brother, I sincerely apologize for not providing better service. Please bear with me. This is a small token of appreciation for you guys." As he spoke, the owner placed the pack of cigarettes in Brother Fat's lap. Looking at the pack of Furong Wong, Brother Fat couldn't help but chuckle. This owner is quite stingy. Even on regular days, Brother Fat wouldn't smoke anything less than 30 yuan. For the owner to offer him a pack worth over 200 yuan is just insulting. So he shot him a glance and said, "Hurry up and bring out the food. You're not going to make the pickles from scratch, are you?" At that moment, a kitchen staff member emerged, brandishing a kitchen knife, furiously pointing at Brother Fat and the others. "Damn, are you guys here to stir up trouble, or what?" Oh my gosh. Upon seeing this, Brother Fat pretended to be terrified, then let out a dismissive laugh. "Come on, if you're a real man, just take a swing." Brother Fat leaned forward, exposing his head. It's quite amusing that the kitchen staff member would brandish a knife in such a manner. What era is this? Does he think he is a gangster? Such tactics might scare children, but they don't intimidate Brother Fat at all. As the contradictions escalated, the boss hurriedly pushed the chef back into the kitchen, exclaiming helplessly, "Serve them their dishes." He truly felt at a loss when dealing with these local ruffians. Initially, he thought that a pack of Furong Wong cigarettes would suffice to send them on their way. However, to his surprise, they looked down upon such trivial offerings. A small dish of pickled vegetables took the hefty fellow nearly 2 hours to consume. The others were no different, with some even taking 2 hours just to sip water. In essence, regardless of their activity, they remained perpetually engaged. Upon glancing at the clock, it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. Only then did the hefty man rise, stretch lazily, and approach the cash register. "Boss, time to settle the bill." After perusing the menu, the boss, visibly displeased, inquired, "Shall we tally it all together? Is that even a question? If you don't, then you do the math." The hefty man retorted irately. The total came to 205. After settling the payment, he led his entourage out of the establishment. At 5 o'clock that afternoon, just as the boss was preparing to open the doors for business, he spotted the hefty man and his crew returning, the same motley crew from the morning. Upon entering the eatery, they resumed their previous antics, each claiming a table and ordering the cheapest cold dishes or simply requesting a pot of water. Subsequently, they gleefully immersed themselves in their mobile devices. During dinner time, numerous nearby students and passers-by attempted to enter the shop, only to turn away upon seeing the lack of available seating. They remained seated until 2 in the morning. Finally departing, the boss, upon reviewing the day's receipts, felt like weeping. Today's revenue had hit an all-time low, a mere 300 yuan. While the midday crowd had at least ordered a few cold dishes, by nightfall, they had ceased ordering altogether, merely occupying seats while engrossed in their phones. The shop's power banks were completely drained by their incessant charging. "How much did we earn today?" the chef inquired. 300 yuan, the boss replied, utterly exasperated. Faced with such unruly patrons, he felt utterly powerless. They hadn't caused any trouble within the establishment, thus he couldn't take any action against them. For such individuals, one could not resort to violence, for they were sure to retaliate with extortion. Nonetheless, the business could not sustain such losses indefinitely. After all, the eatery was located near a prestigious finance university, and the rent was exorbitant. Earning only 300 yuan a day was insufficient to cover even the utilities, let alone the rent. The following afternoon, just as mealtime approached, the hefty man and his companions once again entered the barbecue shop. This time, the boss had completely capitulated. After the tumult of the previous day, he placed 2,000 yuan on the table before the hefty man. Eyeing the bright red bills, the hefty man inquired with a smile, "What is the meaning of this, boss?" "Brothers, this is a small establishment with modest profits, and it's not easy. This 2,000 yuan is to treat you all. Please be lenient," the boss implored. "Cut the nonsense, and bring me a pot of hot water." The hefty man snapped impatiently. There was no way he would accept the 2,000 yuan. Despite their rough exterior, they understood the distinction between what money was acceptable and what was not. In their line of work, what mattered most was survival. Since they had taken Zhao Fan's money, they were obliged to act in accordance with his interests. Although the hefty man acknowledged he wasn't a paragon of virtue, he still upheld a basic sense of integrity. By the 5th day, in the economics department dormitory, Zhao Fan was strumming his guitar on the sofa when Wang Jingze burst in, brimming with excitement. "Fangu, that barbecue shop has suspended operations. They even posted a notice for lease transfer." "Lease transfer?" Zhao Fan's face lit up with a smile. A transfer was out of the question. The owner must be made to bear the consequences. The rent for shops near the finance university was not inexpensive, and the barbecue shop, estimated to cover over 200 square meters, would cost at least 7 to 800,000 yuan annually. Considering renovations and equipment, it would likely reach $1 million. Initially, the barbecue shop owner had swindled them out of 1,300 yuan. Now, demanding that he compensate over 100,000 seemed quite fair and reasonable, didn't it? Chapter 49. The Logic of Calm Amidst Turmoil. Zhao Fan wasn't he overly concerned about the 2,000 yuan he had given to the hefty man, as that amount was merely the daily earnings from the system. Fangu, I can only imagine how furious the barbecue shop owner must be. Wang Jingze chuckled, relishing the memory of the owner's arrogant demeanor. "This is just the beginning," Zhao Fan replied with a knowing smile. He then instructed Wang Jingze, "Call the hefty man later and tell him to contact the barbecue shop owner regarding the lease transfer using the number provided. No need for excessive details. He'll understand. I'll send him another 10,000 yuan later." "Why are we calling about a lease transfer?" Wang Jingze paused, then suddenly seemed to grasp the situation, asking, "You're not actually considering taking over the barbecue shop, are you?" While Wang Jingze was aware that Zhao Fan wasn't short on cash, taking over a barbecue shop was no simple task. After all, this was Kyoto, a place where every inch of land was precious. Despite its modest size of over 200 square meters, it would require at least 7 to 800,000 to acquire. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan regarded Wang Jingze with a look of incredulity. "What do you think?" "No way. Fangu, you can't be serious about taking over that barbecue shop. Am I the one who has lost my mind? Or are you?" Zhao Fan replied exasperatedly. Wang Jingze truly struggled to comprehend such a simple matter. "Why is that?" "Fangu?" he asked, still perplexed. Zhao Fan shook his head, lamenting the boy's lack of understanding. "Just follow my instructions. The hefty man will definitely get it." With that, a smile crept across Zhao Fan's lips. The barbecue shop owner had brought this upon himself. If the business was failing, he couldn't simply run away. Zhao Fan's next move would be to ensure he couldn't even manage a lease transfer. Wang Jingze sat on the sofa, pondering for a while before suddenly having an epiphany. "Oh my, Fangu, I get it now. But what if the barbecue shop owner, realizing he can't transfer the lease, decides to hold out?" Zhao Fan shrugged and smiled. "Then we'll just wait it out. I have all the time and money in the world. If 20,000 ISNT enough, I'll use 100,000. If 100,000 ISNT enough, I'll use 300,000. In any case, anything that can be solved with money is not a problem for me." Upon hearing this, Wang Jingze was filled with respect, even contemplating standing up to salute Zhao Fan. It must be said, the bravado he displayed was certainly deserving of full marks. After practicing guitar for a while, Zhao Fan handed Wang Jingze another 10,000 yuan. As Wang Jingze stared at the thick stack of cash in his hands, he couldn't help but swallow hard. If he recalled correctly, Zhao Fan had already given the hefty man 2,000 yuan a few days prior. And with this additional 10,000, it amounted to 30,000. Unable to resist, he asked Zhao Fan, "Fangu, may I ask you a question?" "Go ahead. What is your monthly living expense?" Wang Jingze's curiosity was piqued. Being a well-off second-generation rich kid, his family was quite affluent, conservatively estimated to be worth over 10 million. Yet, despite this, Wang Jingze's monthly allowance barely amounts to around 10,000 yuan. When compared to other classmates, he certainly leads a rather extravagant lifestyle. However, juxtaposed against Zhao Fan, there exists no basis for comparison. In fact, it leaves Wang Jingze with a disconcerting sense of being impoverished. The crux of the matter is that Zhao Fan's wealth seems to possess an almost reproductive quality, multiplying the more he spends. The ease with which he expends tens of thousands feels akin to Wang Jingze's casual expenditure of mere hundreds. Observing Wang Jingze's curiosity, Zhao Fan casually remarked, "It's only around 4 to 500,000. Upon hearing this figure, Wang Jingze was rendered speechless. What does only 4 to 500,000 even mean? Why does it sound so trivial? Although Wang Jingze's family is relatively affluent, their annual income hovers around 1 million. This implies that the amount his father toils for in a year amounts to merely Zhao Fan's 2 months of pocket money. The disparity is stark. The afternoon military training remained painfully monotonous. Aside from standing at attention, it consisted solely of marching drills. To make matters worse, the weather in Kyoto has been sweltering lately. Just a few days ago, temperatures were around 30 degrees, but today it soared to 38. The entire training ground felt as if it were a cauldron under the relentless sun. Indeed, In the brief moment of distraction, two young ladies succumbed to heat exhaustion and fainted. Considering the students' safety, the instructor allowed only half an hour of standing before dismissing everyone for a break. As soon as he settled beneath the shade of a tree, Wang Jingzi spotted Jiu bounding towards him, holding a cup of lemon water from Mishuai City. Over the past few days, their relationship had blossomed, and during each break in military training, Jiu would always bring Zhao Fan a refreshing cup of lemon water. Here. Jiu adorably handed the drink to Zhao Fan. Upon receiving the lemon water, Zhao Fan took a generous sip and then, somewhat puzzled, asked Jiu, "Why do you always bring me lemon water?" Jiu's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, "Because you like it." "I like it." Zhao Fan was taken aback. When had he ever expressed a fondness for lemon water? In truth, he preferred mineral water, finding it healthier. "Don't you like it?" Jiu inquired, her big eyes blinking innocently at him. "Why do you think I like it?" Zhao Fan asked, still perplexed. After a moment's thought, Jiu pouted and said, "Because during military training a few days ago, you drank a senior's lemon water." Unexpectedly, Jiu exhibited a hint of jealousy. Zhao Fan had only drunk it out of sheer thirst, fully aware that the seniors were intentionally trying to provoke the younger students, so he hadn't thought twice about it. "By the way, I've known you for nearly a week, but I still don't know your name," Zhao Fan smiled and asked. Jiu, slightly shy, smiled back and said, "My name isn't Jiu." Then, summoning her courage, she pulled out her phone. "Zhao Fan, can I add you as a friend?" Seeing her nervous yet adorable expression, Zhao Fan felt a stir in his heart and playfully replied, "Jiu, can I pinch your cheeks?" Her cherubic face was simply too cute, plump like a doll, and Zhao Fan couldn't resist the urge to give it a gentle squeeze. Upon hearing this, Jiu adopted a pitiful expression, her big eyes glistening as she looked at Zhao Fan. "Is that a no?" Zhao Fan asked, slightly disappointed. Jiu quickly shook her head, explaining, "It's not that you can't, just don't do it too hard. I'm afraid it'll hurt." Chapter 50. I am not a casual person. With a chuckle, Zhao Fan could not contain his laughter at Jiu's response. He had expected her to refuse outright, but she had merely asked him to be gentle. "All right. Then I'll give it a light pinch. I promise not to apply any force," Zhao Fan said, extending his hand to gently pinch Jiu's cheek. It was soft, bouncy. The sensation was utterly delightful, akin to squeezing a gummy candy. Initially intending to only pinch once, he found himself unable to resist and ended up pinching her twice more. Jiu let out a soft gasp as she felt the pressure from Zhao Fan's fingertips. Reluctantly, Zhao Fan withdrew his hand, and many girls in the vicinity cast envious glances at the intimate exchange between the two. In the next moment, Jiu's face turned crimson as she sprang to her feet and bolted away. She felt utterly shy, although she genuinely enjoyed Zhao Fan's company. Having never had a boyfriend before, the sudden attention from her classmates left her flustered. After running a considerable distance, Jiu abruptly halted, remembering something. She had rushed away too hastily and forgotten to add Zhao Fan as a friend. Consequently, she turned around and dashed back. Zhao Fan remained seated under the tree, puzzled by Jiu's sudden departure. Did he pinch her too hard? But he hadn't applied much pressure at all. As he pondered this, he saw Jiu running back towards him. "Here," she exclaimed, reaching Zhao Fan and pulling out her phone to reveal the QR code for adding friends. Giving him a knowing glance. Understanding her intent, Zhao Fan promptly took out his phone and scanned the code. After successfully adding each other as friends, Jiu hurriedly took off again. "Everyone gather." After a break of roughly 10 minutes, the coach called out. Upon hearing his voice, all the students reluctantly stood up and made their way to the training ground. "I have an announcement. Considering today's high temperatures, the school administration has unanimously decided to end training early." A wave of joy erupted from the crowd. In truth, military training itself was not particularly grueling. It was merely the merciless sun that made it unbearable. The boys fared slightly better, but the girls were struggling immensely. Once back in the dormitory, Zhao Fan splashed his face with cool water and said, "I'm thinking of heading to a spa for a massage to unwind. Would anyone like to join me?" "A massage?" Upon hearing this, Wang Jingzi's eyes lit up. "That sounds fantastic. Count me in," he exclaimed excitedly, observing his exuberance. Zhao Fan could easily discern what was on his mind. Yang Kai and Zhu Shuo exchanged subtle glances, their expressions slightly conflicted. "Zhao Fan, isn't that a bit inappropriate?" "Zhao Fan, you're not challenging my limits, are you?" they said, looking rather troubled. "Well, it's up to you all to decide. I'm heading to take a shower first," Zhao Fan said before making his way to the shower. When Zhao Fan emerged from the shower, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Several of his friends had already changed into clean clothes, looking presentable, and stood lined up at the door. Awaiting his return, Zhao Fan's expression darkened. Wait a minute, who was it that claimed they weren't a casual person? However, seeing that they were all prepared, he decided not to linger and waved his hand decisively. "Let us go." On the way, Yang Kai and the others were filled with excitement. Prior to this, they had never encountered establishments such as clubs or massage parlors. Even their online explorations were merely cursory glances, lacking any genuine experience. Now, with Zhao Fan's enthusiastic suggestion to escort them to a massage parlor, one can only imagine their elation. Wang Jingze had even begun to conjure vivid images in his mind. The establishment chosen by Zhao Fan was named Tang Hui, situated less than 10 kilometers from the University of Finance. It is a comprehensive venue that offers a fusion of massage, foot therapy, wellness treatments, and spa services. Given the establishment's high standards, the prices are correspondingly steep, starting at 2,888 per person. Upon exiting the taxi, the group entered together. The opulence of Tang Hui's decor was immediately striking. As they stepped inside, they were greeted by 2 rows of elegantly attired receptionists. The young ladies, appearing to be in their 20s, donned a variety of uniforms and short skirts, their legs adorned in sheer black stockings. As for their beauty, it goes without saying that only the most exquisite individuals could grace such a prestigious establishment, at least an impressive score of 85 or higher. Observing this, Wang Jingze could not suppress a gulp. Let us be frank, when had he ever encountered such a scene? Although he had clandestinely visited a foot therapy shop during high school, the proprietor had assigned him an elderly lady due to his youthful appearance. Thus, witnessing so many stunning young women clad in black stockings and short skirts left him utterly exhilarated. Yang Kai and Zhu Shuo were no better off, their own throats dry with anticipation. "Good evening, esteemed guests," called the receptionists in unison, bowing slightly as they noticed newcomers. Zhao Fan, however, was unfazed. After selecting a package, he followed one of the receptionists inside. The package contained 5 treatments: a wellness bath, steam therapy, foot massage, Thai massage, and bone relaxation, all spanning a total of 3 hours for the price of 2,888. The so-called wellness bath involved soaking in a wooden tub filled with various herbal ingredients, reputed to enhance vitality. Whether it was effective remained uncertain. Once the door closed behind them, Zhao Fan shed his clothing and immersed himself in the herbal-infused water. To his surprise, the experience was exceedingly pleasurable. The water was at the perfect temperature, slightly warmer than his body, and the aromatic herbs wafted through the air. "Oh, this is truly delightful." Zhao Fan couldn't help but vocalize his contentment. Seeing this, Wang Jingze and the others promptly disrobed, mimicking his actions with enthusiasm. After completing the treatments, Zhao Fan felt an immense sense of relief. The exhausting days of military training had taken their toll, leaving him with aches that would have made restful sleep elusive without this indulgence. The massage therapists were undeniably commendable, not only aesthetically pleasing but also skilled in their techniques. If there was a solitary shortcoming, it was that the pressure of their massages was somewhat gentle. After dressing, the group reconvened in the lobby. At that moment, Wang Jingze leaned closer, a mischievous glint in his eyes, and remarked to Zhao Fan, "Brother Fan, isn't there a certain treatment we seem to be missing?" With a playful slap on his head, Zhao Fan retorted, "Do you think this is a romantic escapade? If you desire that sort of experience, you'll have to arrange it yourself." Indeed, the receptionists were exceptionally stunning, with the lowest beauty score exceeding 85 and several reaching 90. Any one of them, if placed at the University of Finance, would undoubtedly be the belle of the ball. Hence, to think one could experience such services for 2,888 was nothing short of fanciful dreaming. Upon hearing this, Wang Jingze's face fell, disappointment evident. He had hoped that a visit to the parlor would lead to some indulgent escapades, only to find it entirely platonic. The allure of the receptionists had stirred something within him, and he found himself eager to take one of them out for an evening of entertainment, though his thoughts were purely innocent. However, considering that this was the most upscale venue in Kyoto, the receptionists would undoubtedly be well compensated. With a monthly allowance of merely 10,000 yuan, Wang Jingze realized that winning over one of these ladies was, to put it bluntly, quite unrealistic. Meanwhile, Yang Kai and the others were brimming with excitement, their minds awash with the enchanting images of the receptionists in black stockings providing massages. "That therapist who attended to me had an incredible figure. Her voice was so sweet it made me feel all tingly," one exclaimed. "I know, right? Those long legs, wow." They all chimed in, expressing their gratitude to Zhao Fan for allowing them a glimpse into the opulent lifestyle of the affluent. Returning to their dormitory, the clock read 10 o'clock. After engaging in a lengthy conversation with Lu Rian over the phone, Zhao Fan and Wang Jingze initiated a sweet gaming session together. Though neither possessed exceptional skills, Zhao Fan's role as the jungler allowed him to facilitate Wang Jingze's endeavors in mid lane. "Brother Fan, there's a kill in mid. Hurry," Wang Jingze called out. Upon glancing at the mid lane situation, Zhao Fan noted that both Wang Jingze and the opposing mage were in critical condition. Utilizing the hero Yuan Go, he knew that with proper execution, securing a kill would be effortless. He swiftly made his way toward the mid lane. Mere seconds later, amid the chaos, the opposing mage achieved a double kill. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Jiu, having added Zhao Fan as a friend, was clad in loose-fitting Pikachu pajamas. Cradling her phone in contemplation, the screen displayed their chat conversation. You have added Zhao Fan. You may now chat. Having been single for 18 years, Jiu found herself at a loss for how to initiate conversation with the boy she liked. After much deliberation, she finally typed 2 characters. Are you there? Yet. Almost immediately, she deleted the message. Would such a mundane introduction render her uninteresting? After pondering for quite some time, she remained uncertain about what to say next. Should she inquire if he had dinner? But at this hour, it was surely too late for that. Frustration etched across her face. She lamented. Why is communication between people so convoluted? After lengthy contemplation, she still couldn't arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. In a moment of inspiration, she opened Douyin and searched for how to chat to make a boy like you. Upon clicking search, a myriad of results appeared. One particular suggestion caught her attention. To quickly endear oneself to a boy, one could showcase their virtues, such as a poetic sentence. Isn't that my forte? And Jiu thought, a smile creeping across her face. Understanding art and literature was her strength. With renewed determination, she meticulously crafted an eloquent sentence brimming with artistry and sent it to Zhao Fan. After successfully sending the message, she awaited his response with bated breath. As the game of Honor of Kings concluded, Zhao Fan and Wang Jingze found themselves facing defeat. Seriously, Wang, what kind of damage is that? You can't even take down a squishy target? Zhao Fan exclaimed, exasperated. But you told me to build tank items. I'm a tank now. Wang Jingze retorted, feeling utterly frustrated. Initially, he had been playing as Angela in mid lane, where building ability power was the norm. However, being suppressed early on by the opposing mage, coupled with Zhao Fan's ill-fated support that resulted in a double kill, left him in disarray. Thus, in a moment of exasperation, Zhao Fan decided to allow Wang Jingze a bit more leeway. However, to his astonishment, this young man had equipped himself entirely with defensive gear, utterly devoid of any offensive capabilities. When he unleashed his ultimate ability, it was akin to a mere massage rather than a formidable attack. Did I mention this? Zhao Fan pondered, and then earnestly addressed Wang Jingze. You cannot solely rely on defense. You must learn to adapt. Do you understand? A balanced approach of both defense and offense is entirely feasible. Observing the 3 pieces of heavy armor in Wang Jingze's inventory, Zhao Fan felt a headache coming on. At that moment, his phone abruptly pinged with a WeChat message. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from Jiu. In one's lifetime, one is destined to encounter 2 individuals, one who captivates time, and another who gently soothes the years. If only the southern wind understood my intentions. Let not the evening glow fade into dusk. Upon reading this, Zhao Fan was left utterly perplexed. What on earth was going on at this late hour? He quickly replied, hurry and sleep, stop overthinking. After sending the message, he set his phone aside and called out to Wang Jingze, prepare yourself. In the next match, I shall play as a mage. The following day unfolded with the usual monotony of military training. However, in contrast to the preceding days, they commenced practicing formations. The instructor had forewarned that those who performed poorly would be excluded from the school's military training exhibition. Upon hearing this, Wang Jingze was elated. He had no desire to train, and this was a perfect opportunity to avoid it. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and after half a month, the military training finally reached its conclusion. The first-year students emerged from the experience sun-kissed and tanned, resembling minors. The sole exception was Zhao Fan, who had diligently applied sunscreen daily and indulged in occasional massages, thus maintaining his fair complexion. Glancing at the calendar, he noted that today was September 16th, with tomorrow being Saturday. Consequently, Zhao Fan planned to visit QH University the next day to meet Lu Rian and redeem the goddess rebate card from his system backpack. He also intended to seize the opportunity to learn some foreign languages at a hotel with Lu Rian and finally, purchase a Ferrari. The next day, Zhao Fan rose early. Just as he finished washing up, Wang Jingze, rubbing his sleepy eyes, inquired, Fangu, where are you off to? To QH University, Zhao Fan replied. Going to visit your sister-in-law? Yes, Zhao Fan nodded, and also to buy a car. A car? Upon hearing this, Wang Jingze perked up, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. What kind of car are you buying, Fangu? The mere mention of cars sparked excitement in Wang Jingze, who had long harbored a passion for them. He had begged his father for a car upon graduating high school, only to be met with a resolute refusal. Zhao Fan calmly stated, I plan to purchase a Ferrari. What? Wang Jingze exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Fangu, you're actually going to buy a Ferrari? Why are you so worked up? It's not like you're the one buying it, Zhao Fan remarked, perplexed. Wang Jingze quickly jumped out of bed, bubbling with enthusiasm. Fangu, can you take me along? I want to experience it too. Though he couldn't afford a Ferrari himself, he longed to feel the thrill of purchasing one. Chapter 52. No man is serious. When Wang Jingze expressed his desire to accompany him, Zhao Fan shot him a disapproving glance. I'm going to meet my girlfriend. What do you want to tag along for? Just stay in the dorm and sleep. After I buy the car, I'll let you take it for a spin. A spin? Or for a couple of days? Wang Jingze asked with a grin. Just a spin. Hee. 2 spins would suffice. Wang Jingze nodded contentedly. There were several car rental businesses around the finance university, and renting a luxury car like a Ferrari would cost approximately 2,000 yuan per day, depending on the model. For instance, renting a Ferrari F12 would be around 2,000, while a Ferrari 458, being a top-tier supercar, would set one back 5 to 6,000. Wang Jingze had previously contemplated renting a car for fun, but most rental companies offered older models, so he had shelved that idea for the time being. After bidding farewell, Zhao Fan exited the dormitory building and promptly called Zhang Ruoxi. In his plan, Zhang Ruoxi held great significance. After all, the system had indicated that the amount of the goddess rebate card was correlated with a woman's beauty and measurements. Her beauty needed to be above 90 points. Thus, Zhang Ruoxi was a perfect fit for the system's criteria. Moreover, she had ample proportions to boost the rebate ratio. When the call connected, Zhang Ruoxi's voice came through. Why are you calling so early? Where are you? Zhao Fan asked. The class is having an early meeting. If you have something to say, hurry up. Zhang Ruoxi replied in a hushed tone. Zhao Fan chuckled and said, do you have time in the next couple of days? Once the early meeting concludes, I'll be free. What is up? Zhang Ruoxi was puzzled about Zhao Fan's intentions. Nothing much. Just thought I'd treat you to a meal and let you experience a 5-star hotel. Pervert. Zhang Ruoxi retorted, ending the call with annoyance. She thought to herself, not a single man is serious. Listening to the dial tone, Zhao Fan furrowed his brow. It's just a meal and a hotel experience. I didn't suggest anything inappropriate. Why am I labeled a pervert? He dialed her number again. Zhao Fan, what do you want? She answered, clearly irritated. Zhao Fan replied earnestly, you haven't answered my question yet. Are you coming or not? Are you joking? Of course not. Do I seem like someone who jokes around? I'm quite serious. Seeing Zhao Fan's unwavering attitude, Zhang Ruoxi couldn't help but smile. What is this? Have you finally seen the light? Are you thinking of breaking things off with Lu Gongzhu and pursuing me instead? Are you coming or not? Of course I will. Zhang Ruoxi exclaimed with excitement. Great. I'll wait for you at the school gate. After hanging up, Zhao Fan made his way toward the South Campus. The South and North campuses of Finance University were not far apart, separated only by a footbridge, making for a brisk 10-minute walk. Shortly after, he spotted Zhang Ruoxi bouncing out of the school. She wore a white tank top paired with a short skirt, her legs elegantly clad in sheer black stockings. And she stepped into a pair of flat shoes. Her long, slender legs drew the attention of numerous male classmates, Zhao Fan included. What's with the good mood today? Zhao Fan asked with a smile. If you're planning to pursue me, of course, I'm happy. Where do you plan to take me for dinner? Zhang Ruoxi replied playfully. To QH University. At this, Zhang Ruoxi paused, then quickly realized Zhao Fan's intentions, turning back toward the school. Sorry, I must take my leave. Hey, don't go. Zhao Fan rushed to catch up with her, saying, I'm inviting you for a lavish meal and a stay at a 5-star hotel. Shouldn't you be excited? Zhang Ruoxi shot him an annoyed look. When Zhao Fan had called her earlier, she had assumed he wanted to ask her out alone. But now it seemed he intended to visit Lu Rian. If she went along, wouldn't she just be a third wheel? I'm not going, Zhang Ruoxi declared, clearly displeased. Why not? Aren't you good friends with her? Who said we're good friends? Aren't you? Zhao Fan asked, bewildered. The intricacies of relationships among women can indeed be perplexing. Humph. Zhang Ruoxi let out a soft snort, then inquired, apart from Princess Lu, are there others? There's also Mu Tiantian and Ru Yan's roommate. Roommate? Wait a moment. I understand inviting Mu Tiantian, but what is the deal with inviting her roommate? Zhang Ruoxi asked. Puzzled, Zhao Fan explained, they are all classmates, and besides, we will be living under the same roof in the future. Isn't it reasonable to have a meal together? Zhang Ruoxi cast a curious glance at Zhao Fan. Their essay saying, isn't there? Flattery without cause is either deceitful or dubious. She then asked, so, is her roommate attractive? Attractive is a stretch, but she is certainly more endowed than you, Zhao Fan replied with a smirk. To this, Zhang Ruoxi not only did not take offense, but felt a spark of competitiveness. Then I must go? Let us hurry. However, before they set off, Zhang Ruoxi had an extremely important task to attend to, putting on makeup. Initially, she thought Zhao Fan had invited her alone, so she made much of an effort in her appearance. But after hearing about Ru Yan's roommate, who was supposedly more voluptuous than herself, she felt compelled to spruce herself up. After all, a woman has her pride. Zhao Fan, please wait a moment. I need to change and touch up my makeup. I'll be right back. With that, Zhang Ruoxi turned and headed towards her dormitory. Yet, this wait extended for more than half an hour. Weren't you supposed to be back immediately? Is half an hour your idea of right back? Zhao Fan asked with a bemused expression upon seeing Zhang Ruoxi again. She rolled her eyes at him. You wouldn't understand the ways of women. Zhao Fan, wearing a speechless expression, indeed found himself baffled. After hailing a taxi, the two set off towards QH University. At QH University, within the female dormitory, Lu Ruyin was engrossed in her studies. Due to an earlier military training schedule, the start of classes had also been moved up. The academic load in college was considerably more relaxed compared to high school. Beyond attending major courses, much of the work relied on self-discipline. Thus, in her quest for excellence, Lu Ruyin diligently reviewed her class notes daily and indulged in additional reading during her spare time. At that moment, Zhao Fan's call came through. Why are you calling me so early? Are you missing me? Lu Ruyin asked, her face aglow with happiness. Zhao Fan chuckled and replied, the military training concluded yesterday. And today is a holiday. A holiday? At this, Lu Ruyin's heart leaped with joy. Zhao Fan had promised her that he would come find her once the training ended. Thus, she subtly hinted, we also have a day off today. It's so boring. I don't even know what to do. If all else fails, I might just head to the library for some reading. Lu Ruyin frowned slightly, thinking to herself, what an obtuse man. Upon noticing Lu Ruyin's sudden despondency, Zhao Fan asked, what are you up to? I'm studying in my dorm. What about you? I'm also in my dorm. By the way, I arranged for a local express delivery to bring you a gift. It's waiting for you at your school gate, so please go pick it up without keeping them waiting too long. A gift? Hearing Zhao Fan's words, Lu Ruyin felt her spirits lift a bit. At least he was still thinking of her. All right, I'll head over now. After hanging up, Lu Ruyin changed her outfit and prepared to head downstairs. Just then, a girl from her dormitory suddenly asked, Ruyin, where are you going? I'm going to the school gate to pick up a package. My boyfriend sent me a gift. As they say, curiosity is an innate trait of women. Upon hearing about a boyfriend's gift, Li Weiwei's interest was piqued. Excitedly, she exclaimed, I'm coming too. Take me with you. The two made their way to the school gate, where a colossal gift box awaited them. The box was impressively tall, measuring nearly 2 meters, adorned with a delightful bow. A young man dressed in a local express delivery uniform stood nearby, seemingly awaiting someone. Upon seeing the box, Li Weiwei exclaimed, Ruyin, this can't possibly be the gift from your boyfriend, right? Lu Ruyin was equally taken aback. She turned to survey her surroundings and, noticing only the delivery person in uniform, uncertainly responded, it should be. To confirm her suspicion, Lu Ruyin approached the delivery person and asked, excuse me, is this package from Zhao Fan? You must be Lu Ruyin, right? Yes, that's me. Lu Ruyin nodded. Indeed, this is a gift from Zhao Fan. Please sign here, the young man said, handing her a pen and a receipt. Just then, as Lu Ruyin was about to sign, someone suddenly leaped out from behind the delivery person, startling her. Upon a closer look, it was Zhang Ruoxi. Ruoxi, what brings you here? Lu Ruyin asked, somewhat astonished. Why shouldn't I be here? Zhang Ruoxi rolled her eyes. Where's Zhao Fan? He's at school, Zhang Ruoxi replied, fabricating a story with a straight face. However, Lu Ruyin was too preoccupied to ponder why Zhang Ruoxi was there. Her thoughts were consumed by the contents of the enormous gift box. Wow, such a large gift. Who sent it? It can't be from some handsome senior, right? Zhang Ruoxi feigned ignorance. No, it's from Zhao Fan. What's inside? I have no idea. But it seems like it could be a plush toy or something. Let us open it and see. Not only Lu Ruyin, but also the onlookers at the school gate paused, their curiosity piqued. Grasping the ribbon of the gift box, Lu Ruyin pulled it with all her might. The box sprang open, and a flurry of balloons erupted from within. Zhao Fan, cradling a bouquet of blue roses, stood in the center of the box, gazing adoringly at Lu Ruyin. The atmosphere instantly erupted with excitement. Onlookers eagerly reached for their phones to capture the moment. Lu Ruyin was taken aback, but quickly succumbed to joy. Ah, she squealed, then leaped into Zhao Fan's embrace. You rascal, didn't you say you were at school? You're such a trickster. Lu Ruyin clung tightly to Zhao Fan, tears brimming in her eyes, unable to contain her emotions. When women find themselves in bliss, their tear ducts often betray them, and Lu Ruyin was no exception. Holding the blue roses, Zhao Fan whispered softly into her ear, darling, if you had taken a moment longer, I would have suffocated in that box. Humph, you deserve it for teasing me. Lu Ruyin retorted with a hint of pride. Witnessing this scene, Li Weiwei, Lu Ruyin's roommate, was left utterly flabbergasted. She had only heard rumors of Lu Ruyin having a boyfriend, but had never laid eyes on him. Now, upon seeing him, it was evident that he was quite the handsome gentleman. No wonder so many dashing seniors had been rejected by Lu Ruyin. Compared to Zhao Fan, those other seniors were simply incomparable. What astonished Li Weiwei the most was that not only was Zhao Fan strikingly handsome, but he also appeared to be quite affluent. As a girl, she recognized that the flowers Zhao Fan held were blue roses. Previously, a boy at school had gifted her a single blue rose, whereas Zhao Fan, astonishingly, presented her with an entire bouquet, seemingly consisting of 99 blooms. Calculating at the standard rate of 300 yuan per flower, this extravagant arrangement would amount to a staggering 30,000 yuan. Goodness gracious, what kind of celestial boyfriend is this? Spending 30,000 yuan on flowers for his girlfriend. Observing the couple tightly embraced, Zhang Ruoxi could not suppress a roll of her eyes. This abundance of dog food is truly overwhelming. Had it not been for Zhao Fan's remark that Lu Ruoyan's roommate was more formidable than himself, she would have never considered coming. At this very moment, Lu Ruoyan felt an indescribable joy. She believed herself to be the happiest woman in the world. Hey, have you two embraced enough? Should I bring over a blanket? Suddenly, Zhang Ruoxi's voice broke the blissful atmosphere. Upon hearing her, Lu Ruoyan released her hold and shot a glare in her direction. Zhang Ruoxi, can't you keep quiet for once? The delightful ambience was utterly disrupted by her interruption. There are so many classmates watching. You two should be mindful of the impact, Zhang Ruoxi remarked with a sardonic smile. To be frank, Zhang Ruoxi's capacity to endure this barrage of dog food was reaching its limit. If she consumed any more, she might as well skip meals for the rest of the day. Turning back to Zhao Fan, Lu Ruoyan, filled with emotion, inquired, Zhao Fan, these flowers must have cost a fortune, right? You really shouldn't be spending recklessly. Zhao Fan, with a tender affection, ruffled Lu Ruoyan's hair and replied, not at all. As long as you love them, this amount is inconsequential. Good grief, are you still feeding us? Zhang Ruoxi couldn't help but raise her middle finger at Zhao Fan and Lu Ruoyan. After indulging in their sweetness for a while longer, Lu Ruoyan turned her gaze towards Zhang Ruoxi, coldly asking, Zhang Ruoxi, what are you doing here? Zhang Ruoxi was momentarily taken aback, her expression one of disbelief. Wait a minute, Lu Ruoyan, your speed in burning bridges is quite impressive. Who was it that asked me to supervise Zhao Fan? And who said they wanted to go shopping with me? Now she was the one being cast aside. However, Zhang Ruoxi was not one to be easily intimidated and retorted. Do you think I wanted to come? If it weren't for Zhao Fan begging me, I wouldn't have shown up. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan cast a puzzled look at Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan quickly explained, I came to surprise you and to treat you and your roommate to a meal. Since Zhang Ruoxi is your good friend, I invited her along. To be honest, Zhao Fan's reasoning seemed somewhat flimsy. However, there was no alternative, as the system had its requirements. He certainly could not admit that he had invited her to fulfill a system task. Chapter 54, Love and Rivalry. After Zhao Fan's words, Lu Ruoyan and Zhang Ruoxi exchanged glances. In unison, they exclaimed, who said we were good friends? Following this, they shot fiercely accusatory glares at one another. Observing their antics, Zhao Fan began to comprehend the dynamic between these two. They were indeed engaged in a love-hate relationship. Despite their constant bickering, deep down, they held profound feelings for one another. However, both were rather proud, reluctant to acknowledge this sentiment. Otherwise, before the semester began, Zhang Ruoxi would not have agreed to help Lu Ruoyan keep an eye on herself. Zhao Fan then glanced at Li Weiwei and intentionally shifted the topic. Ruoyan, why don't you introduce this lovely lady? Oh right. Lu Ruoyan suddenly recalled that she had forgotten to introduce her roommate to Zhao Fan. This stunning beauty is Li Weiwei, my roommate and also my dear sister. She then turned to Li Weiwei and introduced, this is my boyfriend, Zhao Fan. Hello, Zhao Fan greeted Li Weiwei with a smile. Before adding, it's getting late. I've already reserved a table at the hotel restaurant. Ruoyan, please send a message to Mu Tiantian and ask her to join us. Mu Tiantian was also studying in Kyoto, and their schools were not far apart. Lu Ruoyan nodded, calling her other roommates to gather at the school gate. At that moment, her aunt unexpectedly called. On the line, Wang Man first inquired about Lu Ruoyan's studies before inviting her to dinner that evening. As her niece, Wang Man was particularly attentive to Lu Ruoyan. Aunt, I'm with Zhao Fan now, Lu Ruoyan replied, sharing her circumstances. Upon hearing this, Wang Man chuckled and said, perfect. Bring Zhao Fan along. I'm with your sister Qianqian. Although Wang Man had already accepted Zhao Fan as her nephew-in-law, she still maintained the principle that while dating was permissible, they must avoid any inappropriate actions. Aunt, besides Zhao Fan and me, my college roommate is also here, Lu Ruoyan admitted somewhat shyly. Hearing that Wang Man and Tang Qianqian were together, Zhao Fan suggested, then let Aunt and Qianqian come over too. Is that appropriate? Lu Ruoyan felt a bit embarrassed. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Just trust me. Where will Aunt find us? At Serengeti. After confirming the location, Lu Ruoyan's other roommates also arrived. It must be said that QH University was not lacking in beautiful women. Not to mention the other departments, Lu Ruoyan's roommates were all exceptionally attractive, each scoring above 85 in looks, with one even reaching a score of 90. This was indeed a delightful surprise. According to the system's rebate rules, the rebate amount was based on the number of goddesses multiplied by the consumption amount. In other words, each beauty scoring over 9 points would significantly increase the rebate amount. The only slight disappointment was that the stunning girl with a score of 90 was a bit short. Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend Zhao Fan. And these are our dorm leaders Zhang Xiaowei, Pan Xiaodian, and Ji Wenxi. As Lu Ruoyan introduced Zhao Fan to her roommates, her eyes sparkled with sweetness. Zhang Xiaowei and the others curiously scrutinized Zhao Fan. After all, they were well aware of how desirable Lu Ruoyan was in school. On the very first day of enrollment, she received numerous advances from upperclassmen and even had her photos surreptitiously taken and posted on the school forum, being hailed as the most beautiful freshman. It was no exaggeration to say that admirers of Lu Ruoyan could line up from the first to the fourth year. Thus, as Lu Ruoyan's boyfriend, Zhao Fan could not escape the scrutiny. After the introductions, the group set off together. Li Weiwei and her other roommates hopped into a taxi. As soon as they settled in, they couldn't help but start critiquing. Lu Ruoyan's boyfriend seems pretty good. He looks very sunny and has a great demeanor, Zhang Xiaowei remarked. Pan Xiaodian expressed her disappointment, saying, I think he's just average. Perhaps my expectations were too high. Ji Wenxi also shared her discontent. I heard Lu Ruoyan's boyfriend is from a finance university? Why not find someone from our own school? Ji Wenxi's remark was rather pointed. Although Kyoto University of Finance and Economics is a prominent 985 institution, it pales in comparison to top-tier schools like QH University. Given Lu Ruoyan's beauty, she ought to be with someone more exceptional. Thus, Ji Wenxi felt that Zhao Fan was indeed reaching beyond his means by dating Lu Ruoyan. As the three of them chattered and complained, Li Weiwei could not help but interject. Do you know what gift Ruoyan's boyfriend just gave her? Another gift? What did he give her? The others inquired curiously. 99 blue roses. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere inside the taxi fell silent. As outstanding students from QH University, they were all acutely aware of the price of blue roses. Generally speaking, the price of a blue rose ranges from 100 to 600 yuan each, varying based on quality and origin. If we take an average of 300 yuan per flower, that bouquet would cost a staggering 30,000 yuan. Being students, their monthly allowances barely amounted to 2 or 3,000 yuan. The fact that Zhao Fan could afford to spend 30,000 yuan on flowers clearly indicated that his family background was extraordinary. At that moment, Ji Wenxi felt deflated, like a punctured balloon, and muttered, forget I said anything. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoyan, Zhao Fan, and Zhang Ruoxi were seated in a taxi. Zhao Fan occupied the front passenger seat, while Lu Ruoyan and Zhang Ruoxi sat in the back, exchanging glances that conveyed a peculiar tension. After a moment of silence, Zhang Ruoxi decided to break the ice, glancing at Lu Ruoyan's bear plushie, and remarked with a smile. Long time no see, still as small as ever. Huh, and your big one, what purpose does it serve? Lu Ruoyan retorted defiantly. Does it serve no purpose? Zhang Ruoxi said, casting a sly glance at Zhao Fan before adding in an exaggerated tone, hey, indeed, it serves no purpose. Except for letting someone stare at it several times during the high school graduation ceremony. Zhao Fan was taken aback by her comment. Wasn't she referring to him? It was one thing for the two girls to bicker playfully, but why drag him into it? He quickly pulled out his phone, pretending to engross himself in it. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan felt a surge of jealousy and, in a fit of annoyance, confronted Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan, tell me, do you prefer the big bear or the small one? Chapter 55, Speaking from the Heart. Cough, cough. Faced with Lu Ruoyan's pointed question, Zhao Fan was left speechless. Why was he being implicated yet again? Gazing into Lu Ruoyan's threatening eyes, he replied earnestly, to speak from the heart, I actually prefer the small bear. Under the intense pressure of self-preservation, Zhao Fan chose to lie through his teeth. Zhang Ruoxi, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter and scoffed. I would sooner believe in ghosts than trust a man's fickle words. In her view, 99% of men favored the larger bears, while the remaining 1% were merely pretenders. The driver, overhearing their banter, could not help but smile sympathetically at Zhao Fan. 10 minutes later, the taxi came to a halt at the entrance of the Serengeti, the most prestigious hotel in Kyoto. The Serengeti not only boasted opulent rooms, but also exquisite cuisine, renowned particularly for its seafood, which was said to be imported from abroad and prepared by top-tier chefs. Naturally, the prices were equally extravagant. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Wang Man and Tang Qianqian awaited them at the hotel entrance. Auntie. Upon seeing Wang Man, Lu Ruoyan joyfully rushed over for a warm embrace. Zhang Ruoxi followed closely behind, her gaze scrutinizing Tang Qianqian. Truth be told, while Tang Qianqian was undeniably attractive, she did not possess an overwhelming beauty. Rather, she embodied a sophisticated, mature elegance that revealed itself upon closer acquaintance. The longer Zhang Ruoxi observed her, the more she sensed an alluring charm emanating from the woman, an essence that transcended mere appearance. Zhang Ruoxi couldn't help but think, this woman is intriguing. After exchanging pleasantries, the group proceeded inside. Zhao Fan had arranged a seafood feast for the day. At the Serengeti, there was no menu for the seafood banquet. Instead, it was priced per person at 18,888 yuan, allowing diners to indulge in all the imported seafood they desired, accompanied by dedicated service from professional chefs. However, drinks were not included in this price and had to be ordered separately. As they entered the lobby, a young lady in uniform approached them. "Hello. Do you have a reservation?" "Yes, under Zhao Fan." "Very well, sir, please follow me." With that, the young lady led Zhao Fan and the others to the elevator. As they ascended, Li Weiwei and her companions were left in awe by the hotel's lavish decor. As first-year university students, they had never encountered such grandeur before. For them, even dining out for hot pot felt like an indulgence, let alone the Serengeti, a place that seemed beyond their wildest dreams. Zhang Xiaohui gasped, whispering, "A hotel this luxurious must cost a fortune to dine here, right? Probably upwards of 10,000. Pan Xiaodian speculated. "I've only seen scenes like this in movies. It's simply too extravagant," Ji Wenxi mused. While marveling at their surroundings, the young women felt a twinge of envy. All of them were students at QH University, sharing the same dormitory, yet why was Lu Ruoyan so fortunate to have such a wealthy boyfriend? As they approached a grand door, the attentive waitress addressed Zhao Fan, "Mr. Zhao, your dining room is ready. We hope you enjoy your meal." Upon beholding the magnificent entrance, Lu Ruoyan could not help but inquire, "Zhao Fan, dining here must be quite expensive, right?" Zhao Fan smiled, ruffled Lu Ruoyan's hair affectionately, and replied softly, "It's not too bad, just over 100,000. He then stepped forward to open the door. The moment he spoke, every girl behind him was left utterly astonished. "Did you hear that? Is that something a person can casually say? Just over 100,000? Does he have a misunderstanding of money? Does he think it's like joy beans in a mobile game?" As the door swung open, a dazzling sight greeted their eyes. If one were to encapsulate the decor within a single word, it would be opulent. The interior was adorned in gold and splendor, with a massive crystal chandelier casting a resplendent glow. Just the chandelier alone must have cost hundreds of thousands. At that moment, everyone was rendered speechless. Had it not been for Zhao Fan's generosity, they might never have encountered such an extravagant scene in their lifetimes. The dining room was vast, spanning over 300 square meters, featuring not only a grand dining table at its center, but also exclusive lounging and entertainment areas. Flanking the table were 10 attractive waitresses dressed in maid costumes, poised to cater to Zhao Fan and his companions. "Esteemed guests, welcome to the Serengeti." The 10 waitresses greeted in unison, bowing slightly. Once seated, Zhang Xiaohui and the others immediately pulled out their phones, fervently snapping pictures. As students, they rarely found themselves in such opulent settings, so capturing these moments for posterity was a must. The waitresses, displaying remarkable understanding, discreetly stepped back to allow them the space to take their desired photos. "Greetings, everyone. I am your dedicated chef, Jason, and this evening, it will be my pleasure to prepare a culinary feast for you all." At this moment, a foreign gentleman with golden hair and blue eyes stepped forward to introduce himself. "Hello, my name is Zhao Fan," he said with a cheerful smile. "It is a pleasure to serve you all. A gentle reminder, this dining establishment does not include beverages. Should you desire any, they must be purchased separately." "All right, let me take a look at the drink menu," Zhao Fan mused internally, calculating that there were 10 diners tonight. Among them, 5 could achieve a score exceeding 90. This implies that the system's rebate amount would be approximately 10 million. According to the system's regulations, the maximum rebate is 15 million. Thus, with just 2 more bottles of wine ordered, the target would be met. Consequently, Zhao Fan perused the menu and ordered 2 bottles of champagne. "Very well, let the dinner commence. I wish you all a delightful dining experience," he proclaimed. No sooner had he spoken than the lights above dimmed abruptly. When they illuminated once more, the walls and ceiling of the room transformed into a translucent hue, revealing an enchanting underwater world. This was a specially designed light show by the restaurant, intended to provide its patrons with an unparalleled visual experience. "Wow, Zhao Fan, this is breathtaking," exclaimed Lu Ruyan, unable to contain her astonishment. "Do you like it?" Zhao Fan inquired with a smile. Lu Ruyan nodded, her face radiant with happiness. "I love it. Zhao Fan, you are so kind to me." The public display of affection between the two elicited eye rolls from the onlookers. Chapter 56, Don't Go Back Tonight. Soon, the first course was served. "Esteemed guests, the first dish is premium Nijia tuna. Please indulge," Jason announced to the gathering. After tasting a morsel, Zhao Fan expressed his satisfaction. Quite delightful. I must say, this premium tuna is exceptionally delectable. Compared to what we have back home, it is much softer in texture and remarkably tender. Truly, This is Kyoto's finest seafood restaurant, worthy of its extravagant price. At this juncture, the waitstaff began to pour the champagne. The rich fruit aroma and sweet taste invigorated the atmosphere of the banquet. Raising his glass, Zhao Fan addressed the gathering. Before we commence our meal, may I have a moment to speak? Everyone here is a dear friend of Rian, and I hope you all will look after her in the days to come. Cheers! Cheers! Came the chorus as glasses were raised, and everyone drank heartily. Upon glancing at the label on the wine bottle, Li Weiwei gasped in surprise. She had not anticipated that a single bottle would cost 6,888. With a gentle sigh, she lamented, "When will I find such a wonderful boyfriend?" Beside her, Zhang Xiaowei teased, "Isn't that simple? Just get a good night's sleep, and you'll find everything you desire in your dreams." Next, an array of dishes was presented, featuring sea cucumbers, snow frog, and various mushrooms. Overwhelmed by the sumptuous feast before her, Tang Qianqian seized her glass and cast a flirtatious glance at Zhao Fan. "This woman is once again trying to entice me," Zhao Fan thought to himself as he raised his glass in acknowledgement, silently vowing, "If the opportunity arises, I will certainly make you purr." Their playful exchange did not escape Zhang Ruoxi, who discreetly nudged Zhao Fan's side and whispered, "I saw your little antics just now." Despite her usual rivalry with Lu Rian, she would not tolerate anyone attempting to disrupt their bond. Zhao Fan glanced at Zhang Ruoxi and quipped, "And what of it? You ought to be aware of your position. A little wife is still a little wife. Mind your boundaries. Get lost." Zhang Ruoxi shot him an exasperated look before returning to her meal. A twinge of regret washed over her. Had she not joked about the matter initially, Zhao Fan would not have had the ammunition to tease her. Hearing their exchange, Lu Rian inquired, "What little wife?" "Zhang Ruoxi claims she wants to be my little wife, but I told her it requires your consent," Zhao Fan replied with a grin. "Really?" Lu Rian, far from opposing the notion, expressed her delight. "That's wonderful. I would certainly agree. That way, I can tease her at will." Although Lu Rian's words were meant in jest, Zhao Fan could not help but indulge in a fantasy. If Zhang Ruoxi were truly to become his little wife, it would be rather enticing. After all, the tradition of polygamy is an ancient custom in Long Nation. Despite the passage of time, it continues to captivate the hearts of many men. In response to their banter, Zhang Ruoxi could not help but mutter under her breath, "You two are incorrigible." As everyone savored their meal in high spirits, Zhao Fan activated the system, clicked on the goddess rebate card, and selected use. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully using the goddess rebate card. The system rebate will be settled after the bill is paid. This lavish meal, filled with enjoyment and laughter, continued well into the night. With dozens of dishes and numerous waitstaff, everyone experienced the joy of opulence. Particularly, Li Weiwei and her companions were overjoyed, capturing no fewer than 100 photographs throughout the evening. When it came time to settle the bill, everyone was taken aback. The fixed cost for the meal was 180,000, plus the beverages and tips for the staff, totaling over 200,000. After settling the bill, Zhao Fan was left with just over 20,000 in his pocket. However, he felt no concern, as he anticipated a rebate of 15 million soon. A moment later, a clear voice resonated in Zhao Fan's mind. Ding! The goddess rebate card is being settled. A total of 9 women participated, with 5 scoring above 90. The average score is 108, and the per capita consumption is 27,800 yuan. Settlement successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a rebate of 15 million, maximum limit reached. Upon hearing the system notification, Zhao Fan's heart soared with joy. Nice. 15 million. In the bag. As they descended the stairs, Lu Rian nestled against Zhao Fan's arm, her demeanor affectionate as she remarked, "The food we had today was simply divine. I wonder if I'll ever have the pleasure of tasting such exquisite dishes again." Zhao Fan chuckled and playfully pinched her cheek, saying, "As long as you wish for it. I will take you on a culinary journey around the globe. The world is vast, and our future is still long." At that moment, Lu Rian felt her heart melt completely. After all, which girl would not feel a flutter upon hearing such romantic words? Ugh! Zhang Ruoxi, witnessing the couple's display of affection, nearly choked on the seafood she had just consumed. She had already felt quite full, and now, as they stepped outside, she was force-fed yet another serving of dog food by the lovebirds. "Is it any wonder I feel nauseous?" Wang Man checked the time on her phone and addressed Zhao Fan. "It's getting late. Qianqian and I will head back now. Thank you for the splendid feast." "Don't mention it, ladies. Take care on your journey home," Zhao Fan replied. With a wave, Wang Man hailed a taxi, and she and Tang Qianqian departed. Li Weiwei and her companions, with hazy eyes, addressed Zhao Fan and Lu Rian, saying, "Well then, we shall head back to the dormitory." Although it was currently a holiday, the regulations at QH University were exceedingly stringent. To stay overnight in the dormitory, one must return before 11 o'clock in the evening. Otherwise, the dormitory would be locked. A taxi arrived, perfectly accommodating the four of them. Rian, let us take our leave. With a wave, the four departed. At that moment, only Zhao Fan, Lu Rian, and Zhang Ruoxi remained at the hotel entrance. Zhao Fan wrapped his arm around Lu Rian's waist and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "Darling, would you mind not returning to the dormitory tonight?" Upon hearing this, a deep blush instantly crept across Lu Rian's delicate face. She certainly understood Zhao Fan's implication. Yet, her reason and modesty urged her to decline. Nevertheless, reflecting on all that Zhao Fan had done for her today, she felt profoundly touched. After a fierce internal struggle, ultimately, Lu Rian shyly lowered her head, neither refusing nor speaking a word. Chapter 57. I will take responsibility for you. Seeing that Lu Rian had not outright rejected him, Zhao Fan's heart surged with joy. In matters of this nature, a lack of refusal equated to consent. If one couldn't grasp such a simple concept, it simply indicated a lack of understanding of women. Due to their close proximity, Zhang Ruoxi could clearly overhear their exchange. Unable to restrain herself, she inwardly cursed. These shameless lovers. Hailing a taxi, Zhao Fan instructed the driver, "To the Kyoto Hotel, please." This time, Zhao Fan opted for the finest hotel in Kyoto. After all, it would be Lu Rian's first experience, and thus, he aimed to choose the most exquisite environment to create a beautiful memory for her. Since agreeing to Zhao Fan's proposition, Lu Rian had kept her head down, her cheeks flushed. After all, throughout her life, she had never even held hands with a boy, let alone spent the night in a hotel. Zhao Fan was her very first boyfriend. Hence, she felt immensely conflicted regarding this situation. 10 minutes later, the taxi arrived at the Kyoto Hotel. The three of them took the elevator straight to the top floor. Zhao Fan had booked the luxurious presidential suite, which, including breakfast, cost 8,000 yuan per room. As it was the weekend, the price was elevated by 2,000 to 400. However, such details paled in comparison to the paramount importance of spending a splendid evening with Lu Rian. Upon reaching the top floor, they encountered a stunning woman clad in professional attire approaching them. She was the hotel floor manager and the exclusive butler for the presidential suite. Despite Zhao Fan only reserving the room for 2 nights, it still entitled him to the hotel's utmost service. "Hello, Mr. Zhao. I am your dedicated butler. Should you require anything during your stay, please do not hesitate to reach out to me." Nodding in acknowledgement, the trio began searching for their respective rooms. As they passed room 4007, Zhao Fan halted and remarked to Zhang Ruoxi, "This is your room." This girl seemed utterly oblivious. They had arrived at her room, yet she showed no intention of entering. Did she wish to follow him into his room? Realizing her thoughts had been discerned, Zhang Ruoxi rolled her eyes and retorted, "I know." With that, she swiped her room card to unlock the door, then added, "Hey, you two, be careful. I certainly don't want to be giving your future kids a red envelope next year." At this declaration, Lu Rian's face turned even redder than before, akin to a ripe tomato. Could such remarks be casually tossed about? How utterly embarrassing. Only when Zhang Ruoxi closed the door did Zhao Fan finally feel at ease. This girl was indeed attempting to thwart his plans. After locating his own room, Zhao Fan and Lu Rian stepped inside. The moment they stood at the door, Lu Rian felt a wave of unease wash over her, her heart in turmoil. "Zhao Fan, I'm feeling a bit anxious," Lu Rian confessed timidly. Zhao Fan gently stroked her little head, reassuring her softly, "Do not worry. I will certainly take responsibility for you." Lu Rian shyly gazed at Zhao Fan and asked, "Will you love me forever?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan replied earnestly, "I will." He understood the concerns swirling in Lu Rian's mind. Having never dated anyone before, let alone engaged in such intimate acts, her heart must be in a state of turmoil. Yet, witnessing Zhao Fan's steadfast and sincere expression, Lu Rian nodded. "Zhao Fan, I trust you. I love you." The following day, at 10 in the morning, Lu Rian awoke from her slumber. Throughout the night, she had remained in a state of tension, thus failing to sleep soundly. Although Zhao Fan had crossed that threshold with her, she still felt as if something was pressing against her. Just then, her phone rang unexpectedly. Upon checking, she discovered it was Zhang Ruoxi calling. "Rian, it's 10 o'clock. Are you two just now getting up? I was awake by 8. Zhang Ruoxi's complaints echoed through the phone. She had attempted to call Lu Rian several times earlier, but to no avail, as her phone was likely on silent from the previous night. Before Lu Rian could respond, Zhao Fan teased, "Of course, the single ones rise early." This remark struck Zhang Ruoxi like a thunderbolt, leaving her momentarily speechless before she retorted angrily, "You shameless couple. If I were Nuwa, I would be the first to squash you too." Zhang Ruoxi was fuming, her frustration palpable. In terms of looks, she was no less attractive. She had been one of the 3 school beauties during high school, with countless admirers. Yet, why was it that she had never had a boyfriend? Lu Rian joined in the jest, saying, "Ruoxi, weren't you hoping to be Zhao Fan's little wife?" "I agree. Come join us in our room. Had it been anyone else, Lu Rian would have found such words exceedingly embarrassing. However, in the presence of Zhang Ruoxi, she felt completely liberated. Zhang Ruoxi, on the receiving end of this teasing, was incensed. Having been subjected to a day of their lovey-dovey antics yesterday, now she was not spared? In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhang Ruoxi declared. Lu Rian, don't go regretting this. I'm coming right now. Come on. We welcome you warmly. Lu Rian smirked. All right, just you wait. With that, Zhang Ruoxi abruptly ended the call. At this moment, an awkward silence enveloped the room. Lu Rian, visibly anxious, asked, Zhao Fan, what if she actually comes? What to do? Didn't we just agree on this? I'll be waiting for her in bed, Zhao Fan teased deliberately. Oh, Zhao Fan. Lu Rian pinched him playfully at his waist. Then huffed, you'd better confess. Have you secretly harbored feelings for Zhang Ruoxi? I assure you, I absolutely have not. Zhao Fan feigned seriousness. If it came to looks, Zhang Ruoxi and Lu Rian were nearly on par. However, when it came to physique, Zhang Ruoxi would undoubtedly eclipse her. After all, her ample bosom was not something just anyone could handle. Lu Rian, of course, was not swayed by Zhao Fan's playful banter. In alignment with Zhang Ruoxi's sentiments, it is evident that 99% of boys are utterly unable to resist the allure of a girl like Xiongda. The remaining 1%, it seems, are merely effeminate. Moreover, with Zhang Ruoxi's striking beauty, it is rare for any male to harbor disinterest in her. Consequently, Lu Rian cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Fan, exclaiming, Humph. You filthy man, always gazing at what is in front of you while coveting what is beyond reach. To substantiate her claim, she suggested a playful challenge. Why not have me compete with Zhang Ruoxi? Before Zhao Fan could complete his thought, Lu Rian interjected, No, that is entirely unnecessary. I genuinely trust you. Although she recognized Zhao Fan's jest, the mere notion of him and Zhang Ruoxi together ignited a pang of jealousy within her. Chapter 58, Ferrari SP38. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks reverberated through the room. No way. Zhang Ruoxi wouldn't actually come, would she? Lu Rian, open the door. At the sound, the two exchanged incredulous glances, wide-eyed in disbelief. None could have anticipated that Zhang Ruoxi would be so bold as to appear unannounced. After a brief moment of shock, Lu Rian sprang from her bed, hastily donning her attire. Upon opening the door, she beheld Zhang Ruoxi standing at the threshold, resplendent in a tank top and short skirt, her legs accentuated by delicate black stockings, exuding an irresistible charm. Lu Rian's heart sank as she thought, oh no, she has truly come for my boyfriend. I thought you wouldn't dare open the door. Zhang Ruoxi remarked with a cold smile, glancing at Lu Rian. Dare? When someone is eager to be my husband's little mistress, I'm positively delighted. Lu Rian retorted, puffing up in pride. Oh my, and just after one night. P.S. already your husband? Zhang Ruoxi teased. It appeared that the two had indeed enjoyed themselves the previous evening, as evidenced by the rapid alteration in their titles. Without further ado, Zhang Ruoxi entered the room, settling onto the living room sofa, and inquired, Do you two have any plans for today? Not really. How about a shopping spree together? Lu Rian suggested. Shopping? To be honest, Zhang Ruoxi felt utterly disinterested in the idea. The exorbitant prices in Kyoto weighed heavily on her, and her own budget was rather limited. Compared to Zhao Fan, whose casual purchases could easily amount to thousands, she felt outmatched. Additionally, with the oppressive heat lately, if she couldn't indulge like Zhao Fan, shopping seemed rather futile. At that moment, Zhao Fan interjected, How about accompanying me to buy a car today? Buy a car? Both Lu Rian and Zhang Ruoxi were taken aback. They couldn't help but question what prompted this sudden desire to purchase a vehicle. Zhao Fan chuckled. What kind of question is that? Of course, I'm buying a car to drive it. Once their decision was made, the trio proceeded to freshen up before heading out. As they reached the hotel lobby, their dedicated butler approached with a warm smile. Mr. Zhao, are you heading out? Zhao Fan nodded in affirmation. The butler continued. Our hotel offers complimentary chauffeur services. Would you like to utilize it? Hearing about the private car, they eagerly accepted. The convenience alone made it worthwhile. Not to mention the unparalleled service of Kyoto's hotels, which far surpassed that of others. The vehicle prepared for them was a Mercedes Maybach, and as they settled in, the driver inquired, Mr. Zhao, where to today? To the Ferrari Experience Center, Zhao Fan replied. Kyoto only boasted a Ferrari Experience Center, lacking a Ferrari dealership. Given the scarcity of available vehicles in the country, most were shipped from Ferrari's headquarters after careful selection of models. The Experience Center in Kyoto was currently the only location in the nation with cars on site. Zhao Fan was intent on purchasing an existing vehicle rather than waiting for a shipment from headquarters, as it was far more convenient to complete the transaction and drive away the same day. Inside the Maybach, the opulent and spacious interior felt like a mobile lounge, a hallmark of Mercedes luxury, space, and comfort. Reclining on the plush leather seat, Zhang Ruoxi couldn't help but marvel at the extravagant lifestyle of the wealthy. After sipping some mineral water, Lu Rian suddenly asked, Zhao Fan, what prompted this sudden decision to buy a car? Zhao Fan explained, I've wanted to buy one for quite some time, but was previously constrained by financial limitations. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruoxi raised an eyebrow in confusion. Zhao Fan, when you say poor, do you mean when you were earning tens of thousands a month? Roughly, he replied. What? Is that even a reasonable thing to say? Zhang Ruoxi felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand Zhao Fan. Shortly thereafter, the Maybach came to a halt at the Ferrari Experience Center. Before anyone could disembark, the reception staff rushed over, graciously opening the car doors for the trio. Good day, sir. How may I assist you today? The receptionist inquired with a smile. Just browsing the cars, Zhao Fan replied. Certainly, sir. Allow me to provide you with a brief overview of our Ferrari Experience Center. We have 3 floors, the shopping area on the first, the exhibition area on the second, and after-sales service on the third. As she spoke, her gaze discreetly assessed Zhao Fan and his companions. With their exquisite Vacheron Constantin couple watches, entire ensembles of limited edition Louis Vuitton, and the recent ride in the Maybach, the receptionist quickly categorized them as high-profile clients, her demeanor growing even more enthusiastic. May I inquire your name, sir? Zhao Fan, he replied. Considering the time constraints and the importance of their visit, Zhao Fan wasted no words, addressing the receptionist. Let's proceed to see the cars. Are there any available on site? Some models are available. Please follow me, Mr. Zhao. The receptionist led them to the second floor. Currently, we have 4 models available. The Ferrari 488, the Ferrari 296 GBT, the Purosangue SUV, and the Ferrari SP38. Notably, the SP38 is a top-tier supercar, available only in this store within the country, she proudly announced. Concluding her presentation, she handed Zhao Fan a tablet. Here are images and detailed specifications for the 4 models. Please take a look. Zhao Fan accepted the tablet and began to scrutinize the details. Truth be told, all Ferrari models were visually stunning. The final choice would hinge entirely on personal preference. Zhao Fan's life philosophy was simple. Regardless of price, one must choose what they truly adore. Meanwhile, Lu Rian and Zhang Ruoxi, despite their lack of expertise in sports cars, examined the options with earnest interest. When the images paused on the Ferrari SP38, Lu Rian gasped, Wow, this car is absolutely gorgeous. Indeed, it is, Zhang Ruoxi concurred, nodding in agreement. As the latest offering from Ferrari, the SP38 undoubtedly possessed an exquisite allure. However, Zhao Fan remained resolute in his desire to see the actual vehicle, as photographs could never fully capture the essence of reality. Let's check out the SP38 in person. Certainly, right this way. Zhang Xiaotong smiled as she led the 3 individuals towards a sleek black sports car. Chapter 59, Being a concubine isn't bad either. Mr. Zhao, this is the SP38. A 2-door, 2-seat convertible sports car equipped with a 6.5-liter V12 engine. It boasts a maximum torque of 770 Nm and can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.8 seconds. In terms of speed alone, it surpasses even the LaFerrari. To date, this vehicle is the fastest supercar under the Ferrari brand. She continued, additionally, the car's interior features this year's latest design, offering you a plethora of customization options. After hearing the introduction, Zhao Fan nodded in satisfaction and inquired, Is it only available in black? Zhang Xiaotong replied with a smile. Currently, we only have the black model in stock. If you desire a different color, we can arrange a custom order, but it may take quite some time. How long would that be? Zhao Fan asked. Approximately 5 months at the very least, she replied. 5 months. For Zhao Fan, that indeed felt rather lengthy. He then tapped the hood of the car and asked, What is the price for this vehicle? The current price is $5.79 million. The lowest down payment we can offer is 10, she explained. Zhao Fan waved his hand and said, If I pay in full today, can I take the car home? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaotong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Despite having worked at Ferrari for several years, she had never encountered a customer as decisive as Zhao Fan. She immediately assured him, Mr. Zhao, of course. You can rest assured, I will handle all the paperwork for you. And you will definitely be able to drive your dream car home today. Meeting such a significant client was an opportunity not to be missed. All right, I dislike unnecessary complications. I won't bother with the paperwork. I just want to drive the car away today. With that, Zhao Fan produced his bank card and handed it to Zhang Xiaotong. At that moment, as she took the card, Zhang Xiaotong felt her heart race. As a Ferrari sales representative, their salary was directly linked to their performance. Each car sold came with a substantial commission. Hence, she was immensely thrilled. Mr. Zhao, you can trust that I will provide you with exceptional service. Good. Then let us process the payment. Certainly, I'll take care of that right away. With that, Zhang Xiaotong hurried off. Meanwhile, Lu Rian and Zhang Ruoxi exchanged bewildered glances. Isn't this decision a bit hasty? Aren't you going to think it over? This was a car purchase, not a mere vegetable transaction. To decide on a vehicle priced nearly 6 million so quickly? Zhao Fan, should you consider this more carefully? It's over 500,000, not just 500. Lu Rian expressed her concern. As long as I like it, the price doesn't matter, Zhao Fan replied with a smile. But what if it doesn't meet your expectations once you buy it? If I don't like it, I'll just buy another one, Zhao Fan stated nonchalantly. Zhang Ruoxi was left speechless. Are you hearing this? Is this even rational? Huh. Zhang Ruoxi inhaled sharply before turning serious. Lu, I just gave it some thought, and honestly, being Zhao Fan's concubine isn't such a bad idea. Huh. Lu Rian burst into laughter at her words, teasingly replying. In that case, let me see how you perform. Go, fetch me a glass of water. Very funny. Zhang Ruoxi retorted with a smirk. While they jested, Zhang Xiaodong had returned with all the necessary documents. The base price of the car was 5.79 million, and after adding the purchase tax, insurance, and optional features, the total came to 6.58 million. The purchase tax alone was over 500,000, enough to buy a fully equipped Audi A6. Once all the paperwork was completed, Zhang Xiaodong headed to the vehicle management office to arrange for Zhao Fan's temporary license plates. During this time, the three sat quietly in the store, waiting. Feeling bored, Zhao Fan opened the system interface. After his recent expenditure of 6.58 million, the system had upgraded to level 6. Host, Zhao Fan. Level 6. Level 6 privilege. Earn 32 yuan with each breath. Experience needed for next level. 3. 875, 410, 000. System store. Master level Go skill book. Items. Level 5 gift pack. Level 6 gift pack. Skills. Heavenly voice. Unprecedented comprehension. Balance. 9,068, 362. Zhao Fan was pleasantly surprised to find that the system had skipped level 5 and advanced directly to level 6. The system's earnings had also soared to 32 yuan. This meant that from this moment forth, Zhao Fan would earn 64,000 yuan daily, amounting to 1.9 million a month. With over 9 million in his system balance, he found himself at a loss for how to spend it. No wonder they say the lives of the wealthy can be quite dull. He was experiencing it firsthand now. However, 9 million is a considerable sum, yet it could easily diminish when considering purchases such as private jets, yachts, or luxury villas, particularly in Kyoto, where even a modest villa could cost several hundred million. If one sought the most elite, it could easily exceed $1 billion. The funds generated by the system were insufficient for such indulgences. After much contemplation, Zhao Fan decided to purchase the Master Level Go skill book from the system store. At a price of 1.88 million, it was a worthwhile investment. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully purchased the Master Level Go skill book. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully used the Master Level Go skill book. As a golden light flashed before his eyes, Zhao Fan felt his mind instantly refresh. Yet, within mere seconds, everything returned to normal. At that moment, the system store began to refresh once more. Time until next system store refresh, 23:59:59. As for the 2 gift packs awarded by the system, Zhao Fan was eager to discover their contents. Zhao Fan, what are you pondering? At that moment, Lu Rian's voice interrupted his thoughts, pulling him back from the system interface. Huh, Zhao Fan feigned nonchalance. I was just lost in thought. What delightful thoughts were you having? Rian called you several times, and you didn't hear her. Were you contemplating acquiring a concubine to hide away in a golden house? Zhang Ruoxi playfully teased. Well, it is somewhat related to a house. I was considering whether to purchase a property in Kyoto, Zhao Fan chuckled. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruoxi deflated like a punctured balloon. What had begun as a light-hearted jest had turned into a serious revelation. Zhao Fan, you can't be serious, can you? Zhang Ruoxi exclaimed, her voice laced with frustration. Zhao Fan's actions were indeed vexing. He had just spent over 6 million on a supercar, and now he was contemplating buying property in Kyoto. Zhang Ruoxi felt overwhelmed. Chapter 60, Captain America's Serum and the Golden Eyes. Zhao Fan was exceptionally handsome, wealthy, and possessed a commendable demeanor. Any woman would find it hard to resist. Zhang Ruoxi, being a normal woman, could hardly deny her feelings for such an impeccable man. However, she merely entertained these thoughts in her mind. She would never act on the impulse to pursue her best friend's boyfriend. At noon, the three of them indulged in a meal at the Ferrari Experience Center. By around 3 in the afternoon, Zhang Xiaodong had completed all the necessary formalities. Mr. Zhao, who had been waiting patiently, was informed that everything was in order. Zhang Xiaodong handed the keys to Zhao Fan, who, holding the car keys, was finally able to step into the Ferrari he had long desired. However, the moment he opened the car door, an unsettling realization struck him. The Ferrari SP38 he had purchased was a two-seater sports car, meaning he could only accommodate one additional person besides himself. Yet, there were three of them present. Zhang Ruoxi also recognized this predicament, and her eyes glinted with a fierce intensity as she cast a glare at Zhao Fan. She vowed that if he dared to abandon her in this situation, she would not hesitate to exact her revenge. Caught off guard, Zhao Fan could only muster an awkward smile. Observing the tension, Lu Rian chuckled and said, "Zhao Fan, Ruoxi and I will take the hotel car back." "All right, I'll see you both at the hotel later," Zhao Fan replied. Subsequently, the two women climbed into a Maybach and departed, while Zhao Fan ignited the Ferrari. The roar of the engine, akin to a lion's growl, filled him with exhilaration. It was his first time driving since obtaining his license, and it was in a Ferrari, no less. Gripping the steering wheel, Zhao Fan activated the system with his mind, initiating the one-handed driving skill for the Ferrari. At that moment, a refreshing wave surged through his mind, elevating his driving prowess to an unparalleled level. Additionally, his charm factor increased by 30 points. Regrettably, there was no lady in the passenger seat. Given the sweltering heat, Zhao Fan converted the car to its convertible mode. Speeding down the road with the wind in his hair was an unparalleled joy. While waiting at a red light, a Volkswagen Beetle to his right suddenly rolled down its window. The driver was a stunning young woman, whose beauty could easily earn a score of 92. Dressed in a low-cut tank top and a super short skirt, her fair legs were strikingly noticeable. "Hey there, can I add you on WeChat?" she asked, smiling and holding out her phone. Zhao Fan returned a faint smile and replied, "No, thank you." With that, the light turned green, and he pressed the accelerator. Vanishing from her sight, the young woman was taken aback, unable to comprehend how someone as attractive as herself could be rejected. To be frank, she was indeed quite beautiful, with fair skin and a remarkably slender figure. However, Zhao Fan harbored a negative impression of women who drove Beetles. In his view, over 90% of the beautiful women driving such cars were likely kept mistresses. Thus, to avoid any complications, he decisively turned her down. 20 minutes later, Zhao Fan parked the car at the Serengeti parking lot. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Rian and Zhang Ruoxi were absent, he opened the system store, eager to unwrap 2 upgrade packages. Ding! Congratulations, host, for unwrapping the level 5 grand package. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining Captain America's serum. Upon use, it will completely transform the host's body, enhancing physical attributes by 200. Wow, this is incredible. As a Marvel movie aficionado, Zhao Fan was well aware of the serum's formidable power. A 200% enhancement meant he could become the most physically formidable man on the planet. With Captain America's serum, he felt confident that even if both Lu Rian and Zhang Ruoxi were to confront him together, they would be utterly overwhelmed. Next, Zhao Fan turned his attention to the level 6 package. He had recently discerned a pattern. The higher the package level, the more impressive the rewards. Thus, he was filled with anticipation for the surprises that the level 6 package would bring him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for unwrapping the level 6 grand package. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the golden eyes. Amplifiable using this item allows the host to see the true beauty and affection levels of others. This skill appeared quite appealing, although it may not be as practical as the reward from the level 5 package with the golden eyes. Zhao Fan would no longer have to worry about encountering deceptive appearances. The makeup techniques of today were indeed astonishing. A girl who might be rated a mere 60 could transform into a goddess rated at 90 with the right enhancements, without removing her makeup. Her true appearance was virtually unrecognizable. Therefore, with this skill, no illusion could escape Zhao Fan's discerning gaze. Filled with excitement, Zhao Fan clicked to use the items. Ding! Host has successfully used golden eyes. Ding! Host has successfully used Captain America's serum. As the notifications chimed, Zhao Fan felt a sudden surge of warmth coursing through his body, as if a gentle current was flowing within, reaching every organ. His eyes burned with a fiery intensity. Yet, this sensation dissipated within mere seconds. When he opened his eyes once more, he could feel a profound change in his physical condition. He was undeniably more robust. Incredible. System. Zhao Fan couldn't help but exclaim. However, to verify whether the golden eyes were as extraordinary as the system claimed, he decided to test it on someone. Given that Lu Rian and Zhang Ruoxi were already well-known beauties, he pondered whom else to use for the trial. Just then, a figure materialized in his mind. With renewed determination, Zhao Fan exited the car and hurried towards the hotel room. Upon reaching the top floor via the elevator, he called for his dedicated butler. "Hello. I am your personal butler, Luo Ying. How may I assist you? Please come to my room." A minute later, Luo Ying appeared at Zhao Fan's door, dressed in professional attire and high heels, swaying her hips as she approached. She was well aware that Zhao Fan had come upstairs alone, and that the two young women who accompanied him yesterday had not returned. Thus, Luo Ying couldn't help but entertain various thoughts regarding Zhao Fan's request to visit his room. What could a solitary man and woman do in such a setting? Surely not cook, right? Luo Ying had her own aspirations regarding Zhao Fan. From the moment she laid eyes on his handsome features, she was captivated. Moreover, she had learned from the chauffeur that Zhao Fan had purchased a Ferrari today, handsome and affluent. If she could develop a closer relationship with him, even becoming his mistress would be acceptable. With this thought in mind, Luo Ying's movements became even more alluring. Upon arriving at Zhao Fan's room, she gently knocked on the door. When he opened it, she bent slightly, deliberately showcasing her curves and ample bosom, and sweetly said, "Mr. Zhao, whatever your desires may be, I shall fulfill them." Zhao Fan, taken aback, thought, wait, is there a hidden meaning in her words? Why does it sound a bit off? Especially as he observed her biting her lip in a coy manner, Zhao Fan stroked his chin and began to scrutinize her. In truth, Luo Ying possessed an impressive appearance. From the very first day of her arrival, Zhao Fan had taken notice of her. With a mature elegance, standing approximately 175 meters tall, complemented by exquisite makeup and high heels clad in sheer black stockings, she could easily be rated a solid 91. However, upon activating his GoldenEye skill, a series of data materialized before Zhao Fan. Luo Ying, true beauty score 82, bust measurement 103, affection level 67. What? Her true beauty score is only 82? This makeup is rather alarming, isn't it? Aside from her slightly larger bust, there was truly little to pique Zhao Fan's interest. When Luo Ying caught Zhao Fan's scrutinizing gaze, she couldn't help but feel a surge of delight, deliberately adopting a demure demeanor, thinking to herself, "Please feel free to command me, Dodgy." Yet, just as she had mentally prepared herself, Zhao Fan abruptly stated, "All right, that's enough. You may return." In an instant, the joy that had filled Luo Ying's heart dissipated, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. "What do you mean, nothing's wrong? I was all set to remove my nail polish, and now you tell me to leave?" Noticing her confusion, Zhao Fan furrowed his brow and inquired, "What? Is there still an issue?" "Oh, no problem," Luo Ying quickly replied, snapping back to reality before turning on her heels and departing in her high-heeled shoes. Zhao Fan could easily discern her intentions. However, after daily encounters with the stunningly beautiful Lu Ruyan and Zhang Ruoxi, his perspective had become inflated. He scarcely regarded any girl with a beauty score below 90. Returning to his room, Zhao Fan sprawled on the sofa, boredom prompting him to engage in a game of Honor of Kings, naturally opting to play as the character Yuan Ge. As a high-skill player, only a hero like Yuan Ge could accommodate Zhao Fan's level of play. After a match, he faced yet another defeat. At 6 in the evening, Lu Ruyan and Zhang Ruoxi finally returned from the supermarket, each lugging 2 hefty bags of snacks. Considering the trio had merely snacked at the Ferrari Experience Center earlier that day, Zhao Fan suggested, "Shall we go out for dinner? What would you two lovely ladies like to eat? You decide." Lu Ruyan cheerfully responded. As a top-tier foodie, she was content with simply indulging in food, never particularly picky about what to eat. Zhang Ruoxi pondered for a moment before saying, "I don't know either. You decide. Since we had seafood yesterday, how about Japanese cuisine today?" Zhao Fan proposed. "Sounds good." Upon seeing both women nod in agreement, Zhao Fan led them downstairs to the Matsuko Japanese restaurant. This establishment was quite popular in Kyoto, renowned for its delectable dishes and fresh ingredients, with their signature offering being salmon sashimi. The trio dined until after 8 in the evening before returning to their respective rooms. Following the events of the previous night, the bond between Lu Ruyan and Zhao Fan had rapidly intensified. Even Lu Ruyan herself had not anticipated the swift progression of their relationship. At that moment, subtle changes began to unfold within her heart. On the television, a Korean drama played, and as the male and female leads shared a passionate kiss, Lu Ruyan felt her heart racing uncontrollably. In the bloom of youth, her hormones surged, especially upon witnessing the blissful scenes on screen. Lu Ruyan's heart brimmed with anticipation. While Zhao Fan was engrossed in the show, Lu Ruyan suddenly lifted her head, wrapping her arms around his neck, and earnestly asked, "Zhao Fan, will you always treat me well?" "Of course," Zhao Fan affirmed with a serious nod. "Kiss me." A night of silence ensued, merely the same trivial matters at hand. The following morning, Zhao Fan rose promptly at 7. The serum from Captain America truly worked wonders. After a long night of activity, he still felt invigorated. Conversely, Lu Ruyan slept soundly. After a quick freshening up, Zhao Fan headed to the mall downstairs. With October approaching and the weather gradually cooling, he intended to purchase several autumn outfits for himself and Lu Ruyan, while acquiring a Dior gift set for Zhang Ruoxi. After an extensive shopping spree, he spent a staggering 180,000. Upon exiting the mall, Zhao Fan couldn't help but sigh. Such extravagant spending barely exceeded 200,000. How on earth shall I manage the remaining 8 million? With the system upgraded to level 6, his experience points had surged to 10 million. Could it be that he truly needed to purchase a house in Kyoto? However, upon reflection, 9 million wouldn't secure a decent property. Thus, he resolved to wait until he had amassed sufficient funds to buy a grand villa all at once. Once back in his room, Zhao Fan placed the newly acquired clothes on the sofa. At that moment, a notification pinged in Lu Rian's class group, announcing a mandatory meeting. Zhao Fan, the school has urgent matters. I must leave. Please behave when you return. After saying this, Lu Rian hurriedly gathered her belongings and rushed out, not forgetting to plant a quick peck on Zhao Fan's cheek before departing. Barely had she left when a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he found Zhang Ruoxi standing there, looking charming. We should head back to school, right? I have a class this morning. Let's go? This is a gift for you, Zhao Fan said, presenting the Dior gift set he had just purchased. After gathering her things, the two made their way to the parking lot. Fortunately, the three of them attended different universities. Otherwise, the presence of two sports cars would have been rather awkward. Zhang Ruoxi fastened her seatbelt, shifting slightly in her seat, and remarked, "This car isn't as comfortable as a Maybach. Come on, sister. This is a sports car. Can you really compare?" Zhao Fan replied, momentarily speechless. Starting the vehicle, Zhao Fan held the steering wheel with one hand as he drove towards the finance university. As they traveled, Zhang Ruoxi felt a surge of satisfaction from the admiring glances of passers-by. Turning to observe Zhao Fan's one-handed driving, her heart fluttered with excitement. To be honest, she had harbored some fondness for Zhao Fan, but had kept it hidden due to her friendship with Lu Rian. Yet now, witnessing Zhao Fan's adept driving, her heart raced wildly, and her mind began to wander with delightful thoughts. Chapter 62. I can only blame myself for being too exceptional. Minutes later, they found themselves in a congested area. The traffic in Kyoto could be overwhelming, and navigating through it was a real challenge. However, Zhao Fan noticed that Zhang Ruoxi had been unusually quiet throughout the journey. Could it be that she was in a bad mood? Curious, he glanced at her. As his gaze fell upon Zhang Ruoxi, he found her looking back at him. Simultaneously, a series of data appeared above her head. Zhang Ruoxi, True Beauty Score 95. Bust Measurement 112. Affection Level 91. What could it be? At that moment, the system indicated that Zhang Ruoxi's affection level for Zhao Fan had soared to an astounding 91. Such a figure was truly remarkable. Due to Lu Rian's affection for Zhao Fan being merely 96, and that figure derived from the emotional escalation of the previous night, one cannot help but ponder the implications. Is Zhang Ruoxi not blatantly lusting after his physique? However, Zhao Fan quickly regained his composure. Among the system's skills, there exists a passive one that enhances his charm by 30 when driving a Ferrari with one hand. Thus, he could sincerely swear that he has never harbored any improper thoughts towards Zhang Ruoxi. Although Zhang Ruoxi is undeniably beautiful, with a rather impressive figure, she is, after all, the close friend of his girlfriend. Even in jest, he has always maintained appropriate boundaries. Yet, despite these efforts, the most dramatic occurrences still unfolded. Gazing at Zhang Ruoxi's remarkably high affection score of 91, Zhao Fan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Alas, it is all due to my exceptional qualities. According to the system's guidelines, an affection score of 60 indicates a favorable impression, while 70 signifies a budding fondness. An 80 reflects considerable admiration, and a score of 90 denotes profound infatuation. However, a score exceeding 90 does not guarantee that a woman would engage in any indiscreet encounters. Numerous factors must be considered. As for Zhang Ruoxi, Zhao Fan could assert with absolute certainty that she would not entertain such relations with him at this moment. When Zhang Ruoxi caught his gaze, her cheeks flushed, and she hastily produced her phone, feigning interest in it. She had been rather engrossed in her thoughts. Observing her guilty demeanor, Zhao Fan couldn't suppress a chuckle. He playfully teased, "Zhang Ruoxi, why have you been so silent on this journey? What is there to discuss? Just focus on driving." She retorted coolly without lifting her head. Ah, quite the actress. Were it not for the system's golden eyes reward, one might not discern her ulterior motives. Zhao Fan chuckled inwardly. It must be said, this girl possesses quite the acting prowess. Shall we engage in a riddle? A riddle? Although Zhang Ruoxi acknowledged her intelligence, her thoughts were entirely preoccupied with Zhao Fan, leaving her little inclination to play games. Nonetheless, since it had been proposed, she relented. All right, go ahead and ask. Nodding thoughtfully, Zhao Fan inquired, why do boys close the door when using the restroom? Caught off guard, Zhang Ruoxi blinked in confusion. What kind of silly question is that? Regardless of gender, everyone closes the door. After a moment's contemplation, she tentatively replied, to avoid being seen? Incorrect. To prevent odors from escaping? Wrong again. What then? Zhang Ruoxi could not contain her curiosity. With a slight smile, Zhao Fan revealed, Because they fear the birds will fly out. Birds will fly out. What does that even mean? Zhang Ruoxi was utterly perplexed, unable to grasp Zhao Fan's reasoning. After a brief pause, she still couldn't comprehend, prompting her to ask, why would they fear the birds flying away? Because the birds have flown away. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's explanation, a deep crimson hue spread across Zhang Ruoxi's cheeks. What was supposed to be a riddle had turned into something risky. Is this even a proper riddle? She exclaimed in exasperation. Let me change it up. Why do women close the door when using the restroom? That must be something you understand. Without needing any further elaboration from Zhang Ruoxi, Zhao Fan already knew her line of thought. She likely believed it was to avoid being seen or peeped at. Incorrect. Then what is it? Zhang Ruoxi asked, her confusion deepening. With a smile, Zhao Fan replied, to prevent the birds from flying in. You lecher. I suspect you're driving with ulterior motives. I already have evidence. Zhang Ruoxi shot him a glare. One could not deny that conversing with Zhao Fan was genuinely enjoyable. Initially feeling a bit tense, Zhang Ruoxi found her apprehension dissipating after a couple of riddles. Time slipped away unnoticed. 20 minutes later, the Ferrari arrived at the southern campus of the financial university. Checking her phone, Zhang Ruoxi noted it was precisely 9 o'clock. Impressive timing, she remarked with a smile. Do you need me to escort you inside? Zhao Fan inquired. No, driving in is too cumbersome, she replied, gathering her belongings and making her way into the school. Watching Zhang Ruoxi's figure recede into the distance, Zhao Fan pressed the accelerator, heading towards SKP. As for his purpose at SKP, it was undoubtedly to procure gifts. During the military training period, Jiyu had treated him to lemon drinks from Mishuai City every day. Hence, out of both sentiment and obligation, he felt compelled to return the favor with a gift. After all, one must not take others' kindness for granted. Additionally, he wished to select a present for Gu Jia, who had also taken good care of him during this time. As for the group of ruffians in his dormitory, they were not deserving of such gestures. Upon parking, Zhao Fan swiftly entered the Givenchy boutique. He purchased 2 bottles of perfume and a bracelet, totaling over 7,000 yuan. After acquiring the gifts, he drove back to the university. While the campus had a parking lot, it was exclusively for faculty. Students wishing to park had to pay for a space, which was reasonably priced at 120 yuan per month. After offering a cigarette to the security guard at the booth, Zhao Fan was granted passage. The moment he stepped onto campus, all eyes turned toward him. The thunderous roar of the Ferrari sparked numerous discussions among the students. What kind of car is that? A Porsche? One exclaimed. Are you blind? It starts with an F. It's a Ferrari. Another corrected. Is that student even from our school? They must be loaded. Upon spotting the Ferrari, students could not resist pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Many shared the photos in their respective class groups. Wang Yan, isn't that the new student Zhao Fan who was just reported? A few girls in the crowd suddenly inquired. That can't be him, right? Wang Yan tossed her hair back, chuckling. As someone who had long harbored a crush on Zhao Fan, she certainly recognized him behind the wheel. She simply chose not to disclose this to the others. Since the commencement of military training for new students, she had refrained from reaching out to Zhao Fan. As a senior, she understood the principle of playing hard to get. If she pursued him relentlessly, it would not only fail to spark his interest, but might even repulse him. Thus, despite her desire to connect with Zhao Fan, she had to stifle it. Yet now, she found herself unable to resist. She felt it was imperative to take the initiative. After all, she was entirely certain that the person driving was indeed Zhao Fan. Moreover, he was behind the wheel of a brand new Ferrari, even without a license plate. Even though she lacked knowledge about automobiles, she was well aware that a Ferrari commanded a hefty price, with even the most affordable models exceeding $1 million. Remarkably, less than a month into the academic year, Zhao Fan acquired a sports car valued at several million. One might ponder, with such a dashing and affluent young man, if one did not act swiftly, he would undoubtedly be swept away by other admirers. To illustrate, even her own roommates gazed at Zhao Fan with starry eyes. Contemplating this, Wang Yin turned to her female companions and said, I just remembered that I need to purchase something from the supermarket. You all may proceed to the lecture hall. With that, she pivoted and strolled toward the parking lot. The other girls, recognizing her intentions, could not help but tease her. She's quite swift in her actions. As far as I know, he already has a girlfriend. Even if he were unattached, he is hardly a catch for Wang Yin. To be frank, if I were beautiful, I would pursue such a charming and wealthy junior as well. A gem like him is highly sought after in our college. After parking, Zhao Fan retrieved a gift he had purchased earlier that morning, intending to deliver it to Gu Jia's office. Just as he prepared to do so, he noticed Wang Yin approaching him. Zhao Fan, what a coincidence to run into you here. Wang Yin feigned surprise, stepping forward to greet him. Hearing this, Zhao Fan could not suppress his incredulity. Seriously, senior, couldn't you come up with a more believable excuse? Our school's parking lot is quite remote. Who would come here if not for parking? To claim it's a coincidence is utterly ridiculous. Zhao Fan replied with a wry smile. Indeed, what a coincidence, senior. Where are you headed? I noticed someone in our class group chat posted a picture of a Ferrari, so I was curious to come and take a look. I never expected it would be you, she exclaimed. Wang Yin possessed a hint of charm. Although her looks were not particularly striking in the finance department, there was an alluring quality to her demeanor. Had her beauty exceeded a score of 90, Zhao Fan would not have minded engaging further. At that moment, his enhanced perception revealed Wang Yin, true attractiveness, 80, charm, 92, likability, 80. A true attractiveness rating of only 80? It is imperative for young men to remain vigilant and not fall prey to the allure of charming ladies. At the beginning of the semester, Zhao Fan would have rated her an 85. No wonder makeup is often dubbed one of Asia's 4 great sorceries. There is truth to this. Wang Yin glanced at the Ferrari Zhao Fan had just parked, feigning nonchalance as she inquired. This car is quite beautiful. It must be very expensive, right? Not too bad. Just over 600, he replied. Over 600 million. Wang Yin's heart raced at this figure. What kind of family spends over 600 million on a car? This family must be fabulously wealthy. It seemed her decision to come here was astute. A young man as affluent as Zhao Fan would surely be snatched up if she delayed. However, before Wang Yin could elaborate, Zhao Fan waved her off, saying, Senior, you carry on, I have matters to attend to. With that, he picked up his belongings and departed. Watching Zhao Fan's retreating figure, Wang Yin could not help but stomp her foot in frustration. She understood that Zhao Fan had been brushing her off. However, there was little she could do since she had approached him first. Yet, after a brief moment of indignation, her determination surged. She silently vowed, I will have you. As for why she desired to have Zhao Fan, the reason was clear. Should she succeed, she would no longer need to strive for her future. If she were fortunate enough to bear Zhao Fan's child, she could seamlessly enter high society. Meanwhile, Zhao Fan arrived at Gujia's office, where she was busy with her work. Upon seeing him, she playfully remarked, Ah, if it isn't our illustrious Zhao from the finance department. I've heard you purchased a Ferrari? How did you know? Zhao Fan inquired, puzzled. Please, our department is quite small. News travels fast. It's been all over the class group chats. Gujia laughed. In truth, a Ferrari worth over 600 million is not particularly remarkable in Kyoto, as the capital of the Dragon Kingdom is home to many affluent individuals. In Kyoto, even a Rolls-Royce might not command much prestige. However, within the confines of the finance university, it certainly generated a considerable buzz, given that many students hail from all corners of the world and have never even seen a Ferrari. Gujia, this is a gift for you, Zhao Fan said, presenting a bottle of Givenchy perfume, placing it on her desk. Seeing this, Gujia could not help but tease. What does this mean? Are you trying to woo me? To be honest, Gujia held a favorable impression of Zhao Fan. He was quite handsome, with remarkably fair skin, and he conducted himself well. The age gap between them was minimal, making their interactions enjoyable. Zhao Fan, sensing the jest, quickly replied earnestly, Gujia, please maintain decorum. I have a girlfriend. Look at you. Gujia chuckled before continuing. I can't accept this gift. Please take it back. Come now, Gujia, I am offering this as a friend. Without any ulterior motives, Zhao Fan insisted earnestly. Very well, I shall temporarily accept it, but this is a one-time exception. Do you have any other matters to discuss? I wish to inquire about renting a parking space. That's easy enough. Just transfer the money to me, and it will be 120 per month. I'll take care of it for you. All right. Thank you for your assistance, Gujia. With that, Zhao Fan transferred 5760, covering the rent for his 4 years at university. As the clock struck noon, after playing a couple of rounds of Honor of Kings in the dormitory, Zhao Fan decided to head to the cafeteria for a meal. On the way, he messaged Njiyu. Upon receiving Zhao Fan's message, Njiyu felt a surge of exhilaration, her heart racing. Where are you? Zhao Fan inquired. In the dormitory, Njiyu replied. Do you have time? Come to the cafeteria. I have a gift for you. A gift? Zhao Fan was actually giving her a present? At this thought, Njiyu's face flushed crimson. Although she had never had a boyfriend, she understood the implications of such gestures. If a boy was giving her a gift, it surely indicated his interest. Moreover, the chosen location of the school cafeteria, could this be construed as a date? With this thought, Njiyu's cheeks turned as red as a ripe peach. Okay, I'm on my way, she replied, not bothering to tidy her desk, and hurried to the cafeteria. A few minutes later, Njiyu arrived breathless before Zhao Fan. Observing her, Zhao Fan asked, Did you run all the way here? She nodded adorably. I must say, your dormitory is quite far from the cafeteria. Come, sit down and catch your breath. Zhao Fan pulled out a chair for her and handed her a bottle of mineral water. After taking a few sips and resting for a moment, Zhao Fan promptly delved into the matter at hand. Addressing Njiyu with gratitude, Thank you for consistently purchasing lemon water for me during military training. This is a gift for you, and I hope it pleases you. With that, Zhao Fan extended a beautifully wrapped box containing Givenchy perfume and a bracelet towards Njiyu. Upon receiving the package, Njiyu's eyes sparkled with delight, her large orbs blinking in excitement. Being a girl, she was naturally aware of the Givenchy brand, yet she had not anticipated such an extravagant gift from Zhao Fan. Without even peeking inside, Njiyu exclaimed joyfully, "I love it. I truly adore it." In that moment, her gaze towards Zhao Fan brimmed with affection. At that instant, a string of data appeared before Zhao Fan. Njiyu, true attractiveness 98, bear embrace 101, affection level 98. Astonishment washed over him, setting aside the bear embrace. The affection level seemed exceedingly daunting. It was noteworthy that Lu Rian's affection for him was merely 96, and that had only increased after they had spent an entire night studying a foreign language together. The fact that Njiyu, with whom nothing had transpired, harbored such a profound fondness for him was bewildering. Even more astonishing was the revelation that Njiyu's attractiveness was rated at an impressive 98. Terrifying. It was utterly extraordinary. According to the system's guidelines, an affection level above 90 indicated deep admiration. What, then, could a score of 98 signify? It was perilously close to perfection. Although Zhao Fan was uncertain of the implications of a perfect affection level, he could surmise that it entailed unwavering devotion. After the initial shock, Zhao Fan was beset by confusion. Could the system have made a mistake? Logically, he had not spent an excessive amount of time with Njiyu. From military training to now, it had only been half a month. Could such a brief acquaintance inspire such ardent affection? That seemed preposterous. Even if Njiyu had experienced love at first sight, it surely could not warrant an affection level of 98, could it? Noticing Zhao Fan's silence as he merely gazed at her, Njiyu could not help but lower her head, a blush creeping across her cheeks. Coming back to his senses, Zhao Fan found himself in a tumult of emotions. Njiyu was unlike other girls. Despite the financial academy being teeming with beautiful young women, Zhao Fan was acutely aware that many were drawn to him solely for his wealth, rather than genuine affection. Yet Njiyu was different. From the very first day of military training, she had taken the initiative to engage him in conversation and consistently brought him lemon water from a popular beverage shop during breaks. If it had been any other attractive girl, Zhao Fan might have dismissed it easily. However, with Njiyu, he felt a sense of compassion. She was an exceptionally innocent and fragile girl. While he did not deny being somewhat of a rogue, he had never contemplated causing harm to others. With this thought in mind, Zhao Fan took a deep breath and asked Njiyu, "Do you have feelings for me?" Upon hearing this, Njiyu quickly averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Though she harbored deep feelings for Zhao Fan, being confronted so directly left her feeling bashful. After a moment, she lifted her head and nodded. "But I already have a girlfriend," Zhao Fan added. Njiyu paused, taken aback, before responding, "I know you have a girlfriend." "You do?" Zhao Fan was equally surprised. "Yes. I've known for a while." "How did you find out?" Zhao Fan queried, puzzled. Njiyu pulled out her phone and opened the school forum, showing him a post by a classmate named Zhang Tianxian, which stated that the entire school was aware of his relationship status. Wow. Isn't that Zhang Ruoshi? Zhao Fan thought, astounded. Zhang Ruoshi was quite the good friend, publicizing Zhao Fan's relationship on the school forum. Just as he was about to internally criticize her, Zhao Fan suddenly realized something was off. If Njiyu was already aware of his girlfriend, why was her affection level still so high? This defied logic. To confirm the system's data, Zhao Fan rechecked. Njiyu, true attractiveness 98, bear embrace 101, affection level 98. Indeed, the figures had not changed. This left Zhao Fan utterly bewildered. Despite his confidence in his appearance, he did not believe he possessed the kind of allure that would make women infatuated. After finishing his meal, Zhao Fan returned to his dormitory. As he was about to practice the guitar, Wang Jingze burst into the room with great enthusiasm. "Fangirl, that black Ferrari in the parking lot is yours, right?" Wang Jingze inquired, brimming with excitement. "Yes," Zhao Fan confirmed. "Do you remember our agreement? Let me borrow it for a couple of days. Or rather, just a few laps. As a good dormitory buddy." Wang Jingze understood that a couple of days and a few laps were practically synonymous. Seeing Wang Jingze so animated, Zhao Fan tossed him the car keys with a smile, saying, "A promise is a promise. Take it and drive safely." The moment Wang Jingze caught the keys, he felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of life. He then patted his chest, assuring Zhao Fan, "Don't worry, Fangirl. I will cherish it as if it were my own." Zhao Fan was momentarily taken aback. Considering Wang Jingze's penchant for watching questionable videos, he couldn't help but retort, No. That kind of statement makes me uneasy." Chapter 65. New car registration. Half an hour later, Wang Jingze returned, radiating joy. "Fangirl, the Ferrari is absolutely incredible. Wow, I'm absolutely in love." He returned the car keys to Zhao Fan. No wonder Ferraris are the ultimate dream for all men. Driving it was indeed a unique experience. Throughout the drive, no fewer than 10 young women approached Wang Jingzi for his contact information, especially at the moment the engine roared to life. He felt an exhilarating rush akin to a surge of adrenaline. At noon, Zhao Fan played a few ranked games with Wang Jingzi. At 2 in the afternoon, they all set off towards the teaching building for a mandatory statistics class. As they walked across the playground, Wang Jingzi cheerfully informed the group, "I've done some digging. Our statistics teacher is named Zhang Xiangdong. He is very laid back and hardly ever takes attendance. According to seniors, he only calls the roll a maximum of twice a semester." As he spoke, Wang Jingzi could hardly contain his excitement. Zhao Fan understood exactly what he meant. Skipping class was all too common, whether in undergraduate or vocational studies. Who hasn't missed a class in university? That would hardly constitute a complete university experience. Their essay saying, mandatory classes are optional, while elective courses are a must-skip. This is the universal motto of all university students. Amused, Zhao Fan teased, "Not bad, old Wang. Your intel gathering is impressive." Of course, Wang Jingzi beamed with pride. Then he turned to Zhao Fan. "By the way, Fan Go, didn't the school ask us to register for elective courses last week? Which ones did you choose?" The mere mention of elective courses made Zhao Fan's head throb. At the time when the class group sent out notifications, Zhao Fan was in a hotel, diligently learning a foreign language with Lu Rian. The next day, when he prepared to select his courses, he discovered that the desirable elective classes had already been fully booked. Ultimately, with no other options available, Zhao Fan was left with no choice but to enroll in financial statistics and financial law, two electives that were least favored by the students. Financial statistics and financial law, Zhao Fan stated matter-of-factly. "What?" Upon hearing this, Wang Jingzi immediately gave Zhao Fan a thumbs up. "Wow, Fan, you're incredible. You actually signed up for such challenging electives. What were you thinking, Fan? Just wanting to challenge yourself?" Zhao Fan replied, "To be honest, if the other courses hadn't been filled, I wouldn't have chosen financial statistics and financial law." His true desire lay in investment studies and financial theory. Fortunately, he possessed the extraordinary skill rewarded by the system, which would enable him to tackle these two demanding electives with ease. Upon entering the classroom, Zhao Fan couldn't help but pause for a moment. University courses are typically collective, meaning several classes attend together. At this moment, as he surveyed the large lecture hall, he was met with the sight of countless long, elegant legs. In a classroom of 200, there were only a handful of boys. Wang Jingzi felt a surge of excitement. His heart raced uncontrollably. As a man who had set his sights on finding a girlfriend since the first day of school, his mind was now consumed with thoughts of romance. How could he not be thrilled to see so many lovely ladies? Upon noticing Zhao Fan, the girls couldn't help but whisper among themselves. If one were to ask who the most popular man in the entire School of Finance was, it would undoubtedly be Zhao Fan. Ever since he purchased a Ferrari, the news had spread throughout the campus. Consequently, the gazes of the girls towards Zhao Fan were filled with admiration. Zhao Fan was already handsome, and with his wealth, he exuded an irresistible charm. "Wang Yan, how is it going with that freshman?" a few girls teasingly asked. Wang Yan glanced at them, furrowing her brow. To be honest, it wasn't that she didn't want to get closer to Zhao Fan. It was simply that he never gave her the opportunity. The last time, she had already pursued him to the parking lot, yet Zhao Fan had brushed her off. Seeing Wang Yan's disappointment, the girls chuckled. "Maybe you should just give up. I've heard Zhao Fan already has a girlfriend." "I know, but she is not in the same school," Wang Yan replied nonchalantly. She was confident in her looks. After all, she had been the belle of the class in high school, with many boys vying for her attention. Besides, what did it matter if Zhao Fan had a girlfriend? She wasn't his wife. "Have you seen Zhao Fan's new Ferrari? I heard it cost over 6 million. Another girl chimed in. "Really? Over 6 million? Upon hearing this price, the girls gasped in disbelief. They were all fresh university students, let alone 6 million. Even 600 yuan required careful budgeting. How can there be such a perfect man in this world, so handsome and wealthy? One of them lamented. "Ladies, men like him are merely a fantasy. We could never handle them." I've heard that many girls in the South Campus have their eyes on Zhao Fan. While the girls were chatting, Zhang Xiangdong walked in. He truly looked the part of a finance expert, dressed in a sleek black casual suit, black leather shoes, and gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an aura akin to a film mogul. With a warm smile, he appeared exceedingly approachable. "Hello, everyone. I am your statistics teacher. My name is Zhang Xiangdong. Statistics is a vital discipline that supports scientific research, drawing conclusions through experimental design and data collection." After a brief self-introduction, Zhang Xiangdong commenced his lecture. Just as Wang Jingzi had mentioned, Zhang Xiangdong indeed had a laid-back demeanor. Unlike other professors who would typically take attendance before the first class, he showed no intention of doing so and dove straight into the teaching. While the other students were attentively listening, Zhao Fan opened his statistics textbook and activated the system with his mind. Activate extraordinary comprehension. As the skill was initiated, a rush of clarity surged into his brain. In that moment, he felt as though he were in a tranquil paradise, free from distractions. The knowledge within the textbook was absorbed rapidly by his mind like nourishment. Given Zhao Fan's already high intelligence, the statistics textbook posed no challenge for him once he activated extraordinary comprehension. In the afternoon, Zhang Xiaodong called Zhao Fan to inform him that he could go to the vehicle administration office to register his license plate. However, as a valued customer, Ferrari had dedicated staff to assist him. Zhao Fan politely declined the offer, deciding that it was preferable to handle the registration himself. Chapter 66. An unexpected encounter with a senior from the dance academy. The vehicle administration office was not far from the School of Finance, situated right next to the dance academy. Due to prior arrangements made by Ferrari, the process was swift. In less than half an hour, everything was completed. When it came time to select a license plate, Zhao Fan was fortunate enough to choose the coveted all-numeric plate 69,999, eliciting gasps of astonishment from those nearby. However, the license plate production would take a few days, so the staff informed Zhao Fan that they would call him once it was ready. As Zhao Fan exited the vehicle administration office and approached his car, he noticed many eyes upon him. After all, it was a Ferrari SP38, a model of which there was currently only one in the country. It was impossible not to attract attention. Meanwhile, not far away in a supermarket, two tall girls were also observing Zhao Fan. Both girls were quite attractive, easily scoring above 90, and were students from the neighboring dance academy. They were fashionably dressed in short skirts and tank tops, radiating vibrancy. Notably, their figures were stunning, standing at 175 meters tall. They possessed all the desirable attributes. At that moment, one girl with brown hair nudged her companion, whispering, "Yanting, look, there's a handsome guy." Hearing this, Wang Yanting followed her gaze. Upon landing her eyes on Zhao Fan, she couldn't help but smirk, dismissively stating, "Your taste could use some refinement." To be frank, as students from the dance academy, they were accustomed to being surrounded by handsome men and beautiful women. Although Zhao Fan was indeed good-looking, he didn't stand out much among the talent in the dance academy. Noticing Wang Yanting's lack of enthusiasm, Zhang Tong cheerfully remarked, "If you're not going for him, I might just take my chance. I just saw him arrive in a Ferrari." Ferrari? At this, Wang Yanting's interest was piqued, and she scrutinized Zhao Fan once more. "You know, this guy actually has quite the charisma. He is definitely my type." Zhang Tong couldn't help but stifle a laugh at her reaction. "If memory serves me right, that is not what you just said. Is the young man also a student at the dance academy?" Just as Zhao Fan was about to leave, Wang Yanting and Zhang Tong approached him, initiating a conversation. "No, I'm just here to pick up my badge." As they spoke, two sets of data appeared before him. Wang Yanting, True Beauty score 94, Charm score 101, Favorability 62. Zhang Tong, True Beauty score 91, Charm score 92, Favorability 60. Upon seeing the two stunning women before him, Zhao Fan quickly grasped their intentions. After all, the dance academy is notorious for its chaotic atmosphere. Each time the school breaks for holidays, luxurious cars line up outside, often adorned with a bottle of beverage atop their roofs. The implications are unmistakable. Nevertheless, it must be said that the young ladies from the dance academy are truly exquisite. Simply encountering these two, both of whom boast true beauty scores exceeding 90, is a testament to that fact. "May I ask your name, young man?" "Zhao Fan, and you?" "Wang Yanting, and this is my close friend, Zhang Tong." Hearing this, Zhao Fan smiled and jested. "I've long heard of the multitude of beauties at the dance academy. Witnessing it firsthand today certainly confirms the rumors." Although this remark might seem rather kitsch, it delighted Wang Yanting immensely. After a few minutes of conversation, the trio became quite familiar with one another. Truth be told, this was Zhao Fan's first foray into flirting with a girl. And as for the reason behind his newfound boldness, one could blame Lu Ruyan. Ever since he spent an entire night studying foreign languages with her at a hotel last week, Zhao Fan found himself eagerly anticipating such encounters. Coupled with the exuberance of youth and a surge of hormones, to claim he harbored no thoughts towards beautiful young ladies would be utterly disingenuous. Moreover, it was paramount to note that Lu Ruyan was rather inexperienced. Before Zhao Fan could fully enjoy himself, she had already surrendered. In contrast, Wang Yanting possessed both beauty and an enviable figure. As a student of the dance academy, she exuded a unique aura. It is said that the girls from the dance academy possess remarkable flexibility, a fact Zhao Fan had yet to witness. "It's getting late. Shall we go for a meal together?" Zhao Fan inquired with a smile. Wang Yanting's eyes lit up instantly, responding with a grin, "Sure. I would be delighted to oblige." Zhang Tong hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. "I think I'll pass. I have other matters to attend to at school." Aware of the situation, she knew it was best to decline. After all, Zhao Fan hadn't shown her any particular enthusiasm, so there was no need for her to force closeness. Thus, she politely excused herself. Following this, Zhang Tong waved goodbye to Zhao Fan and Wang Yanting before turning to leave. Zhao Fan drove off with Wang Yanting in tow. In the car, as they felt the envious gazes of countless passers-by, Wang Yanting's vanity was greatly satisfied. What are you planning to treat me to this evening? Rest assured, I will ensure your satisfaction. After surveying Zhao Fan from head to toe, Wang Yanting inquired, young man, do you happen to have a girlfriend? How did you figure that out? Zhao Fan chuckled. Because you wear a Vacheron Constantine couple watch, and it's quite expensive. Impressive. Zhao Fan nodded. He made no attempt to conceal the fact that he had a girlfriend. Rather, he found himself admiring Wang Yanting's keen intuition. Her guess was astoundingly accurate. Adjusting her posture, Wang Yanting, with a teasing smile, asked, since you have a girlfriend, how do you plan to treat me? A one-night stand? Or will you keep me? Wang Yanting was remarkably forthright. In the dance academy, it was commonplace for students to be kept. Not to mention, Wang Yanting had 2 roommates who had both been kept before. As they would say, in the end, everyone will marry. And no one knows what has transpired in the past. Faced with Wang Yanting's unabashed inquiry, Zhao Fan found himself harboring a slight fondness for her. Compared to those manipulative gold diggers, she seemed rather refreshing. Amidst their banter, the Ferrari arrived at the Serengeti Hotel. After parking, the two entered the establishment. Upon entering, Zhao Fan did not rush to reserve a dining room, but instead booked a presidential suite first. Upon seeing this, Wang Yanting couldn't help but tease. Your intentions are rather obvious, aren't they? Are you in such a hurry? Zhao Fan chuckled and pointed to the crowded dining area. It's too noisy here. The room will be much quieter. After finalizing the check-in, they took the elevator to the top floor. The design of presidential suites was generally similar, though the decor style varied. Take a look and order whatever you fancy, Zhao Fan said, handing Wang Yanting a tablet. He casually ordered a bottle of champagne. After enjoying the ace of spades and the champagne, Zhao Fan found the latter to be slightly more to his taste. Wang Yanting, seated on the sofa, took the tablet and began to scroll through the options with her delicate fingers. Let us have a steamed mandarin fish. After saying this, she returned the tablet to Zhao Fan. Is that all you're ordering? Zhao Fan was taken aback, not expecting Wang Yanting to order just one dish. Yes, you can order the rest. Zhao Fan took the tablet back and quickly added a few more dishes: shrimp with asparagus, steamed crab claws, garlic scallops, and a clear soup with snow swallow. After completing the order, he submitted it through the tablet. Wang Yanting surveyed the room's ambience and then rose to stand by the floor-to-ceiling windows, unable to suppress her inner thoughts. The disparity between people is truly immense. While in school, she had always lived frugally. But for Zhao Fan, money seemed merely a string of numbers. If she was not mistaken, this room cost 7,000 to 8,000 yuan per night, and with the meal and drinks he had just ordered, it would easily exceed 10,000. 10,000. That was nearly half a year's worth of her living expenses. Having grown up in a less fortunate family, coupled with her father's gambling, her mother's serious illness, and a younger brother still in school, she had become particularly sensitive to financial matters. However, one must admit, such a lavish lifestyle is indeed hard to resist. At that moment, Wang Yanting could understand why her roommates willingly chose to be kept. In truth, Wang Yanting possessed quite remarkable qualities. Even amidst the handsome and beautiful students of the dance academy, she would still stand out. Standing at 175 meters tall with long, fair legs, and most importantly, as a dance major, her flexibility was exceptional. She was, without a doubt, the perfect lover in the hearts of countless men. Zhao Fan rose and approached her from behind, gazing out at the vibrant nightlife beyond, and asked, what do you wish to pursue in the future? I want to be a mistress. Faced with such a direct response, Zhao Fan was momentarily taken aback. You truly don't see yourself as an outsider, do you? Don't you have any dreams? Zhao Fan, curious, inquired. In response, Wang Yanting could not help but smile faintly, saying, for me, dreams feel too distant. I once considered opening a dance studio and becoming a dance teacher after graduation, but the upheaval at home has taught me a lesson. She paused for a moment, her tone tinged with bitterness. I am not worthy of having dreams. One cannot remain a lover indefinitely, can one? Zhao Fan inquired once more. Wang Yanting chuckled softly and replied, what is so undesirable about being a lover? Moreover, I have never entertained the thought of marriage. I simply wish to live my life in tranquility, relishing my freedom. This young woman is quite remarkable. Her awareness aligns perfectly with Zhao Fan's perspective. The only distinction lies in her lack of a lavish system to support her. Intrigued by Wang Yanting's words, Zhao Fan asked, why do you not wish to marry? With a wry smile, Wang Yanting responded, what benefits does marriage bring? One is bound to squabble over trivial matters daily, bear children, engage in disputes over their education, navigate conflicts with in-laws, and guard against infidelity. By being a lover, All these concerns vanish, allowing one to savor life, pursue passions, and travel leisurely. Most importantly, there is no need to fret over finances. Goodness, the profundity of this young woman's thoughts is astounding. Zhao Fan could not help but feel a measure of astonishment. Her perspective is distinctly different from that of ordinary women, and it is refreshingly sincere. Zhao Fan found her sentiments quite appealing. In response to Wang Yanting's assertions, Zhao Fan furrowed his brow and smiled, saying, "To be honest, I find myself at a loss for a rebuttal to what you just articulated. For I speak nothing but the truth." Subsequently, Wang Yanting gazed earnestly at Zhao Fan and asked, "May I pose a question? Can you guarantee that after marriage, you will always treat your wife well and never stray?" Wow. She launched directly into a profound inquiry. Contemplating her question for a moment, Zhao Fan shook his head. He could not provide such assurances. Then, if being a lover is considerably less burdensome than being a wife, why bother with marriage? Wang Yanting stated earnestly. Indeed, after hearing her words, Zhao Fan found her reasoning remarkably sound. However, Wang Yanting seemed to overlook one crucial point. Being a mistress can easily lead to being cast aside. Regardless of her youth, beauty, and figure, every woman eventually faces the passage of time. What then shall one do when beauty fades and allure diminishes? Zhao Fan thus inquired. Are you not concerned about being unceremoniously discarded? Wang Yanting laughed lightly before responding. I am not one to be taken lightly as a mere mistress. My standards are quite high, you know. Such as? Zhao Fan asked, intrigued. I will seek a distinguished man. One who cherishes nostalgia. That is why I am here with you at this hotel. How remarkable. Wang Yanting's statement not only elucidated her reason for accompanying Zhao Fan, but also complimented him as an exceptional and nostalgic man. It was a double entendre. Are you so certain I am as you imagine? Zhao Fan inquired with a smile. A woman's intuition, I wager I have not erred, she replied. With the conversation reaching this point, Zhao Fan understood Wang Yanting's intentions. He then embraced her tightly and said earnestly, I do not wish to keep a mistress. You may remain my girlfriend indefinitely. Stumbling slightly, Wang Yanting wrapped her arms around Zhao Fan's neck, gazing at him with deep affection. At that moment, she was fully prepared to entrust everything to the man before her. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. Hello, Mr. Zhao, your dinner has arrived. Zhao Fan gently seated Wang Yanting on the sofa before opening the door. After arranging the meal on the dining table, the hotel staff departed. Seated at the table, Zhao Fan poured 2 glasses of champagne. Cheers. The 2 clinked glasses and drank heartily. Truth be told, this was Wang Yanting's first experience with champagne. Coming from a modest background, she had always refrained from spending money even when dining with her roommates. When it came to drinking, it was typically $4 beers. She had never even heard of champagne. However, the taste of this champagne was delightful, sweet and tangy, reminiscent of mixed fruit juice. After 3 glasses, her cheeks began to flush. Chapter 68. The dance senior is quite impressive. Emboldened by the alcohol, Wang Yanting began to open up to Zhao Fan, discussing everything from her family to her life, and from her past to her future. At that moment, she ceased to suppress her emotions, pouring forth the sadness she had long harbored. Once, her family had lived comfortably. Her father owned a well-known furniture store in their locality during her high school years. Life had been quite affluent. However, misfortune struck when her father suddenly fell into gambling, leading to a drastic change in their circumstances. In the blink of an eye, they lost everything, and her mother was hospitalized due to overwhelming distress. Wang Yanting also had a younger brother, just 8 years old, still in elementary school. Following this upheaval, all the pressure fell squarely upon her shoulders. Upon receiving her acceptance letter, she had nearly given up on her studies. However, due to her excellent grades, school officials visited her home to persuade her otherwise. They not only waived all tuition fees, but also promised annual scholarships and financial aid. Thus, Wang Yanting found herself at the Kyoto Dance Academy. Given your beauty, has no one ever proposed to support you? Zhao Fan asked curiously. Indeed, Wang Yanting was stunning, rivaling the likes of Liu Ruiyan and Zhang Ruoxi. Not only did she possess captivating looks, but her physique was also extraordinary, and she was studying dance. When these 3 attributes coalesce, they create a veritable explosive allure for men. In response to Zhao Fan's question, Wang Yanting smiled and said, Of course, but I turned them all down. Why did you refuse? Zhao Fan probed further. Because they were only interested in my body, she replied cheerfully. She understood well the intentions of those wealthy suitors. What appeared to be romance was merely a guise for exploitation. As for older men seeking to support her, she had even less reason to agree. Despite her financial struggles, she maintained her dignity. Just as she had previously stated, even as a lover, one should seek an excellent and nostalgic partner. As the evening progressed and the wine flowed, their rapport deepened, and the conversation became more relaxed. Zhao Fan, our dinner tonight must have been rather pricey, right? Wang Yanting asked. Zhao Fan chuckled, saying, "It's not too bad. This hotel's prices are reasonable." Wang Yanting looked earnestly at Zhao Fan and asked with a smile, "Can I enjoy this lifestyle forever?" "Absolutely," he replied, and seeing Zhao Fan's nonchalance, Wang Yanting could not help but feel a sense of surprise. It is essential to recognize that the expenses incurred this evening would amount to no less than 10,000. As a student, how could Zhao Fan possibly afford such a sum? With an insatiable curiosity, Wang Yanting could not restrain herself from inquiring, "May I audaciously ask, how much is your monthly allowance from your family?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan pondered for a brief moment before responding, "The allowance isn't substantial. The crux lies in my penchant for trading futures. Currently, I manage to earn over $1 million each month." "What? Over $1 million in a month?" Is this a statement that a student could genuinely make? Moreover, given Zhao Fan's demeanor, he hardly appeared to be fabricating the truth. It is no wonder he could afford a Ferrari. He is indeed a hidden gem. Subsequently, Wang Yanting regarded Zhao Fan with utmost seriousness and remarked, "Zhao Fan, I have now changed my mind. I wish to marry you." Zhao Fan chuckled and replied, "One must remain true to oneself. I believe being lovers is quite splendid, and one should not hastily alter their aspirations." With that, he raised his glass, and the two exchanged smiles, clinking their glasses once more. Engaging in conversation with Zhao Fan brought Wang Yanting immense joy. The sentiments she had long harbored were finally expressed this evening. Strangely, the more time she spent with Zhao Fan, the stronger her feeling of having met him too late became. Had they crossed paths in high school, she would have undoubtedly pursued a relationship with him without hesitation. However, considering her familial circumstances, she reluctantly set aside such thoughts. "By the way, aside from me, how many other girlfriends do you have?" Wang Yanting took a sip of her drink, her curiosity piqued. Logically speaking, a young man as exceptional as Zhao Fan would undoubtedly attract the affections of many women. After all, he was quite handsome and exceedingly wealthy, certainly a coveted individual in the university milieu. "Currently, besides you, I have one other girlfriend who studies at QH University. Only that one." Wang Yanting gazed at Zhao Fan in disbelief. "Yes, but it seems my girlfriend's best friend has some interest in me, although there has been no advancement between us as of yet." The notion of a girlfriend's best friend? How tantalizing. Wang Yanting asked with an inquisitive expression, "Have you ever considered pursuing them both simultaneously?" Zhao Fan, with a serious countenance, responded, "I do not wish to hurt anyone or disrupt their relationship. To claim that I have no desire would be a falsehood. After all, Zhang Ruoxi is strikingly beautiful, possesses an enviable figure, and is quite alluring. Any man would find it impossible to reject such a remarkable woman." Although Zhao Fan sensed Zhang Ruoxi's interest in him, he concluded that everything should unfold naturally. "What about your girlfriend's best friend? Is there anyone else?" "There is another girl from school, exceptionally cute, and she possesses a delightful personality. She is a wonderfully innocent girl." Upon saying this, Zhao Fan turned the tables, asking, "Enough about me. What about you?" "Me?" Wang Yanting shrugged and smiled. "My romantic history is rather straightforward. From elementary school through high school, my family was quite strict, so I never had a relationship. After entering university, many boys pursued me, but when I rejected them, they spread rumors about me throughout the school. Consequently, I have yet to experience a single romantic relationship." "Wow, I never would have imagined that Wang Yanting is still a novice in love," Zhao Fan exclaimed, genuinely surprised. Their dinner was filled with merriment. Although their acquaintance was brief, their conversations flowed freely. Wang Yanting had genuinely indulged a bit too much this time. Unaccustomed to drinking, especially after treating champagne like fruit juice, her cheeks now bore a noticeable flush. After the meal, Wang Yanting casually announced to Zhao Fan, "I'm going to take a shower." With a flirtatious glance cast in Zhao Fan's direction, she added, "Care to join me?" It appeared there was no reason for refusal. With that, Zhao Fan lifted Wang Yanting and entered the bathroom. Chapter 69, An Unprecedented Experience. An hour later. "You truly are." Zhao Fan gazed in astonishment at the scarlet hue on the sheets. "Hee, knowing it was my first time, are you feeling a twinge of guilt? Planning to treat me better in the future as compensation?" Wang Yanting grinned at Zhao Fan. He raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. To be frank, had Wang Yanting not been a novice, it would have been uncertain how long their relationship could endure after this evening. However, the current reality is that she entrusted her first experience to Zhao Fan. Given his character, it would be unthinkable to simply walk away afterward. Furthermore, as a man, he could not escape certain sentiments. Thus, upon witnessing the crimson stains, Zhao Fan's resolve to make amends for her first experience solidified. That said, as a student at a dance school, Wang Yanting was indeed impressive, making Zhao Fan feel as if he had discovered a new world. During his time learning foreign languages with Lu Ruyan, he had never imagined that language could be acquired in such a manner. Honestly, Wang Yanting's presence afforded Zhao Fan an unparalleled experience. With this thought, Zhao Fan, filled with longing, suggested, "Shall we continue our language lesson?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yanting quickly waved her hand. "I genuinely do not wish to refuse you, but my capabilities simply do not allow for it." As a man infused with the serum of Captain America, Zhao Fan's physical prowess had far exceeded that of an average individual. Conversely, while Wang Yanting was a dancer, her physical abilities could not possibly match Zhao Fan's. Thus, after a round of language learning, Wang Yanting found herself unable to continue. Understanding this, Zhao Fan nodded in acknowledgement. He then opened another bottle of champagne, pouring 2 glasses. The two leaned against the headboard, sipping champagne while conversing. "Is there anything you desire at present?" Zhao Fan inquired. "To be honest, I wish for money," Wang Yanting replied candidly. "How much?" "Approximately 50,000, she stated. "No problem. I'll transfer it to you shortly." Wang Yanting found Zhao Fan's willingness rather intriguing. Typically, after engaging in intimacy, asking for money could be perceived as distasteful. Yet, Zhao Fan exhibited no such aversion. Rather, he appeared quite amenable. Most notably, he did not even inquire what she intended to do with the money. With a smile, she posed the question, "Aren't you curious about what I need 50,000 for?" Zhao Fan shrugged and said, "If you wish to share, you will." Seeing Zhao Fan's honesty, Wang Yanting felt a twinge of conflict within her. She then rested her head on Zhao Fan's shoulder and divulged. "Since my father became embroiled in gambling, my mother was hospitalized. The doctor diagnosed her with breast cancer. Though she has undergone surgery, she requires numerous checkups every week, each costing over 2,000. After my father squandered our savings, he took a job at a construction site, earning only 5,000 a month, which is insufficient for my mother's treatment." Wang Yanting candidly shared her entire situation with Zhao Fan. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan furrowed his brow. Indeed, hospitals are exorbitantly expensive. S mother has been diagnosed with breast cancer, and it is conservatively estimated that the monthly treatment costs will exceed 30,000 yuan. Therefore, this sum of 50,000 yuan is a lifeline for her mother's medical treatment. "What about the previous medical expenses? With your father's meager salary, it wouldn't even last a week," Zhao Fan inquired. "Part-time jobs, and I borrowed money from relatives, but alas." Wang Yanting sighed heavily. Whenever this matter arose, she couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. When the incident first occurred, Wang Yanting had sought out her relatives, hoping to borrow some money for her mother's treatment. However, as everyone knows, when one is down on their luck, the warmth of relationships can swiftly turn cold. When her family was financially stable, these relatives were quite amiable. Yet, since her father lost all their savings to gambling, their demeanor transformed entirely. Some even went so far as to cast Wang Yanting out of their homes. Reflecting on that period, Wang Yanting felt an overwhelming sense of bitterness. Zhao Fan, understanding the unspoken pain behind her words, gently patted her head. For a young woman to maintain such composure amidst such profound familial upheaval is truly commendable. Continuing, Wang Yanting shared, "Since my first year in university, I joined a student part-time group, earning around 100 yuan daily. Eventually, a modeling agency approached me, offering a substantial wage for a photo shoot, several thousand yuan for just one set of pictures. At my peak, I was able to earn 10 to 20,000 yuan a month." Zhao Fan, intrigued, remarked, "With your physique and attributes, you possess significant advantages in modeling. Fame could easily translate into hundreds of thousands monthly." His assertion was not unfounded. Take Lu Wan for instance, an internationally renowned model who commenced her career during her university years and became the first Asian model to grace the Victoria's Secret runway. In terms of beauty and physique, Wang Yanting undoubtedly held her own. If she were to persevere, she might indeed achieve great success in the future. Wang Yanting chuckled and replied, "You're right. Modeling can indeed be lucrative. However, during my time at the agency, I discovered that all contracted models had to submit to unspoken rules." Zhao Fan was well aware of this reality. After all, such practices were commonplace across various industries. Faced with this moral dilemma, one's character is tested, to uphold one's principles or to pursue greater financial gain. "So, you decided to quit?" Zhao Fan inquired, piqued. Wang Yanting pouted playfully, "Of course. I thought, if signing a contract means toiling away while also being subjected to such rules, I might as well be a mistress. At least that would be less burdensome." "Wow," Zhao Fan thought, impressed by her astuteness. This woman was far more intriguing than he had anticipated. After chatting for a while, Zhao Fan took out his phone and transferred 100,000 yuan to Wang Yanting. Upon receiving the notification of the deposit, she was taken aback, staring at Zhao Fan in disbelief. "Why did you transfer me so much? 100,000? Wang Yanting was astounded. She had never expected Zhao Fan to send her such a substantial amount. "I've never seen anyone complain about receiving too much money," Zhao Fan joked. "Is this a reward for my earlier performance?" Wang Yanting asked with a smile. "Not quite a reward. Consider it your maintenance fee," Zhao Fan replied. Fully aware that to keep Wang Yanting looking her best and to evoke the desired feelings, financial investment was essential. After all, cosmetics and beauty treatments are not inexpensive. Hearing this, Wang Yanting beamed. Hee. Being a mistress is indeed easier than being a model. At that moment, her heart swelled with joy. With this money, her mother's treatment would be secured. Grateful for Zhao Fan's generosity, Wang Yanting felt compelled to offer him a token of her appreciation. However, she knew that if she continued studying foreign languages, it would be unfeasible. After just one session, she felt utterly exhausted, especially considering Zhao Fan's remarkable stamina, truly formidable. After a brief contemplation, Wang Yanting nestled under the covers. Moments later, she emerged, exclaiming, "Phew, it's so stuffy in there, I nearly suffocated." She wiped her mouth and said. Zhao Fan gently ruffled her hair, chuckling, "You'll get used to it over time. As long as you enjoy it, I'm all for it." Seeing Zhao Fan satisfied, Wang Yanting readily nodded in agreement. Given that she was now his girlfriend, what constituted a qualified girlfriend? Naturally, it meant fulfilling all her boyfriend's requests. In truth, Zhao Fan's earlier request wasn't overly demanding. She had heard from her roommate that there were far more outrageous expectations, which were best left unmentioned. After another shower, Zhao Fan and Wang Yanting donned the hotel's sleepwear and settled onto the sofa. After a bit of commotion, their stomachs began to grumble. After ordering a few dishes from the menu, Zhao Fan turned to Wang Yanting and asked, "By the way, do you play Honor of Kings?" "Of course. Not only do I play, but I'm also quite skilled," Wang Yanting replied with a smile. "You're skilled?" Zhao Fan mused, recalling a certain acquaintance, Wang Jingza, who had boasted about his prowess in the game but had never won a match while duo queuing with him. Sensing Zhao Fan's skepticism, Wang Yanting confidently challenged, "How about we play a few matches together?" In truth, her skills were average. Aside from supporting, her performance in other roles hovered around a gold level. Primarily, she excelled at playing Yao, allowing her to assist the marksman and free her hands. However, fortune smiled upon them that day, as they encountered three formidable teammates. They secured an effortless victory in the first match. Gazing at the victory screen, Zhao Fan grinned. "This mistress is a fantastic find. The game brings good luck." "Of course. I told you, I'm quite impressive." Wang Yanting beamed with pride. They played until midnight, after which Zhao Fan finally carried Wang Yanting back to the room for some rest. The night passed in silence. The next day, Zhao Fan rose at 6:30, freshened up, and headed to the hotel gym for his morning run, a habit cultivated over the years. After showering post-run, he returned to their room. Upon opening the door, he was surprised to find Wang Yanting still fast asleep, snuggled under the covers like a little pig. Truly, the serum from the system's rewards was remarkably effective. In the past, after a night of studying foreign languages, Zhao Fan would invariably sleep until noon the following day. However, ever since he received the serum from Captain America, he could unmistakably perceive a significant enhancement in his physical constitution. Not only was Wang Yanting capable of rising early, but even if Lu Ruyan and Zhang Ruoxi joined her, they would still manage to wake up promptly at 6:30 the next morning for a morning run at the gym. Approaching the window, Zhao Fan gently pinched her cheek and inquired softly, "Do you have any classes this morning?" Hearing Zhao Fan's voice, Wang Yanting drowsily opened her eyes and replied, "Yes. But I simply cannot get up." Zhao Fan could not help but chuckle, then said, "Then you should continue to sleep. I will head back to school first and come to the hotel to pick you up after class." This morning, there was a compulsory course at the School of Finance called Monetary Economics. This course is of paramount importance in the realm of finance. Moreover, it was rumored that the instructor for this course was exceptionally strict, taking attendance at every class, thus necessitating Zhao Fan's return for the lesson. Upon hearing this, Wang Yanting, still with her eyes closed and in a haze, murmured, "No need. I'll get up after a little more sleep. I still need to go to the bank later to transfer money to my mother. Come pick me up at our school during lunchtime." "All right. Then I shall take my leave," Zhao Fan said, before descending the stairs to depart. When Zhao Fan returned to the dormitory, the clock struck 8, leaving him a mere half hour before the monetary economics class commenced. At that moment, Wang Jingza and the others were engaged in their morning routines. Last night, Wang Jingza had inexplicably added a senior's WeChat. They conversed until 2:30 in the morning. Had it not been for the instructor's notorious strictness regarding attendance for the mandatory course today, he would have relished the opportunity to remain in bed. As Zhao Fan entered, the others turned their attention toward him. "Whoa, Fan Go, where did you go last night?" Wang Jingza asked with a puzzled expression. "I met a girl from the dance academy. We hung out for a bit last night," Zhao Fan replied while organizing his textbooks. The mention of the dance academy instantly widened Wang Jingza's eyes, akin to two copper bells. "No way. The dance academy. Fan Go, when can you introduce me to a girl from there?" Wang Jingza was well aware of the reputation of the dance academy. It is renowned for two reasons: an abundance of beautiful women and a certain promiscuity among them. The latter, however, is a matter that everyone understands implicitly. Thus, when Zhao Fan referenced the dance academy, Wang Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhao Fan shot him a glance of disdain and remarked, "Our school has plenty of beauties too. Yet I haven't seen you succeed with any." At this, Wang Jing's couldn't help but feel a pang of anguish. Recently, he had added several girls on WeChat, only to be blocked mid-conversation without understanding why. Could it be that he was simply too handsome and charming? Perhaps those girls felt unworthy of him? Yes, that must be it. After gathering their textbooks and notebooks, the group proceeded toward the lecture building. Upon entering the classroom, the instructor for monetary economics was already preparing at the podium. This subject is considered the most challenging among all finance courses, with many seniors having failed simply due to this class. Consequently, the instructor is particularly stringent. As the bell rang to signal the start of the class, the teacher began to take attendance. In addition to calling names, each student called upon was required to sign in at the front, effectively preventing anyone from signing in on behalf of another. After signing his name, Zhao Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Thank goodness for the Captain America serum. Otherwise, he surely would not have been able to rise so early. If he were caught skipping class, the consequences would be dire. Returning to hhis seat, Wang Jingza sidled up to Zhao Fan with a mischievous grin. "Fangu, what do you think of that girl in the blue spaghetti strap dress?" he inquired. Zhao Fan glanced over. While the girl was indeed decent-looking with fair skin, he would rate her an 83, albeit with a rather modest figure. "What? Are you interested?" Zhao Fan asked with curiosity. Wang Jingza chuckled and whispered, "Fangu, do you know why I'm fond of her?" "Why?" Zhao Fan responded, perplexed. "Because she speaks Russian." "Russian?" Zhao Fan echoed. "Think about it, Fangu." In bed before Wang Jingza could finish, Zhao Fan swiftly covered his mouth, appalled. It was evident that Wang Jingza's thoughts were far from pure, constantly fixating on such unwholesome matters. Previously, he was enamored with a girl simply because she could sing in Japanese, and now it was a fascination with a girl who spoke Russian. One must wonder, is there something so thrilling about foreign languages? Perhaps he had been watching too many foreign films late at night. After attendance was taken, the instructor commenced the lecture. To be frank, the session on monetary economics was somewhat tedious, largely due to the instructor's overly serious teaching style, which rendered the classroom atmosphere rather dull. After approximately 15 minutes of listening, Zhao Fan found himself growing drowsy. Surveying the room, he noticed several students had already begun to play on their phones. The instructor, however, remained oblivious, continuing to lecture. Just then, Zhao Fan's phone vibrated. Upon checking, he saw a message from Lu Rian. "Lu Rian, what were you up to last night? Why didn't you message me? Were you out with some wild woman?" Zhao Fan couldn't help but chuckle, promptly replying, "I was out with a little mistress last night, partying at a hotel all night long." "Lu Rian, don't tease me. What did you really do?" "Ah, women." Although he had spoken the truth, she still refused to believe him. Thus, Zhao Fan typed back, "All right, in truth. I was playing Honor of Kings and lost track of time." Lu Rian's mood brightened instantly. "Humph, I knew it." Then Lu Rian added, "By the way, I might not have time to accompany you in a few days." Zhao Fan was taken aback and asked, "What is going on? Is there something happening?" Lu Rian explained, "Our school is likely hosting an event, and my name has been submitted by my instructor." Zhao Fan was somewhat familiar with university events, knowing that not just QH University, but also the Finance University had numerous activities. However, he had not signed up for any. He replied, "All right, once you're done with this busy period, I'll come find you." Lu Rian, "Okay, I'll talk to you later. I need to focus on the lecture now." Zhao Fan, "Sure, good luck." Exiting the chat interface, Zhao Fan reopened Honor of Kings. At the Serengeti Hotel, the clock struck 10, and Wang Yanting finally opened her eyes. Last night had been exhausting, and after a brief nap, she still felt utterly drained. After freshening up, Wang Yanting prepared to head downstairs to the bank. Just as she stepped out, the hotel manager approached her with great respect, asking, "Good morning, Miss Wang. Are you heading out?" "Yes," Wang Yanting nodded. "It is as follows. The hotel provides a complimentary luxury vehicle. Do you require it?" "A luxury vehicle?" Wang Yanting was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and replied, "Yes. Thank you." As a guest of the hotel, she naturally had the privilege to enjoy such services. The vehicle was already waiting downstairs, ready to serve her, wishing her a pleasant journey. Feeling the meticulous service of the hotel concierge, Wang Yanting was both pleasantly surprised and exhilarated. Indeed, the joys of the wealthy are beyond comprehension. Just the thought of being picked up and dropped off in a luxury vehicle was precisely the life she aspired to. With this thought, a smile unconsciously graced her lips as she mused. Ah, being a mistress is truly delightful. Upon descending, a Mercedes-Benz Maybach had been patiently waiting at the entrance for quite some time. After making a quick visit to a nearby bank to withdraw some cash, Wang Yanting entered the car and instructed the driver, "To the dance academy, please." "Certainly," the driver nodded, starting the vehicle and heading towards the academy. A minute later, Wang Yanting's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, She saw that it was her father calling. He had just received a sudden transfer of 100,000 yuan and was concerned it might be a scam, hence his call to Wang Yanting for clarification. Shouting, "Your mother's phone just received a sum of money. Do you know anything about it?" "The money was sent by me, a total of 100,000. For my mother's medical treatment," Wang Yanting replied. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Wang Feng was taken aback. 100,000. How could his daughter possibly have such an amount? He immediately grew worried and asked, "Where did you get so much money?" Previously, Wang Yanting had sent money home, but it was always a few thousand at most, never exceeding 10,000. A transfer of 100,000 was unprecedented. As someone who had experienced life, he couldn't help but think too much. After all, we live in a digital age where news of female college students being kept by wealthy benefactors is all too common. In response to Wang Feng's inquiries, Wang Yanting casually replied, "It's from my boyfriend." "Your boyfriend?" Clearly, Wang Feng was skeptical of this answer. After all, she was merely a college student. Who could amass such a sum in one go? So he probed further. "Why would your boyfriend give you so much money? You're not being kept, are you?" Wang Feng's question was strikingly sharp. What of being a mistress? Otherwise, how would my mother's medical expenses be covered? Can we rely on your meager salary of 200 a day? If it weren't for you, would our family have fallen to this state? Wang Yanting's words rendered Wang Feng speechless, and a heavy silence enveloped the conversation. Chapter 72. The Joy of Being a Mistress. After a long pause, Wang Feng let out a sigh on the other end of the line. He was acutely aware that the family's current predicament was intricately linked to his own actions. For a long time, he had felt a profound guilt towards Wang Yanting and her mother. In that moment, he couldn't bring himself to chastise his daughter. Since starting college, she had been bearing the burden of her tuition and her mother's medical expenses, while he, as a father, had failed to fulfill any responsibilities. Reflecting on this, Wang Feng spoke, "I'm sorry for the suffering you both have endured." "It's nothing. I'm quite happy now," Wang Yanting responded. Truth be told, she genuinely found joy in being Zhao Fan's mistress. Zhao Fan was handsome, affluent, and willing to spend on her. Aside from the lack of a potential future, Wang Yanting could acquire anything she desired. Hearing his daughter's response only deepened Wang Feng's distress as he asked in a somber tone, "How old is he? How does he treat you?" 19, a freshman at Kyoto University of Finance and Economics. At this, Wang Feng's mind momentarily faltered. 19, a freshman at a prestigious university? Surely there was no mistake? As someone who had been through life, he understood the dynamics between men and women, especially regarding relationships of this nature. One would expect a wealthy benefactor to be a man in his 40s. A 19-year-old academic achiever? Has the youth of today become so audacious? Shouting, "You're not joking with me, are you?" Wang Feng found it difficult to believe. Wang Yanting replied, "What reason would I have to jest about this? If you don't believe me, you could come to Kyoto, and I'll introduce you to him." Seeing her unwavering confidence, Wang Feng was utterly flabbergasted. If his daughter were being kept by an older man, he would feel an immense weight of sorrow. However, if it were a 19-year-old young man, especially a high-achieving student, then the situation began to take on a different perspective. Were they not simply dating? While they spoke, the Maybach arrived at the entrance of the dance academy. "All right, I've arrived at school. I must go now," Wang Yanting said, ending the call. She then turned to the driver. "Thank you, sir." After stepping out of the car, she returned to her dormitory, where Zhang Tong eyed Wang Yanting with curiosity and asked, "So, did you spend the night with him?" "Yes," Wang Yanting admitted candidly. "No way. You're not serious, are you?" Zhang Tong looked at her incredulously. As her close dorm mate for 3 years, they shared everything. Zhang Tong knew Wang Yanting well. Since their first day at the dance academy, many boys had pursued her due to her beauty and figure. Yet, for 3 years, Wang Yanting had remained chaste and never engaged with any boy. However, after just one afternoon with Zhao Fan, she had completely surrendered herself to him. This rapid progression left Zhang Tong utterly astonished. "Indeed, I am with him," Wang Yanting affirmed with sincerity. Zhang Tong was thoroughly shocked, exclaiming, "Wow, your relationship has escalated rather quickly, hasn't it? 3 years I've known you, and you've never shown interest in any boy. Yet you've given yourself to him after only a few hours? He is a good man. You've always said that when one encounters a good man, they should seize the opportunity," Wang Yanting replied while tidying her desk. "The proof is in the pudding. I found the right person. He is trustworthy." "But Yanting, have you considered that Zhao Fan, being so handsome and wealthy, surely has no shortage of women around him? Don't let his sweet words deceive you." Zhang Tong cautioned with concern. "He would never deceive me. Just to give you an idea, last night I mentioned I was short on money. And do you know how much he transferred to me? How much? 100,000. 100,000. Is he that extravagant?" Zhang Tong, whose father had a thriving building materials business, earning a comfortable income, was nonetheless taken aback by such lavishness. 100,000. This was her entire annual living expense. Wow. Is he really that wealthy? Wang Yanting smiled gently and nodded earnestly. "If it's not Yanting, Then what does this 100,000 yuan signify? Is it a voluntary gift? You must ensure that he specifies it clearly. Otherwise, should a breakup occur in the future, this sum could be reclaimed. Don't forget the case involving Jiai that happened previously. The Jiai that Zhang Tong referred to as Zheng Jiai, a roommate who enrolled at the same time as them. Just a few days into their freshman year, she began a relationship with a senior in his third year, and they quickly fell deeply in love. During their courtship, the senior was exceedingly attentive, often taking her shopping for clothes, bags, and cosmetics, and occasionally transferring money to her. However, before the senior graduated, Zheng Jiai discovered his infidelity and insisted on breaking up. What she never anticipated was that he would demand a return of all the funds he had transferred during their relationship. If she refused, he threatened to sue her. In the end, Zheng Jiai ended up with nothing but a heap of lessons learned. Upon hearing this, Wang Yanting shook her head and smiled, saying, "Tong Tong, Zhao Fan is different from other boys. You don't understand him. Yanting, as your good friend, I feel it is my duty to remind you that how you two interact in the future is your own affair. But I sincerely hope you do not end up with a fate akin to Jiai's. Rest assured, that won't happen." To be honest, Wang Yanting held a fair amount of confidence in Zhao Fan. Although their acquaintance was brief, merely a few hours, the feeling he evoked in her was unprecedented. Unlike the seniors in their college, Zhao Fan possessed an extraordinary charm, and he was remarkably genuine, openly revealing that he had a girlfriend. Thus, Wang Yanting trusted Zhao Fan wholeheartedly. "By the way, Yanting, have you had lunch yet? How about we grab a bite at the cafeteria?" Zhang Tong inquired as she finished packing her belongings. "Now that you mention it, I am feeling a bit hungry," Wang Yanting replied with a smile. "Let us go. It's my treat." With that, the two descended the stairs toward the cafeteria. Chapter 73. This is what they call professionalism. Finance Academy. After completing the mandatory course in monetary economics, everyone finally felt a sense of liberation. The class was unbearably oppressive, lengthy, and dull. Initially, a few students were attentive, but within 30 minutes, the entire class succumbed to the temptation of their phones. "Fango." At that moment, Wang Jingze suddenly leaned toward Zhao Fan and exclaimed, "Fango, let us head back to the dorm and play Honor of Kings. I've recently mastered a new hero. I promise I can help you rank up." Top lane Marco with stun. Incredibly powerful. Hearing this, Zhao Fan couldn't help but shoot Wang Jingze a disdainful glance. Setting aside Wang Jingze's skill level in Honor of Kings, who had ever seen a decent player use a marksman in the top lane? "I might not be available today. I have matters to attend to." Had Zhao Fan not encountered Wang Yanting, he would likely have agreed to Wang Jingze's invitation. However, now that he had a budding romance, how could he possibly waste time playing with someone like Wang Jingze? Upon hearing Zhao Fan's response, Wang Jingze immediately sensed something amiss. His eyes lit up mischievously as he asked, "Fangu, are you headed to the dance academy again? And if I am, then you must take me with you, bro." Seeing Wang Jingze's eager expression, Zhao Fan retorted, "I'm going to the library to read. Do you want to join?" That would be a disturbance. Farewell." Upon hearing about the library, Wang Jingze promptly turned to leave. He was vehemently opposed to studying. The reason he enrolled in the Finance Academy was to meet attractive girls, not to spend time in the library. He would rather face death than read a book. After Wang Jingze and his friends departed, Zhao Fan made his way to the parking lot. He started his Ferrari and drove towards the dance academy. At this moment, at the dance academy, Wang Yanting and Zhang Tong exited the cafeteria. Before leaving, Wang Yanting made sure to buy an ice pop. "Yanting, it's not even hot today. Why are you eating an ice pop?" Zhang Tong asked, puzzled. It was nearly October, and the weather was gradually turning cool. A far cry from the heat of previous days. In the entire schoolyard, Wang Yanting seemed like an oddity, as she was the only one enjoying an ice pop. Licking her lips, Wang Yanting replied, "I'm practicing my technique." "Practicing technique?" Zhang Tong's face instantly revealed a look of profound confusion. What did that mean? Did one require skill to eat an ice pop? Was it not just about having a mouth? No, does it really require technique? Zhang Tong was utterly baffled. "Tong Tong, you're still young. You'll understand in due time," Wang Yanting responded with a playful grin. Upon hearing Wang Yanting's words, Zhang Tong suddenly grasped the implication. She hadn't considered that angle initially, thinking it was merely about eating an ice pop. Little did she know, it had escalated to the level of safety awareness. A flush crept onto Zhang Tong's cheeks as she exclaimed, "You've changed. You've really changed. You're completely a little rogue now. Hee. This is what they call professionalism." Wang Yanting replied with a triumphant smile. Just as the two were joking around, Wang Yanting's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, she saw a message from Zhao Fan asking her to meet at the school gate. Thus, Wang Yanting and Zhang Tong made their way toward the entrance of the school. Zhao Fan. From a distance, Wang Yanting spotted Zhao Fan's figure and waved at him. When the two girls reached him, Zhao Fan asked, "Have you had lunch yet?" "Not yet," Wang Yanting replied. At that moment, Zhang Tong was bewildered. "Aren't you sisters?" You really just say whatever you want. If I recall correctly, we just came from the cafeteria. You claim you haven't eaten? Who devoured those 2 large bowls of yellow braised chicken? Are you really taking my treat lightly? Let us go out for a meal then. Zhang, beautiful lady, would you like to join us? Zhao Fan asked Zhang Tong. Of course, I'll go along, right Tong Tong? Before Zhang Tong could refuse, Wang Yanting had already agreed on her behalf. What kind of feast do you ladies wish for? Feel free to choose, it's my treat. Zhao Fan said generously. Let us keep it simple. We can just grab something at West Street, Zhang Tong replied shyly. After all, she wasn't very familiar with Zhao Fan, and the opportunity to dine together was entirely thanks to her friendship with Wang Yanting. Additionally, Zhang Tong was not one to take advantage, so she opted for West Street in response to Zhao Fan's offer. In truth, for students of the dance academy, West Street was a treasure trove. Although the snacks there weren't upscale, they were undeniably delicious. Especially noteworthy was a hot pot restaurant called Old Kyoto, which was renowned for its authenticity. Every student who had dined there raved about it. It is said that there is an authentic Old Kyoto hot pot restaurant on West Street, renowned for its exquisite flavors. How about we let Zhao Fan treat us to a meal there? Zhang Tong suggested with a smile. Absolutely, Zhao Fan replied cheerfully. Thus, the trio made their way towards West Street. Given the short distance, there was no need for Zhao Fan to drive. Along the way, Wang Yanting inquired of Zhao Fan. Do you have any plans for the afternoon? After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Fan responded with a grin. You wouldn't believe it, but I do. What is it? Wang Yanting asked, her curiosity piqued. I intend to visit Polly to look at some properties, and while I'm at it, I plan to buy you a car. Upon hearing this, Wang Yanting was utterly astonished, rendered speechless by Zhao Fan's unexpected generosity. Having known him for less than a day, the notion of him buying her a car was simply overwhelming. Should one really be so indulgent? It was almost too blissful to consider being Zhao Fan's lover under such circumstances. Zhang Tong, too, widened her eyes in disbelief. While she had witnessed girls asking boys for cars, she had never seen a boy so willingly offer one to a girl. Surprised, are we? Zhao Fan chuckled, observing the expressions of the 2 women. Isn't it natural to be surprised? Wang Yanting asked, still in a daze. In truth, Zhao Fan had already come to realize that living in the dormitory was somewhat inconvenient. If he happened to stay out late, he would face scrutiny. Therefore, he planned to purchase an apartment in Kyoto and arrange for day-schooling procedures. This would allow him to revel in newfound freedom, especially with the delightful company of Wang Yanting, making the acquisition of a home even more essential. This way, should she have any questions, they could converse freely. It was, in every sense, a win-win situation. Chapter 74, Xiaomi SU7. Moreover, after purchasing the house and the car, the system could be upgraded to level 7. At that level, daily earnings would double, allowing him to garner an impressive daily income of 128,000. Over the course of a month, that would amount to a staggering 384 million. With this thought, a satisfied smile crept onto Zhao Fan's lips. Zhao Fan, are you really going to buy me a car? Wang Yanting asked, her heart fluttering at his earnestness. After all, they had only known each other for a mere day. The notion of him gifting her a house and a car was almost too extravagant to fathom. In fact, the concept of being pampered was quite common in the dance academy, though typically older gentlemen provided monetary support, roughly 5,000 a month. The idea of a house or car was merely a dream. Even if a girl suggested it, men would often conjure various excuses to decline, and those with a temper might even resort to harsh words, or worse. After all, one must possess a basic understanding of the role of a lover, and some requests were best left unspoken. However, at that moment, Wang Yanting did not even consider the implications of the house and car. She simply felt that Zhao Fan's willingness to spend on her was incredibly generous. Little did she expect his generosity to exceed her wildest imaginations. The next moment, she found herself enveloped in Zhao Fan's embrace, tears of joy streaming down her face. Zhao Fan, you are so kind to me. Gently ruffling her hair, Zhao Fan smiled and replied, this is all due to your impressive demeanor. Observing their exchange, Zhang Tong felt a pang of discomfort. Seriously, must you flaunt your affection so openly? Those who know you two are lovers, and those who don't might genuinely believe you are dating. Minutes later, the trio arrived at the hot pot restaurant. As Zhang Tong had noted, the establishment was indeed bustling with patrons, primarily students from nearby schools. The spacious restaurant was filled with people, and the enticing aroma of hot pot wafted through the air, awakening Zhao Fan's appetite. After securing a private room, they settled in and placed their orders. The first dish to arrive was the secret sour plum soup of Old Kyoto. Zhao Fan took a sip and was pleasantly surprised. You know, this sour plum soup is truly delightful, he remarked, noting the distinct flavors of the dried plum and hawthorn. To ensure that customers experienced the finest taste, the restaurant's owner had clearly invested considerable effort into perfecting the soup. Typically, sour plum soup served elsewhere is made from powdered dried plums. But this restaurant sourced fresh dried plums and hawthorns daily, serving them fresh. Thus, both the texture and flavor far surpassed that of other establishments. Noticing Zhao Fan's astonished expression, Zhang Tong inquired with a grin, "So, is this place a hidden gem?" "Indeed, it is exceptionally delicious," Zhao Fan nodded, picking up his chopsticks and diving into the meal. After indulging in tender slices of lamb, he felt a warm comfort envelop him. Once they had feasted, Zhao Fan rose to settle the bill. The prices at this hot pot restaurant were surprisingly reasonable, with the sesame sauce and condiments being complimentary. The total for three came to a mere 200 yuan. In Kyoto, that was quite a bargain. Where to next? Shall we head to buy a house? Zhang Tong asked Zhao Fan. Yes, the sooner we go, the sooner we can purchase. Avoiding any hassles. Would you like to join us, Tong Tong? Zhao Fan extended the invitation. Truthfully, Zhang Tong was reluctant to be a third wheel, primarily because she struggled to accept the notion of Wang Yanting being supported in such a manner. However, seeing Zhao Fan's earnest invitation, she nodded. All right. I have no classes this afternoon. I'll tag along to broaden my horizons. Poly real estate is quite renowned in Kyoto. Not only in Kyoto, but across the nation. Poly is undoubtedly a titan in the real estate industry. However, in recent years, Poly had focused primarily on first-tier cities, neglecting the third and fourth-tier cities entirely. Hence, Zhang Tong seized this opportunity to gauge just how exorbitant Poly's property prices truly were. Upon returning to the school entrance, it became apparent that Zhao Fan's Ferrari was a two-seater sports car, making it impossible for all three to fit. Therefore, he pulled out his phone to order a rideshare. Zhao Fan, you two go ahead in the car. Just let me know your location, and I'll catch a ride to meet you, Zhang Tong said with perceptiveness. Zhao Fan turned to Wang Yanting and asked, shall we go buy a car first? What kind do you like? The Xiaomi SU7, Wang Yanting replied without hesitation. Don't you prefer something like a Maserati? Zhao Fan inquired curiously. Typically, one would assume that girls are captivated by luxury cars like Maseratis, BMWs, or Jaguars. To his surprise, Wang Yanting opted for a more modest Xiaomi SU7, priced around 300,000. I have no interest in Maseratis. Many of the senior girls at our school drive those. Wang Yanting responded. The perspective on cars often differs between genders. While boys consider performance and specifications, girls tend to focus solely on aesthetics. As for performance metrics, they neither comprehend nor care to understand. Actually, you might want to consider purchasing a more expensive car, Zhao Fan suggested. No need for that. I have made up my mind. The price is not of utmost importance. I simply have an immense fondness for the Xiaomi SU7, Wang Yanting stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan silently gave Wang Yanting a thumbs up in his heart. He truly did not misjudge her character. If it were any other girl, she would be eager to purchase a luxury car worth millions, yet Wang Yanting had no desire for such extravagance. She preferred the modestly priced Xiaomi SU7 at 300,000. Meanwhile, Zhang Tong felt a pang of resentment. What a splendid opportunity. And yet Wang Yanting could not seize it. Having made her decision, Zhao Fan nodded and said to Zhang Tong, let us convene at the Xiaomi 4S store. All right. Once the destination was confirmed, Zhang Tong hailed a taxi, and they set off towards the Xiaomi 4S store. Zhao Fan, on the other hand, fired up his Ferrari, taking Wang Yanting along for the ride. 20 minutes later, the Ferrari arrived at the entrance of the Xiaomi 4S store. As Zhang Tong's taxi pulled up, the trio proceeded to walk inside. The sales personnel at the Xiaomi 4S store greeted them with wide smiles as they entered. In fact, they had already noticed Zhao Fan when the Ferrari parked outside. After all, as the first Ferrari SP38 supercar in the country, it inevitably attracted a multitude of gazes wherever it went. Welcome, esteemed guests. What vehicle are you interested in? One of the sales representatives inquired cheerfully. The Xiaomi SU7. Zhao Fan replied directly. Certainly, right this way, and allow me to introduce it to you. The saleswoman responded enthusiastically, her smile practically blooming. As a seasoned sales expert, she possessed a keen understanding of customer intentions. Given Zhao Fan's youth and the fact that he arrived in the latest Ferrari, accompanied by two stunning beauties, the intention to purchase was abundantly clear. Wealthy individuals like him would never waste time merely browsing. Thus, the saleswoman bypassed the models currently on display and led the trio directly to the warehouse. Here, we have all the available models for sale, along with a variety of colors for you to choose from. Zhao Fan took Wang Yanting's hand and asked, which one do you prefer? After surveying the options, Wang Yanting pointed to a cherry blossom pink Xiaomi SU7. I adore this color. Upon hearing this, the saleswoman eagerly chimed in. This lovely lady has exquisite taste. Currently, there are very few cherry blossom pink models in the entire Kyoto Xiaomi 4S store warehouse, and we happen to have one available. Allow me to introduce the specifications of this vehicle, the saleswoman began, but Zhao Fan interrupted. No need for introductions. Let us proceed to a test drive. For Zhao Fan, a vehicle in the 30,000 range required no further elaboration. After purchasing the car, they still needed to visit Polly to buy a house. So he preferred not to squander time here. All right, please wait a moment while I fetch the keys, the saleswoman said with a warm smile. A few minutes later, she returned briskly, handing the keys to Wang Yanting. After taking a spin, Wang Yanting parked the car at the warehouse entrance. How does it feel to drive? Zhao Fan asked with a smile. It feels wonderful, Wang Yanting replied, beaming with satisfaction. She was truly enamored with the Xiaomi SU7. Had it not been for a significant family upheaval, she had intended to purchase one for her university studies. Shall we not explore other 4S stores? There are also BMWs and Mercedes nearby, someone suggested. No, this is the one, Wang Yanting decisively stated. Zhao Fan nodded in agreement and then inquired of the saleswoman. How much is this vehicle? Taken aback by Zhao Fan's straightforwardness, the saleswoman stammered, Young man, this is a car purchase, not a vegetable market. Could you perhaps show some respect for Xiaomi and contemplate a little longer? However, she quickly regained her composure and replied, Mr. Zhao, this vehicle costs over 280,000. Over 280,000? Why is it so expensive? Wang Yanting furrowed her brow upon hearing the price. She was quite familiar with the Xiaomi SU7, as the announced base price was merely 217,000. Furthermore, as an electric vehicle, Xiaomi cars were exempt from purchase tax. This price seemed rather steep. The saleswoman explained, Dear lady, this model has higher specifications, which can lead to price fluctuations. Is there any room for negotiation? Wang Yanting inquired. I'm afraid not. Beautiful. There are currently no discounts for the Xiaomi SU7. However, if you place an order today, I can offer you some complimentary gifts. Understanding that Wang Yanting found the price somewhat daunting, Zhao Fan interjected, All right, we will take this vehicle. We'll pay in full. Saying this, he handed his bank card to the saleswoman. However, we have other matters to attend to, so we will need your assistance with the license plate and paperwork. No problem, leave it to us. Just come by around 5 o'clock to pick up the car, she assured. Next, the trio followed the saleswoman to the finance office. After swiping the card, she asked Zhao Fan, Mr. Zhao, under whose name should this vehicle be registered? Wang Yanting, Zhao Fan replied without hesitation. Hearing this, Wang Yanting felt her heart swell with joy, snuggling closer to Zhao Fan and instinctively wrapping her arm around his waist. Sensing her affectionate gesture, Zhao Fan smiled at her, inwardly thinking, You'll have a delightful evening ahead. Including comprehensive insurance, the total expenditure for the car purchase amounted to 310,000. Once the payment was completed, the trio exited the store. The saleswoman wore a beaming smile throughout, as such straightforward clients were indeed a rarity. From entry to payment, the entire process took less than half an hour. In just 30 minutes, a sale was secured, considering they would return later to pick up the car. Zhao Fan parked the Ferrari at the entrance of the Xiaomi 4S store. They then hailed a taxi, heading towards the Poly Shishan Linyu project in Kyoto. The location of Shishan Linyu was on Guangming West Road, not far from the Financial University and the Dance Academy, within a mere 15-minute walking distance. The reason for choosing Shishan Linyu was its proximity to the school, making commuting convenient. As for Poly properties, their reputation as high-end residences needed no further elaboration. Even when viewed from the broader context of Kyoto, upon arriving at the sales office, a saleswoman greeted them with a smile, asking, Hello, are you here to view properties? Yes, Zhao Fan replied, nodding. He then inquired, Do you have any fully furnished units available? Indeed, we do. Please follow me, the saleswoman said, leading Zhao Fan to the project model display, where she began her presentation. At present, our project is nearly sold out, but we still have a few furnished units available, specifically on the 22nd and 28th floors of Building 1, as well as the 18th and 26th floors of Building 4, and the top floor, the 33rd floor. How large is the unit on the 28th floor of Building 1? Zhao Fan asked. The total area of this apartment is 147 square meters, with a shared area of 10%, resulting in an actual usable space of approximately over 130 square meters. It is delivered in exquisite decoration, ready for immediate move-in. What about the price? Zhao Fan inquired. Currently, after discounts, it is 41,000 per square meter, with complimentary offerings including a garage and storage room. Can we view the apartment? Of course, please hold on a moment while I fetch the keys. A few minutes later, the sales representative returned with the keys and guided the trio into the community. It must be said that the quality of Poly properties is indeed exceptional. The community boasts a remarkably high greening rate, with numerous plants that Zhao Fan had never seen before. The environment of the community is also quite pleasant. Although it is afternoon, it remains exceptionally tranquil. Chapter 76. Wang Yanting felt a sense of moisture. The elevator reached the 28th floor. Wow, how beautiful. At the moment she stepped inside, Wang Yanting was captivated by the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. The design of Poly Shishan Linyu is truly impeccable. Not only is the greenery within the community splendid, but the panoramic view is equally impressive. Through the windows, the breathtaking scenery outside is vividly visible. After touring all the rooms, Zhao Fan nodded in satisfaction. In fact, Poly properties are of high quality. The only minor shortcoming is that the decoration leaves much to be desired. What is termed exquisite decoration is merely of average quality. Fortunately, all that remains is to purchase some daily necessities, allowing for a seamless move-in. Mr. Zhao, what do you think of this apartment? Are you satisfied? The sales representative, recognizing Zhao Fan as the principal decision-maker, smiled and asked. It's acceptable. What do you think, Ting? Zhao Fan nodded and turned to Wang Yanting. Gazing at the stunning view outside, Wang Yanting was indeed pleased. As a leading enterprise in the real estate sector of Longhua, Poly's properties are undoubtedly commendable. Thus, she nodded and replied, yes, it's wonderful. I quite like it. Shall we settle on this one then? The sales representative was somewhat astonished by the swift decision-making of Zhao Fan and Wang Yanting. Upon seeing the trio earlier, she had assumed they were merely browsing, especially given their youthful appearance, likely just having entered university. Such scenarios of young individuals purchasing properties are quite common, yet they typically lack the authority to make final decisions, which rest with their parents. However, Zhao Fan's decisive tone raised considerable intrigue within the sales representative. She scrutinized Zhao Fan once again, clad in a Louis Vuitton suit, adorned with Versace shoes, and sporting a refined timepiece on his wrist. Although she could not discern the brand, the watch's design clearly suggested it was not inexpensive. Could it be that he is a wealthy second-generation heir? While the sales representative was still appraising Zhao Fan, he spoke up. All right, let's go with this one. Upon hearing this, the sales representative snapped back to attention, her smile radiating warmth as she replied, Mr. Zhao, you are truly the most generous client I have encountered. For this property, in addition to our discounts, we can manage a minimum down payment of 15. Although it was apparent Zhao Fan was financially well off, a property costing several million still warranted caution. Thus, the sales representative conveyed the lowest down payment option. Zhao Fan waved his hand dismissively, saying, I apologize, but I never opt for installments when purchasing. Do you offer any additional discounts for a full payment? What? Full payment? What are you doing? As a student, how can you possibly have such a substantial sum at your disposal? The sales representative was taken aback. Recovering from her astonishment, she hesitantly replied, I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao, but our group has regulations in place. This is already the lowest price. That still seems a bit excessive. Perhaps we should explore other developments? Wang Yanting suggested. No need. Let us finalize this one. I'll pay by card, Zhao Fan stated confidently. He was unconcerned about the discounts, as even the best offers would only yield a few thousand yuan. The paramount concern was to expedite the upgrade of the system to level 7. Once the system reached that level, the daily returns would soar to 130,000, rendering the modest discounts insignificant in comparison. Very well, Mr. Zhao, please follow me. The sales representative beamed with even greater enthusiasm. In real estate sales, what is of utmost importance? Naturally, it is performance. If one were to rely solely on a fixed salary in sales, they would inevitably face dire straits. Commissions are of paramount significance. In the case of the apartment Zhao Fan desired, the total for a full payment would be approximately 6 million. At the minimum commission rate of 2, the sales representative would earn 120,000. Thus, Zhao Fan was undoubtedly her major client. Returning to the sales office, the representative first provided Zhao Fan and his companions with 3 glasses of juice before preparing the necessary paperwork. The procedures for purchasing a property with full payment are quite straightforward, unlike the cumbersome process of securing a mortgage. For a mortgage, one must prepare personal credit reports, identification, bank cards, and await bank approval. In contrast, a full payment requires merely a bank card and identification. Sir, here is our purchase agreement. Whose name should be on the property deed? The sales representative inquired, glancing at Wang Yanting and Zhang Tong before addressing Zhao Fan. Put both our names on it. Zhao Fan indicated towards Wang Yanting. Wow, the lady is so fortunate. Your boyfriend is truly wonderful. The sales representative could not help but express her admiration. Having encountered many couples purchasing properties, she had rarely seen one pay in full, especially with the male partner willingly including the female partner's name. Thus, she genuinely envied Wang Yanting at that moment. Wang Yanting looked at Zhao Fan, her eyes becoming misty. In truth, even if Zhao Fan had chosen not to include her name, she would not have had any objections. After all, she understood the fundamental role of a lover. Yet now, with Zhao Fan's initiative to include her name on the deed, she felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. Meanwhile, Zhang Tong felt a pang of jealousy. Observing how the couple was treating each other, buying a house and a car after just one night, she could not help but compare it to the girls at their school who were being kept by older men, only to end up with little to show for it, perhaps only a few health issues. At that moment, a dangerous thought ignited within Zhang Tong's mind. She suddenly realized that being a mistress could indeed be quite advantageous. With Zhao Fan's spending habits, which woman could resist? Once the contract was signed, a total payment of $5.88 million was made, which also included a complimentary garage and a storage room of 40 square meters. Upon successful payment, a voice suddenly echoed in Zhao Fan's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have been promoted to level 7. Taking advantage of the sales representative's processing of the paperwork, Zhao Fan opened the system interface. Host, Zhao Fan. Level 7. Level 7 privilege. Earn 64 yuan with every breath. Next level upgrade experience. 1, 247, 620. 000. System Mall, Magical Reagents. Backpack, Level 7 Gift Package. Skills, Celestial Melody, Extraordinary Intellect. Balance, 3, 184, 794. Chapter 77. The cohabitation life begins. Upon exiting the sales office, Wang Yanting's expression remained one of profound bewilderment. The events that had just transpired felt surreal, as if she were caught in a dream. She could hardly fathom that Zhao Fan had purchased a house worth 6 million yuan for her. Absurdly, she now possessed a home. What's wrong? You seem a bit off, Zhao Fan inquired, his curiosity piqued. It's just that everything has unfolded so rapidly. I can hardly process it all, Wang Yanting confessed candidly. Ever since her family encountered turmoil, she had been engulfed in uncertainty about her future. The notion of owning a house or a car was something she had never dared to dream about. Even in her hometown of Haicheng, purchasing a home would easily cost over 1 or 2 million yuan. For her, this was an utterly unattainable aspiration. Despite being a distinguished student at the Beijing Dance Academy, the disparity between reality and dreams was stark. As an ordinary individual, some might toil their entire lives without ever owning a home. Yet, since meeting Zhao Fan, her life had undergone a stunning transformation. Within a mere day, Wang Yanting had ascended to the ranks of the property and automobile owners. Honestly, who wouldn't be flabbergasted in such circumstances? Zhao Fan chuckled lightly, jesting. If that's the case, I could always reclaim the house and the car. And you can? Absolutely not. Wang Yanting interjected, cutting him off. She clutched the property deed tightly to her chest, casting a vigilant glance at Zhao Fan, her demeanor exuding an unexpected charm. Beside them, Zhang Tong felt an overwhelming mix of emotions. A car priced at 300,000 yuan was somewhat acceptable to her. After all, many beautiful senior sisters at school were pampered by wealthy benefactors and drove luxurious vehicles, some even more expensive than the Xiaomi SU7. However, the thought of a house worth nearly 6 million yuan was simply incomprehensible, leaving her utterly astounded. The total value of the 6 million yuan house now bore Wang Yanting's name, equivalent to a direct gift of 3 million yuan in cash. The most astonishing part was the swiftness with which Zhao Fan had completed the transaction. From entering the sales office to signing the contract and making the payment, the entire process took less than half an hour, even if one were wealthy. It was unfathomable to spend 6 million yuan as casually as 600. While the two women were still processing the shock, Zhao Fan glanced at the time and suggested, "It's still early. How about we head to the 4S dealership to pick up the car?" "No." Wang Yanting decisively refused, then turned to Zhao Fan, saying, "Let us go buy furniture. I want to move in tonight." "Isn't that a bit hasty?" Zhao Fan furrowed his brow. "Enough of that. I want to live in our new home," Wang Yanting whimpered, pulling on Zhao Fan's arm with a playful pout. "Oh dear. Truly, a woman's charm is her greatest asset." Seeing the glimmer of expectation in Wang Yanting's eyes, Zhao Fan acquiesced with a nod. He then hailed a taxi, directing it towards the furniture market. In truth, the newly renovated house required very few items. Aside from furniture and appliances like a refrigerator and television, essential fixtures such as the range hood and toilet had already been installed. With just a few personal items, they could easily settle in. 20 minutes later, the taxi arrived at the furniture market. The moment Wang Yanting stepped out of the vehicle, she darted inside like a wild stallion. Zhao Fan followed closely behind, a smile gracing his face. He too felt a sense of anticipation regarding the arrangement of their new home. After all, this was the first house he had ever purchased. To be precise, it was the first house he had bought for himself. Zhao Fan already owned a property that Zhao Yongmin and Su Shuyan had purchased for him 3 years prior, intended for his future marriage. Just the thought of sharing an intimate life with Wang Yanting from that very night filled Zhao Fan with uncontainable joy. Wang Yanting's physique was incredibly supple, a testament to her training at the dance academy. "Zhao Fan, what do you think of this sofa?" "I believe it complements our home's decor perfectly," Wang Yanting asked, gazing at a silver gray sofa. "As long as you like it," Zhao Fan replied with a smile. He had no particular opinions on furnishings. His only concern was Wang Yanting's satisfaction, as he was merely responsible for the financial aspect. "Then it's settled," Wang Yanting declared with glee. Since being with Zhao Fan, Her shopping habits had noticeably shifted. She no longer glanced at prices, simply purchasing what she desired. In less than half an hour, they had secured all the furniture and appliances. After swiping his card, the furniture store manager warmly assured Zhao Fan, "Rest assured, sir. We will arrange for a delivery truck to bring these items to your home as swiftly as possible." "Great," Zhao Fan responded, then turned to Wang Yanting, saying, "You go find some daily necessities. I'll follow the manager to oversee the installation." "Okay," Wang Yanting cheerfully replied, leaning in to peck Zhao Fan on the cheek. Moments later, the manager, accompanied by 4 installation workers, arrived at Shishan Linyu. Once inside the apartment, Zhao Fan reclined leisurely on the sofa, observing the workers as they went about their tasks. "I must say, the efficiency of this furniture store is quite impressive." Within a little over half an hour, they had installed all the furniture and appliances. With the addition of furnishings, the entire space felt considerably cozier. "Mr. Zhao, if there is nothing else, we'll take our leave now. Should you encounter any quality issues, please don't hesitate to contact us, and we will arrange for our staff to assist you," the manager said with a smile. "Thank you," Zhao Fan replied, and just minutes after bidding farewell to the manager and workers, Wang Yanting and Zhang Tong returned. Each of them carried a large bag, which they placed on the sofa. "Oh my, I'm utterly exhausted," Wang Yanting gasped, panting heavily. Upon opening the bags, Zhao Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. They had indeed purchased a plethora of items. Couple slippers, matching pajamas, coordinated toothbrushes, and even couple underwear. "Oh no, I suddenly forgot something," Wang Yanting exclaimed. "What is it?" Zhao Fan asked, puzzled. "I forgot to buy us water cups. I just spotted a set of adorable couple cups," she said, rising to leave. Seeing this, Zhao Fan quickly pulled her back, wrapping his arm around her shoulder and chuckling. "What is the rush? We can take our time to gather things later." Wang Yanting obediently nodded, resting her head against Zhao Fan's chest. "Darling, meeting you has truly been the greatest blessing of my life." Chapter 78, The Lucky Scratch-Off. As Zhang Tong observed Wang Yanting and Zhao Fan indulging in their affectionate display, a wave of nausea washed over her. Seriously, weren't they supposed to be merely lovers? Why did it seem as though they were in a serious relationship? Moreover, after I had just busied myself arranging their new home, it was outrageous that instead of treating me to a meal, they had the audacity to shove their romance in my face. Is this behavior even remotely acceptable? As their gestures grew increasingly intimate, Zhang Tong could only turn her head away and shut her eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. After reclining in Zhao Fan's embrace for 10 minutes, Wang Yanting revived with vigor, grabbing 4 large bags and commencing the tidying process. She meticulously placed every item in its designated spot. "Let me assist you," Zhao Fan offered, rising to lend a hand. No, such trivial tasks are best left to me. You should rest on the sofa." Wang Yanting smiled at Zhao Fan before calling out to Zhang Tong. Tong, could you come over and help me with the sheets and blankets?" Upon hearing Wang Yanting's call, Zhang Tong was taken aback. Was she truly being treated as free labor? I had already exhausted myself shopping with Wang Yanting, and now, barely having had a moment to rest, I was being summoned to work again. Seriously, can't you two act like decent human beings? "I'm coming." Despite muttering an internal complaint, Zhang Tong rose and made her way to Wang Yanting's room. Tong, which of these 3 blankets do you think looks best? And for the pillowcases, which one feels cozier?" While the 2 women busied themselves arranging the room, Zhao Fan, with nothing else to do, opened the system interface. The system had just leveled up to 7, granting him a level 7 gift pack, and he was eager to see what surprises awaited him. He clicked to open the level 7 gift pack. A flash of golden light illuminated the room. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a lucky scratch card X1. What? A scratch card? Surely, the system was jesting. A level 7 gift pack had yielded nothing more than a scratch card? Zhao Fan was momentarily dumbfounded. However, after reading the introduction carefully, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this scratch card was not an ordinary one. Upon use, it could yield random rewards, and it was a one-time item that would vanish after being utilized. Below the scratch card, potential rewards were listed. Brainstorm, 1 chance to obtain. Kato's Hand, 1 chance to obtain. Golden Kidney Plus, 0. 8 chance to obtain. Pure Delight, 0. 6 chance to obtain. As he gazed at the probabilities of the scratch card rewards, Zhao Fan couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Unquestionably, the system's rewards were astonishingly powerful. Although the chances of acquiring them were relatively low, each reward held an unparalleled value. However, the more he scrolled down, the more complex Zhao Fan's expression became. Cash 5,099,000 chance to obtain. Cash 10,095,000 chance to obtain. Cash 15,090,000 chance to obtain. Upon seeing such high probabilities for cash rewards, Zhao Fan felt utterly disheartened. Compared to those skills, this money seemed trivial. While he was uncertain of the extraordinary effects those skills might possess, It was evident even to a fool that the value of system skills far surpassed that of mere currency. The crucial point was that money could be acquired daily, whereas skills were not so easily obtained. At that moment, the system interface flickered. System notification: congratulations to the host for receiving the favor of the goddess of victory. Cash reward probabilities have doubled. Upon hearing the system notification, Zhao Fan was left utterly bewildered. No, I want skills, not money. Go away. After clicking on the scratch card interface, the rewards popped up. Congratulations to the host for receiving the favor of the goddess of luck, granting an extra scratch card opportunity X1. Could he scratch again? Zhao Fan couldn't suppress his excitement. Although he hadn't checked the specifics of the goddess of luck's favor, a literal analysis suggested it would enhance his luck, much like a lottery in a game. Having the goddess of luck's favor would presumably increase his chances of winning. Fortunately, he could draw again. Eagerly, Zhao Fan scratched once more. Congratulations. You have obtained cash. Upon seeing the word cash, Zhao Fan couldn't help but wail. Get lost. I don't want money. I truly don't want money. I have no interest in it. After scratching off the final reveal, ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cash reward of 15 million. Hearing Zhao Fan's exclamations, Wang Yanting and Zhang Tong emerged from the room. What's wrong, darling? Is something the matter? Wang Yanting inquired, her curiosity piqued. While they were arranging the bed in the room, they had heard Zhao Fan's outbursts, particularly his cries of get lost, and I have no interest in money. Thus, they set down their tasks and hurried out. Seeing Zhao Fan sprawled on the sofa with a discontented expression, Wang Yanting rushed to his side, leaning in with concern. Darling, what's wrong? Ah, it's nothing, Zhao Fan sighed. Were you on the phone with someone? Wang Yanting probed. On the phone? At her prompting, Zhao Fan had a sudden inspiration and responded, yes, just now, some idiot insisted on giving me money, and I said I didn't want it, but he insisted. It infuriated me. The idiot Zhao Fan referred to was, of course, the system. Upon hearing this, Wang Yanting and Zhang Tong were perplexed. Wait, someone is giving you money and you're upset? This is the first time I've encountered someone who refuses money. How much were they offering you? Wang Yanting asked curiously. Zhao Fan sighed again. 15 million. 15 million? 15 million? Is this something a person can say? The two women were thoroughly convinced that Zhao Fan was merely showing off, and they had gathered ample evidence to support their claims. However, to be fair, the world of the wealthy was indeed beyond their comprehension. If someone were to gift either of them 15 million, they would likely wake up laughing from the dream. But Zhao Fan, he appeared as if he had suffered some great loss. For Zhao Fan, the cash reward felt like a loss. After all, any random skill from the scratch card would be worth far more than 15 million. Noticing Zhao Fan's discontent, Wang Yanting leaned in and pecked him affectionately, offering comfort. All right, darling, don't be upset, okay? Witnessing their display of affection, Zhang Tong stood by with a look of utter disbelief. What are you two doing? When will this end? Do you really think this love is free? Moreover, Wang Yanting, after all this time, was revealing a tender side she had never shown before. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Tong turned and retreated into the bedroom. She might as well return to tidying up. Lingering any longer might result in her choking on their affectionate displays. Chapter 79. Magical Reagents. Upon seeing Zhang Tong return to her room, Zhao Fan gently stroked Wang Yanting's head. I'm fine, you can go back to your tasks. All right, I'm off then. As Wang Yanting entered the bedroom, Zhao Fan reopened the system interface. Upon careful reflection, the sum of 15 million is indeed quite acceptable. With this amount, I could conveniently purchase the magical elixirs available in the system shop, while also gaining a modicum of experience points. With this thought in mind, Zhao Fan accessed the system store and clicked to acquire the items. It must be noted that the magical elixirs are rather costly. After the transaction was completed, the system balance plummeted from over 15 million to a little over 600,000. He clicked on the magical elixir to read its description. Magical elixir, upon use, it randomly enhances one of the host's attributes. Ah, so that is the case. The magical elixir is akin to a scratch-off lottery ticket. As for which attribute would be enhanced, and by how much, that remains entirely random. Without a shred of hesitation, Zhao Fan clicked to use it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the magical elixir. Charm value 6. This is rather splendid. Zhao Fan nodded in satisfaction. Although this enhancement did not augment his physical attributes, an increase in charm is certainly commendable. With the serum from Captain America, Zhao Fan's physical constitution no longer required fortification. Exiting the system interface, he rose and made his way into the bedroom. At that moment, Wang Yanting and Zhang Tong were busy arranging the bed linens. Upon noticing Zhao Fan's entrance, both women turned their gazes towards him. However, at that instant, they sensed that Zhao Fan seemed somewhat different. As for the specifics of this difference, they could not quite articulate it, yet it was an undeniable feeling. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Zhao Fan inquired curiously, observing the two women who were momentarily frozen in place. Nothing. It just feels like you've changed a bit, they replied. Changed a bit? In what way? Zhao Fan asked, smiling. After a moment of serious contemplation, Wang Yanting cheerfully responded, you've become more charming. Such sweet words. Following that, Zhao Fan playfully pinched Wang Yanting's cheek. At that moment, Zhang Tong was on the verge of bursting. Seriously, how long are you two going to flaunt your affection? Can't you consider the feelings of a single dog like me? How about I step out for a bit? Give you two some time? Zhang Tong remarked with a comically exasperated expression. All right, enough of the teasing. Let us hurry and tidy up the bedroom, Wang Yanting said with a radiant smile. Before they knew it, time had flown by, and it was now 5:30 in the afternoon. After a day of diligent work, the bedroom was finally organized. Although the room still felt somewhat sparse, it exuded a sense of homeliness. As Wang Yanting gazed at the space she had lovingly arranged, her heart swelled with happiness. From this day forth, this would be their cozy nest, uniquely belonging to her and Zhao Fan. What do you think? Is the tidying up satisfactory? Wang Yanting asked Zhao Fan with a hint of pride. Zhao Fan wrapped his arm around her waist and replied with a smile. Absolutely splendid. Thank you, my two lovely ladies. Once we pick up the car, I shall treat you both to a grand feast. Speaking of a grand feast, Wang Yanting suddenly remembered something. Turning to Zhao Fan, she said, oh, my dear, I was so busy earlier that I forgot to mention, we won't be dining out tonight. We'll eat at home. At home. Zhao Fan was momentarily taken aback. Then, realizing, he looked at Wang Yanting with a hint of surprise and asked, you can cook? Humph. Of course. Wang Yanting's face lit up with pride. Are you sure you won't be too tired? Zhao Fan inquired with concern. After all, Wang Yanting and Zhang Tong had been tirelessly working all day. He wondered if she could manage to cook dinner without exhausting herself. I'm not tired. Today marks our first day in our new home, and I want to capture our daily life, she replied. All right, as long as you don't mind the effort, Zhao Fan said, affectionately ruffling her hair. Soon after, the three of them descended the stairs to hail a taxi, making their way to the nearby Xiaomi 4S store. Upon arriving, the sales representative had already prepared all the necessary paperwork. Mr. Zhao, here are your documents, all set, she said, handing the keys to Zhao Fan. Thank you for your hard work, Zhao Fan nodded appreciatively. It's my pleasure. If you have any questions in the future, please feel free to contact me. The enthusiastic saleswoman replied. Naturally, for a high-end client like Zhao Fan, they aim to make a lasting impression. After all, who knows when he might find himself with a new girlfriend who prefers the Xiaomi SU7. After taking a few commemorative photos, Wang Yanting drove Zhao Fan and Zhang Tong to a nearby supermarket. After a spree of enthusiastic shopping, they returned home. Upon entering, Wang Yanting eagerly pulled Zhang Tong into the kitchen to wash vegetables and prepare dinner, while Zhao Fan comfortably reclined on the sofa. Just as he was about to indulge in a game of Honor of Kings, Wang Jingze unexpectedly called with a video chat. Fanggu, where are you? Are you coming back tonight? Wang Jingze asked from the other end of the line. I want to be back tonight. Could you please inform the dormitory supervisor that I'm out for a late-night snack? Zhao Fan requested. Upon hearing this, Wang Jingze's eyes lit up. Wow, Fanggu, where are you going to have fun tonight? Bring me along, he exclaimed, his excitement palpable. I'll take you for a massage at Tanghui after I finish up these next couple of days, Zhao Fan chuckled. Hee hee. Fanggu, you're truly my brother. It's a promise then. All right, it's settled. Now I must go. I'm in the middle of a game with some ladies, Wang Jingze said before hanging up. After disconnecting, Zhao Fan couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. That kid, all he thinks about is girls. The irony is that he hasn't even managed to woo a single one since the semester began. Exiting the chat interface, Zhao Fan opened Honor of Kings, selected Yuan Gu, and entered a blissful state of play. Today, fortune smiled upon him, as his teammates were quite skilled. Although he conceded 12 kills, they ultimately secured a victory. Thank goodness for my adept jungling. Otherwise, victory would have been elusive, Zhao Fan said gleefully. Darling, the dishes will be ready shortly, Wang Yanting called from the kitchen. At her voice, Zhao Fan stood up and made his way into the kitchen. Wow, I must say, Wang Yanting's culinary skills are rather impressive. Though I have yet to taste the dishes, the aroma of the food is already enticing. Darling, you must try this stir-fried pork with chili and let me know what you think, Wang Yanting said, offering him a piece of meat. Chapter 80. How is the technique? How does it taste? Wang Yanting asked expectantly, her gaze fixed on Zhao Fan. The flavor is truly delightful. You could easily open your own restaurant and be the head chef, Zhao Fan praised. Really? Wang Yanting's face brightened with joy. For a woman, receiving compliments from the man she adores about her cooking skills is indeed a pinnacle of happiness. While Zhao Fan's remark may have been slightly exaggerated, it must be acknowledged that the taste was genuinely commendable. Opening a bottle of champagne, he poured 3 glasses. Let us celebrate our move into our new home. Cheers, Zhao Fan proclaimed, raising his glass. Cheers. Wang Yanting was positively elated at that moment. She felt an immense wave of happiness wash over her. After 3 glasses, a rosy hue crept onto Wang Yanting's cheeks, and Zhang Tong joined the conversation, engaging in light banter. From the realms of daily life to the pursuit of knowledge, from familial bonds to aspirations for the future, Zhang Tong, with a flushed face after several rounds of drinks, stammered to Zhao Fan. You must treat Tingting well in the future. Please do not hurt her, all right? As Wang Yanting's close confidant, Zhang Tong had always harbored deep concerns for her friend. Despite her beauty, she was acutely aware of the numerous and scrupulous men out there, and she feared for Wang Yanting's well-being. However, witnessing Zhao Fan's earnest attentiveness towards Wang Yanting today, Zhang Tong felt a considerable sense of relief. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Fan's expression morphed into one of surprise. What is this girl's tolerance for alcohol? After just 3 glasses of champagne, she begins to babble incoherently? Observing Zhao Fan's reaction, Wang Yanting explained. Tong Tong has a particularly low tolerance for alcohol. When she drinks beer, she can barely manage a single can. A single can? Is that true? Zhao Fan questioned, incredulous. Indeed. On our first outing after the semester began, she managed to drink 1.5 bottles of beer and spent the entire night vomiting back at the dorm. Wang Yanting replied earnestly. After their meal, Zhang Tong had already succumbed to inebriation, sprawled across the table in a state of unconsciousness. Wang Yanting assisted her to a guest room and, after depositing her on the bed, returned to the bedroom, hand in hand with Zhao Fan. You've worked hard today? Having been busy all day long, Zhao Fan murmured softly, wrapping his arm around Wang Yanting's waist. It's not exhausting. I've had far more arduous days during my part-time jobs, Wang Yanting replied with a smile. In the midst of their conversation, Zhao Fan gently maneuvered Wang Yanting towards the window. Initially, he had intended to let her rest tonight, given how hard she had worked. But since she claimed to be unwearied, he felt no remorse in indulging his desires. Just as Zhao Fan was about to make his move, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from Lu Rian. Aware of the situation, Zhao Fan gestured for Wang Yanting to remain silent before answering the call. Hello, darling, why are you calling so late? I miss you, came Lu Rian's sweet voice from the other end. Realizing the context, Wang Yanting quickly typed a message on her phone. Your girlfriend? Zhao Fan did not conceal the truth and nodded. He then inquired of Lu Rian. How have you been busy these past few days? A few days prior, Lu Rian had informed Zhao Fan about participating in a school-organized competition, and he was curious about her progress. I'm swamped. The teacher sent me some research materials to study, but there are some concepts I can't grasp. The pressure is overwhelming, Lu Rian sighed. Listening to their exchange, a mischievous grin crept onto Wang Yanting's face. She then approached Zhao Fan and slowly crouched down. Feeling the sudden warmth, Zhao Fan inhaled sharply, casting a surprised glance at Wang Yanting. To be honest, this girl is quite mischievous, he thought, as she chose this moment to tease him while he was on the phone with Lu Rian. Noticing Zhao Fan's change in breathing, Lu Rian queried him. What just happened? Nothing. I just bumped into something, Zhao Fan replied, feigning seriousness. To divert Lu Rian's thoughts, he quickly changed the subject. Rian, don't put too much pressure on yourself. You're incredibly capable, and I'm certain you'll excel. How about I visit you this Saturday? No. I haven't had time for over a month and need to focus entirely on my research, Lu Rian replied, her voice suddenly tinged with guilt. I'm sorry, dear. I want to be able to accompany you during this period. That's all right. Academic pursuits come first, Zhao Fan said, feigning nonchalance. By the way, if you're feeling lonely, I could send Ruashi to keep you company. I trust her to be with you, Wang Yanting chimed in cheerfully. The mention of Zhang Ruashi made Zhao Fan chuckle. Ever since she returned to school, she hadn't reached out to him in nearly half a month. Zhao Fan was well aware of her feelings for him and imagined she was currently quite conflicted between her affection for him and her loyalty to her best friend. Thus, Zhao Fan smiled and said, No need. I've been busy practicing the guitar lately, so my time is quite fulfilling. Practicing the guitar? Lu Rian asked, puzzled. Yes. I just bought a new guitar and have been working on some sheet music. Wow. Once you've mastered it, you must play it for me first, Lu Rian exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. After a bit more casual conversation, Lu Rian reluctantly ended the call. Zhao Fan tossed his phone onto the bed, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Wang Yanting had been quite the tease. The more spontaneous their conversation became, the more audacious she became. He nearly lost control just moments ago. Noticing Zhao Fan's reaction, Wang Yanting grinned mischievously, reveling in her playful antics. How was that? My little technical practice was quite effective. Wasn't he it? You little rascal. If I don't make you cry out tonight, I shall not bear the surname Zhao, Zhao Fan declared, pulling Wang Yanting up and tossing her onto the bed. The night passed in silence, save for the usual intimate matters. At 6:30 the following morning, Zhao Fan arose punctually. Perhaps due to the exhaustion of the previous night, Wang Yanting remained in a deep slumber, a blissful smile gracing her lips. They had diligently studied foreign languages until past 2 in the morning. Without the enhancements of Captain America's serum, Zhao Fan might not have managed. However, it must be said that Wang Yanting's aptitude for learning was truly remarkable. In just 1 day apart, she had showcased many new skills. After freshening up, Zhao Fan prepared to head downstairs for a morning jog. Just as he was dressing in the living room, Zhang Tong unexpectedly emerged from her room. "Good morning." Zhang Tong yawned and waved at Zhao Fan. "Why are you up so early?" Zhao Fan inquired. "Because of you too." Zhang Tong shot Zhao Fan an exasperated look. The antics of the previous night had been excessive, stretching into the early hours. Zhang Tong, already poor at handling alcohol, had become quite inebriated after just 3 glasses of champagne. Just as she was about to drift off, the unmistakable sounds emanating from Zhao Fan and Wang Yanting's room had interrupted her sleep, and they had continued unabated, growing increasingly raucous throughout the night. Zhao Fan merely smiled at her words and proceeded downstairs with his clothes. After a half-hour run, he purchased some breakfast and returned upstairs. Given how exhausted Wang Yanting appeared, it seemed unlikely she would awaken until afternoon. Therefore, Zhao Fan closed the bedroom door and began enjoying his breakfast. As the warm soy milk slid down his throat, he felt a comforting warmth enveloping him. Post-breakfast, Zhao Fan drove directly to the school. "Fangge, you're back." As soon as he stepped into the dormitory, Wang Jingze poked his head out from the bed. "Do you have class this morning?" Zhao Fan inquired. "Yes. I have an economics class in the morning and a trade theory class in the afternoon." As Yang Kai and his companions awoke, they completed their morning routines before making their way to the teaching building. The morning classes proved to be exceedingly tedious. Initially, a handful of students attentively absorbed the lessons. But as time progressed, the majority succumbed to distractions from their mobile devices. Fortunately, Zhao Fan possessed an extraordinary talent for comprehension. Once he activated his remarkable skill, he was able to master the entirety of the week's lessons within the span of half a class. After class, Zhao Fan proceeded to Gu Jia's office. Since he had already purchased a residence, it was imperative to complete the necessary paperwork for commuting students as soon as possible. "What brings you here?" Gu Jia inquired with a warm smile as Zhao Fan entered. "I simply wish to inquire about the procedure for the commuting student paperwork," Zhao Fan replied. Surprised, Gu Jia paused momentarily before furrowing her brow and responding. "If I recall correctly, your family is from Jiangxing, yes? For non-local students like yourself, your parents must come in person to obtain the necessary signatures from the administration. Must they come in to sign?" Zhao Fan exclaimed, taken aback by the inconvenience. "It's not merely a matter of inconvenience. It is a consideration for your safety. As the institution, we bear responsibility not just for our students, but also for their parents," Gu Jia explained. "Furthermore, you will need to provide a printed copy of your rental agreement in Kyoto. The school must ascertain that you have a stable residence here." Upon hearing Gu Jia's words, a light bulb went off in Zhao Fan's mind. "Of course. I just purchased a property in Kyoto yesterday, complete with a title deed. This means I can be considered a local resident." "Wait, you own property in Kyoto?" Gu Jia gasped. "Indeed, I bought it outright yesterday, and I possess the title deed," Zhao Fan clarified. "What? You bought it outright yesterday?" At that moment, Gu Jia felt as though she was suffocating. Having spent 4 years at university in Kyoto, she had remained at the institution post-graduation due to her job. While her salary was decent, the notion of purchasing a home in Kyoto seemed utterly unattainable. Yet here was Zhao Fan, a freshman who, within just over a month of classes, had managed such an accomplishment. It was infuriating. Although she was aware of Zhao Fan's wealth, she never anticipated it to be to such an extravagant extent. Gu Jia then retrieved an application form from her drawer and handed it to Zhao Fan. "Quickly fill this out, sign it, and be on your way." She was in no mood for further conversation, her irritation growing with every word Zhao Fan uttered. After signing the form with a smile, Zhao Fan said, "Thank you, teacher. Do you have time for dinner tonight? I'd like to treat you. I'm not in the mood to eat, just leave. And don't forget to bring me a copy of your title deed and ID tomorrow." Exiting Gu Jia's office, Zhao Fan felt a surge of elation. From that evening onward, he could finally revel in his newfound freedom. Whistling, he made his way back to the dormitory. At that moment, Wang Jingze was engrossed in his phone, wearing a grin akin to that of an adoring aunt, while Yang Kai and the others sat nearby, their faces etched with envy. "What are you all up to?" Zhao Fan asked curiously. "Brother Fan is back," Wang Jingze exclaimed joyfully, standing up. "I have some great news. I'm no longer single." Zhao Fan chuckled. "That's wonderful. Is she from our class?" "No, she is a senior from the 3rd year." "Absolutely stunning," Yang Kai chimed in, answering on behalf of Wang Jingze. "A senior? I'm surprised you managed to land someone like that," Zhao Fan remarked, taken aback by Wang Jingze's good fortune. However, as a good friend, Zhao Fan felt compelled to offer a word of caution. "Brother, heed my advice. Take some health supplements to maintain your vitality. Don't worry. Brother Fan, my health is robust. Wang Jingzi replied confidently. Then, Wang Jingzi turned to Zhao Fan and asked, by the way, Brother Fan, I plan to take the senior out tonight to practice some foreign language. Could you recommend a decent hotel? I think the Serengeti would be splendid. Forget it. I didn't ask. Wang Jingzi said, exasperated. Although he had never been to the Serengeti, it was a top-tier 5-star hotel in Kyoto, far beyond his financial reach. A mere ordinary suite would cost several thousand per night. If he were to dine and perhaps purchase some small gifts, his entire monthly allowance would be depleted. Despite Wang Jingzi's generous monthly allowance of 10,000 yuan, it was still insufficient for a night at the Serengeti. After having lunch in the school cafeteria, Zhao Fan took his advanced mathematics textbook to his elective class, widely regarded as a notoriously difficult subject. He would never have enrolled in advanced mathematics had he not forgotten the course registration deadline. Upon entering the elective classroom, Zhao Fan was taken aback. Why is this vast classroom so sparsely populated? More striking was the fact that every attendee was female. Chapter 82. This woman is not a good person. The moment the ladies in the classroom spotted Zhao Fan, their eyes lit up. As the most renowned male figure in the School of Finance, Zhao Fan's mere presence drew the attention of countless female admirers. Zhao Fan. At that moment, a girl wearing a Pikachu t-shirt approached him. You know me? Zhao Fan replied, somewhat perplexed, as he took a seat. Of course. You're quite the celebrity at our school, she said with a smile. That is true. As a desirable male student in the School of Finance, not only the students, but even the principal had heard of Zhao Fan's name. Simultaneously, several girls began to whisper among themselves. Wow, Zhao Fan is really quite handsome. Not only is he good-looking, but he is also extremely wealthy. I heard that the black Ferrari from the finance department belongs to him. 6 million. 6 million? Is that for real? How could you not know? It's all over the school forum. Just as the girls were gossiping, the professor entered the room. The advanced mathematics instructor was an attractive middle-aged woman, exuding a mature charm. Likely around 35 years of age. After a brief introduction to the students, she commenced the lesson. The girl in the Pikachu t-shirt deliberately sat next to Zhao Fan and asked, Zhao Fan, I saw on the school forum that you have a girlfriend. Is that true? Indeed, why? Are you interested in being my mistress? Zhao Fan teased. The girl was quite attractive, standing around 1.7 meters tall with a slender figure. And it was impossible to overlook her long, straight, and alluring legs. From the moment she stepped into the classroom, she captured the attention of numerous boys. What made her even more endearing to them was the Pikachu t-shirt she wore. To be honest, Zhao Fan had rarely encountered a girl who could wear that t-shirt with such a three-dimensional appeal. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's remark, the girl chuckled and jokingly said, if you don't mind, I would be willing to be your mistress. In response, Zhao Fan smiled and shook his head, saying, a mistress might not be feasible. You've arrived rather late. At best, you're looking at being ranked as a 6th or 7th. The girl was taken aback, not expecting Zhao Fan to be so humorous, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. You are so naughty. I really like that. Before having any interaction with Zhao Fan, the girls had presumed he would be quite aloof. After all, Zhao Fan was undeniably handsome and affluent. A perfect male deity like him would undoubtedly have no shortage of admirers. His relaxed banter with the girls garnered him the affections of many around him. Noticing that the students were distracted, chatting, and playing on their phones, the calculus teacher's expression darkened immediately. Though she recognized that calculus could be an exceedingly dull elective, the students seemed to be taking their responsibilities far too lightly. Adjusting her glasses, she coldly announced, I will now call the roll. All students whose names are called must come to the front to sign. Any student who skips class today will receive a 0 for this semester's calculus course. The atmosphere in the classroom fell silent at her words. It must be said that the teacher was rather ruthless. Although calculus was merely an elective, being marked with a 0 would significantly impact their academic record. At that moment, every student present could not help but feel a sense of relief that they had not skipped class. Otherwise, they would be in serious trouble. After class concluded, Zhao Fan stood up to gather his belongings, preparing to return to Xishanlinyu. Ever since he purchased the house, he had discovered a newfound sense of homeliness. Just as he was about to leave, the girl in the Pikachu t-shirt hurried to Zhao Fan's side. Zhao Fan, can we exchange contact information? She asked. Her big eyes filled with anticipation. Although she was aware that Zhao Fan had a girlfriend, he was merely in a relationship and not married. Furthermore, there were few boys in the finance department. A striking and wealthy young man like Zhao Fan was exceptionally rare. If she could seize the opportunity, the story of becoming a mistress could be quite inspiring. Not convenient, Zhao Fan replied without hesitation, rejecting her request. The girl was left momentarily stunned. Is it really necessary to refuse so bluntly? Not even considering it, she protested, feeling slighted. Just moments before, Zhao Fan had utilized his golden eyes and gleaned information about the girl. Her attractiveness rated at 87, which was fairly acceptable. However, her charm factor was shockingly low at 108, surpassing even Zhang Ruoshi's. As for her favorability, it was a meager 52, indicating that she was not genuinely interested in him. Thus, Zhao Fan had no intention of entertaining such a girl. As he walked away with a nonchalant demeanor, the Pikachu girl stomped her foot in frustration. She was quite confident in her looks. While not breathtaking, she was certainly among the prettiest in a university filled with beauties. Yet, Zhao Fan seemed utterly indifferent to her. Nearby, a few girls couldn't help but chuckle and comment. Let's be realistic, such an outstanding guy would never look your way. Indeed, I've heard his girlfriend is the campus belle of QH University. Another added, moreover, I've heard rumors that Zhao Fan has been involved with a girl from a dance academy. She might even be his mistress. They felt they could never compete with a guy like him, especially one who drove a Ferrari. Upon arriving home at Shishanlinyu, Zhao Fan was taken aback. In just a few hours, his home had undergone a dramatic transformation. The walls were adorned with various art pieces, and numerous potted plants decorated the windowsills and dining table. Flanking the television backdrop were two life-sized teddy bears, giving the room a cozy ambience. Meanwhile, Wang Yanting lounged on the sofa, engrossed in a drama on her tablet. As soon as she noticed Zhao Fan's return, she sprang up with a smile and greeted him. You're back, my dear. Wow. In just a morning, you've managed to decorate the room so beautifully. Zhao Fan expressed his surprise. He had to admit that Wang Yanting had an excellent eye for aesthetics. Every decorative item resonated with his tastes. Do you like it? Wang Yanting asked, her pride evident. As Zhao Fan's partner, receiving his approval was immensely fulfilling for her. I love it, Zhao Fan exclaimed, affectionately ruffling her hair. Is there a reward for this? She asked, gazing at him expectantly. Of course, there will be. I will make sure to reward you well tonight. A playful glint appeared in Zhao Fan's eyes. Just as Zhao Fan and Wang Yanting were immersed in their tender exchange, a cough interrupted them. Zhang Tong emerged in her slippers, playfully scolding. Could you two be a bit more considerate? I'm still a child here. As a single dog for 19 years, Zhang Tong found it hard to endure such teasing. The previous night, she had been kept awake by their noise, and now they were openly flirting in front of her. How inconsiderate could they be? Wang Yanting, however, remained unabashed and leaned in to plant a kiss on Zhao Fan's cheek. Then, smiling at Zhang Tong, she added, if you're envious, I wouldn't mind sharing my man with you. At this, Zhang Tong felt her heart race. Share the same man. Wait, do you even hear what you're saying? She questioned incredulously. As a good friend in the dorm, she was not the kind of person to entertain such an idea. But then again, considering Zhao Fan's striking looks and wealth, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. Coughing to clear her thoughts, Zhang Tong quickly dismissed the notion. If her parents found out she was considering being Zhao Fan's mistress, she would surely face dire consequences. After exchanging some lighthearted banter, Wang Yanting began to help Zhao Fan with his clothes. Darling, what kind of fruit would you like? I'll wash it for you. In that moment, Wang Yanting transformed into a devoted partner, showcasing her gentle demeanor. No need, I can wash it myself later. You go ahead and enjoy your show. Zhao Fan replied with a smile. All right, I'll continue watching then. Wang Yanting cheerfully responded. Recently, she had discovered a captivating drama titled In the Name of Law. Although she typically did not pay much attention to legal-themed shows, this particular series was different. The explosive storyline immediately captivated her, and she was eager to uncover who the hidden protector was behind the scenes. An hour passed. As time slipped away, Wang Yanting descended the stairs to procure some vegetables, preparing to return home and prepare a meal. Inside the room, Zhao Fan activated the system interface. A full 24 hours had elapsed since the purchase of the magical potion yesterday. According to the system's regulations, it should have refreshed by now. He clicked on the system mall. Gummy bears. Gummy bears. What on earth is this? When did the system transform into a supermarket? Zhao Fan's expression darkened as he scanned the items in the system mall. Upon clicking the product description, he finally grasped its significance. Gummy bears, 5GX 20 pieces upon consumption. It can elevate one's cognitive understanding by 60 for a duration of 60 minutes. Price, 1,000,000 yuan. Holy moly! After reading the description, Zhao Fan exclaimed in astonishment. To enhance cognitive understanding by 60 after consumption. What a concept. This is akin to a low-tier version of an extraordinary cognitive skill. If used alongside the extraordinary cognitive skill, Zhao Fan's brain would undergo an immense expansion within that hour. Wouldn't he then be the modern-day Einstein? The thought alone filled Zhao Fan with exhilaration. One must admit, the system mall truly is impressive, unveiling such remarkable items. Most importantly, the price is not exorbitant, merely $1 million. Purchase. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Fan clicked to buy. After the successful transaction, he stored the gummy bears in the system backpack. This item was indeed precious and should be saved for a critical moment. With this tool at hand, no matter how challenging the future courses may be, they would all seem as trivial as an elderly woman blowing her nose. "Darling, dinner is ready," Wang Yanting called from the kitchen a moment later. Upon entering the dining room, Zhao Fan's stomach rumbled at the sight of a lavish spread laid out before him. Today, Wang Yanting had prepared a variety of cuisines, featuring 2 stir-fries, 2 stews, and a cold dish. The emphasis was on diversity, nothing repeated. During her idle moments, Wang Yanting often searched for recipes online. She firmly believed in the adage that to capture a man's heart, one must first seize his stomach. Thus, to ensure Zhao Fan always felt a sense of novelty, she devoted considerable effort to her culinary skills. "Darling, this is the new tomato sauce fish I've learned to make. Do try it," Wang Yanting said with a beaming smile. The aroma wafting through the air was delightful. It surely tasted divine. Zhao Fan wrapped his arm around Wang Yanting's slender waist, speaking intimately. "I have to say, my dear, you are truly the epitome of perfection." As a lover, she not only provided emotional value to Zhao Fan, but also played the nurturing role in their daily lives. After tasting a bite, Zhao Fan nodded with satisfaction. Delicious." Wang Yanting's smile radiated even more brightly at his approval, and she leaned in to plant a kiss on his cheek. Witnessing their affectionate display, Zhang Tong, who was nearby, felt utterly dumbfounded. Had she known she would be subjected to such overt displays of affection, she would have never lingered. Now it seemed, the couple treated her as though she were invisible, showcasing their love endlessly. The night would undoubtedly bring more intimate moments, and the thought of it before evening even arrived was unbearable. "Have you considered my feelings as a single person?" she lamented inwardly. After hastily finishing her meal, Zhang Tong rushed back to her guest room and closed the door. Observing this, Zhao Fan and Wang Yanting exchanged a knowing smile before retreating to the bedroom together. They closed the door and leaned against the headboard. "Zhao Fan, I wish to discuss something with you," Wang Yanting began. "What is it? What do you think of Tong Tong?" "Tong Tong." Zhao Fan was momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend Wang Yanting's intent. "I think Tong Tong is all right. Why do you ask?" Suddenly, Wang Yanting leaned closer with a playful grin and whispered, "Are you considering taking Tong Tong into?" "What?" Zhao Fan was utterly taken aback. He never anticipated Wang Yanting would broach such a topic. It was undeniable that Zhang Tong was stunning, though perhaps not as striking as Wang Yanting. She was still a goddess in the eyes of countless men. And now, Wang Yanting, as a close friend, wanted him to pursue Tong Tong? Surely she wasn't jesting? Zhao Fan furrowed his brow in confusion. "Why would you think that?" Wang Yanting chuckled. "We're best friends. If you were to take Tong Tong in, we could be lifelong friends." At her words, Zhao Fan paused, momentarily taken aback. Women's thought processes were indeed peculiar, often brimming with a plethora of ideas. How did his potential relationship with Tong Tong have any bearing on their friendship? With a cheerful demeanor, Wang Yanting leaned closer, saying, "Darling, don't you think three's a crowd can be thrilling? If you're open to it, I wouldn't mind at all." Indeed, one had to admit, Wang Yanting was quite the little enchantress. This notion ignited a spark within Zhao Fan, though whether he would pursue Zhang Tong was a matter for another time. For now, his foremost task was to reward Wang Yanting. With a mischievous smile, Zhao Fan retrieved a pair of ultra-thin stockings from the bedside table. "Here, this is your reward." "Stockings?" Wang Yanting was taken aback by Zhao Fan's gift. "Wait, is this truly a reward for me, or for you?" She found it perplexing why men had such an affinity for women in stockings. Was it really that exhilarating? Once donned, the next phase of their evening required a recharge. VIP recharge entrance. The following day, Zhao Fan rose early once more, heading out for a morning run at 6:30. Meanwhile, Wang Yanting remained lost in slumber. Ever since their relationship solidified, she had grown notably more languid. Back in school, she had been punctual in her part-time job, always the first to respond to messages in her work group. However, since becoming involved with Zhao Fan, the financial worries that once plagued her vanished, leading to a release of previous tensions. Coupled with the exhaustion from the previous night, it was no surprise she slept in. As for Zhang Tong, she felt even more mentally drained. While Wang Yanting enjoyed her late rest, Zhang Tong was left to endure a night filled with disturbances, leaving her feeling quite distressed. Frankly speaking, Zhang Tong harbored a yearning for romantic relationships. Having been single for 19 years, she had never experienced a boyfriend. Watching Wang Yanting and Zhao Fan share intimate moments ignited her imagination, pondering what it would be like to have her own partner. After a half-hour run, Zhao Fan returned home. After refreshing himself and enjoying breakfast, he drove his Ferrari to school. Upon returning to the dorm, he found Yang Kai and the others had also awakened. The only one missing is Wang Jingze. It suddenly dawned on Zhao Fan that Wang Jingze had recently started dating a senior sister, and it was likely he had spent the night at a hotel last night. Just then, the dormitory door swung open unexpectedly. In walked Wang Jingze, his face haggard, one hand clutching his waist while the other carried a plastic bag. Staggering as he entered, judging by the pallor of his complexion, It seemed he had exerted himself considerably the previous night. His eyes were sunken, dark circles forming around them, nearly resembling a panda. Seeing his disheveled state, Zhao Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Old Wang, what on earth happened to you? Have you had your vitality drained? Upon spotting Zhao Fan, Wang Jingza managed a wry smile and replied, I accidentally twisted my waist and just went to buy some medicine. Your waist is injured? And you bought medicine? Zhao Fan remarked, bemused by Wang Jingza's earnest attempt to fabricate an excuse. He pointed to the plastic bag in Wang Jingza's hand. Wait, you twisted your waist, yet you bought kidney tonics? Why on earth would you do that? Faced with Zhao Fan's revelation, Wang Jingza let out a resigned sigh. At that moment, he truly had no inclination to jest with Zhao Fan. All he desired was to collapse onto his bed and replenish his energy with a good sleep. Old Wang, didn't I tell you before? Senior sisters are not to be trifled with. The waters are far too deep. Brother Fan, please don't tease me. I really did twist my waist. The doctor probably prescribed the wrong medication. I'll take a nap now and switch the medicine later. Observing Wang Jingza's earnest effort to uphold his dignity as a man, Zhao Fan merely smiled and refrained from further comment. He patted his shoulder and said earnestly, Good brother, I believe in you, but you must take care of yourself. Brother Fan, I don't want to attend class later. If the teacher calls my name, could you cover for me? When I wake up, I'll treat you to a meal. With that, Wang Jingza gingerly made his way to bed. Yang Kai and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Frankly speaking, Wang Jingza's current state was indeed quite comical. Guys, if you ask me, we should look for girlfriends among the freshmen, instead of chasing after senior sisters. Witnessing Wang Jingza's ordeal, Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine. Initially, they had contemplated pursuing senior sisters, but now, it seemed less about wooing them and more about being ensnared by them. Their essay saying, isn't there? High-end hunters often appear in the guise of prey. Right. That is precisely the situation. Upon hearing this, Zhu Shua expressed confusion. Why? What is wrong with senior sisters? I personally fancy them. If I encounter one, I must show her my prowess. Zhu Shua wore an expression brimming with confidence. In truth, Zhu Shua's personality mirrored that of Zhang Dongming. Both were particularly reserved yet bold when it came to banter among friends, proclaiming themselves capable of anything. Yet, faced with a senior sister, he would be rendered speechless. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and replied softly, Regardless, I no longer wish to pursue a senior sister. I'd rather find someone in my own year. At that moment, Yang Kai genuinely felt apprehensive. Prior to witnessing Wang Jingza's current dismal condition, he had considered pursuing a senior sister, reasoning that older girls might be more nurturing. However, now, seeing Wang Jingza clutching his waist and lacking the strength to speak, he felt a sense of dread. Better not to provoke. The morning's required course was Introduction to World Economics. When Zhao Fan and the others arrived at the lecture hall, they discovered Jiyu had already arrived early. Upon noticing Zhao Fan, Jiyu smiled and stood up, waving at him. Zhao Fan took a seat beside her and cheerfully inquired, Why do you always come to class so early? Because I want to see you sooner, Jiyu replied bashfully. Although she had learned quite a bit about Zhao Fan recently, especially regarding his relationship status, it didn't matter to her whether he had a girlfriend. All she wished for was to spend time by his side daily, even without any formal acknowledgement of their relationship. Understanding her sentiment, Zhao Fan thought to himself that this girl was indeed quite exceptional. She was beautiful and had a great figure, with countless suitors vying for her attention. Yet, Zhao Fan felt an unwillingness to hurt her. After surveying her for a moment, he shifted the topic. Jiyu, may I ask you a question? Of course. She replied with evident enthusiasm. What size bra do you wear? Chapter 85. A truly awkward topic. What size bra do you wear? Upon hearing this question from Zhao Fan, a deep crimson hue instantly spread across Jiyu's cheeks. This inquiry was exceedingly difficult for her to address. Despite standing at a mere 165 centimeters, her figure presented a stark contrast to her height. Can you imagine? A girl of 165 centimeters with a bust measurement reaching an astonishing 109? Since middle school, this topic had been the most embarrassing for Jiyu, as it was somewhat excessive. She let out a soft gasp, her face flushing even more as she buried her head in her arms on the desk. Witnessing this, Zhao Fan couldn't help but chuckle. This girl was utterly delightful and could hardly withstand a tease. Though it was a subject many girls would take pride in, she was inexplicably sensitive about it. The other female students nearby, observing Jiyu's reaction, couldn't help but chime in with jests. Haha, what a show! My bag can hold more than she can. What a facade of innocence. Who knows what she has been up to? But who can blame her for being pretty? Zhao Fan is simply drawn to her. Oh, and what of her beauty? Once the novelty wears off, Zhao Fan will lose interest. Forget her. Let us talk about something more enjoyable. I heard there's a senior at the West Campus. Meanwhile, the teacher was earnestly delivering the lecture. Below, the students were engrossed in their mobile devices. It's worth noting that Introduction to World Economics was rather a tedious subject. The concepts being presented were utterly incomprehensible. Since the teacher did not take attendance, many students were prepared to skip class. Just then, the teacher suddenly announced, Introduction to World Economics plays a crucial role in finance. Now, does anyone know how many sections it is divided into? Yesterday, I asked everyone in the class group to preview the material. Those who know the answer may stand up. Noticing no one rising, the teacher added, if no one volunteers to answer, I'll start calling names. Wang Jingze, please respond to this question. Wang Jingze? Upon hearing the teacher call his name, Yang Kai and the others were left utterly bewildered. To put it plainly, Wang Jingze's luck today was dismally poor. In the very first class, he had been singled out by the teacher. The worst part was that they had no clue about the correct answer. Hearing this, Zhao Fan let out a deep sigh before rising to his feet. He was at a loss for words. He had promised Wang Jingze earlier that if the teacher called his name, he would answer on his behalf. Now, with the teacher requesting Wang Jingze to stand and respond, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Fortunately, the answer to this question was not particularly challenging. The first line of the textbook contained the correct response. Introduction to Global Trade, World Finance, and National Economies. Zhao Fan responded. Indeed, a correct answer. Please take your seat. The teacher smiled and nodded. As soon as Zhao Fan sat down, the teacher resumed the interrogation. Now, how many chapters are there in total across these 4 sections? Zhao Fan, please stand and answer this question. What? No, what is this nonsense? Just after calling Wang Jingze, now it's my turn? This is not even the crux of the matter. The most significant point is that the teacher is smiling knowingly at Zhao Fan. That gaze, laden with meaning. At this moment, all the students' eyes converged upon Zhao Fan. In that instant, Zhao Fan finally comprehended the situation. As a renowned figure in the Finance Academy, not only did the students recognize him, but the teachers were also well aware of his identity. Hence, when the teacher called out Wang Jingze's name, and upon seeing Zhao Fan stand to answer, he deliberately chose to call his name. Fame can indeed be a double-edged sword. Sometimes, being well-known is not necessarily a blessing. There are a total of 17 chapters, Zhao Fan replied, bracing himself to stand. The teacher looked at Zhao Fan with a grin and quipped, should I refer to you as Wang Jingze or Zhao Fan, my dear student? Upon hearing this, all the students in the classroom burst into laughter. I must emphasize one point here. Although I do not take attendance during my lectures, should an unfortunate soul be called upon and not present, the consequences can be quite severe. For today's first class, I shall let it pass. Please inform Wang Jingze to prepare for the next class, as I shall focus my questioning on him. All right, Zhao Fan, you may sit down. With the teacher not pursuing the issue of Wang Jingze's absence, Zhao Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now let us delve into the methods for addressing financial crises. The teacher began to expound once more. Given the paramount importance of global economic principles within the realm of finance, it is also a notably intricate subject. Consequently, many students wore bewildered expressions as they listened. Much of the material presented by the teacher encompassed knowledge not found in the textbooks, making note-taking quite challenging. At that moment, an epiphany struck Zhao Fan. If memory serves him correctly, he still had some gummy bears he had recently purchased in his system backpack. This was the perfect opportunity to test their efficacy. He accessed the system interface, selected the system backpack, clicked on the gummy bears, and chose to use them. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have successfully used gummy bears. Remaining duration, 0:59:59. As the system prompt chimed, Zhao Fan felt his mind suddenly become crystal clear. It was as if a refreshing current flowed through his brain. The sensation was utterly delightful. System, activate the Heavenly Comprehension skill. Zhao Fan then initiated the Heavenly Comprehension skill. Ding! Heavenly Comprehension, activated successfully. Skill remaining duration, 0:59:59. Detection of host utilizing a special item. Heavenly Comprehension, skill effect increased by 18. Current cognitive acuity, 296. Splendid. With such a significant enhancement in comprehension, Zhao Fan felt the knowledge from the textbooks effortlessly assimilate into his mind, as if breathing. The key points and difficulties discussed by the teacher became remarkably simple. In merely half an hour, Zhao Fan had completed the entirety of the first chapter of Global Economic Principles. To maximize the utility of the skill and item, he commenced self-study of the second chapter during the remaining half hour. Observing Zhao Fan's earnest engagement with the textbook, and Zhiyu beside him appeared somewhat bewildered. She had yet to grasp the content of the first chapter that the teacher had just covered, while Zhao Fan had already embarked on self-studying the second chapter. Moreover, he was taking notes while studying, demonstrating remarkable focus. Gazing at Zhao Fan, and Zhiyu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Chapter 86. Shall I accompany your boyfriend? In the girls' dormitory of the South Campus, Zhang Ruoshi was at her desk, gnawing on a large chicken leg. Recently, she had been subsisting on takeout. The reason for her avoidance of the cafeteria was due to several boys pursuing her, who incessantly harassed her there, causing her considerable annoyance. Thus, she retreated to her dormitory to order takeout. When it comes to Zhang Ruoxi's beauty, it is simply beyond reproach. With a great figure and ample bosom, when adorned in a mini skirt and black stockings, she undoubtedly becomes a heartthrob. Naturally, she attracted countless admirers. Zhang Jiamin noticed something unusual about Zhang Ruoxi lately. Thus, she inquired, "Ruoxi, what is wrong with you recently? You seem a bit off. Is that so?" Zhang Ruoxi responded, puzzled. "Indeed, it is glaringly apparent. Ever since you returned last time, it's as if you've transformed into a different person." As roommates, Zhang Ruoxi and Zhang Jiamin shared a close bond, attending classes and dining together. Therefore, any subtle shifts in Zhang Ruoxi's demeanor did not escape Zhang Jiamin's notice. Hearing this, Zhang Ruoxi curiously asked, "What seems off about me? You constantly space out, and your attention during lectures is scattered." Zhang Ruoxi. To be honest, ever since her last return, Zhang Ruoxi's emotions had indeed been somewhat askew. She had suddenly realized that she seemed to have developed feelings for Zhao Fan. However, considering he was her best friend's boyfriend, Zhang Ruoxi found herself ensnared in a complex predicament. On one hand was her dear friend, and on the other, her burgeoning affection. Choosing between these two was proving exceedingly difficult for her. "Ruoxi, you aren't falling in love, are you?" Zhang Jiamin suddenly asked with a mischievous grin. At this, Zhang Ruoxi's heart skipped a beat, and she hastily clarified, "No, absolutely not. Please don't say such things." "Then what is going on with you lately? What exactly happened?" Zhang Jiamin pressed further. I'm just worried about a good friend of mine." "What is the matter? Do share." At the mention of gossip, Zhang Jiamin's interest was instantly piqued. "I have a close friend who has developed feelings for a boy, but this boy happens to be her best friend's boyfriend, and I'm quite concerned for her." "What about this boy? Is he handsome?" Zhang Jiamin inquired with curiosity. "Well, he is exceptionally good-looking, very charming, and being with him feels incredibly comfortable," Zhang Ruoxi replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiamin's expression shifted dramatically as she regarded Zhang Ruoxi meaningfully. "Wait, Ruoxi, are you certain it's your good friend? Not you?" Observing the adoring expression on Zhang Ruoxi's face, Zhang Jiamin quickly grasped the situation. Being adults, they were both familiar with the intricacies of romantic relationships. "All right, the truth is, I was just talking about myself," Zhang Ruoxi sighed, finally confessing. Admittedly, the excuse she had concocted was rather outdated. What era is it that one still uses a friend as a shield? Upon hearing Zhang Ruoxi's confession, Zhang Jiamin's demeanor shifted to one of excitement. Women are inherently curious creatures, and when the gossip revolves around the lives of dear friends, their intrigue only intensifies. Moreover, Zhang Ruoxi is universally acknowledged as the belle of the northern campus, with suitors often lining up from the dormitory to the academic buildings for a chance to win her affection. Since the beginning of the semester, not once has she shown interest in any male. Yet now, to hear her admit to having feelings for a boy is enough to stir excitement in anyone. "Ruoxi, do share with me, which school does this boy attend?" Zhang Jiamin inquired eagerly. "He is from our school, and we even graduated from the same high school." Zhang Ruoxi replied candidly. "Then he must be exceptionally outstanding." Zhang Jiamin pressed further. However, the moment she uttered this question, she regretted it. After all, Zhang Ruoxi is the celebrated flower of the southern campus. If that boy were not remarkable, how could he possibly catch the eye of such a distinguished beauty? "Do tell me more. I'll help you analyze the situation," Zhang Jiamin said with a playful grin. Perhaps it was due to the prolonged suppression of her feelings that Zhang Ruoxi hesitated for a brief moment before divulging every detail. "Does your best friend know that you have feelings for her boyfriend?" Zhang Jiamin asked after listening intently. "She might have an inkling," Zhang Ruoxi responded, uncertain. In truth, she was unsure whether Lu Ruyan was aware or not. "To what extent do you like him?" Zhang Jiamin continued her line of questioning. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Ruoxi replied, "Let us put it this way. If he desires it, I would willingly give myself to him." "Wow," Zhang Jiamin gasped, taken aback. She never imagined that the usually aloof goddess would lower her proud head in front of this boy. "Has he been in touch with you recently?" Zhang Ruoxi's expression turned pensive as she confessed, "No, and that is the reason for my recent melancholy." Truth be told, Zhang Ruoxi had always been cautious about her feelings for Zhao Fan, never anticipating that she would one day become so enraptured. "Do you have a photo of him?" "Let me see," Zhang Jiamin asked with a smile. Zhang Ruoxi shook her head. "No, if you were to see a photo, you might find him quite ordinary. It is only through personal interaction that one can truly appreciate his charm." "What are you planning to do now? You can't keep these feelings bottled up forever." Zhang Jiamin expressed her concern. "Honestly, I'm at a loss. If I knew what to do, would I be suffering so?" Zhang Ruoxi sighed, her expression one of helplessness. At that moment, her phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, She was surprised to see Lu Rian's name. Just a second ago, they were discussing her boyfriend. And now he was calling. Although Zhang Ruoxi prided herself on her mental fortitude, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Answering the call, she greeted, "Princess Lu. What prompted you to call me? Can't I call you just because I have nothing else to do?" Lu Rian retorted. "Now, tell me what you need from me." Zhang Ruoxi got straight to the point. Lu Rian continued, "I've been busy with a school competition for over a month, and I fear Zhao Fan might get bored alone. I thought perhaps you could keep him company." Zhang Ruoxi was taken aback. "Wait, you have your own commitments, and you want me to entertain your boyfriend? What kind of bizarre logic is that?" Chapter 87, Truly a Little Enchantress. "But Lu, he is your boyfriend, not mine. Why should I go keep him company?" Zhang Ruoxi questioned, puzzled. Setting aside whether Zhao Fan would truly be bored, if he needed companionship, surely it wasn't her responsibility. Besides, Zhao Fan was surrounded by a bevy of beauties at the prestigious financial university, renowned for its staggering male-to-female ratio. Boredom was not a possibility. Lu Rian was clearly overthinking things. Upon hearing this, Lu Rian chuckled and replied, "All right, truth be told, I'm worried he might not be faithful, so I want you to scout for me. When he is with you, I feel most at ease." Lu Rian's words ignited Zhang Ruoxi's competitive spirit. "Are you so sure that I can be trusted with Zhao Fan? What if I end up stealing him away?" Zhang Ruoxi pouted. "I'm not worried at all. If you could manage to take him from me, then I must commend your skills," Lu Rian teased playfully. For a moment, Zhang Ruoxi couldn't discern whether Lu Rian was serious or jesting. Eventually, she nodded. "All right, I'll go meet him for dinner this weekend." "Great, it's settled then. Once I finish my commitments in 2 months, I'll treat you to a meal," Lu Rian said cheerfully before hanging up. With a sigh, Zhang Ruoxi tossed her phone onto the desk. Zhang Jimin, who had been listening intently, looked astonished. She hadn't expected Lu Rian to request Zhang Ruoxi to accompany her boyfriend. "She asked you to keep her boyfriend company? Wow, isn't that a bit too trusting?" Zhang Jimin exclaimed. If the roles were reversed, she would never allow Zhang Ruoxi near her own boyfriend, especially given Zhang Ruoxi's stunning looks, enviable figure, and undeniable allure. Any male would surely be tempted. If he were to be snatched away, it would be too late for regrets. Yet, astonishingly, Lu Rian seemed utterly unconcerned. Zhang Ruoxi shook her head in explanation. "You don't understand. She may appear naive, but she is quite astute. So are you going?" "Of course. Who would pass up a free meal?" Zhang Ruoxi replied decisively. Seeing this, Zhang Jimin grinned. "Ruoxi, can I tag along? I want to see this boy." Zhang Jimin's curiosity was piqued after hearing so much about Zhao Fan, and she was eager to witness firsthand the man who had so enchanted Zhang Ruoxi. After finishing her classes, Zhao Fan drove home in his beloved Ferrari. At that moment, Wang Yanting was in the living room, clad in yoga pants and a sports bra, energetically engaging in a workout routine. It must be said that Wang Yanting truly lived up to her dance academy training, executing each movement with effortless grace. Even the more challenging poses seemed to come naturally to her. Upon noticing Zhao Fan's arrival, Wang Yanting paused her exercise and greeted him with a smile. "You're back, darling. Keep practicing. Don't mind me." Zhao Fan waved his hand dismissively. After changing into a pair of slippers, he settled into the sofa. One had to wonder who invented yoga pants. For men, they are undeniably captivating. Such attire accentuates a woman's physique, particularly her legs. Wang Yanting's already stunning figure appeared even more alluring in yoga pants, her long legs exuding an irresistible charm. After about 15 minutes, Wang Yanting finally ceased her workout, wiped the sweat from her brow, and casually sat down on Zhao Fan's lap. "My dear, why have you returned so early today?" "I finished my classes for the afternoon, so I came back." Zhao Fan, with a cheerful demeanor, wrapped his arms around Wang Yanting's slender waist and inquired, what prompted this sudden desire to practice aerobics? In response, Wang Yanting smiled delicately and explained, "Because aerobics helps to strengthen leg muscles and allows for the practice of more challenging movements." Hiss. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Fan's heart began to race uncontrollably. It must be said that Wang Yanting is indeed a little enchantress, consistently tugging at his emotions. Just a single statement from her had already ignited a sense of warmth within him. "Have you eaten? Allow me to prepare a meal for you." Just as Wang Yanting was about to rise to cook, she was playfully pulled back onto his lap by Zhao Fan, who mischievously asked, "Have you been practicing your techniques these past couple of days?" Wang Yanting immediately adopted a proud expression, declaring, "Of course, and I have been making excellent progress. Then let me see your improvements." With a gentle smile, Wang Yanting gathered her hair behind her and gradually squatted down. It must be noted that Wang Yanting had indeed been practicing diligently over the last couple of days, and within mere minutes, Zhao Fan surrendered. With no classes in the afternoon, Wang Yanting intended to take him out shopping. Although their home was well furnished, there were still small items to be acquired. Seizing the opportunity, they planned to choose some together. Just after Wang Yanting finished brushing her teeth, she felt a pair of arms lift her up. With a stumble, she found herself seated on the wash basin. Observing Zhao Fan's mischievous expression, Wang Yanting naturally understood his intentions. Thus, she casually wrapped her legs around his waist. As for what transpired next, VIP recharge entrance. An entire afternoon passed in unabashed intimacy. Originally, they had planned to go shopping, but it seemed that would have to wait until tomorrow. The following day, Zhao Fan rose early. After a half-hour morning run, he returned upstairs. Entering the bedroom, he found Wang Yanting still deeply asleep, resembling a worn-out kitten. Time to get up. Zhao Fan gently pinched her cheek. With a soft murmur, Wang Yanting slowly opened her eyes. What time is it, dear? It's already 11. Didn't you say yesterday that we would go shopping today? Upon hearing the mention of shopping, Wang Yanting instantly perked up, her eyes sparkling as she sat upright in bed. Although she had been quite exhausted the previous night, the thought of shopping revitalized her. I'm going to freshen up. With that, she dashed towards the bathroom. Watching her retreating figure, Zhao Fan couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. This little enchantress. 20 minutes later, Wang Yanting had completed her grooming and changed into a casual outfit, ready to set off. Considering the limited storage space of the Ferrari, they opted to take Wang Yanting's Xiaomi SU7. One must admit, the Xiaomi SU7 is indeed a commendable vehicle. Its interior boasts a highly technological design, and the driving experience is quite impressive. Comparatively, if one were to overlook the brand insignia, it would be difficult to pinpoint any flaws in the Xiaomi SU7 when compared to the Ferrari. 20 minutes later, the Xiaomi SU7 came to a stop in the parking lot of SKP. After alighting from the vehicle, Wang Yanting naturally linked her arm with Zhao Fan's, and they strolled into the mall together. Inside the shopping center, Wang Yanting was unusually exuberant, glancing left and right while occasionally planting a peck on Zhao Fan's cheek, displaying a tender affection. Meanwhile, in a nearby Starbucks CAF, Ruashi, when are we going to the North Campus to find that guy? Zhang Jiamin asked eagerly, her eyes glimmering with anticipation as she chewed on her straw. Why are you so eager? Zhang Ruashi shot her a glance, wearing an exasperated expression. It must be said that Zhang Jiamin's curiosity was quite robust. Logically, given that Zhang Ruashi hadn't seen Zhao Fan in quite some time, she must have missed him immensely. Yet here was Jiamin, impatiently awaiting the encounter. Truly, the emperor is not as anxious as the eunuch. Zhang Jiamin chuckled, hee. I'm just curious. I want to see what kind of exceptional guy has captured your heart so thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruashi shot her a glare. Fine. Once we finish this cup of coffee, I'll take you to the north. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Ruashi suddenly froze. Ruashi, what's wrong? Seeing Zhang Ruashi's bewildered expression, Zhang Jiamin questioned her curiously. Following Zhang Ruashi's gaze, they spotted a couple embracing intimately in a nearby Louis Vuitton store, selecting clothes. The girl had an incredibly alluring figure, clad in yoga pants, exuding allure. As for her looks, she certainly did not disappoint, at least in Zhang Jiamin's eyes. She was undeniably a stunning beauty. As for the boy, while his looks might not be exceptionally striking, he possessed a remarkable charm that was instantly likable. What astonished Zhang Jiamin the most was the boy's exceptionally flawless skin, appearing as smooth and delicate as that of an infant, devoid of any imperfections. Any girl who laid eyes on such skin would undoubtedly feel envious. Wow, that boy has such exquisite skin. If only I had. At this point, Zhang Jiamin abruptly paused, her eyes widening in disbelief as she turned to Zhang Ruashi. Oh my, Ruashi, the guy you mentioned, it can't possibly be him, can it? Zhang Jiamin was utterly astounded. That scoundrel. Confirming that it was indeed Zhao Fan, Zhang Ruashi's expression darkened as she quickly pulled out her phone and dialed his number. Before long, Zhao Fan answered the call. Zhang, the campus beauty, what brings you to call me out of the blue? On the other end of the line, Zhao Fan's voice carried a hint of playful sarcasm. Stop with the teasing. Where are you? Zhang Ruashi inquired, somewhat irritated. I'm at the mall. What's the matter? A cold smile crept onto Zhang Ruashi's lips as she continued. Are you alone? At this, Zhao Fan burst into laughter, replying, would I be so bored? What fun is there in a big man going shopping all by himself? So, there is someone with you? Indeed. Has Princess Lu come to find you? Zhang Ruashi deliberately probed. Although she had already confirmed that the person in question was undoubtedly Zhao Fan, she still wanted to see how he would navigate this predicament. In response to Zhang Ruashi's question, Zhao Fan cheekily replied, no, I'm out shopping with my little lover. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's response, Zhang Ruashi was left utterly speechless. Such an answer was clearly beyond her expectations. Initially, she thought Zhao Fan would fabricate some excuse or reason to deflect her inquiry. To her surprise, he openly admitted it. This left Zhang Ruashi momentarily at a loss. While she recognized Zhao Fan as a scoundrel who would undoubtedly have more than just Lu Ruoyan as a girlfriend, witnessing him in such close proximity with another woman ignited a surge of indignation within her. Especially after his candid admission, her anger escalated rapidly. Zhao Fan. I too am at SKP, and I have spotted you, Zhang Ruoxi remarked with a hint of annoyance. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan exhibited no surprise. Rather, he chuckled softly and replied, what a coincidence. How about we dine together at noon? Where are you? I shall come to find you. No need. Just wait for me right there. I'll come to you. With that, Zhang Ruoxi abruptly ended the call. Listening to the beeping sound emanating from his phone, Zhao Fan smiled and shook his head. My dear, what is the matter? Who was on the line? Wang Yanting inquired, her curiosity piqued by the slightly pained expression on Zhao Fan's face. My girlfriend's friend, Zhao Fan candidly stated. Your girlfriend's friend? Wang Yanting couldn't help but chuckle at this. Has she discovered us? Yes, she is coming over to find me, and we're having lunch together. Zhao Fan displayed no inclination to conceal the fact that Zhang Ruoxi had caught on, instead exuding an air of nonchalance, as if it were of no consequence at all. With that, Zhao Fan waved over to the Louis Vuitton salesperson, instructing, please wrap up all the garments she just tried on. I'll take them and settle the bill. Certainly, sir. I will prepare the invoice immediately, the salesperson responded with enthusiasm. Once the payment was successfully processed, Zhang Ruoxi appeared at the entrance of the Louis Vuitton boutique. Observing the intimate demeanor between Zhao Fan and Wang Yanting, she could not suppress her curiosity and approached Zhao Fan, asking, Zhao Fan, who is this? Could you introduce us? Just as Zhao Fan was about to speak, Wang Yanting extended her hand first, smiling as she introduced herself. Hello, my name is Wang Yanting, and I am Zhao Fan's little lover, the friend of his girlfriend. Zhang Ruoxi deliberately emphasized the term girlfriend. After shaking hands, Wang Yanting cheerfully remarked, you must be Zhang Ruoxi, right? I've heard your name. Zhao Fan has mentioned you to me. You know me? Zhang Ruoxi scoffed, then promptly asked, well, he must have mentioned his girlfriend, Lu Rian, to you as well? Yes, he has. I am aware of that, Wang Yanting admitted boldly. Huh. I didn't expect this little girl to be so audacious. Knowing full well that he has a girlfriend, she still chooses to be with him? How utterly shameless. At that moment, Zhang Ruoxi felt an overwhelming urge to confront Zhao Fan, to chastise him for his duplicitous behavior. However, she quickly reminded herself that she was not Zhao Fan's girlfriend, and even if she disapproved, it was not her place to voice her objections. Thus, she resigned herself to silence. If anyone was most agitated at that moment, it was undoubtedly Zhang Jiamin. Her outing with Zhang Ruoxi was intended for gossip, and she never anticipated such a scandalous revelation. Especially after overhearing the conversation among the three, she found herself utterly astonished. Were circumstances different? She might have even considered procuring some sunflower seeds and finding a small stool to sit and observe the unfolding drama.